Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 2157 to Chapter 2195. At this moment, a dazzling blood-red pillar of light rose from the blood god altar, attracting everyone's attention. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge blood-red pillar of light. No one could tell what he was thinking from his expression. Many of the Light Universe's warriors and dark apparitions also looked at the blood-red pillar of light with shock on their faces. They were all guessing what that blood-red pillar of light was. Star Mechanic Emperor and the other immortal rank existences narrowed their eyes as if they felt a trace of threat from that blood-red pillar of light. This was unbelievable. After all, it was just a pillar of light and did not display any power. However, it made the Light Universe's immortal rank existences feel a trace of threat. This showed how powerful this technique was. However, what was unexpected was that this was just the beginning. He, a sneer came from Blood-Ruined Demon Venerable's mouth. He actually gave up chasing Wang Ting. After looking at him coldly, he turned around and rushed toward the Blood God altar. On the other side, Blood Shadow Demon Venerable, who was not far away from Star Mechanic Emperor, also had blood-red eyes. He rushed toward the Blood God altar without any warning. Not good. Star Mechanic Emperor's pupils shrank, and his heart skipped a beat. However, it was too late to stop him. If a demon venerable was determined not to be entangled with him, it was impossible to stop him. Furthermore, the Blood God altar was behind the Blood Shadow Demon Venerable. Even if the Star Mechanical King wanted to stop him, he would not be able to catch up. Furthermore, he did not expect the Blood Shadow Demon Venerable to suddenly rush toward the Blood God altar. They did not know the conditions needed to use 12 blood spirit bodies. Swoosh! Swoosh, in an instant, 2 demon venerable level existences had already crossed the void and appeared in front of the Blood God altar. They looked at each other and stepped into it without saying anything. Blood light fluctuated on the Blood God altar, and the 2 demon venerable dark apparitions disappeared. Boom! Boom! The next moment, 2 deafening roars sounded one after another. Then, 2 blood-red pillars of light shot into the sky. They were as dazzling and huge as the previous pillar of light. Everyone stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. 3 blood-red pillars of light. At this moment, 3 blood-red pillars of light rose from the Blood God altar. With the Blood God altar as the center, the blood-red light radiated outwards, and the thick smell of blood swept out in all directions, almost covering the entire void. All the Light Universe's martial artists and dark apparitions were shocked when they smelled the thick smell of blood. The dark apparitions were still fine, but the martial artists from the Light Universe avoided them like the plague. All of them frowned, looking extremely uncomfortable. The smell of blood was too strong, making them feel as if they were soaking in a pool of blood. It was as if an illusion had appeared before their eyes. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood flowed out from the corpses. It was abnormally terrifying and extremely horrifying. Not many martial artists in the Radiant Universe could bear such a scene. No matter how determined a martial artist was, they would still be affected. They had seen many scenes of death. For example, on this battlefield, many martial artists from the Light Universe and dark apparitions had died. However, the scene in the illusion was even more terrifying. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood were not just empty words. However, all of this was not over yet. Wang Ting's gaze was solemn. Only 3 blood-red pillars of light had appeared, yet they already emitted such a terrifying aura. What would happen if 12 pillars of light appeared at the same time, 12 blood spirit bodies, corresponding to 12 pillars of light, even if one pillar was missing, the 12 blood spirit bodies would not be able to be fully displayed. Therefore, 12 pillars of light would definitely appear. However, these 12 pillars of light would definitely have a master and a subordinate, and there would also be differences in strength. If a demon lord level existence personally came to control this place, the corresponding blood-red pillar of light would naturally be very powerful. If no demon lord level existence personally came, the pillar of light would be relatively weaker. Just as Wang Ting was lost in his thoughts, a voice echoed in the air. It seems that I'm not too late. Everyone's heart trembled, and they couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. Not far away from the Blood God altar, a blood-red figure appeared. It turned out to be another Blood Clan dark apparition. Kikik, how can the Shi clan miss out on the 12 blood spirit bodies? At this moment, another voice sounded. Like a blood-red lightning bolt, it sped over from the distant void and instantly appeared on this battlefield. Demon Lord level, the 6th Blood Clan Demon Lord level dark apparition appeared. When these two dark apparitions appeared, they didn't hide their aura at all. That bloody, evil, and dark aura was completely incomparable to ordinary dark apparitions. Only Demon Lord level existences could release such a terrifying aura. All the martial artists in the light universe fell into silence as they looked at the two Blood Clan dark apparitions in shock. In addition to the previous 4 dark apparitions, there were now a total of 6 dark apparitions. 6 Demon Lord level existences. How terrifying was this number? Even in the light universe, if they wanted to gather 6 immortal level existences, they would need the combined efforts of various forces to be able to do so. Now, just one Blood Clan member was able to gather 6 Demon Lord level dark apparitions. Just thinking about it was unbelievable. There were so many dark races. Who knew how many Demon Lord level existences there were in the other dark races? One could see the whole picture with a single glance. One Blood Clan dark apparition allowed all the martial artists in the light universe to see the terrifying strength of the dark world. Even if they only saw a corner of it, it was enough to send chills down their spines. Blood Fong, so it's you. The Blood Clan Demon Lord level existence that appeared first looked at the newcomer and said in surprise, I didn't expect the Great Shi clan to be willing to send you here personally. Hehe, the Great Shi clan naturally can't just stand by and watch such an important battle. Bloodfong Demon Lord glanced at the Demon Lord level dark apparition and said, didn't the Akamai clan also send you here personally? Blood Dove, your reputation isn't much weaker than mine. It seems like the Akamai clan also attaches great importance to this battle. You've actually staked everything here. Hehe, wherever the Blood Master is, the Akamai clan will be there, said Blood Dove. Oh. Bloodfong Demon Lord's body was covered in blood mist. At this moment, a pair of eyes shot out from the blood mist and stared at Blood Dove. Unfortunately, Blood Dove's body was also covered in blood mist. It was impossible to see his expression. In the distance, Wang Ting's eyes flashed. Great Shi clan, Akamai clan, he was no stranger to the Blood Clan's 12 clans. The Great Shi clan was one of the clans closer to the Blood God clone, while the Akamai clan originally stood on the side of the Vanite clan and opposed the Blood God clone. Now, Blood Dove actually said that he came with the Blood God clone. His attitude was somewhat thought-provoking. Interesting. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a strange light. He secretly sized up the two demon lords. He had even activated the Eye of Truth and had a panoramic view of the appearances and expressions of the two demon masters. Afterward, he discovered that Blood Dove didn't seem to be lying. He really came for the Blood God clone. His expression didn't seem to be fake. After all, he didn't reveal his expression. Outsiders couldn't see it at all. He couldn't be pretending for himself. Could it be that the Akamai clan is going to stand on the side of the Blood God clone? Wang Ting couldn't help but guess. You two, are you done with the small talk? An impatient voice suddenly came from the Blood God altar. It was the bloodthirsty Demon Lord. Blood Tusk Demon Lord and Blood Dove. Demon Lord looked at each other. Without saying anything, they immediately took a step forward and entered the Blood God altar like Blood Ruin Demon Lord and Blood Shadow Demon Lord. Damn it. Seeing this, the Star Mechanic King felt even more uneasy. 6 Demon Lords suddenly appeared. What was this Blood Clan dark apparition trying to do? However, he couldn't stop them at all. He could only watch as they entered the Blood God altar. This method was difficult to break. And all of this was because of the Blood God altar. With its existence, its defense was extremely terrifying. It was like a tortoise shell, and it was very difficult for external forces to break it. If the Bone Spirit clan's undead bone dragon only made him feel a little troubled, then this Blood God altar really made him feel a little aggrieved and helpless. Previously, they had all overlooked the powerful effect of the Blood God altar. They thought that it wouldn't be able to exert any power in the hands of the Blood Clan's blood disciple and wouldn't be able to affect the overall situation. But now, it seemed that they were too naive. This Blood God altar was a real divine artifact. That's right, it was a divine artifact, at this point, they had naturally seen that the blood god altar must be a divine artifact. Otherwise, how could it exert such terrifying power? Its power was not something a divine artifact could compare to at all. This blood clan is too cunning. They actually handed over a divine artifact to a mere middle-rank demon emperor dark apparition. Who would have thought? The star mechanic king couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He cursed, "Their hearts are too dirty." Boom. Boom, 2 blood-red light pillars immediately soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying bloody aura. 5 light pillars. What a terrifying aura. What is this blood clan trying to do? The Light Universe's martial artists present were in an uproar. Looking at the 5 light pillars, they only felt suffocated. At this moment, the entire void was illuminated into a blood-red color. The Light Universe's martial artists and dark apparitions under this void fell into an extremely uneasy situation. The Light Universe's martial artists felt uneasy, and the dark apparitions of the various races were also restless. The means of the Blood Clan were also full of threats to the dark apparitions of the other races. This Blood Clan. Seeing this scene from afar, Demon Supremacy Gu Le's heart trembled, and his pupils suddenly shrank. They actually want to use the legendary 12 blood spirit bodies. At this moment, he finally knew what means the Blood Clan was going to use. Although he was not very familiar with the 12 blood spirit bodies, he had heard a little about it. After all, it was an extremely terrifying means of the Blood Clan. Even among the major dark races, it was a well-known existence. As an upper-rank demon supremacy, he had lived for countless years. How could he not know this means? At the same time, the demon supremacies of the other major dark races also recognized the means that the Blood Clan was going to use. Their expressions changed, and they looked at the blood god altar in the distance in surprise. It's actually the Blood Clan's 12 blood spirit bodies. No wonder it absorbs so much origin blood. I really didn't expect that the Blood Clan's blood disciple could actually help the bloodthirsty demon supremacy use the 12 blood spirit bodies. Kaysher is really surprising. If it weren't for the Blood Clan's blood disciple, it wouldn't be so easy for the bloodthirsty demon supremacy to use the 12 blood spirit bodies. It's just that I don't know how many demon supremacies they can gather. There are already 6 of them now. 6 is enough. Even if the other clans of the Blood Clan don't personally send demon supremacies, it's enough to make the Radiant Universe suffer. I think the Blood Clan is looking for something big. They want to snatch the credit from the Bone Spirit Clan. Interesting. Really interesting. I'm afraid the Radiant Universe is doomed this time. If the Blood Clan uses the 12 blood spirit bodies, I'll see how they can stop it. Unbridled voices came out from the mouths of the major dark races, echoing in the void. They did not cover up at all, as if they wanted the martial artists of the Radiant Universe to hear them. Even these dark apparitions had mocking expressions on their faces. They looked at the martial artists of the Radiant Universe around them as if they were looking at dead people. That strange expression made many martial artists of the Radiant Universe feel extremely uncomfortable. No one was willing to die, but now these dark apparitions were treating them like dead people. It was as if they were turtles in a jar with nowhere to escape. It was really infuriating. 12 blood spirit bodies. Knight Xingyun, Star Mechanic King, and other immortal rank existences couldn't help but frown when they heard that. They looked at the 5 blood-red light pillars with solemn eyes. Boom. 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 Right at this moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. Streaks of blood-red light pillars shot into the sky one after another. The roar that erupted caused the void to tremble violently. Terrifying blood-red energy swept out from it, and ferocious spatial cracks appeared in the surroundings. 6th light pillar, 7th light pillar, 10th light pillar, 11th light pillar. It wasn't until the 12th light pillar rose that the movement on the blood god altar calmed down slightly. Even so, it was still shocking. 12 light pillars, a total of 12 light pillars. Previously, there were only 5 pillars of light. Now, there were 12 pillars of light. How did the Blood Clan do it? They didn't see any other dark apparitions of the Blood Clan descending here. Many martial artists of the Radiant Universe were puzzled, but the 12 light pillars couldn't be faked. The aura emitted from them was daunting. At this moment, the entire blood god altar was surrounded by these 12 light pillars. The 12 blood-red light pillars were evenly distributed around it as if they were protecting it in the middle. Blood extinction. A majestic voice sounded. At the center of the blood god altar, a trace of scarlet flashed in the eyes of the blood god clone. He nodded slightly and suddenly formed a strange seal with both hands. Boom, a violent roar resounded, and the entire blood god altar bloomed with dazzling light. Then, a huge formation slowly rose and enveloped the 12 blood-red light pillars. Blood ancestor spirit. Descend. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the 12 light pillars at the same time. Boom. Boom. Boom, the 12 light pillars shot out a ray of light at the same time. It gathered at the center of the formation and then turned into a stream of light that shot into the sky. Boom, the void suddenly distorted and quickly turned into a vortex. The scarlet vortex seemed to be dyed red by blood. The next moment, an ancient bloody, evil, and dark aura spread out from the scarlet vortex. Boom, along with the ancient blood, an evil and dark aura spread out from the bloody vortex, and a terrifying pressure appeared. Suddenly, the entire void seemed to have stagnated for a moment. The space was imprisoned by some terrifying power. The light universe's martial artists and dark apparitions felt as if a huge mountain had appeared above their heads, suppressing them until they could not move. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. They maintained their posture of looking up at the scarlet vortex, and their entire bodies seemed to be frozen. Even some immortal and demon venerables' expressions changed drastically as they looked at the scarlet vortex above their heads in shock. What a terrifying power. The blood breeds want to summon their blood ancestor spirit. Is this the power of the 12 blood spirit bodies? This is crazy. The blood breeds are probably going all out this time. True blood. JPG. Exclamations came from the dark apparitions' mouths from all directions. Even though they were all dark apparitions, they were still shocked when they felt this terrifying power. Too terrifying, the blood breeds could actually summon such a terrifying power. Perhaps they could really sweep this battlefield. If not for the suppression of that terrifying pressure, many dark apparitions would have already quietly retreated into the distance. Saving their lives was more important. Venerable Xianxia, Star Mechanic King, and the other Light Universe's martial artists also felt that terrifying pressure. Their eyes were fixed on the scarlet vortex, and their hearts were extremely solemn. Roar, suddenly, an indescribable roar came from the scarlet vortex. This roar was very strange. It did not sound like any star beast, nor did it sound like a dark apparition. Instead, it had a sense of vast majesty and ancient vicissitudes. It was as if an ancient existence had awakened behind the scarlet vortex, letting out a voice that belonged to it, announcing its arrival. At this time, Venerable Xianxia and Star Mechanic King's expressions changed, revealing a trace of horror. This was undoubtedly very unbelievable. Even an upper-level demon venerable could not make them reveal such expressions. Now, just a roar from behind the scarlet vortex made them lose their composure. It could be seen how terrifying the existence behind the scarlet vortex was. Wang Ting's eyes also focused. His eyes flickered with purple-gold light as he stared at the scarlet vortex as if he wanted to see the existence behind it. A strange scene appeared. Within the twisting vortex, the power of space was wreaking havoc. It was as if blood was flowing in the surroundings, dyeing everything red. Even space was no exception. It felt as if even space had transformed into viscous blood, and it was extremely strange. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a strange look. He did not expect the scarlet vortex to be like this. He wanted to see deeper, but his line of sight was blocked. It was as if he was stuck in a swamp and could not pry any deeper. At this moment, a dazzling blood-red light erupted from the depths of the vortex, piercing into Wang Ting's vision. Not good. Wang Ting immediately closed his eyes, blocking his line of sight. His spiritual energy quickly revolved, and the power of light surged along with it, eliminating the bloody and evil energy. Just now, that blood-red light had almost invaded his mind. It was extremely terrifying. There really is something terrifying behind that vortex. After a few breaths, Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes. There were a few more lines of blood in his eyes. It was obvious that he had been greatly affected. Fortunately, he withdrew his gaze in time, so his eyes were not hurt. Boom! Before he could think further, an even more intense blood-red light suddenly erupted from behind the scarlet vortex. Then, strands of blood seeped out from within, like scarlet waterfalls or rivers of blood, spreading all around the vortex. A large amount of blood-red mist spread out from the vortex. Then, the center of the scarlet vortex suddenly fluctuated violently, as if something was trying to come out from within. Buzz! In an instant, a buzzing sound was heard, and a dazzling blood-red light seeped out from within. This light was even more dazzling and eye-piercing than the blood-red light on the blood god altar. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. They couldn't look directly at the extremely dense light. Even immortal rank existences couldn't stare at it for too long. They only took a few glances and couldn't help but shift their gazes away. Only Venerable Xingyun, who was an immortal level venerable, was not affected too much. However, when he saw the dazzling blood-red light gradually seeping out from behind the vortex, his heart kept sinking, and his expression became extremely solemn. That's the blood ancestor spirit of the blood clan descending. Your radiant universe is doomed. Demon Master Gula looked at the vortex in the distance and said indifferently. Blood ancestor spirit. Venerable Xingyun could not help but murmur in his heart, but he did not say a word. He ignored Demon Master Gula and continued to stare at the dazzling blood-red light in the vortex. Boom! At this moment, the blood-red light suddenly broke free from the vortex. Like a huge blood-red sun, it was suspended above the blood god altar. An even more terrifying pressure descended on this void, enveloping all the warriors and dark apparitions in the radiant universe. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they suddenly felt that the mountain above their heads seemed to have become heavier. It felt as if the original mountain had become 10 mountains, and the pressure instantly increased by more than 10 times. Many low-level warriors and dark apparitions could not help but bend down. They could not straighten their bodies, let alone raise their heads to look at the blood-red light cluster. At this time, without giving anyone a chance to react, the blood-red light cluster suddenly split into 12 rays of light, rushed into the formation below, and merged with the 12 light pillars. Boom! 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 Deafening roars sounded one after another. As the light cluster merged, the 12 light pillars suddenly burst into an even more dazzling light, and the light pillars instantly expanded. Immediately afterward, the 12 light pillars immediately changed. The blood-red light condensed and turned into blood-red phantoms that appeared in the light pillars. These phantoms were incomparably tall, like indomitable giants, but their faces were shrouded in blood-red mist, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. There were a total of 12 phantoms, and each light pillar corresponded to a phantoms. The scene could be described as spectacular to the extreme. It was as if 12 blood-red giants had stepped out from ancient times and appeared in this space-time. An indescribable sense of vicissitudes and majesty permeated from these 12 blood-red giant phantoms. At the same time, there was also a bloody and evil aura wrapped around their bodies, making everyone understand that these were not sacred gods, but ancient and evil gods. These blood-red giant phantoms looked down in all directions, and their scarlet eyes shot out from the blood mist. Extremely cold, high and mighty, majestic and evil, in those scarlet eyes, there was not the slightest fluctuation, and there was only a kind of calm like an ancient well. It was as if the lives in front of them were nothing in their eyes. They were all ants and grass, not worth mentioning. Even immortal rank existences such as Venerable Star Fall and Star Mechanic King, as well as demon venerable rank existences such as Demon Venerable Gura, were no different in their eyes. They seemed to be equally insignificant and weak. At this moment, immortal rank existences such as Venerable Star Fall and Star Mechanic King, as well as demon venerable rank existences such as Demon Venerable Gura, all changed their expressions. They were extremely angry, but they were also extremely aggrieved, and there was nothing they could do. This was because they could all feel the power of the 12 blood-red giant phantoms. The other party seemed to have the qualifications to look down on them. Silence, the void suddenly fell into a dead silence. All sounds disappeared. Whether it was the warriors of the light universe or the dark apparitions, they all stopped fighting without exception. Facing the terrifying 12 blood-red giant phantoms, they could not help but submit, and they could not raise the slightest thought of resistance. Blood ancestor. Then, the dark apparitions of the blood clan reacted. Their eyes were fanatical as they knelt down toward the 12 blood-red giant phantoms and shouted "Blood Ancestor." When everyone heard this deafening sound, they finally reacted. Shock appeared in their eyes as they looked at the 12 terrifying blood-red giant phantoms in horror. Is this the Blood Clan's 12 blood spirit bodies? Wang Ting looked at the 12 blood-red giant phantoms and could not help but take a deep breath. Although he knew that the 12 blood spirit bodies would be terrifying, he did not expect it to be this powerful. Terrifying, it was really too terrifying. Each of the 12 blood-red giant phantoms seemed to be a terrifying blood god. Although he did not know how much of the blood god's strength they could unleash, even an immortal knight would find it difficult to stop them. Light Universe, your end is here. An extremely cold voice came from the blood god altar, and everyone's heart tightened. As soon as the voice fell, the 12 blood-red giant phantoms suddenly moved. They formed a strange seal in their hands, and each phantom's was different. They seemed to contain some kind of power. Boom, the next moment, a roar sounded, and a strange scene suddenly appeared above the 12 blood-red giant phantoms. Space rippled as a vast sea of blood abruptly appeared. It seemed to have been summoned by the 12 blood-colored giant phantoms. It had been forcefully pulled out of the forbidden land of the Blood Clan, allowing it to appear in this space. Retreat. Wang Ting's pupils constricted. He seemed to have sensed something. He immediately shouted. Everyone was stunned by this frightening scene. Coupled with the intimidating aura, many people couldn't move at all. They were still frozen on the spot. Some of the martial warriors only reacted when they heard Wang Ting's voice. They immediately unleashed their aura to block the aura. At the same time, they hurriedly retreated. Under the eruption of the powerful warrior's aura, some low-ranking warriors nearby were able to get rid of the terrifying coercion and had the strength to retreat. For a time, the entire void was in a mess. All the light universes were like locusts passing through, rushing into the distance. However, at this moment, a sneer came from the blood god altar, full of contempt and disdain. Boom, in an instant, before anyone could react, the vast sea of blood suddenly spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye and caught up with a large number of the Radiant Universe's martial artists. The dense bloody light was projected down, and it was frightening. Then, a terrifying scene appeared. The vast sea of blood suddenly tumbled violently, and countless blood-based creatures condensed in it. There were blood pythons, blood bats, blood wolves, and even blood-red vines. These blood-based creatures were illusory, just like the blood sea. However, after condensing, they broke away from the blood sea and rushed toward the Radiant Universe's martialists. Ah! 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 Go away! Don't come over! Screams rang out in all directions. Many low-level martial artists of the Radiant Universe were directly killed by the blood-attributed life forms. Their bodies were torn apart on the spot, and some martial artists were directly swallowed into their stomachs and turned into food. This tragic scene caused even more people's faces to turn pale, and their hearts were filled with fear. Some of the stronger martial artists resisted with all their might, using all sorts of methods to kill those blood-type creatures. However, every time the blood-based creatures were killed, they would turn into blood and finally condense again. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Although the blood in their bodies would be depleted every time they were killed, even so, when their strength was insufficient to support their actions, they would merge with other blood-based creatures. They really did not waste any energy. This strange method made it difficult to kill these blood elemental creatures. Many martial artists of the Radiant Universe were exhausted from dealing with them. Wang Ting looked at the sea of blood above his head, and his expression finally changed. He was too familiar with this method. He could not be more familiar with it. It was because this was the blood sea domain that he had fused with. However, the vast sea of blood in front of him was more powerful than his blood sea domain. Even if he had fused with the power of the origin law, he could not compare with this vast sea of blood. There was a big gap between the two. However, it was because of this that he was more aware of the horror of this vast sea of blood. After all, his blood sea domain had always been a method that he was extremely proud of. He thought that no dark apparition of the Blood Clan could use a similar method, but he did not expect to see it today, and it was even more powerful. His blood sea domain was completely dwarfed in front of this vast sea of blood. Fortunately, this was not performed by one dark apparition but by the 12 blood-colored giant phantoms together. In other words, this was the combined power of the 12 blood ancestors. He was still unique. Perhaps in the future, his blood sea domain could also grow to such an extent, and then no one would be able to stop him. Unfortunately, he still had to face reality now. If this continued, a large number of Light Universe warriors would be hunted down and become food for the Blood Clan. This would then feed the 12 blood spirits and make them even stronger. Screams, roars, and even the rumbling of origin power resounded in the void. While the vast sea of blood erupted with terrifying power, the dark apparitions in the surroundings also pounced on the martial artists from the Light Universe nearby with hideous grins on their faces, engaging in close combat with them. The martial artists from the Light Universe were immediately exhausted and fell into a disadvantageous position in just a moment. The 12 blood spirit bodies displayed by the Blood Clan was too terrifying and turned the battle into a one-sided situation. One had to admit that this method was indeed heaven-defying. Demon Venerable Gula's eyes flickered as a trace of unwillingness rose in his heart. He was originally extremely confident that the Blood Clan alone would not be able to defeat the Light Universe. But now, it seemed that the Light Universe was unable to withstand the Blood Clan's methods. Could it be that the credit for this battle would be given to the Blood Clan on a silver platter? He could not accept this result. The Bone Spirit Clan had even brought the undead Bone Dragon and prepared other methods. If they did not achieve anything in the end, they would become a joke. At that time, not only would the Blood Clan mock them, but the other dark races would also point fingers behind their backs. This was not what he wanted to see. On the Blood God altar, within the bloody giant shadows, the bloodthirsty Demon Venerable and other Demon Venerables looked on with contempt. In their eyes, the martial artists from the Light Universe were just food. However, at the same time, they could not help but reveal a trace of joy in the depths of their eyes. The Blood Clan would definitely win this battle, so what if the Bone Spirit Clan tried their best to drive the Blood Clan away? In the end, they still had to stand aside and drink the leftover soup of the Blood Clan. Fortunately, they had the Blood Disciple. This Blood Disciple was really the Blood Clan's lucky star. It was because he brought the Blood God altar back and obtained the Blood Kraken's inheritance from the undying sea of blood that today's outcome could be achieved. Based on the current situation, the Blood God altar and the Blood Kraken's inheritance were indispensable if they wanted to display the 12 blood spirit bodies. Even if they were demon masters, without the assistance of these two powers, they would not be able to display such a powerful 12 blood spirit bodies. If they did not have enough origin blood, the blood ancestor spirit might not even respond to their summons. There was no doubt that it was just that realistic. If they did not have enough value, the blood ancestor would not care about their lives. Fortunately, everything was developing in a good direction. Now that the spirits of the 12 blood ancestors had descended and unleashed such terrifying divine might, how could the radiant universe resist? On the other side of the void, Venerable Xingyun's face turned ugly as he looked at the bloody scene around him. He did not think too much about it. He turned around and sped towards the Lanji Void Fortress. "You want to leave?" Demon Lord Gula sneered as his figure disappeared from where he was. At the next moment, he reappeared right before Reverend Xingyun, thrusting out the bone spear in his hand. Black spear light streaked across the sky, forcing Venerable Xingyun to retreat. "If my guess is correct, you want to go to the Lanji Void Fortress, right?" Archdevil Lord Gula walked towards Venerable Xingyun and pointed his bone spear downwards. He stared at Venerable Xingyun with a mocking look in his eyes. "Humph." Reverend Xingyun snorted coldly. His eyes were cold, and the long spear in his hand emitted a dazzling spear light as it pierced toward Gura. Boom! 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 In an instant, countless golden spear lights erupted and rained down on Gura, trying to force him to retreat. However, Gura seemed to have been prepared for this. He sneered and thrust out his bone spear. As the spear light erupted, countless bone arrows appeared and shot toward Venerable Xingyun. Rumble! The spear lights from both sides collided in the void. The aftermath of the collision swept across the void. Unfortunately, neither side could do anything to the other. However, the densely packed bone arrows turned illusory for a moment. After passing through the area where the spear light erupted, they suddenly appeared in front of Venerable Xingyun. Venerable Xingyan's eyes narrowed. He knew that Gura had used that strange technique again. He could not see through it like Wang Ting, so he could only choose to dodge. He tore the space in front of him apart, trying to escape through this void. Unfortunately, he was still one step too late. Gura seemed to have been on guard against him, so the bone arrows covered a wide area. In addition, Venerable Xingyun was still one step too late to dodge. He was forced to retreat. Chi. 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 A few bone arrows pierced into Venerable Xingyun's body. Disperse. Venerable Xingyun's eyes contracted violently. He immediately dispersed his mechanical body, turning it into many tiny mechanical bodies that spread out in all directions. Boom. Boom. Boom, the bone arrows exploded. Black light flashed and engulfed some of the small mechanical bodies. The next moment, Venerable Xingyun's figure appeared thousands of meters away. The small mechanical bodies gathered together like a group of ants. It was very strange. As the small mechanical bodies gathered, Venerable Xingyun's mechanical body reappeared. He was unscathed and did not seem to be injured. It was as if the explosion just now did not hurt him. Interesting. Gura's eyes flickered. With a flash, he turned into a stream of black light and charged toward Venerable Xingyun. He arrived in front of Venerable Xingyun in an instant and swept out his bone spear. The black light was like a blade, trying to cut Venerable Xingyun's body. Boom, the void exploded, and a spatial crack appeared. Violent spatial power gushed out from it. Clang, the next moment, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Venerable Xingyun reacted instantly. His golden spear blocked in front of him and collided with Gura's bone spear. A series of sparks burst out. Gura did not stop at all. The bone spear in his hand instantly struck out more than 10 moves. Wrapped in the power of darkness, every move was fatal, aiming at Venerable Xingyun's vital points. Even though it was a mechanical body, it still had many cores. If it was hit, it would suffer fatal damage. However, Venerable Xingyun was not a pushover. His reaction was extremely fast. The spear in his hand turned into a spear shadow and met the attack. Clang. 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 Clang, both sides exchanged dozens of moves in an instant. The sound of metal colliding could be heard continuously. Golden and black force exploded at the place where the two spears collided, turning into a roar. Cracks immediately appeared in the void. The collision between an immortal venerable and an upper-ranked demon venerable had smashed the void into pieces. Wang Ting and the Star Mechanic Emperor both looked at that area with a solemn expression. Venerable Xingyun was held back by Gura and could not escape at all. Senior, have you prepared any other methods? It seems that the mechanical eye alone can't deal with it, Wang Ting said telepathically. The Star Mechanic Emperor was a little speechless. Who would have thought that the blood race could use such a method? It was too much of a cheat. How could they summon the blood ancestor spirit when they could not defeat it? What was the difference between this and when the young one was defeated, the old one came? Although the mechanical race had prepared other methods, they were helpless now that Venerable Xingyun was held back. No way. Is there no other method? Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. The reason why he let the blood god clone complete the final absorption was that he guessed that the Lanji Void Fortress must have other powerful methods to deal with the dark apparitions. After all, even the Ironforge Fortress had such methods. It was impossible that the Lanji Void Fortress, an important military base, did not have any. However, he did not dare to think too much about the Star Mechanic Emperor's current state. No way, it can't be so deceptive, right? You underestimate the mechanical race too much, the Star Mechanic Emperor said angrily. The Star Mechanic Emperor said grumpily, of course, but even I can't use it. It requires an immortal rank venerable and several immortal rank existences to fully activate it. Otherwise, if we use it rashly, we'll just be sending ourselves to death. Oh. May I know what method it is? Wang Ting asked hurriedly with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It actually required an immortal venerable and several immortal existences to work together. This method was probably not inferior to the blood races, 12 blood spirit bodies. He did not expect the blood race to have such a method. It was really unimaginable. One had to know that the mechanical giant formed by the Ironforge fortress's defense line only required Venerable Xingyun, an immortal venerable, to control it. In comparison, the methods of the Lanji Void Fortress were indeed very shocking. Wang Ting was a little curious. Divine Metamagnet Light, Skyball. The Star Mechanic Emperor did not hesitate and spat out a name. What chicken and what ball? Wang Ting was stunned. The name was a little hard to pronounce. Moreover, he had never heard of it before, although it sounded a little powerful. The Star Mechanic Emperor looked at Wang Ting's innocent eyes and could not help but choke. He really wanted to complain that the other party was ignorant, but thinking of the current critical situation, he gave up on this idea and could only quickly explain. It's Divine Metamagnet Light, Skyball. This is a powerful weapon that absorbs the magnetic and light energy in the universe. After absorbing these two forces, it can form divine metamagnet light through a special method. It's very powerful. Divine metamagnet light. Wang Ting was stunned, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. A power formed by the fusion of magnetic and light energy. Isn't that the power of magnetism and the power of light? The automaton race can actually create such a weapon. The Star Mechanic Emperor looked around and said solemnly, "This is not a method to be used here, so we didn't prepare so much. However, we didn't expect that blood-breed dark apparition to be able to use such a terrifying method. We have no choice but to use it now." But didn't you also say that without enough automaton race immortals, it's impossible to use divine metamagnet light, Skyball? Wang Ting said. This? The Star Mechanic Emperor looked troubled. Buzz, however, at this moment, the enormous Lanji Void Fortress suddenly emitted a long hum. It reverberated in the void, like the sound of a strange flute. At the same time, the entire Lanji Void Fortress lit up with a strange blue light. That's... Wang Ting looked surprised. Why did the Lanji Void Fortress suddenly activate? Didn't they say that only immortals could activate it? Where did the current Lanji Void Fortress get an immortal venerable? For a moment, Wang Ting was a little bewildered, and he quickly looked at the Star Mechanic Emperor. The Star Mechanic Emperor was overjoyed. Venerable Asius! Venerable Asius! Wang Ting was stunned for a moment, then he reacted with surprise in his eyes. Venerable Asius has arrived? However, he immediately thought of something and said with uncertainty, "That's not right. Isn't Venerable Asius not here?" The Star Mechanic Emperor did not explain further and just said, "Venerable Asius's situation is a little special." Wang Ting glanced at him and did not ask further. Now was not the time to delve into these things. If Venerable Asius could really come here, it would definitely be a good thing for them. What's going on? On the other side, Demon Venerable Bonra also noticed the abnormality of the Lanji Void Fortress. He could not help but look over, and his eyes were a little surprised. Venerable Xingyun's eyes flashed, and a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. He no longer rushed toward the Lanji Void Fortress. Instead, he looked at the Bonra demon and attacked without hesitation. Boom, he unleashed his full strength, and the golden spear light swept across the void, sealing the void around Demon Venerable Bonra. Just now, in order to rush over, he was restrained and suppressed by the other party. He was already extremely sullen in his heart. Now, he could finally fight with all his might. It seems that the Light Universe's mechanical race really has other means. Demon Venerable Bonra's eyes flashed, and he smiled faintly. Boom! Boom! Boom, the two sides collided again, and a series of rumbling sounds erupted. However, at this time, no one was in the mood to pay attention to the battle between the two supreme powerhouses. Their eyes were attracted by the abnormality of the Lanji Void Fortress. Boom, the entire Lanji Void Fortress suddenly shook, and then, under everyone's gaze, the huge fortress actually split open. It directly split open. The huge Lanji Void Fortress was divided into a total of 4 levels from top to bottom. The first level was the tip, the second level was divided into 2 major parts, the third level was divided into 3 major parts, the last level was divided into 4 major parts. In an instant, the entire Lanji Void Fortress actually split into 10 major parts. Then, these 10 major parts changed again. The mechanical structure emerged, and after a series of changes, it quickly turned into 10 huge mechanical balls. This process was very fast. Before many people could react, they saw the 10 huge mechanical balls appear in the void. An incomparably huge void fortress turned into 10 mechanical balls. This scene was indeed full of a strange feeling, and many people could not wrap their heads around it. Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as Wang Ting felt that his horizons had been broadened at this moment. He did not expect it to be like this. The so-called sky balls turned out to be balls. What is the mechanical race trying to do? At this moment, the same thought appeared in the minds of many light universes martial artists and dark apparitions at the same time. In the blood god altar, the 12 blood-colored giant phantoms also cast their gaze over and fixed their eyes on the 10 mechanical balls. End of this chapter. 10 huge mechanical balls floated in the void, emitting dazzling blue light like 10 blue stars. Countless gazes gathered and stared at the 10 mechanical balls in shock. Who would have thought that the entire Lanji Void Fortress would turn into 10 mechanical balls? This operation stunned everyone, and they couldn't wrap their heads around it. Wang! 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 At this time, a violent buzzing sound was heard, and the 10 mechanical balls suddenly vibrated. Cracking sounds were heard, and then a ring emerged from the surface of each of the mechanical balls and circled around them. These rings rotated slowly and emitted a strange power. All of a sudden, a shocking scene appeared. In the distant void, a light suddenly appeared and sped over like a stream of light. Even the moment the light appeared, a special energy seemed to appear in the void and converged towards the 10 balls. Originally, this energy was very weak and couldn't be sensed at all. However, under the power of the 10 mechanical balls, this energy became clear and faintly formed an invisible energy field. These energy fields varied in size. The small ones were only tens of thousands of kilometers, while the large ones were more than hundreds of thousands of light years. Even immortal rank existences would find it difficult to accurately detect the distance. Without the 10 mechanical balls, it was impossible to make such an energy field appear. What a powerful force! Everyone was stunned and widened their eyes. They never expected the 10 mechanical balls to be able to produce such a powerful force. On the blood god altar. Within the 12 bloody giant phantoms, Crimson Blood Demon Venerable and the other Demon Venerable's pupils shrank as if they had seen something shocking. Stop them! A cold voice sounded. Rumble, the vast sea of blood above his head suddenly churned violently. Countless blood-red runes flashed, and then huge blood-red tentacles broke out of the sea of blood and rushed toward the 10 mechanical balls. Not good. Stop those crimson tentacles. Many Radiant Universe's warriors' expressions changed and couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, they didn't even need to think to know that the 10 mechanical balls were the automaton race's means to deal with the 12 bloody giant phantoms. They definitely couldn't let the blood breeds destroy them. Before the surrounding dark apparitions could react, some powerhouses immediately attacked. They used all kinds of combat skills to attack the blood-red tentacles. Boom! 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 A violent rumble resounded as terrifying origin power erupted from the blood-colored tentacles. The dazzling origin power radiance enveloped them. Bang! 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 Unfortunately, the attacks couldn't do anything to the blood-colored tentacles. Numerous blood-colored tentacles shot out from the origin power radiance with undamaged surfaces and continued charging toward the 10 mechanical balls. What? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the crimson tentacles to be so tough. Their attacks couldn't hurt them at all. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly noticed that the Star Mechanic King did not make a move. The expression on his face was also very calm. Something was wrong, as if noticing Wang Ting's gaze, the Star Mechanic King transmitted his voice. Don't rush to make a move. Just watch. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He nodded slightly and stood on the spot. He didn't move at all. Instead, his gaze landed on the 10 mechanical balls. Just as the two of them were conversing, the numerous blood-colored tentacles had already arrived in front of the 10 mechanical balls and slammed into them. Many Radiant Universe's warriors looked terrible. Could it be that the means prepared by the automaton race was destroyed just like that? These Radiant Universe's warriors were even more nervous than the Star Mechanic King and other automaton race beings. To them, this was undoubtedly a life-saving straw. If even the means of the automaton race couldn't resist the attack of the vast sea of blood, what hope did they have? However, at this moment, a strange scene suddenly appeared outside the 10 mechanical balls. An invisible wave erupted from the 10 mechanical balls, and the blood-colored tentacles actually froze in place. They were still hundreds of meters away from the mechanical balls, but they could not advance any further. The distance of hundreds of meters was originally just a matter of a moment for the blood-colored tentacles, but now they could not cross this distance no matter how hard they tried. There were no exceptions to the 10 mechanical balls. The void outside them seemed to have become a forbidden zone and was completely imprisoned. The next moment, a dazzling white light erupted with the mechanical balls as the center and spread out, drowning the blood-colored tentacles. Chi. In just an instant, the blood-colored tentacles seemed to be burned by flames and turned into ashes, dissipating into the void inch by inch. These blood-colored tentacles were originally formed by blood. They were exactly the same as the blood-type creatures condensed in the vast sea of blood, and they were even more powerful. This method made many Radiant Universe's warriors helpless. Now, under the white light, they were directly turned into ashes. It was extremely shocking. The surroundings suddenly fell silent, many Radiant Universe's warriors were stunned. They did not expect such a scene at all, but then they were overjoyed. The 10 mechanical balls were able to unleash such an unimaginable method with just a casual move. The more it was so, the more it showed how powerful the 10 mechanical balls were. Although they did not know their function, it was enough to know that they were very powerful. On the other side, those dark apparitions who were ready to watch a joke widened their eyes at this moment. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their faces were full of shock. They thought that under the terrifying method of the blood breed, the Radiant Universe would not be able to do anything. They did not expect the other party to block the attack of the blood breed so easily. The 10 mechanical balls seemed to be very powerful. For a moment, many dark apparitions showed fear on their faces. That invisible force was very strange. They did not even know how the other party turned those blood-colored tentacles into ashes. Moreover, such a powerful method was probably enough to pose a threat to an upper-level demon emperor. Ordinary dark apparitions would be courting death if they went up against it. Wang Ting glanced at the Star Mechanic King and said to himself, "Is this the method of the Heavenly Ball? Just a little bit of its power is already so powerful. No wonder the Star Mechanic King is so confident." Then, he looked at the 10 mechanical balls in surprise. A purple-gold light flashed in his eyes, trying to pry into their structure. Unfortunately, he failed again this time. His eye of truth could not pry into the details of the 10 mechanical balls. There seemed to be an invisible force on their surface blocking his vision. Good heavens! Wang Ting was shocked. He felt that it was a little unbelievable. Originally, when he was prying into the Lanji Void Fortress, he could not see through the core. Now that it had become 10 mechanical balls, he could not even see through the surface. Although the things on the surface might not be of any use, only the core was where the mystery of these 10 mechanical balls lay. However, he could not even see through the surface, which showed how powerful these 10 mechanical balls were. That seems to be the magnetic force. Wang Ting frowned and thought. He felt that the invisible force outside the mechanical balls was very familiar. After all, he had the Stage 3, Heart of Magnetism, talent and had also mastered magnetism field. Plus, he knew that the heavenly ball could absorb the magnetic force. Although he could not get close to that area, he could vaguely guess the nature of that force. Using the magnetic force to resist the external force, but there seems to be other forces in it. Otherwise, it would not have been able to turn the blood-colored tentacles into ashes. Is it the power of light? Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and his thoughts turned quickly. At this time, his eyes flashed, and he noticed that many attribute bubbles appeared around the 10 mechanical balls. It turned out that when the 10 mechanical balls were resisting the blood-colored tentacles, there were attribute bubbles that fell out. It was just that they were covered by the light, so he did not notice it. Now that the light had dissipated, the attribute bubbles were also revealed. Wang Ting naturally did not hesitate. His spiritual force quietly swept out and turned into extremely small threads of spiritual force. At the same time, the space around him fluctuated slightly, and the threads of spiritual force disappeared into the void without anyone noticing. When they appeared again, these mental energy threads were already around the mechanical ball. Wang Ting knew that there was an invisible force field there, so he did not dare to be careless. He immediately used spatial methods to send the threads of spiritual force to the front of the attribute bubbles and pick them up in an instant. It was at this moment that all the threads of his mental power were severed, destroyed by that invisible force. However, Wang Ting was not disappointed at all. Instead, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Magnetism field, Melder rank 7, * 500, magnetism field, Melder rank 7, * 600, magnetism field, Melder rank 7, * 800, divine magnetism light * 300, divine magnetism light * 200, divine magnetism light * 250, there are actually 2 attribute bubbles. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he was pleasantly surprised. The first was the magnetism field. He had long since mastered this attribute, but it was only at the rank 5 level. At this moment, as the attribute bubbles fused into his body, a mysterious comprehension appeared in his mind, turning into a huge domain. Within that domain, an invisible force lingered all around. There was not a single place that was not covered. A terrifying aura pervaded the domain, as if it would be difficult to escape once one stepped into it. They would be completely strangled by that invisible force. Melder rank 7. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. The magnetism field had risen from the rank 5 to the rank 7 Melder rank, crossing 2 levels in an instant. One had to know that the magnetism field was relatively difficult to raise. Back then, he had only been lucky enough to raise it to the rank 5 Melder rank after encountering that strange void in the dark universe. He had thought that he would not have the opportunity to raise it again for the time being, but the 10 mechanical balls had given him a pleasant surprise. A rank 7 Melder magnetism field was enough to cause a huge impact on a late-stage realm lord. After fighting one battle after another, his methods were really becoming more and more awesome. Wang Ting could not help but sigh in his heart. Magnetism field, 1900/7000, rank 7 Melder rank. He glanced at his status panel and saw that his attribute points had reached 1700. It was not a lot, but it was not a little either. That's not right. Since this skyball is so powerful, the magnetism field it can release is definitely above a rank 7 Melder rank. Otherwise, how could it compete with the 12 blood spirit bodies of the vampires? Suddenly, Wang Ting seemed to have thought of something. His heart trembled, and his eyes shone brightly. It seemed that he had accidentally discovered a point. Wang Ting stared at the 10 mechanical balls with a burning gaze, his heart suddenly filled with anticipation. If it could reach the peak of the rank 9 Melder realm, then it would be even better. Who would complain about a strong domain? Moreover, this magnetism field was a very strange domain. It was much stronger and easier to use than ordinary domains. Wang Ting naturally hoped that it could be raised as soon as possible. It should be that the crimson tentacles are not strong enough to fully activate the skyball's magnetism field. Wang Ting had a guess in his heart. At this moment, he was actually looking forward to the vampire's attacks being more ferocious. If the Star Mechanic Emperor and the other machines knew what he was thinking, would they rush up and give him a good beating? He looked at the Star Mechanic Emperor with a guilty conscience. However, before Wang Ting could think more, another enlightenment came. In his mind, the magnetism field did not dissipate. Instead, it suddenly merged with another kind of power, the power of light. Along with the integration of the radiant force, there was a sudden change in the magnetism domain, and a dazzling and beautiful radiance suddenly appeared, looking extremely gorgeous. Some of these rays of light were in the shape of ribbons, some were in the shape of arcs, some were in the shape of curtains, and some were in the shape of radiation. It was extremely strange. Just like the rare aurora, for a moment, even Wang Ting was shocked by the changes in the field. At the same time, a hint of understanding quietly rose in his heart. This is the divine magnetism light. At this moment, Wang Ting's eyes could not help but flash with a strange light. In the end, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Divine magnetism light, growth type 750/30,000, entry. It's actually a growth type combat skill, and it requires 30,000 attribute points to enter the entry level. This divine magnetism light seems to be quite strong. Wang Ting was shocked. He originally thought that it was already very good to be able to pick up the magnetism field attribute, but in the end, he directly pulled out the divine magnetism light. Even the Star Mechanic Emperor praised this divine magnetism light. From his tone just now, it was not difficult to tell that he was very confident in the power of this divine magnetism light. It's a pity that it's only entry level, and it only has 750 attribute points. It's still far from enough. Wang Ting was slightly disappointed. He had both the power of magnetism and the power of light, but his current mastery level limited his use. He still needed to get some wool. He stared at the 10 mechanical balls, and his gaze became even more heated. The Star Mechanic Emperor was just about to see Wang Ting's reaction when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. What kind of gaze is that? Why does it feel like he wants to snatch the space-based balls back? What kind of strange things is this kid thinking? End of chapter. The Star Mechanic Emperor was indeed very proud of the skybase ball. It was a rare and powerful creation of the automaton race, the crystallization of their wisdom. Even among the entire automaton race, the skybase ball was a very precious and rare war weapon. It was not inferior to those legendary god-grade weapons. If not for the blood race dark apparition using the powerful 12 blood spirit bodies, the automaton race would not have used the skybase ball so easily. After all, the automaton race had to pay a huge price to use the skybase ball. It was not something they could use easily. Moreover, such a trump card naturally had to be used to deal with the more powerful dark apparitions. It might have an unexpected effect if it was used unexpectedly. However, there was no point in talking about this now. Since they had already used it, there was no point in thinking about anything else. The most important thing now was to unleash the power of the skyball and let it shine brightly on the battlefield. He would use this peerless blade to stab the dark apparitions in the ass and open their eyes. The Star Mechanic Emperor was very confident about this. The only thing that made him feel a little regretful was that Wang Ting's expression was a little off. Even an Emperor-level Undying like him felt a little less amused. Obviously, his bad taste wasn't fully satisfied. Previously, Wang Ting's methods had amazed him again and again. Therefore, he wanted to show off the automaton race's methods in front of him to regain some face. However, the result did not seem to be very good. The Star Mechanic Emperor could not help but feel depressed. How does this kid's brain work? At the same time, on the other side of the Blood God altar, the Blood Tribe's demon sovereigns narrowed their eyes as they stared at the 10 mechanical balls. They vaguely felt a trace of threat. Although they had only shown a trace of power just now, with their eyesight, they could naturally see that these 10 round mechanical balls were extraordinary. Humph! A cold snort came from the Bloodslaughter demon venerable. He said coldly, "These 10 round mechanical balls are still accumulating energy. As long as we stop them, they won't be able to unleash much power." That's right. While they haven't finished accumulating energy, let's end this quickly and destroy them. Blood Orchid Demon Venerable's cold voice also sounded. Previously, it had already been severely suppressed by these Light Universe's martial artists, so it didn't want to be suppressed again. It had to crush the other party with overwhelming strength. Only then could it vent the hatred in its heart. When the other demon lords heard this, they did not say anything and only nodded slightly. Instantly, the eyes of the 12 blood-colored giant phantoms flashed with a glaring scarlet light again. They looked down at the void and ignored everything. Even when facing the 10 mechanical balls, his gaze did not change at all. This was the will of the blood ancestor spirit. Boom! In the next moment, the 12 blood-red giant phantoms moved with a loud rumble. The hand seals in their hands changed rapidly, and their bodies emitted endless bloody and dark energy. The vast sea of blood trembled, and within the monstrous waves of blood, numerous gigantic blood-type creatures began to condense. A huge blood wolf leaped out, its speed as fast as lightning. It turned into a blood-colored stream of light and rushed toward one of the mechanical balls. A blood-colored bat crossed the sea of blood and flew across the void. Its wings covered the sky, and as it flapped, a gust of wind blew. It instantly crossed a large area of the void. A blood python shot out from the blood sea. It was like a giant python in the mortal world. Its huge body covered a large area of the void as it whizzed out. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the gigantic beasts crossed the void one after another, forming a shadow that shrouded the many light universe's martial artists and dark apparitions. Similarly, it shrouded their hearts. Such gigantic blood-colored beasts were really like star beasts. The terrifying aura they emitted was not inferior to star beasts at all. Even the Sector Lord level martial artists and Upper Demon Lord level dark apparitions were shocked at this moment. Their eyes were filled with fear. Those immortal level existences from the light universe and Demon Lord level existences from the other dark races were also shocked. Clearly, they did not expect the blood race to be able to unleash such a terrifying attack. The 12 blood-colored giant phantoms summoned a total of 12 blood-colored beasts. How terrifying was that? How powerful was that? These 12 blood-colored beasts were much, much larger than the previous blood-type creatures. The two could not be compared at all. Such an attack was enough to pose a threat to the 10 mechanical balls. The Star Mechanic King's expression changed. The energy of the sky-based balls had not been fully accumulated, and the blood race had already used such a powerful attack. Even if he was extremely confident in the sky-based balls, he did not dare to say that they could block it. Damn it, these blood rays are simply unethical. Senior, the sky-based balls are so powerful. They should be able to block it, right? Wang Ting did not know much about the sky-based balls, but when he thought of the power of the divine metamagnet light, he still said so. The Star Mechanic King was speechless. This kid is not doing it on purpose, right? He glanced at Wang Ting and saw that the other party's expression was very serious, as if he really thought that the sky-based balls could easily block this wave of attacks from the blood race. He was even more speechless. Does this guy have some misunderstanding about the power of the sky-based balls? Although the sky-based balls were indeed very powerful, they still needed time to accumulate energy. It was not something that could be unleashed at will. No way, the sky-based balls can't block their attacks? Wang Ting saw that the Star Mechanic King's expression was not right and quickly said, I don't know. The Star Mechanic King left a sentence unhappily and disappeared on the spot. He turned into a bolt of lightning and sped toward the blood-colored beasts. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment and immediately reacted. He rode the red lightning eagle and also charged toward the blood-colored beasts. He was also a little speechless. This Star Mechanic King is really something. If he can't block it, so be it. Why didn't he say so earlier? Roar, screech, roar, roars and roars came out of the blood-colored beasts' mouths, shaking the void. The surrounding light universe's warriors and dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly, and they could not help but retreat. However, after seeing the reaction of the Star Mechanic King and Wang Ting, some immortals also immediately rushed toward the blood-colored beasts. Boom! 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 One by one, they unleashed their strongest attacks. Sword lights, saber lights, fist marks, and other attacks blasted out to block the 12 blood-colored beasts. However, the 12 blood-colored beasts were obviously not easy to deal with. Bright bloody lights condensed in their mouths and exploded, colliding with the force attacks. Rumble, a violent roar suddenly sounded. The attacks from both sides exploded in the void, and the aftermath of the force swept out in all directions. The attacks of the immortals could not do anything to the 12 blood-colored beasts. Swoosh! 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 In the aftermath of the force, 12 huge blood-colored beasts appeared in the sky and rushed over with a crushing force. ****. Damn it! How can this be? The immortals' expressions changed drastically, and their faces were filled with disbelief. To be able to make a group of immortals show such expressions, one could see how ridiculous the situation was. These blood-colored beasts are actually so strong. Gong Yangyu was also among these immortals. His attacks also could not do anything to the 12 blood-colored beasts. At this time, his pupils contracted. Obviously, he did not expect this situation. He thought that even if their attacks could not completely destroy the 12 blood-colored beasts, they could at least stop them. Who knew that their attacks were actually ineffective against the 12 blood-colored beasts? Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, 2 ear-piercing sounds came from afar. Wang Ting and Star Mechanic Emperor rushed over at an extremely fast speed. When the blood-colored beasts were about to reach the sky base ball, they stopped in front of them. Rumble, a thunderblade light burst out from Star Mechanic Emperor's hand and turned into countless thunder blades, rolling toward the 12 blood-colored beasts like a flood. After all, he was an emperor mortal. He was very powerful, and he blocked the 5 blood-colored beasts with one move. Rumble. 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 However, the remaining 7 blood-colored beasts were not to be trifled with. They emitted terrifying power, and under the eruption of their blood force, they were like bloody mountains that crushed toward the Star Mechanic Emperor. Star Mechanic Emperor had no time to care about them, nor did he have the energy to block them. The Light Universe Immortals' expressions changed slightly. They looked at the remaining 7 blood-colored beasts in shock. Star Mechanic Emperor attacked personally, but he still could not block the 12 blood-colored beasts. One had to know that Marquis Immortals were completely incomparable in front of Emperor Mortals. They were not on the same level at all. An Emperor Mortal could easily crush dozens of Marquis Immortals. If Marquis Immortals did not have any special techniques, it would be useless against Emperor Mortals. However, Star Mechanic Emperor's strength could only block 5 blood-colored beasts. Didn't this mean that the 12 blood-colored beasts' strength was comparable to 2 Emperor Mortals, or even stronger? Rumble. 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 Suddenly, a scorching heat spread out from the void. 3 bright lights burst out in the void and swept toward the 7 blood-colored beasts. Green, red, white, 3 different colored flames swept across the void and turned into a sea of fire, enveloping the 7 blood-colored beasts. The scorching heat spread out. Heavenly Flame. It was Wang Ting who used Heavenly Flame. He did not hold back. He used 3 Heavenly Flame at once. Roar. Roar. Ong, angry roars came from the mouths of the blood-colored beasts. Then, blinding blood-colored light shot out and turned into light pillars, bombarding the Heavenly Flame. The sea of fire that enveloped a large area of the void was instantly torn open, and the 7 crimson beasts immediately rushed towards the gaps. However, Wang Ting was prepared. Xiao xiao xiao, suddenly, there was a sonic boom. Within the sea of fire, light arrows suddenly appeared and shot out from behind the flames, aiming at the 7 blood-colored beasts. No, that was not right. Those were not light arrows. As the attacks got closer to the 7 blood-colored beasts, one could see that these light arrows were actually huge light spears. These light spears were not small in front of the blood-colored beasts. It was only because the distance was too far that people mistook them for arrows. Who, these spears of light were extremely sharp. When they shot out, the flames around them swirled and formed long flaming tails behind them like tornadoes. Roar. Ong. Roar. Gee, the blood-colored beasts immediately felt a huge threat and let out deafening roars. Their roars were several times louder than before. It was too late for them to shoot out another blood-red beam of light, and they could only erupt with a dazzling red light. Blood-red runes appeared one after another in an attempt to form a defense, forcibly blocking the radiant spear that was shooting towards them. It was not hard to see from the powerful aura emitted by these blood-colored beasts that normal attacks would not be able to break through their defense. Even an official-level Undying would not be able to do anything to them. However, they met Wang Ting. With Wang Ting's understanding of blood-type energy, he had already found out the weakness of these blood-colored beasts. The reason why these 12 blood-colored beasts were so powerful was that they had a blood core in their bodies. It was their core and stored a vast amount of blood-type energy. The blood core was also their weakness. Wang Ting was not in a hurry to attack because he was looking for the location of the blood core of these 7 blood-colored beasts. In addition, his mastery of ancient blood runes had already reached the proficient level. He was able to find the weakness of the defense of the 7 blood-colored beasts in an instant. At this moment, Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he sneered. The space energy that he had added onto the light spears immediately took effect. Under the ripple of space, the light spears instantly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already at the weak points of the defense of the 7 blood-colored beasts. At the same time, runes appeared on the light spears and they emitted the aura of origin law. There was even an indistinct undying energy that permeated the air. Kacha! 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 In an instant, a series of crisp cracking sounds were heard. The light spears pierced through the defenses of the 7 blood-colored behemoths and stabbed into their bodies. However, no one noticed that the moment the light spears pierced into the bodies of the blood-colored beasts, they flickered again and appeared at another location within the beasts' bodies. The bodies of the 7 blood-colored beasts instantly froze as if they were frozen by an invisible force. The next moment, the bodies of the 7 blood-colored beasts suddenly emitted a glaring blood-colored light. This explosion was different from before. It was more like an uncontrollable explosion, filled with a sense of violence. Boom! 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 Immediately after, the 7 blood-colored beasts exploded with a loud bang, and blood splattered everywhere. However, the blood was instantly incinerated when it came into contact with the surrounding heavenly flames. Not a single drop was left. For a moment, sizzling sounds could be heard in the sea of fire. Star Mechanic Emperor was trying his best to resist the 5 blood-colored beasts. When he heard the commotion, he could not help but turn around. Then, as if he saw something unbelievable, he opened his mouth slightly, and his expression stiffened. It suddenly suspected if it was a fake Emperor-level immortal. Star Mechanic Emperor looked as if he had seen a ghost. An Emperor-level Undying was actually weaker than a Domain Lord Pinnacle Warrior. He couldn't help but doubt his own strength. Although Wang Ting's previous performance had proven that he indeed had the strength to deal with middle-level demon venerables. However, Star Mechanic Emperor didn't expect Wang Ting to deal with the 7 blood-colored beasts so easily. Wang Ting had 2 more beasts than him. If he hadn't personally experienced the power of the 7 blood-colored beasts, he would even suspect that they were illusions. The real attack was the 5 blood-colored beasts on his side. It was too easy. The process of Wang Ting killing the 7 blood-colored beasts was too easy. It was so easy that it was hard to believe. With just one hit, he killed 7 blood-colored beasts at the same time. Who wouldn't be impressed by that? One had to know that even Star Mechanic Emperor, an Emperor-level Undying, couldn't easily kill the 5 blood-colored beasts. Didn't this mean that his strength wasn't real? However, in reality, Emperor-level Undying existences were undoubtedly very powerful. That was undeniable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be Emperor-level. This group of powerful beings were the kings of the Undying rank. In this battlefield, there weren't many Emperor-level or middle-level demon venerables. Star Mechanic Emperor was one of them. Gujin Demon Venerable, who controlled the undead bone dragon, was also a middle-level demon venerable, which was equivalent to an Emperor-level Undying. Blood Orchid Demon Venerable was also a middle-level demon venerable. Originally, the Light Universe's strength was weaker than the Dark Apparitions, so they had been suppressed. However, Gujin Demon Venerable and Blood Orchid Demon Venerable were crippled by Wang Ting. This caused the balance of the war to tilt. Normally, Emperor-level and middle-level demon venerables would be infinitely magnified on the battlefield. They would definitely be targeted by other powerful beings and wouldn't be able to escape easily. The reason why the blood race gathered the 12 blood-colored beasts at the same time was to use half of their strength to restrain Star Mechanic Emperor, an Emperor-level Undying. The remaining strength could pose a threat to the 10 mechanical balls. Otherwise, the blood race's demon lord-level existence wouldn't have done this at all. After all, this would consume a large amount of origin blood. Consuming so much origin blood now would definitely affect the true power of the 12 blood spirit bodies. From this, it could be seen that the 10 sky-based balls did indeed pose a threat to the blood race's demon lords. They were willing to pay such a price to destroy the sky-based balls. At this moment, as the 7 blood-colored beasts were destroyed, the expressions of the blood race's devil exalts on the blood god altar stiffened, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. No one knew better than them how powerful the 12 blood-colored beasts formed by the 12 blood spirit bodies were. Every one of them could match a normal official level Undying. But now, it was destroyed with a single strike. Furthermore, all 7 of them were destroyed at the same time. This was beyond their imagination. The gazes of the Crimson Blood Demon Exalt and the other Demon Exalts immediately landed on Wang Ting as intense killing intent surged in their eyes. It's him again, it was this genius from the Light Universe again. Originally, he thought that the 12 blood-red beasts would be enough to destroy the 10 mechanical balls. Who would have thought that this brat would appear out of nowhere? Was this brat's origin power bottomless? To be honest, they didn't take this genius from the Light Universe into consideration at all. Who would have thought that after so many battles, this brat was still capable of causing trouble? This was King ridiculous. His family members really didn't expect this. This heaven's pride of the light universe was truly an anomaly. He was only at the pinnacle domain lord level. In the beginning, many people didn't place his battle strength at the emperor level. Even later, no one expected him to be able to continuously erupt with such immortal level battle strength. Naturally, no one would specially target him. Of course, normally, Wang Ting would directly find fault with the dark race. Before the dark race even found fault with him, he would find fault with them himself. Under such circumstances, the dark apparitions naturally couldn't do anything. Hence, Wang Ting was able to have an extremely large degree of freedom in this battlefield. This degree of freedom allowed him to strike again and again at critical moments, producing unexpected effects. Damn it, that brat must have some secret on him. Otherwise, how could a mere domain lord level cultivator be able to display such fighting strength time and time again? Murderous blood demon sovereign's expression finally turned somewhat ugly as he coldly said. Something is indeed wrong. Blood orchid demon venerable had a deep understanding of this. After all, she had suffered a loss at the hands of Wang Ting. Humph, he's just a domain lord level warrior. No matter how monstrous he is, there must be a limit. Blood remnant demon venerable was unconvinced and immediately snorted coldly. That's right. Although this genius from the light universe is extraordinary, my blood clan's blood disciple isn't much weaker than him. I heard that they had fought before, and there was no clear winner, Blood Shadow Demon Venerable said lightly. Hee, my blood clan's blood disciple is naturally extraordinary. Bloodfang Demon Venerable of the Great Shi clan laughed. This kind of self-consolation was obviously very useful. For a moment, all the Blood Clan Demon Venerables present regained their calmness. Just as Blood Shadow Demon Venerable had said, although the genius from the light universe was extraordinary, they had a blood disciple and wouldn't be much weaker than him. The blood god clone was a little speechless. They were actually comparing him to his true self in order to console themselves. These demon lords of the blood race were really something. Could they be any more shameless? On the other side, Gong Yanyu and the other immortals widened their eyes, feeling that their brains weren't enough. Their all-out attack couldn't do anything to the 12 blood-colored beasts, but Wang Ting dealt with them with one attack. Why did this feel so unreal? Wang Ting, how did you do it? Star Mechanic King finally reacted and couldn't help but ask through voice transmission. It's nothing. I'll do it again. Senior, watch carefully. Wang Ting chuckled in his heart. With a wave of his hand, the sea of fire formed by the 3 types of heavenly and earthly exceptional flames suddenly changed direction and swept toward the remaining 5 blood-colored beasts. Those 5 blood-colored beasts were already blocked by Star Mechanic King's attack. Now that the 3 types of heavenly and earthly exceptional flames swept over, they had no time to dodge at all and were directly engulfed by the flames. Swoosh! 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 Light spears appeared one after another. Under Wang Ting's control, they shot towards the 5 blood-colored beasts. Star Mechanic King's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He naturally noticed the light spears and thought to himself, could this be the key to Wang Ting destroying 7 blood-colored beasts with one attack? However, the Blood Clan Dark Apparition was already on guard. The same method wouldn't work so easily. Star Mechanic King wasn't so optimistic about this. Wang Ting seemed to be too confident. So it's that light spear attack. Bloodthirsty Demon Venerable had indeed been paying attention to the situation here and was already prepared. When he saw the light spear appear, his eyes flashed. Block it. A cold shout came from his mouth. As soon as he said that, the 5 demon venerables moved at the same time and immediately controlled the 5 blood-colored beasts to react. Roar! 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 Immediately, a series of roars and roars burst out. Boom! 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 Dazzling crimson light instantly condensed in the mouths of the 5 crimson behemoths, and then it suddenly exploded, turning into huge crimson spears, heading toward the light spear in an attempt to destroy it in one blow. Obviously, these demon venerables didn't want to be slapped in the face again, so they attacked right away. Star Mechanic King's eyes narrowed. As expected, Wang Ting was too confident. He shouldn't have underestimated the demon venerables from the start. Their methods were definitely not to be underestimated. Previously, the Blood Clan demon venerable might have underestimated them and felt that the appearance of these 12 blood-colored beasts was definitely unstoppable. However, after suffering once, how could they not learn their lesson? Heh. At this moment, a chuckle came from Wang Ting's mouth. Star Mechanic King was slightly stunned. He couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. However, he saw that the other party didn't look panicked at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth even curled up. This kid, he immediately turned to look at the attacks from both sides. He saw that the space in front of the light spear suddenly fluctuated, and the light spear that was about to collide with the blood-colored spear suddenly disappeared. Space method. Star Mechanic King finally remembered something, and his eyes lit up. Damn it. The bloodthirsty demon venerable's face was extremely gloomy, and the muscles on his face twitched violently. It wasn't that he didn't know that Wang Ting had the power of space, but this method couldn't be broken at all. He could only face it head-on, and there was no better way. Use space imprisonment. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered the 5 Blood Clan demon venerables to use space imprisonment. Boom, the 5 Blood Tribe demon lords immediately unleashed their power and completely sealed off the area around them. At the same time, Wang Ting's light spear appeared from the space and was about to pierce the bodies of the 5 blood-colored beasts. However, it was suddenly imprisoned and forcefully stopped in front of the 5 blood-colored beasts. Wang Ting sneered. The power of space erupted and strengthened the long spears of light. Crack, 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 bursts of unbearable sounds could be heard, and cracks suddenly appeared in the void around the spear of light, spreading out in all directions like a spider web. The demon venerable's expressions changed. They didn't expect Wang Ting's power of space to be so powerful that it could even break their space imprisonment. What kind of monster was this? Boom. Boom. Boom, in the next moment, a series of cracking sounds could be heard, and the space around the light spear instantly cracked open. The light spear immediately shot out, and its speed and momentum did not decrease at all as it swept toward the 5 blood-colored beasts. The distance between the two parties was not far to begin with. Now that the light spears had broken through their space imprisonment, they did not give them any time to react and directly pierced into the bodies of the 5 blood-colored beasts. Roar! 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 The 5 blood-colored beasts immediately roared, but it was too late. The moment the light spears pierced into their bodies, their blood cores were shattered. Boom! Boom! Boom, in an instant, violent and dazzling blood light erupted from the bodies of the 5 blood-colored beasts, and a roar could be heard. The 5 blood-colored beasts immediately followed in the footsteps of the 7 blood-colored beasts and exploded. The aftermath of the force swept in all directions, and a large amount of blood splattered out. However, it was burned into nothingness by the heavenly flame. Shattering the blood cores, exploding the blood-colored beasts, burning the blood, all in one go. The main focus was the one-stop service. Everyone was stunned. Success, another one-hit kill. The second time, he was able to kill in one hit. This was not a fluke, but a true display of strength. Everyone looked at Wang Ting with a hint of admiration in their eyes. This guy was really strong. There was no doubt about it. Gong Yangyu and the other immortals opened their mouths. They were speechless, and their emotions were extremely complicated. Compared to Wang Ting, they seemed to be very weak. At this moment, not only did the Star Mechanic Emperor feel this absurd, but the immortals were also discouraged. They felt that they were completely inferior. On the other side, the Star Mechanic Emperor looked at Wang Ting again, and the surprise in his eyes was even more intense. This guy seemed to know the weakness of the blood-colored beasts, which was why he was able to kill them in one hit. He was an Emperor Immortal, and he had a special eye-type ability. His eyesight was naturally incomparable to ordinary immortals. He did not notice it at first, but now that he observed carefully, he found some clues. The place where Wang Ting had hit was where the energy cores of the 5 blood-colored beasts were. That was why Wang Ting was able to make the 5 blood-colored beasts explode with such terrifying energy waves after hitting them. They could not even resist before they exploded and disintegrated. However, there was one thing that he was very confused about. How did this guy know that the blood-colored beasts had cores in their bodies, Could it be that Wang Ting had an I-type ability like him? That was probably it. The Star Mechanic Emperor suddenly thought of something. Wang Ting was able to find the connection of the 3 blood orchids, so he must have an ability similar to his. However, the other party's ability might not be as strong as his. Thinking of this, the Star Mechanic Emperor could not help but smile bitterly. The other party's ability was not as strong as his, but he could find the hidden connection of the 3 blood orchids, and now he found the core of the blood-colored beasts. This observation ability made him feel a little ashamed. Wang Ting was able to achieve such great achievements at such a young age. He indeed had advantages that ordinary people could not compare to. Now, he could only comment on Wang Ting's performance with 3 words: good job, bastard. Crimson Blood Demon Venerable watched the 5 blood-colored beasts turn into ashes from afar, and the anger in his heart almost gushed out. He stared at Wang Ting, wishing he could tear him apart. It was like this at the Ironforge Fortress defense line. Now it was like this at the Langiboid Fortress. This kid had ruined his plans time and time again. He was simply haunting him and purposely making life difficult for him. Blood Demon Venerable, use that move. Blood Orchid Demon Venerable's solemn voice came. That move can only be used once, Blood Shadow Demon Venerable said. There's only one chance. If we let those 10 mechanical balls finish accumulating energy, I'm afraid our summoning of the 12 blood spirit bodies will be in vain. At that time, using that move will only result in a lose-lose situation, Blood Orchid Demon Venerable said in a deep voice. The 12 Blood Clan Demon Venerables suddenly fell silent. Who would have thought that they would be forced to such an extent after summoning the 12 blood spirit bodies? We can't wait any longer, Blood Orchid Demon Venerable urged. Okay. Crimson Blood Demon Venerable's eyes flashed, and he said coldly, everyone, success or failure depends on this move. Once we destroy the 10 mechanical balls, victory will be ours. All the martial artists of the light universe on this battlefield will become our food. This is our only chance. Kill. Its words finally turned into a loud roar. Boom. 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 As soon as its voice fell, the 12 demon venerables moved at the same time. The seals in their hands were complex and mysterious. At the same time, dazzling crimson light burst out from their bodies and merged with the 12 blood-colored giants. The 12 blood-colored giant phantoms moved as well. Their huge hands quickly formed seals in the blood mist, and the blood mist in the surroundings began to roll violently. Outsiders could only see a series of afterimages flashing in the blood mist. The next moment, 12 light pillars soared into the sky and merged at the center, gradually turning into an incomparably huge blood-red saber. End of chapter. Everyone couldn't help but look over at the blood race's sudden display of force, and their hearts sank. The 5 blood-colored beasts had just been destroyed, but the Blood Clan had unleashed an even more terrifying attack. 12 huge blood-colored light pillars shot into the sky and merged into a blood-colored saber. It was truly shocking. A terrifying blood-red light swirled around the saber, as if it was made of blood. It was scarlet and viscous. The blood-red light was so dense that it was viscous. The blood-red light was like silk cloth that wrapped around the blood-colored saber. Evil and bloody runes appeared on the saber's surface. An invisible power emanated from the blood-colored saber. It wasn't just the aura of origin laws. It was also an aura of immortality. It even seemed to contain a trace of a higher level of power. The blood-colored saber was like a peerless divine weapon that descended into the void. Endless blood-red light bloomed from the saber's blade. It was exceptionally dazzling. One could vaguely see some strange patterns carved on the saber's body. However, no one could see them clearly because of the blood-red light. What a terrifying saber. Damn it. The Blood Clan has such a technique. The Light Universe's martial artists had yet to recover from the joy of Wang Ting killing the 5 blood-colored beasts. They were all shocked when they saw the blood-colored saber. This was because even though they were far away, they could still feel the terror of the blood-red saber. The aura it exuded was even more terrifying than the combined aura of the 12 blood-colored beasts from before. A single saber was stronger than the 12 blood-colored beasts from before. What kind of technique was that? Martial artists below the Sector Lord level couldn't imagine it. Even immortal rank existences were bewildered when they saw the blood-red battle blade. They couldn't estimate how powerful the battle blade was. The aura it exuded was beyond their understanding. It was unbelievable. It was just a saber condensed from energy, but they couldn't see through it. That's the blood god saber. Far away in the void, the soul fire in Gula demon Venerable's eye sockets pulsated violently. It stared at the blood-red saber in disbelief. Clearly, it did not expect the blood race's demon lord to be able to summon such a killing weapon. The blood god saber was a divine weapon of the blood clan. It had a mysterious origin and an indescribable power. If the real body of that divine artifact appeared, even the demon gods of the Bone Spirit clan would have to treat it seriously. If they couldn't use some of the powerful divine artifacts of the Bone Spirit clan, the demon god of the Bone Spirit clan would suffer a great loss in front of that divine artifact. If they were careless, the demon god's body could be destroyed. This was not an exaggeration, but an ancient history that had truly happened. This kind of ancient history was probably recorded by many dark races. It wasn't unique to the Bone Spirit race. The attitude of the major dark races towards that divine artifact was obvious. I wonder to what extent they can unleash the power of the blood god's blade. Gura took a deep breath and calmed himself down while coldly watching everything. After all, the blood-red saber in front of him was not the real blood god's blade. The real body of that divine weapon had yet to descend. After all, it was just a phantom. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was an imitation. If the blood-red saber in front of him had a trace of the blood god's blade's charm, it would be as powerful as the blood race's demon lords. That was why Gura was able to calm down so quickly and was not really scared out of his wits. If the real blood god's blade had descended, he might not even be able to escape. Just a trace of the divine power emitted by the other party was enough to destroy him. Blood god's blade. Hearing Gura's words, Demon Lord Xinyan's eyes suddenly focused. He had never heard of this divine weapon, but since it was named after the blood god, it was enough to show how terrifying this blood-red saber was. Gura saw the change in his expression and sneered in his heart. So what if he heard it? If the blood race summoned the projection of that divine weapon, the radiant universe could only resist it head-on. There was no other way to break it. On the contrary, it also hoped that the other party would pay enough attention to the blood god's blade after hearing its name and launch a corresponding attack, such as the 10 mechanical balls. As for the power of the 10 mechanical balls, it was a little unclear. It was just right for the blood race to take a look. This way, the Bone Spirit race could fish in troubled waters. Gura never gave up the idea of sneaking in. This old bastard was ready to fight until the end. What kind of method is this? The Star Mechanic King looked up with a solemn expression. This method was even more terrifying than the 12 blood-red beasts from before. At this moment, Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat when he heard the voice of the blood god clone. His pupils constricted, and he muttered to himself, "Blood god's blade? It seems that the blood race is going all out this time." He did not expect that the appearance of the sky ball would make the blood race pay so much attention to it. He thought that he could still accumulate strength for a while, but in the end, the other party directly used a big move when the first attack failed. Then, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Blood god's blade, this was the first time he had heard of this divine artifact. Previously, he had heard of the blood god punishment axe from the bloodthirsty demon Venerable. It was rumored that it was a divine artifact controlled by the blood god. Now, another divine artifact had appeared. Wang Ting could not help but be a little curious. How strong was the legendary blood god? He could control so many divine artifacts. Not to mention the blood god godly grail, the blood god punishment axe mentioned by the bloodthirsty demon Venerable and the blood god's blade were undoubtedly extremely powerful divine artifacts. This could be seen from the power of the blood god axe and the blood god's blade projection. The blood race summoned the blood god's blade projection. I wonder if the sky ball can block it. Wang Ting looked at the 10 mechanical balls behind him worriedly. These 10 sky ball had only appeared for a short time, and the energy they accumulated might not be enough. He could not help but look at the Star Mechanic King. The other party's expression made his heart skip a beat. The machinery race did not seem to have much confidence either. That was right. After all, that was the blood god's blade projection. Just the aura it was emitting at this moment was already very terrifying. Who could guarantee that they would be able to defeat it? For a moment, Wang Ting's heart became more serious. Whether or not he could defeat the blood races, 12 blood spirit bodies, depended on this attack. Although he had already thought of tricking the other party, the prerequisite was that the machinery race's methods could block it for a while. If they could not even block one attack, then no matter how strong his methods were, he would not be able to use them. Forget it. No matter what, let's prepare first. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. Without thinking too much, he immediately contacted the blood god avatar and prepared to trick the blood race. Wang Ting, leave this area immediately. At this moment, the Star Mechanic King's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Wang Ting was slightly stunned. He could not help but turn his head and see that the Star Mechanic King had already turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the mechanical balls. He immediately realized that the machinery race was going to completely activate the space-based ball. Without hesitation, Wang Ting immediately rode the red lightning eagle and rushed away, leaving this area. This place was right between the space-based ball and the blood god altar. If he stayed here, it was equivalent to being attacked by both sides in a straight line. Wang Ting could still withstand that kind of attack just now. Now that both sides were going to start a war, no matter how bold he was, he did not dare to stay here any longer. He quickly escaped as far as he could without any hesitation. The Star Mechanic King had no time to care about Wang Ting at this moment. He had just received the voice transmission from Asius the Knight, and he immediately wanted to join the control of the space-based ball. The space-based ball needed an immortal knight of the machinery race and several immortal existences to control it together to unleash enough power. An immortal knight of the machinery race was the prerequisite. Otherwise, the space-based ball could not be activated at all. And several immortal existences of the machinery race were related to the power of the space-based ball. In theory, other than an immortal knight, a total of 9 immortal existences were needed to unleash the power of the space-based ball to the maximum. At this moment, the machinery race obviously felt the pressure, so they mobilized all the immortal existences on this battlefield to control the space-based ball together. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. He looked at the back of the Star Mechanic King and the 10 space-based balls at the same time. If he remembered correctly, the Star Mechanic King should not be the only machinery race being in the Lanji Void Fortress. Back then, in order to find out what Bonehead had done to the Lanji Void Fortress, he had checked the entire Lanji Void Fortress and found several machinery race beings during that time. Most of those machinery race beings had reached the immortal level. However, on the battlefield just now, Wang Ting only saw 2 or 3 machinery race beings. He did not see all the machinery race beings in the Lanji Void Fortress. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the void vibrated. 3 streams of light came from the void far away. Their target was the space-based balls. They were the immortal existences of the machinery race. Obviously, other than the Star Mechanic King, these 3 machinery race beings had also received orders to control the space-based balls. This scene made many dark apparitions come back to their senses. Stop them! Loud shouts came from all directions, reverberating in the void. Although these dark apparitions did not know what the immortal existences of the machinery race were doing, they knew it had something to do with the 10 space-based balls. Therefore, they naturally could not watch the 3 immortal existences of the machinery race reach the location of the 10 space-based balls without doing anything. Boom! 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 The 3 dark apparition demon venerables attacked. One of them was a sheep-headed demon. It held a battle sword in its hand. Dark red force erupted from its body like a volcano eruption, and a scorching aura spread out. Magma-like force swirled around its body and condensed into a dark red sword. Ray on its battle sword. The sword ray was hundreds of meters long and looked like it was condensed from real magma. Liquid-like flames flowed in the blade and turned into black and red runes. It was very strange. The second demon lord was a dark apparition from the giant demon race. Its body was bloated and tall, and its whole body was surrounded by black fog. A pair of big hands reached out from the black fog, holding a huge warhammer, and smashed out. The black mist rolled and condensed into a huge giant demon phantom. It also held a huge and ferocious battle hammer in its hand and smashed it down at the same time. Black runes appeared on the battle hammer phantom and connected with each other, turning into a chain of runes. It emitted a dark and evil aura. The third demon venerable was from the inert fog race. It was covered in black mist. The black mist was not ordinary mist, but the inert fog race's inert demon mist. Roar, an angry roar came from the black mist. Immediately after, the dense sloth demon fog suddenly rolled violently and spread in all directions, and an extremely dense sloth demon intent instantly filled the air. Many martial artists from the Holy Light universe and the surroundings were unknowingly affected. Their faces showed signs of laziness, and they completely lost their fighting spirit. However, this sense of laziness was not only targeted at the martial artists from the Holy Light universe. Even the dark apparitions from other dark races were affected and lost their fighting spirit. This gave the martial artists from the Holy Light universe a chance to catch their breath. At least they would not be ambushed. Damn the inert fog race. Many dark apparitions in the distance saw this scene and could not help but curse. However, they only dared to curse in their hearts and did not dare to say it out loud. The other party was a demon venerable, and they could not afford to offend it. Roar, at this moment, an even louder roar was heard. Everyone could not help but turn to look. They saw that the inert demon mist had condensed and turned into a huge and numb face. That face was very strange. It was formed by countless tiny faces gathered together, and these faces were also expressionless, filled with numbness. Many people found that just by looking at that face, they could not help but feel lazy. They could not control themselves at all. Only some warriors with strong willpower could pull themselves out in time. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all looked away to avoid being affected by that huge face again. Not good. At this moment, the immortals from the Holy Light universe also reacted and rushed toward the three demon venerable dark apparitions. This move was truly like pulling a hair and affecting the whole body. The other demon venerables also unleashed their attacks toward the immortals from the Holy Light universe. The chaotic battle broke out again. Only the Star Mechanic Emperor had no one stopping him at this moment because he was an Emperor Immortal. Ordinary dark apparitions were no match for him at all. Naturally, they did not dare to find trouble with him. Moreover, Emperor Immortals were very fast. Ordinary dark apparitions could not catch up at all. Therefore, the Star Mechanic Emperor reached one of the sky balls very smoothly. However, when he looked back, he could not help but frown. The three immortals from the automaton race were stopped. The three demon venerable dark apparitions that attacked first were undoubtedly powerful existences among the lower demon venerables. Their methods were amazing, and it was not easy to escape from them. There's no time. The Star Mechanic Emperor turned to look at the blood-colored blade again. His expression was ugly, and he was extremely anxious. Seeing that the blood-colored blade was about to finish gathering energy, and they had not condensed an attack yet, how could they stop the other party? On the other side, Starfall Knight also noticed this urgent situation. His expression changed slightly, and his thoughts turned quickly. At this moment, he was being held back by Gula Demon Venerable. It was obviously impossible for him to go over and help. He could only think of another way. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Wang Ting. A loud shout suddenly sounded and directly entered Wang Ting's mind. I got it. Wang Ting was helpless, but he also knew that time was pressing. He immediately said seriously, I'll do it now. There's only one chance. Senior, please tell them. He was solemn and did not dare to be negligent. Stopping three demon venerables at the same time was not much easier than stopping a middle demon venerable. Starfall Knight really thought highly of him. After complaining in his heart, Wang Ting immediately mobilized the time power in his body and swept it toward the void. The space power also erupted. He did not know if the time power alone was enough, so he used the space power as well. At the same time, his spiritual telekinesis swept out and swept across the space cracks in the void, picking up the space and time attribute bubbles. Time asterisk 300 time asterisk 200 time asterisk 500, space asterisk 1200 space asterisk 1500 space asterisk 2000. Suddenly, one by one, the time and space attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body. This time, he was completely focused on picking up, so what he picked up were basically these two attribute bubbles. Although there were other attribute bubbles, there were not many, and he was not in the mood to pay attention to them at this time. Boom! Suddenly, Wang Ting's body shook, and a majestic strange power emerged out of thin air, flowing through his limbs and bones, causing his body to transform and sublimate. The time power had broken through to stage 3, end of chapter. The power of time had broken through and reached stage 3. Previously, Wang Ting had picked up a large amount of time attribute at the Ironworks Fortress's defensive line, allowing his body of time to reach the peak of stage 2. He was only 5,000 attribute points away from breaking through. This time, he picked up a lot of time attribute points. This void was about to be destroyed by the light universe and dark apparitions. Naturally, a lot of time and space attribute points were dropped. Therefore, his remaining 5,000 time attribute points were instantly collected. Therefore, Wang Ting's body of time was able to break through to stage 3 in an instant. A pleasant surprise. This was indeed a pleasant surprise, since his body of time had broken through to stage 3, the power of time that he could use had naturally reached stage 3 as well. In that case, he was even more confident in dealing with the 3 demon lords. Not to mention, his body of time attribute was still skyrocketing at this moment. In just a moment, the transformation in Wang Ting's body was completed. A mysterious enlightenment was born in his mind. He couldn't help but look at the attribute panel. Body of time 120000/300000, stage 3, so many. Wang Ting was shocked. 120,000 attribute points. This was more than 1/3 of the attribute points at stage 3. He didn't expect to pick up so many attribute points at once. However, he had finally reached stage 3. It was really not easy. It had been a long time since he first obtained the time attribute, but it was still stuck at stage 2. This attribute was harder to improve than the space and magnetism attributes. However, he didn't have much time to think about this. Wang Ting immediately retracted his thoughts and looked at the 3 devil lords in the distance. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips. I'll let you experience the power of my stage 3 power of time. I'll reluctantly give it to you for the first time. Boom! With this thought, he directly unleashed all the time attribute points in his body. Under the effect of the space attribute points, he directly appeared in the void around the 3 demon lords. What kind of power is this? The 3 demon lords immediately sensed that something was wrong, and their expressions changed slightly. However, before they could think about it, there was a sudden change. Silently, the void around the 3 demon lords was imprisoned. Even their explosive attacks were instantly stagnated on the spot, unable to move forward. It was as if the time in the void had been paused. Although the 3 demon lords were imprisoned, their eyes could still see the situation outside. In their eyes, everything in the outside world was normal. Everyone was moving, but the 3 of them were unable to move. It was as if they had been completely separated from the real world and were now independent of the real world. Instantly, the 3 dark apparitions were overwhelmed with shock. They were existences at the level of demon supremacies. How was it possible? That they were being imprisoned? Who was the culprit? Could it be that there was an immortal venerable in the light universe? All of a sudden, the 3 demon venerable dark apparitions felt their scalps go numb, and a chill ran down their spines. Wang Ting did not know what the 3 demon lords were thinking. At that moment, the time attribute points in his body were rapidly depleting, and he could not hold on for long. He immediately shouted, "Quick!" The 3 immortal venerables from the automaton race had already received Starfall Knight's voice transmission. They were initially puzzled, wondering if Starfall Knight was going to attack. However, after hearing Wang Ting's voice transmission, how could they not understand that the culprit was not Starfall Knight but this young prodigy? The 3 immortal venerables from the automaton race were shocked. However, they did not hesitate and immediately rushed toward the sky baseball. What's going on? The other dark apparition demon venerables were stunned. Why did the 3 demon lords suddenly stop moving? How could they let the 3 immortal venerables from the automaton race pass through so easily? What the hell? It was as if they were frozen in time. All of the devilish lords were able to immediately identify that something was amiss, but they didn't know what was going on, and all of them wore bewildered looks on their faces. "Sax, what are you doing?" One of the demon lords suddenly shouted. Sax was the name of the goat-headed demon lord from the dark abyss. Unfortunately, the other party could not respond. They've been imprisoned. The expressions of the remaining demon lords changed slightly as they sensed something. They did not have time to talk nonsense and immediately attacked, wanting to stop the three immortal venerables from the automaton race. However, it was impossible. The other immortal venerables from the light universe were not to be trifled with. Although these immortal venerables from the light universe were also very surprised, they did not understand what was going on. However, the current situation was obviously in their favor. How could they allow the dark abyss to destroy it? That is, only Gong Yangyu's eyes flashed. He seemed to have thought of something. This situation gave him a sense of familiarity. He had seen a similar situation when he was at the Ironforge Fortress defense line. However, he was even more shocked now. 3 demon lords were imprisoned at the same time. Although they were only lower demon lords, their bodies were completely imprisoned. They could not move at all. Moreover, it lasted longer than before. He could not help but glance at a certain spot in the void from the corner of his eyes. Over there, a young man was struggling to hold on. On his angular face, his complexion was turning pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Unconsciously, Gong Yangyu's mood became extremely complicated. That guy, on the other side, Starfall Knight's eyes flashed. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Ting did not disappoint him. Huh? Gula Demon Lord narrowed his eyes and stared at the void. He stared at the 3 demon lords as if he wanted to see something. However, the power was too hidden and mysterious. He was too far away and could not see through it. This immortal venerables from the automaton race seemed to know something? It's a technique from the light universe. He looked at Starfall Knight again. The other party's emotions had obviously changed. Although it was very weak, Gula Demon Lord still sensed it. He was very anxious just now, but now he seemed to be relieved. Obviously, the other party knew something. On the Blood God altar, Crimson Blood Demon Lord's eyes narrowed. He was filled with hatred. He could tell that this was definitely a technique from the light universe. It was exactly the same. This scene was exactly the same as what happened at the Ironforge Fortress defense line. Who else could it be if it was not that kid? On one of the sky balls, the Star Mechanic Emperor was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. Who could actually imprison 3 demon lords at the same time? Just as everyone was having different thoughts, the situation in the void was completely reversed. Just now, the immortal venerables from the light universe were being held back. Now, it was the demon lords who were being held back. Those demon lords were helpless and could only watch the 3 immortal venerables from the automaton race leave. Wang Ting finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. He immediately retracted the power of time. Imprisoning 3 demon lords at the same time, this was really not something a human could do. Consuming the power of time was secondary. The consumption of life origin and soul origin was the real deal. Especially after the body of time reached the 3rd stage, this consumption was even more terrifying. Empty. Empty, Wang Ting felt that his entire body was hollowed out. The moment he retracted the power of time, he staggered and almost lost his balance. Too scary, really too scary. This power of time was even scarier than the demoness. It was not something an ordinary person could bear. Wang Ting, are you okay? Feng Jin and Fu Shuyuan, who were behind Wang Ting, immediately noticed Wang Ting's abnormality and hurriedly stepped forward to support his body. Gung Haoge's face twitched. He admitted that he was a little sore. This kid just staggered a little, but the 2 beauties were so nervous as if something big had happened. Was it necessary? Was it necessary? No matter what, they were still Sector Lord level prodigies. Were they not reserved at all? Please restrain yourself. I can't bear to watch this. Li Shuasong was fine. He admired Wang Ting. Seeing Wang Ting's problem, he could not help but feel a little nervous. I'm fine. I just consumed a lot of energy. I'll be fine after some recovery. Wang Ting was a little surprised. He did not expect Feng Jin and Fu Shuyuan to come forward to support him. He almost forgot that these prodigies were behind him. Your face is so pale. Feng Jin bit her lips, and a trace of worry appeared in her eyes. She wanted to say something but stopped. This was not as simple as consuming a lot of energy. It was as if he was completely drained. There was no color on his face at all. She had never seen Wang Ting in such a state. Even when Wang Ting purified the power of darkness in the entire Tianzhu star, he was not so empty and tired. Fu Shuyuan also noticed Wang Ting's state. She put a hand on his wrist and felt it slightly. She was shocked and said, "How did you consume so much of your origin energy?" "It's okay. I'll recover soon." Wang Ting smiled and waved his hand. "Don't force yourself." Fu Shuyuan pressed his hand, and a soft look flashed in her eyes. This Starry Sky Academy junior obviously did not have to risk his life. He was just a domain lord-level cultivator, but he had to bear a responsibility that he should not bear in this realm. This was very unfair to him. Moreover, he was a top prodigy, more outstanding than sector lord-level geniuses like them. Which prodigy was willing to sacrifice his life like this? She and Feng Jin immediately helped Wang Ting sit down, looking very careful, as if they were afraid that he would bump into something. Wang Ting was a little speechless. Did these two women misunderstand something? Although he was a little weak now, he was not going to die soon. But looking at the two women, he knew that it was useless to explain, so he simply did not explain. His eyes swept across the void, and his spiritual force swept out again to pick up the attribute bubbles. The other attributes were not important for the time being, but he had to pick up the life source and soul source attributes first. This feeling of emptiness was really uncomfortable. The reason why he dared to use the power of time so unscrupulously was that he knew that this battlefield would definitely have a lot of life source and soul source attributes. If he consumed them, he could just pick them up again. One by one, the attribute bubbles gathered. His life source and soul source attributes were really replenished, and the feeling of emptiness in his body quickly dissipated. But in order to not attract too much attention, he decided to be weak for a while. Although almost everyone now guessed that his endurance was amazing and that he could quickly recover his energy, it would not be a good thing if outsiders knew that he recovered too quickly. So he still had to pretend. This was definitely not for the sake of the two women beside him. It had nothing to do with this at all. Roar! 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 Just as Wang Ting was absorbing the attribute bubbles, the three demon sovereigns had already regained their freedom from imprisonment. They reacted and roared one after another. Although they had not been imprisoned for long, and could even be said to be very short, that feeling made them walk in despair, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. As demon sovereigns, when had they ever fallen into such a desperate situation? They originally thought that an immortal sovereign had attacked them, but now that they were free and no one was attacking them, they immediately understood that there was no immortal sovereign at all. An indescribable feeling of anger arose in their hearts. The three demon sovereigns felt that they had been deceived. If they had reacted earlier, would they not have dared to resist? This was simply too embarrassing. Unfortunately, no matter how frantically they looked for the person who attacked them, they could not find him. The power just now had completely disappeared, and there was no trace of it at all. Wang Ting looked at the three demon sovereigns from afar. He controlled the divine armament Crimson Lightning Eagle and brought Feng Jin and the others to the side, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. The three dark demon sovereigns seemed to have gone crazy. It seemed that the attack just now had scared them quite a bit. They were definitely so embarrassed that they had turned into bones. Let's hide for now. He was not a reckless person. When it was time to attack, he would attack, and when it was time to retreat, he would retreat. At this moment, there was no point in fighting them head-on. He still needed to save some energy to trick the blood breeds. Gong Yangyu looked at the three demon sovereigns' furious expressions and could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. If these three demon sovereigns knew that Wang Ting had used the same method to kill two demon sovereigns at the Ironforge Fortress defense line, would they still be so angry? They should be thankful for that. If it were not for the fact that the three automaton immortals could reach the 10 mechanical balls smoothly, they would not have been able to escape death. The three demon sovereigns did not know that they had almost died. They were even more furious because they could not find the culprit. Seeing the three automaton immortals had already landed on the mechanical balls, a sense of grievance rose from the bottom of their hearts. Rumble, at this moment, the blood-colored battle blade seemed to have reached its peak. the blade released a dazzling and dense blood-colored light. Blood-colored ribbons wrapped around the battle blade, and countless blood-colored runes manifested. Before the blade was slashed out, dense cracks had already appeared in the surrounding void, spreading out like a spider web. It was as though the void could not withstand the power of the battle blade. Not good. All the Light Universe's warriors' expressions changed. The automaton immortals had just arrived, but the battle blade of the blood breeds had already finished condensing. Was it too late? Blood God Blade, slash. A dignified and cold roar abruptly rang out in the void. Rumble, the enormous blood-colored battle blade finally slashed down. The void cracked, and a ferocious spatial crack appeared. It crossed the void and went straight for the 10 mechanical balls. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Their hearts were tense to the extreme, and they quickly looked at the 10 space-based balls. Even Wangting, Starfall Knight, and the others were no exception. They all looked at the space-based balls. Wang! 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 All of a sudden, buzzing sounds erupted from the 10 space-based spheres. All the automaton immortals, including the Star Mechanic Emperor, disappeared from the space-based balls. No one knew how many immortals the automaton race had mobilized. In an instant, the 10 space-based balls changed their positions. The space-based ball formed by the tip of the Langivoid fortress was in the center, and the other 9 space-based balls surrounded it, forming a huge ring. Wang! Then, an even more intense buzzing sound was heard. The void trembled, and an invisible domain spread out from the ring formed by the space-based balls. It swept across the void, making everyone feel the existence of this domain. They were all enveloped in it. At this moment, the blood-colored battle blade seemed to have crossed a large area of the void in an instant. Before anyone could react, it had already arrived above the ring formed by the space-based balls and slashed down. Rumble! The next moment, the sword slashed the 10 space-based balls under everyone's horrified gazes. Was it still too late? All the martial artists from the Light Universe suddenly turned pale. Their eyes were filled with horror as they stared blankly at the blood-colored saber that had landed on the sky balls. Even the immortal-level existences turned pale, and their eyes trembled violently. They had tried their best to stall the dark apparition demon venerables, but this was the result. How could they accept it? At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with despair. On the contrary, the dark apparitions on the battlefield were ecstatic. Their eyes were filled with evil and madness as they glared at the martial artists from the Light Universe. After this attack, it would be time for them to hunt. After that, no one could stop them. Roar! 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 The dark apparitions roared excitedly. Their roars reverberated in the void, making the place look like a mad demon. The martial artists from the Light Universe looked even more upset. On the back of the divine armament Crimson Lightning Eagle, Wangting's heart sank as he stared at the 10 sky balls. Could it be that they really couldn't stop it? If that was the case, he might have to run away. If he couldn't even stop the final attack of the machinery race, what was the point of fighting? It was better to run away as soon as possible. He was only a territorial master. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't change anything under such circumstances. If things go south later, we'll get ready to run away. Therefore, Wangting didn't hesitate and immediately transmitted his voice to Feng Jin and Fu Shuyuan. Feng Jin and Fu Shuyuan were also looking into the distance in horror. At this moment, they were slightly stunned, and their expressions became strange. Was it really good to talk about running away now? They were clearly the young prodigies who had contributed the most on this battlefield, but now they were talking about running away without hesitation. The contrast was so great that they couldn't accept it for a while. Wangting didn't explain much. The reason why he reminded them was that they cared about him so much. If they really ran away when the time came, they wouldn't be ready. Although it didn't seem to make much of a difference whether they were prepared or not, in fact, the difference was huge. Life and death were often decided in an instant. However, dong. At this moment, a deafening dull sound suddenly came from the collision between the blood-colored saber and the sky balls. This sound was undoubtedly abnormal. It was as if he had struck a blunt object. It was clearly different from what everyone had imagined. All the Light Universe's martial artists and dark apparitions were slightly stunned. They looked at the place where the crimson saber collided with the sky baseball. Eh? A soft sound of surprise suddenly came from Wang Ting. The blood-red blade didn't actually land on the sky baseball. It hovered a few dozen meters above the sky baseball, as if it was being held by an invisible hand. It couldn't descend any further. A distance of tens of meters was not considered short, but it was insignificant for the sky base sphere and the blood-red saber. In addition, the glaring bloody light that erupted from the blood-red saber blocked their vision, so no one noticed the abnormality immediately. It seems that we don't have to run anymore, Wang Ting said to Feng Jin and Fu Shuyuan. The two women were speechless once more. He blocked it? The martial artists of the light universe came to their senses, and their eyes lit up. That was the light of hope. They still had a glimmer of hope. On the blood god altar, the demon sovereigns of the blood clan were shocked to see this scene. How could it be possible that the demon sovereigns were blocked? It was blocked. In the distance, Demon Master Gula's eyes flashed, and his heart sank. The light universe's luck is really good. They managed to block it at the last moment. However, were the 10 mechanical balls of the automaton race really that powerful? There was no doubt that the Blood Clan's Blood God Saber projection was powerful. Being able to block it was enough to show that the 10 mechanical balls were extraordinary. Humph. You want to block my Blood God Saber? You're not qualified. The bloodthirsty Demon Master was full of confidence in this attack. He snorted coldly, and his arrogant and cold voice suddenly sounded. Boom! The next moment, a powerful force erupted from the 12 crimson giant phantoms. The crimson saber seemed to have been injected with unparalleled power. Endless crimson runes erupted, wrapped around the saber ray, and pressed down on the 10 sky baseballs. The void trembled and was directly torn apart by the terrifying saber ray. Countless space cracks appeared. Ka-ka-ka, an unbearable sound came from the void. The domain condensed by the 10 sky baseballs shook violently, as if it could not withstand the saber ray and was about to collapse. Metamagnet Divine Ray. A calm and emotionless voice came from the sky baseball. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling and holy white light burst out from the sky baseballs. It was like a strange light between heaven and earth, dazzling and illuminating the void. Swish, then, a ray of light like a peerless divine saber or a supreme sacred sword swept out from the sky baseballs. Clang! At that moment, the sound of metal colliding resounded through the entire void. Everyone looked over with wide eyes, only to see that the dazzling ray of light blocked the crimson saber and was not shattered. Countless dazzling white runes lingered around the divine ray, colliding with the crimson runes on the crimson saber. Both were born and destroyed, and both were trying to destroy the other. Runes collapsed one after another, but they reappeared. It was very miraculous. Both sides seemed to be evenly matched. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. What? The Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy and the other Blood Tribe Demon Supremacies looked terrible as they stared at the divine ray that suddenly appeared. A ray of light blocked their crimson saber projection. How could they not be shocked? How could they accept it? So powerful. What's that ray of light? Metamagnet Divine Ray. I think I heard this name just now. It's indeed called Metamagnet Divine Ray. I wonder if it's a power formed by the fusion of metamagnet power and light power. So this is the power of the 10 mechanical balls. The mechanical tribe's means are really shocking. Many light universes martial artists stared at the white divine ray with their mouths agape. They were extremely shocked. A series of exclamations followed. On the other side, all the dark apparitions retreated in horror. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. It was just a ray of light, but it was so terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the ordinary light power. They didn't dare to get too close. What a terrifying divine ray. I feel like my entire body will collapse if I'm hit by it, an upper-rank demon emperor level dark apparition from the Armored Devil clan murmured in shock. One had to know that the defense of the Armored Devil clan was extremely terrifying. But now, they were so afraid of the godly light. It was hard to believe. Run. Don't let that ray hit you. Some dark apparitions were scared out of their wits. They abandoned the light universe's martial artists who were fighting and turned to flee. The light universe's martial artists were dumbfounded. Metamagnet Divine Ray. This is the power of the 10 mechanical balls. Demon Supremacy Gula narrowed his eyes and looked at the divine ray with some fear. He felt a strong threat from the metamagnet divine ray. Even an upper-rank demon supremacy like him would be in danger of dying if he was hit. And it was very likely. Venerable Xingyan's eyes lit up as he stared at the battlefield. Victory or defeat depended on this. What metamagnet divine ray? Shatter it all. Murderous blood demon supremacy roared. His eyes were extremely cold, and blood like red light flowed out of them. Boom, the blood-red battle saber slashed wildly. Endless blood-red light turned into saber lights and exploded. Strange blood-like runes imprinted with blood emitted powerful fluctuations and bombarded the divine ray. However, they still couldn't shake the divine ray. At this moment, a dazzling light spread out from the sky foundation sphere. It was either in the shape of a ribbon, or in the shape of an arc, or in the shape of a curtain, or in the shape of a radial. It was very magical. It enveloped the void and swept out in all directions. A large number of blood-red saber lights and blood-red runes collapsed and exploded in the void. Roar. No. Ah, save me. Angry roars suddenly sounded, followed by a series of extremely abrupt chi-chi sounds. The dark apparitions were directly wiped out and disappeared in this void as if they had never appeared. The light universe's martial artists widened their eyes. They couldn't react in time. What's going on? Why did these dark apparitions suddenly disappear? This scene was too sudden. Moreover, the dark apparitions were wiped out too quickly. No wonder they couldn't react in time. However, as more and more dark apparitions died, the light universe's martial artists finally regained their senses. They looked at the strange rays of light in horror. These rays of light wiped out the dark apparitions. An extremely strong sense of fear suddenly appeared in their hearts. These rays of light wouldn't wipe them out too, right? After all, many of the rays of light were very close to them. Some were even only a dozen meters away. If they accidentally bumped into them, wouldn't they be wiped out like the dark apparitions? Many people didn't dare to move at all. On the other side, Wang Ting also saw this scene. His eyes flashed, and he was a little surprised. There seemed to be something that he didn't know about. That metamagnet divine ray could actually wipe out the dark apparitions with precision. How did it do that? A strong sense of curiosity suddenly appeared in his heart. However, this was obviously not the time to delve into this matter. He immediately looked at the crimson saber and the sky baseball in the distance. That was where the final battle would take place. No matter how many low-level dark apparitions were wiped out, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Moreover, the dark apparitions above the lower demon emperor level were not wiped out. After all, those rays of light just now were just the afterglow. The real target of the metamagnet divine ray was still the crimson saber. Clang! 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 Sounds of metal colliding constantly came from the crimson saber. Both sides were in a stalemate. It was extremely intense. The surrounding battlefield shattered like a mirror and was about to collapse into nothingness. Damn it! The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable was getting more and more furious. They had used all their strength to summon the Blood Ancestor Spirit and finally used the Blood God Saber. Now, it was blocked by the Light Universe. This was a huge blow to the Blood Clan. Not only him, but the other Blood Clan Demon Venerables also couldn't accept this. Blood extinction, absorb as much origin blood as you can. The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable immediately ordered coldly. Yes. The Blood God Doppelganger replied. He didn't refuse, and he couldn't refuse. At this moment, the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable was completely engulfed by anger and could only obey its will. Roar! On the Blood God altar, the Blood Kuan Phantom did not disappear. At this moment, it roared again. A large amount of origin blood gathered from the void and poured into the Blood Kuan's big mouth like rivers flowing into the sea. It disappeared as if it was being swallowed. However, in the next moment, a large amount of blood fog appeared on the Blood God altar. Dense blood light erupted again. The blood fog and blood light rushed toward the 12 crimson giant phantoms and merged into their bodies. Boom! 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 The 12 demon venerables trembled. Dazzling blood light burst out from their bodies again. It soared into the sky and merged into their own blood light pillars. Rumble! the void shook violently. At this moment, a strange scene appeared on the crimson saber. It seemed to be a sea of blood, however, it was not an ordinary sea. This sea of blood was completely different from the vast sea of blood from before. Although it was not as vast as the previous one, it was above it. Runes appeared in the sea of blood. They were so dense that it was impossible to count them. Even with the calculation ability of an immortal venerable, it was impossible to do so. That's the Sea of Law? Someone exclaimed. He could no longer suppress the shock and horror in his heart. This was an immortal venerable. However, at this moment, he was so shocked that he couldn't calm down at all. Not only him, but the other immortal venerables and demon venerable dark apparitions were the same. At this moment, all of them were shocked. Some could not help but take a few steps back. How is this possible? Venerable Xingyan's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with horror. Demon Venerable Gula was not any worse. A trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Apparently, he did not expect the blood race to be able to summon the Sea of Law. Sea of Law? Wang Ting suddenly stood up from the divine armament Red Lightning Eagle under the shocked gazes of Feng Jin and the others. He looked at the sea of blood runes in shock. The Sea of Law, as the name suggested, it was an ocean formed by the origin source law. The origin source law was extremely rich. It was not something that the origin source law could compare with. It was also not something that the ordinary origin source law could compare with. This was a power that only a true god venerable could summon. After all, such rich origin source law had touched the essence of the world and the origin of the universe. Ordinary warriors could not mobilize it at all. He did not expect the blood god saber summoned by the blood race to be able to mobilize the Sea of Law. Maybe it's time for me to make a move. Whether I succeed or not depends on this wave. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He suddenly made a decision in his heart. It's time to end this. No one can stop the blood race. Sea of Law, suppress. On the other side, a cold roar came from the blood god altar. The Sea of Laws that was covered in runes suddenly pressed down. A supreme divine might immediately descended upon the void, completely shattering the surrounding space and turning it into nothingness. The sound in the void was annihilated. The outside world could not hear it at all. This scene made everyone feel an indescribable shock. There was clearly a violent explosion in the void, and everything was shattered, but no sound came out. It was like a silent drama, giving people an indescribable feeling of shock. Wang Ting's face was solemn. He stared at the area. He was waiting. Waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Light Sea of Law, open. At this moment, another roar came from the sky ball. There was no fluctuation in the voice. It was like a machine, but it triggered a violent reaction. Boom, within the endless divine light, there was an ocean that was filled with dense white runes. It was filled with a holy and holy aura. The light Sea of Law soared into the sky and collided with the blood Sea of Law. Countless runes collapsed and were annihilated. Whether it was the runes manifested by the light origin source law or the runes manifested by the blood origin source law, they were both annihilating each other. Everyone was shocked. The machine race could summon the Sea of Law. Moreover, it was the light Sea of Law. They stared at the area, unwilling to miss any part of the process. Everyone knew that this battle was about to come to an end. It was about to end, therefore, their hearts were tense. They paid close attention to the situation over there, afraid that they would miss the final result. Good, it's my turn. When Wang Ting saw this, a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. The opportunity had come. He immediately mobilized the power of the blood god curse to affect demon sovereign Shui Can. Back then, he and his blood god clone left the blood god curse in demon sovereign Shui Can's body. Now, it was time to detonate this bomb. On the blood god altar, demon sovereign Shui Can was trying his best to control the Sea of Law. Even a demon sovereign like him had to be very serious when controlling the Sea of Law. He did not dare to slack off. Suddenly, something strange happened in his body. The blood god curse erupted. What? Demon sovereign Shui Can was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. However, before he could think about it, the power of the blood god curse had spread throughout his body, causing the power in his body to riot. There was a problem with the 12 blood spirit bodies. The 12 blood spirit bodies required the joint control of 12 demon sovereigns. Moreover, it was a critical moment now. Any problem would be magnified infinitely. Therefore, boom, the Sea of Law summoned by the blood race suddenly went berserk. The power of the origin source law became chaotic. The two seas of law that were in a stalemate immediately lost their balance. The light sea of law summoned by the machine race immediately gained the upper hand. The light origin source law surged toward the blood sea of law, constantly eroding the blood origin source law. Boom. Boom. Boom, blood runes exploded one after another. The sea of laws boiled and quickly collapsed. Terrifying fluctuations swept out in all directions. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in an instant. Boom, in an instant, the sea of blood elemental precepts exploded and was completely submerged by the sea of light precepts summoned by the automaton. Then, endless divine light swept out and bombarded the blood god altar. Roars of shock and anger were heard, but they were instantly drowned out by the terrifying explosion. End of chapter. The sea of law of blood was completely shattered and collapsed on the spot. The endless blood-red runes were drowned by the sea of law of light and were wiped out. A dazzling ray of light swept across the void and collided with the blood god altar. That ray of light was too dazzling. It was full of holy light, as if the god of light had sent down a divine light to purify all the evil and darkness in the world. The aura contained a divine power that could suppress the vast void. Every dark apparition was so shocked that they were speechless. Their bodies were trembling, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts to the top of their heads. This was too terrifying. If they were hit by this ray of light, their bodies would definitely dissipate. There was no chance of survival. The warriors of the light universe were also shocked. The final scene was so terrifying that they never expected it. Moreover, the automaton race's technique was even better than the blood-red battle blade of the Blood Clan. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. What happened just now? Why did the Sea of Law triggered by the Blood Clan suddenly become chaotic? The situation at that time was as if another force had suddenly intervened, but no one could see through it. Even the immortals didn't know what happened at that time. At this moment, the roars of the 12 demon masters were drowned out and disappeared in an instant. However, everyone could still hear the angry roars of unwillingness. Many people finally came back to their senses, and their eyes were filled with ecstasy. They won, the Blood Clan's technique was destroyed. Their unwilling roars reverberated in the void, but they were drowned out. They shouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. What happened just now? Those immortals were surprised and delighted. Their eyes were full of curiosity as they looked at the void. Knight Xingyun was stunned for a moment. His originally solemn expression could no longer be maintained. Even he couldn't see what had happened just now. His heart was filled with doubts. With his eyesight, it wasn't difficult to see that the automaton race's technique wasn't much different from the Blood Clan's technique. Even the Sea of Law of Light of the automaton race was slightly inferior. However, in the blink of an eye, the Sea of Law of the Blood Clan was destroyed. It was too sudden, it caught everyone off guard. Moreover, he couldn't figure out what had happened in such a short time. This made him even more depressed. As an immortal venerable, there were very few things that could stir his emotions and make him so curious. However, this matter was like a brand that was imprinted in his heart, and he could not ignore it. On the other side, Demon Reverend Gula was also a little stunned. The soul fire in his eyes flickered and he felt a little incredulous. The Radiant Universe actually won? Although it had always wanted to sneak in at the last moment, it had never thought that the Universe of Light could win against the Blood Race. The most ideal outcome would be for both sides to be severely injured before it finally made its move. Unfortunately, the situation was now completely ruined. The Radiant Universe had gained the upper hand with an absolute advantage. The Blood Race was probably done for. I wonder what happened just now. Why did the situation that was originally in a deadlock suddenly turn around? It was hard to fathom. Demon Reverend Gula was suddenly a little surprised and doubtful. He no longer dared to underestimate the power of the Radiant Universe. The blood race had displayed the 12 blood spirit bodies and even summoned the shadow of the blood god Saber, but the result was still defeated. This result was enough to explain everything. On the back of the divine armament Red Lightning Eagle, Feng Jin, Fu Shuyuan, Gung Haoge, and the others stared blankly ahead and couldn't help but murmur, "We won? It seems that we won. It seems that we don't have to run away anymore." Wang Ting nodded as if nothing had happened and said with a relieved look. The others were speechless. This guy was still thinking about running away. Was he not afraid of being heard by those immortal rank existences and making things difficult for him? Junior Wang Ting, didn't you consume a lot of energy? Why do you look fine now? Gung Haoge glanced at him and said with a fake smile. Ouch. Wang Ting suddenly staggered and fell down. His face was pale and he looked very weak. Feng Jin and Fu Shuyuan reacted quickly and hurriedly supported the weak, injured person. They were indeed sector lords. Their speed was fast. Wang Ting was very gratified. Gung Haoge, how can you say that about Junior Wang Ting? Don't you see how much he has sacrificed for our radiant universe? Fu Shuyuan turned back and glared at Gung Haoge and said coldly. His previous actions against the gluttony race dark apparitions had already disappointed her greatly. She didn't expect that he would target Wang Ting for no reason now. Wang Ting had saved her life twice in a row. Such an act of biting the hand that fed him made her see Gung Haoge's character thoroughly. She decided to stay away from this person in the future. Previously, she only agreed to cooperate with him because they were both Cosmic Star Academy students. Now, there was no need to continue. An ungrateful person would not be able to turn his back to the other party. Gung Haoge was stunned and his expression changed. He just wanted to let the other party know that Wang Ting seemed to be pretending to enjoy the service of the two beauties. In fact, he was not so weak at all. Wang Ting was very hypocritical. Who would have thought that Fu Shuyuan's reaction would be so big? He saw disappointment and determination on Fu Shuyuan's pretty face. The other party's eyes at this time seemed to have no trace of friendship to speak of. Gung Haoge's heart couldn't help but thump. His face instantly turned pale and he hurriedly said, "Shuyuan, I didn't mean that." Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, Fu Shuyuan had turned her head and ignored him. Gung Haoge's words came to an abrupt end. His face turned green and white and then completely stiffened. There was a trace of dullness in his eyes. Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that something was wrong. He was just pretending to be weak. How did these two fall out? He really didn't have this idea. Gung Haoge's words just now made him a little unhappy. He felt that he had saved this guy twice for nothing. Of course, in fact, Gung Haoge was just helping him out both times. However, even if he saved a dog, he would know how to be grateful. It's as if I, Cha-Cha, deliberately destroyed their relationship. It's all Gung Haoge's fault. Wang Ting couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Gung Haoge must be the scapegoat. Rumble, the deafening roar continued to resound, and the void was vast. The area where the blood god altar was located was torn apart. It couldn't withstand such a terrifying bombardment and completely shattered, turning into a large area of nothingness. The violent power of space swept across the area. All the light universe's martial artists and dark apparitions were paying close attention to the situation there. The expressions on their faces became more and more shocked. Boom. 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 Suddenly, a series of violent booms rang out. Following that, rays of blood-red light shot out and fled in all directions. They want to escape. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He instantly noticed something and his expression changed slightly. Whoosh, however, he wasn't the only one who noticed this. The powerhouses of the automaton race also noticed that something was wrong. The divine metamagnet rays that bombarded the blood god altar instantly scattered and chased after the streaks of bloody light. It seems that the blood race is really at their wits' end. They can only cover their heads and flee. Demon Marshal Gula sneered in his heart. The strange light swept across the void like streaks of sword light and saber light. Chi. 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 The next moment, the divine metamagnet rays caught up with a large amount of bloody light and drowned it. Then, with a burst of chi, the bloody light disappeared without a trace as if it had never appeared. Roar. No. You can't kill us. One day, the blood race will return to the light universe. As the bloody light was annihilated by the divine metamagnet rays, angry roars came from the bloody light. They were full of unwillingness, like the screams of ghosts, and constantly echoed in the void. All the dark apparitions present were silent. The blood race was defeated in the end. And it was a crushing defeat. So many demon marshals had appeared at the same time, but now they had all fled and were wiped out by the terrifying divine light. No one knew if they had successfully escaped in the end. But no matter what, it was not difficult to tell from the mournful and unwilling roars that the blood race had indeed suffered a crushing defeat in this battle. They had become complete losers. Such a crushing defeat made all the dark apparitions present fall into a speechless depression. Even the blood race who had summoned the spirit of the blood ancestor had been defeated. Could they still do anything to the light universe? They seemed to have been completely defeated in this battle. At this moment, as the divine metamagnet rays dispersed, the location of the blood god altar finally revealed its original appearance. The scarlet vortex that was originally in the sky had dissipated and no longer existed. The heart-palpitating pressure had completely disappeared as if it had never appeared. This was not surprising. After all, the blood race's 12 blood spirit bodies had been broken. Without the support of energy, the scarlet vortex naturally disappeared. In addition, without the support of energy, the huge blood Kuan's blood shadow had disappeared without a trace. However, what was truly surprising was that even the blood god altar had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where it had gone. This was unbelievable. The blood god altar was a divine artifact. It was a real object and not a shadow condensed by energy. How could it disappear into thin air? Did that junior of the blood race escape? Demon Marshal Gula suddenly thought of something. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself. Under such circumstances, even a demon lord level existence would find it difficult to escape, so how could a mere domain master level cultivator possibly escape? However, it was rumored that the other party was the controller of the blood god altar. Since the blood god altar had disappeared, the other party had most likely escaped. Of course, it was also possible that the blood god altar had been taken away by the demon marshal of the blood race. These blood race are really tenacious. Demon Marshal Gula sneered in his heart. That genius of the blood race actually escaped? At the same time, Demon Marshal Xingyun was also a little surprised. He had paid attention to the blood god clone at the defense line of the Ironforge fortress and naturally knew that it was extraordinary. Now that the blood god altar had disappeared, he could not help but think of many things. On the back of the divine armament Crimson Lightning Hawk, Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he was slightly relieved. The blood god clone had successfully escaped. He had left the power of space on the blood god clone to help it escape. In the chaotic situation just now, everyone's attention was focused on the demon marshal of the blood race. Naturally, they paid less attention to the blood god clone. In addition, the blood god clone did not appear from the beginning to the end. It was almost completely hidden behind the scenes. The radiant universe paid even less attention to it. Only Demon Marshal Xingyun and the others slightly remembered the existence of the blood god clone, but that was it. They were held back and could not keep an eye on the blood god clone all the time. This gave the blood god clone a chance to escape. Now, everything was going according to Wang Ting's plan. The blood race had been tricked into a miserable end and the radiant universe had secured the victory. The blood god clone had also escaped safely. It could be said that it was quite perfect. Planting a bomb on Demon Marshal Xianxia was the right move. Wang Ting took a deep breath in his heart and calmed himself down. In fact, he was very nervous just now. After all, his operation determined the final outcome. If he failed, he would really have to run away. Everything seemed simple, but if there was a slight mistake, it would not have succeeded. If he and the blood god clone had not been so bold as to attack Demon Marshal Xianxia and successfully take him down, the outcome of today's battle would have been uncertain. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. No one could understand the pressure in his heart. On the surface, he seemed to be a complete outsider. In the terrifying collision just now, he could not intervene at all. No one would have thought that Wang Ting could actually tamper with the collision of the Sea of Laws. Therefore, even powerhouses like Venerable Xingyun and Demon Marshal Gu La did not understand what had just happened. Who would have thought that Wang Ting, who was far away from the battlefield, had quietly decided the final outcome of the collision? It was ridiculous to think about it. Moreover, Feng Jin, Fu Shuyuan, and the others were standing behind Wang Ting. Even they did not notice that Wang Ting had tampered with the battle, so how could the others who were further away know that it was him? Wang Ting did not intend to tell anyone about this. After all, the means he used could not be exposed. Anyway, it was fine as long as he could win. Everything else was not important. No matter what, with the contributions he had made on the battlefield, no one could compare to him. The final outcome would be left to the machinery race. Just as Wang Ting was slightly relieved, Venerable Xingyun immediately followed up with another attack. He looked around and shouted coldly, "Listen up, kill all the dark apparitions present. Don't let any of them go. Victory belongs to us. Kill." Many of the Light Universe's martial artists were shocked when they heard this. A blazing light burst out from their eyes, and they were extremely excited. They charged toward the dark apparitions around them. Kill! 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 Waves of battle cries resounded through the void, almost forming sound waves. Each wave was louder than the previous one, faintly forming a majestic aura. The dark apparitions' faces changed drastically, and their minds were impacted. The Light Universe's martial artists charged toward the dark apparitions with the momentum of victory. In just a short while, many dark apparitions had fallen in their hands. One had to admit that morale was indeed an excellent medicine. It could allow the martial artists to unleash more powerful potential. They were clearly in the same realm and had the same strength, but at this moment, they were able to unleash far more powerful combat power than before. There was a sharp contrast between before and after. Roar! 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 The dark apparitions roared furiously, but they were like trapped beasts. No matter how hard they fought, they could not change the current situation. Only death awaited them. Venerable Xingyun retracted his gaze, looked at Demon Marshal Gu La, and said, "You're going to lose." Kakik, however, Demon Marshal Gu La looked very calm at this time. The soul fire in his eye sockets pulsed slightly, emitting a faint light. There was a touch of unfathomable darkness in his eyes, and a strange sneer sounded abruptly. "What are you laughing at?" Venerable Xingyun couldn't help but frown. There was something wrong with this demon marshal from the Bone Spirit clan. "Do you think you've won?" Demon Marshal Gu La said indifferently. Venerable Xingyun's heart tightened, and he stared at Demon Marshal Gu La. What did he mean? Could it be that the Bone Spirit clan still had some tricks up their sleeves? Not only did the Blood clan come, but there was also the Bone Spirit clan? "Actually, I have to thank the group of trash from the Blood clan for exhausting a lot of your strength," Demon Marshal Gu La suddenly said. Venerable Xingyun's frown deepened, and a sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. He thought that the Bone Spirit clan had used up all their tricks, and the Blood clan was the real enemy. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. "You must be very proud, thinking that victory is in sight." Devil Sovereign Gu La held his forehead with one of his bony hands and laughed again. He was laughing so hard that he was swaying back and forth. His eyes were filled with mockery. "Kakik. I'm just letting you be happy for a while. You really think you're going to win? You're really going to make me laugh to death." Demon Supremacy Gu La's laughter suddenly echoed in the void, and all the Light Universe's martial artists and dark apparitions heard it clearly. This was clearly intentional. Although Guru didn't care about the deaths of the other dark apparitions, he didn't want the people of the Light Universe to be too complacent. As expected, the dark apparitions were both surprised and delighted when they heard this. That's right, they haven't completely lost yet. Even without the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable of the Blood race, there was still Gu La Demon Venerable of the Bone Spirit race. Both of them were Upper Demon Venerables. Who could guarantee that they didn't have the same methods as the Blood race? In an instant, a glimmer of hope rose in the dark apparition's heart. The expressions of the Radiant Universe's martial artists changed slightly, and a trace of bewilderment emerged in their hearts. Why did Demon Venerable Gu La suddenly laugh? Could it be that it still had some tricks up its sleeve? It was no wonder that everyone was behaving this way. The other party was an upper demon venerable, the same realm as the Blood Clan's Crimson Blood demon venerable. Such an expert would definitely have astonishing means, and no one could be sure what other tricks he was hiding. At that moment, everyone came to a realization. From the very beginning, this devilish lord from the bone spirit race hadn't used any powerful techniques at all. He had been contending with Venerable Xingyun the entire time. Thinking of this, everyone's heart could not help but tighten. No matter how one looked at it, this Bone Spirit Clan's archdevil was a real old silver coin. Previously, he didn't make a move. Instead, he let the blood race and the dark apparition take the lead. Now, at the last moment, he decided to make a move. If this wasn't the old silver coin, who was he? Wang Ting's heart sank as he looked at Devil Sovereign Gula. He did not dare to treat the words of an upper demon venerable as a joke. It was impossible for the other party to speak without thinking. Reverend Xingyan's face darkened as he stared coldly at Demon Reverend Gula. However, he did not utter a single word and immediately charged towards Demon Reverend Gula. Up until now, he and Gula Archdevil Venerable had both won and lost. Both of them had injured the other, but the injuries weren't fatal. Furthermore, both of them had methods to heal themselves quickly, so it was difficult for them to truly injure each other. Therefore, until now, no one could do anything to the other. Even so, Supremacy Xingyun did not hesitate at all. He immediately charged toward Demon Exalt Gula. No matter what the other party wanted to do, he had to stop him. The Radiant Universe had finally secured victory, and he would not allow the other party to destroy it. Boom! The golden spear light pierced through the void and instantly appeared in front of Devil Venerable Gula. Unfortunately, it was already prepared for this. Its figure suddenly became illusory, and it turned out to be just an afterimage. No, that wasn't an afterimage. It was just that its body had become illusory, allowing it to evade Venerable Xingyun's attack. Kakik. It's useless. Demon Reverend Gula was still standing in the same spot. He looked at Venerable Xingyun with a mocking gaze as a cold laughter rang out. Venerable Xingyun's eyes narrowed as if he had seen something strange. A trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Just now, the body of the Bone Spirit Clan's archdevil had turned illusory for a moment. Previously, it was only the attacks that appeared illusory. Now, it was able to make its own body appear illusory. It seemed that it had not used its full strength before. If the other party had used such an illusory technique from the start, he wouldn't have been able to hurt the other party at all. This was inconceivable. Even an immortal venerable like him had never seen such a technique that could make one's body appear illusory. It wasn't a flash at an extremely fast speed. Instead, it truly appeared illusory. It was as if the other party had entered another space from this space. After the attack, the other party would return to this space and could switch places at will. This technique was undoubtedly very shocking. Even an immortal venerable would find it difficult to do so. One had to master some kind of secret technique to be able to do so. At this moment, Venerable Xingyun thought of Wang Ting. Even his spatial talent didn't seem to be able to achieve this level. On the other side, Wang Ting's eyes narrowed as he stared at Devil Venerable Gula as if he had seen a ghost. Spatial technique, or some other secret technique? Could it be that this Bone Spirit Clan's Archdevil Venerable also had spatial talent? He was bewildered. In the beginning, he did have some doubts. This was because the other party was able to use the undead ruins, which involved the principles of space. Even though an upper demon venerable could indeed affect space and had some control over the space origin law and other powers, they were still inferior to those with innate talent in space. The undead ruins was a god-tier combat skill. If one didn't have a profound understanding of space law, it was impossible to master it. Wang Ting suddenly felt a little troubled. The unknown always made people feel uneasy, especially when it came from an upper demon venerable. Previously, he was relatively confident about the blood race. After all, he had a deep understanding of the blood race and had a lot of information. However, the Bone Spirit Clan was different. He didn't know much about the Bone Spirit Clan. The only information he had in advance was the undead bone dragon. However, now it seemed that the undead bone dragon was strong, but it was only used as a vanguard. If the undead bone dragon could help them defeat the light universe, it would naturally be the best result. There would be no need to use other trump cards. However, because of Wang Ting's appearance, the undead bone dragon couldn't complete its mission. It was even captured by him and became his spoils of war. It could be said that the Bone Spirit clan's beginning was a little miserable. Everyone thought that the blood race was the main character of this battlefield, and the Bone Spirit clan had been reduced to a foil. They didn't expect Demon Venerable Gula to be the last one. It was clear that he was going to make a comeback. It's about to start. At this time, Demon Venerable Gula's cold voice sounded again. He opened his arms and a strong dark aura suddenly burst out from his body. Boom, black light flashed and endless black fog appeared abruptly in this void. Then, a huge skeleton phantom condensed behind Demon Venerable Gula. He had used this method before. Now, he used it again, but it seemed to be a little different from before. Not to mention other things, his body was much larger, at least 10 times larger than before. The huge skeleton phantom soared into the sky and stood in the void with its arms open. Billowing black fog wrapped around its body and covered a large area of the void. An extremely dense dark and evil aura immediately spread out. Everyone was shocked and stared at the skeleton phantom in horror. What is he trying to do? Venerable Xingyun looked at the scene and frowned. At this moment, Demon Venerable Xingyun couldn't see through Demon Venerable Gula. Dense black fog wrapped around his body and emitted a terrifying dark energy, making his aura hazy. Previously, he could still feel the aura of Demon Venerable Gula, but now, the aura had become extremely illusory and fleeting. Deathbone Ruins. A cold shout came from Devil Venerable Gula's mouth. However, the two voices immediately overlapped because an even more shocking roar came from the skeleton's mouth. Boom, in the next moment, an extreme black light spread out from the skeleton phantom and swept in all directions. Countless black runes were branded in the void, flashing with a strange black light. Dong. Dong. Dong, the void vibrated and made an extremely dull sound. It was as if a terrifying giant had collided with the void. Outside, Venerable Xingyun suddenly raised his head, and his eyes were filled with horror. What was that? This feeling was actually the same as when the Blood Clan summoned the Bloody Vortex. A feeling of suppression spontaneously arose, causing his heart to palpitate. He didn't see anything. It was just an invisible vibration, but it gave him such a terrifying feeling. What kind of means did the Demon Venerable of the Bone Spirit clan use? Deathbone Ruins. Just now, the Demon Venerable of the Bone Spirit clan seemed to have said this name, but he didn't know what it was. Deathbone Ruins. Wang Ting was shocked. Demon Venerable Gula was going to use this method, but it seemed to be a little different from the previous method. He wants to summon the Deathbone Ruins to the Radiant Universe. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and an inconceivable thought emerged. Demon Venerable Gula wanted to summon the Deathbone Ruins to the Radiant Universe. How was this possible? How could Demon Venerable Gula do this alone? Wang Ting had obtained the attribute bubble of the Deathbone Ruins before, so he naturally knew what it was. It was a forbidden area of the Bone Spirit clan, just like the Blood Clan's Immortal Blood Sea. He didn't know if the Blood Clan had any means to mobilize the power of the Immortal Blood Sea. However, the Bone Spirit clan could mobilize the power of the Deathbone Ruins and summon it to this world through the god-level combat skill, the Deathbone Ruins. This was undoubtedly very terrifying. Even if this god-level combat skill could only mobilize a trace of the power of the Deathbone Ruins, it was already very incredible. If it really came, there would be a great horror. This was simply more terrifying than the Blood Clan summoning the Blood Ancestor Spirit. However, just as Wang Ting was puzzled, even the Blood Clan had to gather the power of 12 Demon Venerables to summon the Blood Ancestor Spirit. How could Demon Venerable Gula summon the Deathbone Ruins to this world alone? Boom, the void trembled even more violently, and the dull sound directly turned into a roar that reverberated in the void. Spatial cracks appeared in the void around them, and the range was so wide that it exceeded the battlefield and spread to the void even further away. What kind of power is this? Everyone trembled, and their eyes trembled violently. They couldn't calm down at all. It should be known that this battlefield was so vast that it included a large part of the star sector. However, an invisible impact had caused spatial cracks to appear in this battlefield and even spread to the distant starry sky. It was too terrifying. What kind of power could have such terrifying divine power? Boom, heaven and earth trembled. Suddenly, black thunder appeared in the void, as if it had descended from the highest point. It struck several planets, causing them to explode and turn into dust. What is that? Black thunder? I've never seen this kind of thunder. There seems to be a kind of dark power in that black thunder. It's too far away, so I can only vaguely feel it. It's so scary. It feels like something terrifying is about to descend. Why is this happening? Aren't we going to win? The martial artists of the Holy Light Universe were in an uproar. They looked at the sky in shock, and their hearts were in turmoil. Black demon heavenly thunder. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. It was this kind of tribulation thunder. He had seen this kind of tribulation thunder and even obtained attribute bubbles, so he was no stranger to it. This kind of tribulation thunder was comparable to top-grade purple heavenly thunder, and it also contained the dark power. It was very strange and powerful, and he didn't expect it to appear at this time. Demon Supremacy Gu La's means made him even more dignified. If he could trigger the black demon heavenly thunder, perhaps he could really summon the undead ruins. Rumble, at this moment, more and more black thunder descended, bombarding the surrounding void, causing the void to collapse. The entire void was shattering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a mirror that had been smashed by a sledgehammer, and countless black cracks covered the void. Such a situation was even more terrifying than a collision between an upper-grade demon supremacy and an immortal-grade supremacy. After all, even such an expert couldn't affect such a wide area in an instant. However, even if the void collapsed, the black runes were still imprinted on it, shining with a strange black light, giving people a dazzling feeling. At this moment, the black runes lit up simultaneously. Buzz, a buzzing sound resounded through the void, and then a sudden change occurred. Everyone suddenly widened their eyes and looked at the strange phenomenon that appeared above their heads. They were all dumbfounded, and their hearts were in a daze. They didn't know what to feel. Hiss, Wang Ting gasped, and his heart was filled with shock. Supremacy Xingyan's eyes were filled with shock. And his face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, his face had completely changed, and he couldn't keep calm at all. A huge world suddenly appeared above the void. White bones, it was a strange world that was filled with bones. Such a world had actually appeared above the void, as if it had descended from another void. In an instant, the void where the radiant universe was located shook even more violently, and the white bones world overlapped with the void. The illusory white bones world started to solidify. What is this? White bones world. Is this the technique that the demon supremacy of the Bone Spirit clan cast? It summoned a strange world full of white bones? Impossible. How is this possible? Even the 12 demon supremacies of the Blood Clan couldn't do this. They could only summon an illusory blood sea. How could the demon supremacy of the Bone Spirit clan summon a real world? Everyone was horrified, and they felt their scalps go numb. A bone-piercing chill rose from the bottom of their hearts and rushed to the top of their heads. This scene was too terrifying. Sure enough, it was just as everyone had predicted. A great terror was about to descend. The skeletal ruins, demon supremacy Gula really summoned the skeletal ruins. Wang Ting muttered to himself with a horrified look in his eyes. At this moment, he really had the urge to turn around and run, which was many times stronger than before. It couldn't be any more real. In the face of such a terrifying technique, everything else was meaningless. He could only follow his heart. Run! 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 Someone suddenly screamed, causing many martial artists of the Radiant Universe to panic and involuntarily flee into the distance. This terrifying scene instantly crushed the minds of many martial artists of the Radiant Universe. They had lost their minds and only wanted to run for their lives. They didn't care about anything else at all. This was the first time such a situation had happened since the start of the war. Even when the Blood Clan used the 12 blood spirit bodies, they didn't feel so desperate. Stop. However, at this moment, a loud roar suddenly sounded. It contained a spiritual fluctuation that swept in all directions and entered the ears of every martial artist of the Radiant Universe. Divine sonar wave, this sound was the result of a battle technique. Those who had lost their minds were shocked and couldn't help but stop. Their expressions changed. Apparently, they also noticed that they had lost their composure just now. Then everyone looked in the direction of the sound and found that the person who spoke was actually Wang Ting. On the divine armament Red Lightning Eagle, Wang Ting stood up again under the astonished gaze of Feng Jin and others. However, this time, his face was no longer pale and had completely recovered its ruddy complexion. End of chapter. Wang Ting felt helpless. In fact, he wanted to pretend for a while longer, but the situation did not allow him to continue. Gung Haoge, who was standing behind Wang Ting, shouted in his heart when he saw Wang Ting's current appearance, "He's really pretending. He's really pretending. How could someone recover so quickly? He must be pretending." However, when Gung Haoge looked at Fu Shuyuan's expression, he suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his heart. All his words were stuck in his throat and he could not say anything at all. Fu Shuyuan did not care whether Wang Ting was pretending or not. She just looked at Wang Ting with a worried face and looked gravely at the world of bones that was constantly overlapping with the void. Gung Haoge was probably the only one who still had the mood to pay attention to these messy things. Fortunately, Gung Haoge was not completely blinded by jealousy. He naturally knew that this was not the time to talk about these things, but he could not help it. Wang Ting did not take Gung Haoge's matter to heart at all. He did not care about Gung Haoge's thoughts at all. At this moment, in the face of everyone's gazes, he immediately looked around and said only one sentence. "We can't escape." Just one sentence made everyone's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. However, it also made them realize the reality at the moment. Now that they had regained their rationality, they also knew how irrational they were just now. In the current situation, the more they fled in all directions, the more dangerous it would be. The world of bones covered a wide area and they could not see the end of it at all. How could they escape? If they gathered together, there was still a glimmer of hope. Venerable Xingyun heaved a sigh of relief. He wanted to speak just now, but he did not expect Wang Ting to beat him to it. Moreover, Wang Ting was proficient in spiritual sound wave techniques. Just 2 words were enough to wake everyone up. This technique was much more useful than his. In such a situation, it was not about whose technique was stronger, but whether it was useful or not. Spiritual sound wave techniques were undoubtedly very targeted and could enlighten the apathetic. It could instantly restore one's rationality. "Haha, it seems that you're still sober." Demon Venerable Gu La looked at Wang Ting and said with a faint smile, "You know that you can't escape, so you're ready to give up resisting and wait for death?" Everyone's face turned even uglier when they heard this. That's not it. Wang Ting did not panic in the face of Demon Venerable Gu La's gaze and said with a faint smile, "I just want to see the techniques of the bone spirit race." "Do you think that our light universe is afraid of your race's race? A mere deathbone ruins is enough to make us panic. Are you too naive, or do you think we are too naive?" Lord Gula stared at Wang Ting intently. This fellow's tone was too calm, and he appeared too calm. He couldn't tell if he was really confident or just putting on an act. What was the difference between the two statements? A to A's to B. Was to be. Was there was to be A too. To be A being. More. But he did not show any of these emotions. Wang Ting's words would not only confuse the demon venerable of the bone spirit race, but also restore the confidence of the light universe's martial artists. In any case, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. The only thing they needed to be wary of was whether the demon venerable of the bone spirit race would fly into a rage. After all, Wang Ting's words could sometimes anger people to death. Previously, he had injured the demon venerable of the bone spirit race and it had not upset him. Now, Wang Ting's words had angered him. He had to depend on Wang Ting in this aspect. After this battle, Venerable Xingyun had a better understanding of Wang Ting. He knew that Wang Ting was a black-bellied person and even a little despicable. However, now was not the time to think about this. They might not be able to withstand the means of the demon venerable of the bone spirit race. If they did not have enough strength, it would be useless to waste their breath. Humph. Demon Venerable Gula knew that he could not gain the upper hand with words. He snorted coldly and stared at Wang Ting. "I'd like to see what means the light universe has to withstand the departed bone ruins of my bone spirit race." You must have paid a great price to use the divine metamagnet light. I wonder if you can use it a second time. He sneered, his eyes full of mockery. Rumble. As soon as his voice fell, the void shook violently again. The world of bones above everyone's head suddenly sank. It was between reality and illusion. In an instant, a large area suddenly overlapped with the void in front of him. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at the world of bones that kept falling. A feeling of despair grew in their hearts, as if they were waiting for a death sentence. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. What should we do? Can we really withstand this power? I feel that we will soon be pulled into the world of bones. The warriors of the light universe were still in an uproar. In the face of such a terrifying world, they had no power to resist at all. Gong Yangyu and other immortal rank existences' expressions became extremely solemn. They naturally did not want to sit still and wait for death. After exchanging glances with each other, they instantly unleashed their strength and soared into the sky. Boom! 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 These immortal rank existences tried to affect the space and resist the descent of the world of bones. Under their power, the speed of the world of bones actually slowed down a lot. It works. Gong Yangyu and other immortal rank existences could not help but be overjoyed. They were just trying to make a last resort. They did not expect it to work. This was really a pleasant surprise. Starfall Knight's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Without hesitation, he instantly unleashed his strength. The space origin source law was activated and turned into strange space runes that appeared in the void. It was incomparably dazzling. Boom! The spatial runes erupted with great power, causing the bone world to pause at a visible rate. It was as if an invisible hand was holding it up, preventing it from descending. Space origin source law. Immortal rank venerables are indeed extraordinary. Wang Ting's heart stirred, and his eyes revealed a strange look. However, he did not have much hope for Starfall Knight and others to do what they did. Other than Demon Marshal Gu La, perhaps no one knew the terror of the departed bone ruins better than him. It would not be easy to use the power of space to resist the descent of the departed bone ruins. However, he could not stop Starfall Knight and others. Whether it would work or not, he had to give it a try. Hee. You are the ones who are truly naive if you want to stop the descent of the departed bone ruins. Demon Marshal Gu La sneered, and his tone was full of disdain. Wang Ting's heart thumped as he looked at Demon Marshal Gu La. Boom! 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 Suddenly, rays of black light erupted around the ruins of dead bones, and a dense aura of darkness spread out and descended upon the void. However, the dark aura that erupted from the black light did not seem to descend upon the void. Instead, it seemed to be in another space. That is. Wang Ting's expression changed, and he seemed to have guessed something. From the beginning, he felt that something was amiss. With Demon Marshal Gu La's strength alone, how could he perform such a powerful technique and even turn the departed bone ruins into reality and descend upon the radiant universe? This was unbelievable, and it was not something an upper-ranked Demon Marshal could do alone. Now, everything was clear. This was because Demon Marshal Gu La was not the only Demon Marshal controlling all of this. There were many other Demon Marshals in the world of the departed bone ruins. The black light earlier was the energy that erupted from those Demon Marshals. Obviously, the Bone Spirit clan was prepared. When Supremacy Xingyun and the others saw this scene as well, they instantly understood everything. However, it was too late. With the eruption of the black light, a terrifying energy poured down from the departed bone ruins. It was unstoppable. The energy that erupted from Gong Yangyu and the other immortals was unstoppable and collapsed. The space origin source law that Starfall Knight condensed could not withstand the terrifying energy, and the runes that he manifested shattered. Rumble! In the next moment, the enormous white bone world descended in front of Gong Yangyu, Starfall Knight, and the other immortals. This. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror, and they instinctively wanted to avoid it. However, it was too late. The huge world of bones fell at this moment and completely overlapped with the void. However, to everyone's surprise, the moment the seemingly heavy white bone world completely overlapped, they did not feel the slightest impact. Everyone only felt their vision blur, and after a moment of darkness, the surrounding scene completely changed. The original void had completely turned into a strange world of white bones piled up like mountains. An indescribable sense of death permeated this desolate and terrifying world. It was everywhere, just like hell. Silence, the surroundings suddenly fell into a dead silence. Every Radiant Universe's warrior was speechless. Their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes trembled violently. They were filled with horror, but no one made a sound. All of them fell into a terrifying silence. The departed bone ruins was successfully summoned by Demon Marshal Gula. Wang Ting looked around in shock. Even though he was already mentally prepared when he saw the black light earlier, his heart could not help but turn solemn when he was completely pulled into this forbidden area. The departed bone ruins was the Bone Spirit clan's territory, and it was even a terrifying forbidden land. Who knew what kind of terrifying existence was inside? Now that all the Radiant Universe's warriors had fallen into it, it would be difficult for them to get out. I can only take one step at a time and deal with it as I see fit, Wang Ting muttered to himself. To be honest, he was not sure if he could get out of here, but what could he do? He could not escape or block it. He could only find the weakness of the departed bone ruins from the inside. Or rather, the exit. Now that the departed bone ruins had overlapped with the Radiant Universe's void, what kind of state was it in? However, Wang Ting guessed that this space was definitely not in its original position, which was the Dark World. He even had a bolder guess, which was that Demon Marshal Gula might not have summoned the entire departed bone ruins, and this place might only be a part of it. Wang Ting's eyes flashed rapidly as he looked around. His mind was racing. Woo woo woo, suddenly, a strange whimpering sound was heard, adding a touch of strangeness to this place. Everyone finally came back to their senses and could not help but look around. This was the world of white bones. There were piles of bones everywhere, densely packed together. No one knew what kind of creature they were from, but they had been completely mixed together, making it impossible to distinguish them. However, they could still see some huge complete skeletons in the distance. They seemed to be left behind by some powerful creature after its death and were difficult to destroy, so they remained intact. Wisps of black fog pervaded the skeletons, making the world of white bones appear even darker and stranger. When they saw the world of white bones in the Radiant Universe, they were already shocked enough. Now that they were pulled into it, everyone felt an indescribable sense of shock in their hearts. For a moment, everyone's faces turned extremely pale, and a trace of fear gradually crept onto their faces. What is this place? There are so many bones, they are everywhere. How many creatures were buried in this place? There are so many skeletons here. What a strange feeling, as if something terrifying is hiding around. I keep feeling like something is staring at me. What? You have the same feeling too? You have it too? It's over. Looks like it's not an illusion. I had the same feeling. It's like something is staring at me from every direction. It makes my heart palpitate. All the warriors in the Radiant Universe fell into a state of panic, and even the sector lords were no exception. It was not their fault that their minds were not strong enough. This place was really too strange. Moreover, this was obviously the territory of the dark apparitions. When had they ever fallen into the territory of the dark apparitions? This was completely a first. In comparison, Wang Ting was much calmer. After all, he had been to the Dark World and the Blood Clan's immortal Blood Sea. It was not much worse than this place. In this case, his knowledge had actually surpassed most warriors. Is this the Bone Spirit clan's departed bones ruins? Some dark apparitions of other races also reacted. They looked around with strange expressions in their eyes and whispered in the distance. To them, the Bone Spirit clan's departed bones ruins was also full of mystery. Many dark apparitions had only heard of its name but had never seen its true appearance. Now, they had truly seen the so-called departed bones ruins. I heard that there is a great terror in the departed bones ruins. I wonder what it is. A demon lord level dark apparition from the sheep-headed demon clan suddenly laughed eerily. End of chapter. One by one, the dark apparitions landed on the giant mountain of bones. They were no longer in the void, so they could no longer fly in the air. Moreover, the ruins of bones also made the dark apparitions of various races feel a trace of fear. This trace of fear was especially strong in the sky, as if there was a will here that did not allow them to fly in the sky. Many dark apparitions looked up at the sky, but it was foggy, and they could not see anything clearly. Not only did the fog block their vision, but it also blocked their senses. This made them very disappointed. It was not easy to enter the ruins of bones of the bone spirit race. Many dark apparitions wanted to explore and see what kind of foundation the bone spirit race had. Unfortunately, they could not see anything for the time being. Since Archdevil Guru Gula dared to pull them here, he naturally had absolute confidence and was not afraid that they would pry into the secrets. At this moment, the huge bodies of these dark apparitions stood on the mountain of bones, exuding a powerful and dark aura. It was abnormally terrifying. They retracted their gazes from the world of bones and looked at the light universe's ancient martial art practitioners covetously. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely solemn and dangerous. "Welcome to my race's ruins of bones." At this moment, a cold and majestic voice came from the sky. It was full of indifference, as if a high and mighty god was looking down on all living beings. Everyone could not help but look up. Amidst the hazy mist, a huge figure slowly emerged. Hiss! A series of gasps could be heard. It was actually a huge skeletal bird. When it spread its wings, it seemed to cover the sky. Its size was not much smaller than the dragon of bones from before. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. He stared at this skeletal bird, and his heart sank. Could this be another skeletal creature comparable to the dragon of bones? Just one dragon of bones was enough to make him spend a lot of effort to deal with it. If a few more appeared now, the consequences would be unimaginable. In Wang Ting's opinion, if this skeletal bird was comparable to the dragon of bones, then there were probably more skeletal creatures like this in the ruins of bones. After all, the threat hidden in the dark could not be faked. Not only did the others feel the omnipresent danger, but Wang Ting also felt it. It was not an illusion. It was real. "Now, what other methods do you have?" A sneer filled with mockery suddenly rang out from the head of the skeletal bird. At this moment, everyone realized that there was a figure standing on top of the skeletal bird's head. Who else could it be but Demon Sovereign Gula? It looked down at the warriors of the light universe below with indifferent eyes, as if it was looking at dead things. It was as if in its eyes, the light universe's cultivators below could no longer escape from its grasp. Sooner or later, they would all become a part of the Deathbone ruins. Exalted Starfall and the others were silent. Faced with such a situation, even experts like them were unable to think of a better solution. "What means do I have to let you know?" Wang Ting said indifferently. He didn't want to spoil the other party at all. Whether or not he could win was another matter. In any case, he couldn't boost the other party's morale and diminish his own. Supremacy Starfall. Gong Yangyu and the other immortals were speechless. At this time, they couldn't help but admire Wang Ting's courage. In such a situation, this guy actually dared to provoke the Bone Spirit clan's Devil Venerable. This was not something an ordinary person would do. Moreover, even they weren't confident. Where did this guy get his confidence from? Everyone really wanted to ridicule him in their hearts, but they still restrained themselves. No matter what, he was one of them. They had to give face to one of them. They couldn't drag Wang Ting down at this time. Demon Sovereign Gula was also silent for a moment before he spoke again. "Boy, has anyone told you that your mouth is very annoying?" "No," Wang Ting answered truthfully. Did he? Anyway, he didn't remember it. Who cares? How could such an outstanding person like him have a bad mouth? He had always been realistic and said whatever was on his mind. He was an honest and good child. This Demon Sovereign Gula was simply slandering him. Demon Sovereign Gula looked at his serious expression and almost believed him. This boy's skin was really thick. He said gloomily, "A bad mouth can easily cost you your life." "Fortunately, I don't have a bad mouth." Wang Ting looked scared. He patted his chest and said happily. The corners of Venerable Xing Yun, Gong Yangyu, and the others' mouths twitched. They looked at Wang Ting strangely. "You're really sharp-tongued. At this point, you still dare to argue with me. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you first?" Demon Sovereign Gula said indifferently. "I'm afraid, too afraid." Wang Ting's originally serious face suddenly changed. He said with a smile, "I'm afraid that Lord Demon Sovereign will leave me to the end. That would be too lonely." Therefore, I hope that Lord Demon Sovereign can kill me first. Please don't take pity on me. Demon Sovereign Gu Li's face was originally full of ridicule. When he heard Yi Shiwen's words, he almost couldn't breathe. He felt as if he had punched cotton. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. This boy didn't play by the rules. Was he really not afraid of death? Everyone was speechless. They thought that they had heard wrongly, but they quickly reacted and looked at each other with complicated expressions. Wang Ting was sacrificing himself to buy time for them. This peerless prodigy had such a big heart. It really made them feel ashamed. All the domain lords and sector lords present had lived longer than Wang Ting. They could be considered his elders. However, their awareness was not as high as his. Compared to Wang Ting's talent, their value was nothing. The radiant universe could do without domain lords and sector lords, but it couldn't do without a peerless prodigy like Wang Ting. As long as he grew up, he would definitely reach the immortal rank. He might even have a chance to become an immortal venerable. At that time, with his strength, even upper demon sovereign dark apparitions wouldn't be his match. Therefore, from this point of view, Wang Ting's value was undoubtedly much higher than theirs. What's there to be afraid of? Bone Spirit Clan's demon sovereign, come at us if you have any tricks. That's right. It's impossible to scare us. The Radiant Universe's martial artists can die, but we won't give in. Wang Ting, step back. If we have to die, old bones like us will die first. It won't be your turn. Ha ha ha. Although we have 9 deaths, we have no regrets. What's there to be afraid of? The Radiant Universe's martial artists stood out one by one. Their faces were resolute and determined as if they had completely thrown the fear in their hearts to the back of their minds. Fear wasn't scary. Everyone would feel fear. Even immortal rank existences would feel fear sometimes. However, as long as one could overcome fear, one would still be a powerhouse, a spiritual powerhouse. At this moment, those figures became extremely tall. They stood in this vast world of bones as if they were going to the netherworld. A trace of solemnity arose spontaneously. Wang Ting was stunned. He was just bluffing. How did it make these Radiant Universe's martial artists seem to have awakened? Their bodies seemed to be glowing at this moment. Why is there something wrong with this plot? Wang Ting, go to the back. You've done enough for this war. Supremacy Xingyan's body slowly floated up. He held a golden spear in his hand and stood in front of everyone like a god of war. His voice was heard slowly. There was no fluctuation, but it was surprisingly gentle. Let us old fogies pave a path for you. Wang Ting looked at Supremacy Xingyan's back and fell into silence. He didn't know what to say. Good. 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 Demon Sovereign Gula sneered. His cold voice suddenly spread. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Dead bones, revive. Finally, his voice turned into a loud roar that reverberated in this deathly silent world of bones. Everyone's expression changed. They held their weapons tightly and were ready for battle. At this moment, many of them were prepared to die. They didn't have any intention of retreating. Swish swish swish, suddenly, a wave of strange sounds resounded from all directions. They were extremely dense, and it caused this deathly silent world of bones to suddenly become extremely clamorous. However, this feeling didn't bring them any comfort. Instead, it made them feel even more uneasy. The next moment, everyone was shocked to find that the entire world of bones seemed to be moving. However, they soon realized that it wasn't the dead bones' ruins that was moving, but the surrounding skeletons. The reason for this illusion was that it wasn't just 1 or 2 skeletons that were moving, but all of the skeletons, even the skeletons under their feet, were moving. It wasn't an ordinary vibration. Instead, it was like a living creature. Skeletal hands and claws crawled out of the pile of bones and directly grabbed the ankles of the Radiant Universe's martial artists. What was even stranger was that there were fine black threads extending from the bone claws of these skeletal hands. These black threads were very thin. If not for the large number, it would be difficult to see them with the naked eye. They climbed up the legs of the Radiant Universe's martial artists along the skeletal hands and claws, trying to penetrate their bodies. What the hell is this? Many people couldn't help but cry out. Although they weren't afraid of death, they still felt a little scared when faced with such a strange situation. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and hurriedly mobilized their origin power to shake off the bony hands and claws. They also isolated the black threads from their bodies so that they couldn't touch their bodies. Afterward, they immediately expelled them. The Radiant Universe's martial artists never dared to let down their guard against the power of darkness. They immediately reacted when they saw it appear. Wang Ting frowned. His leg was also tightly grabbed by a strange skeletal hand. It was like a ghostly hand reaching out from hell. A large number of black threads flew out and tried to enter his body. He felt a sense of familiarity. Fortunately, he wasn't in a hurry to expel them. He only used a layer of origin power to block them outside. These black threads immediately latched onto his origin power and constantly nibbled away at it. These threads looked very thin and didn't seem to have much attack power if one or two of them were alone. However, when so many black threads gathered together, it was indeed very terrifying. In just a few breaths' time, Wang Ting felt that a layer of origin power attached to his leg had been nibbled away. What was even more terrifying was that more black threads appeared on the skeletal hand and crawled up Wang Ting's thigh and even his waist. Many Radiant Universe's martial artists narrowed their eyes when they saw the scene. They finally realized how terrifying these black threads were. You have quite the appetite. You want to wrap me up completely. Wang Ting sneered. The origin power outside his body suddenly turned pure white and erupted with a holy aura. Chi, the black threads seemed to have met their nemesis. They seemed to have been burned by flames and directly melted away. But at this moment, many skeletons stood up from the piles of bones. Although these skeletons were scattered and it was impossible to tell what kind of creatures they were, at this moment, they casually combined and turned into skeletal monsters that crawled out from the piles of bones. Some of the skeletal monsters clearly had the head of a humanoid creature, but their bodies were the body of a beast, which was rough and huge. Some of the skeletal monsters had the body of a human, but there was a beast skull on top of their spine, which looked neither fish nor fowl, and this was nothing. Many of the skeletal monsters were completely deformed. Some of their heads were inlaid messily on their skeletal bodies, and some of their spines were dozens of meters long, like giant snakes. It was extremely strange. Waves of roars came out of the skeletal monsters' mouths. They were hoarse and cold, like metal pieces rubbing against each other. Boom! 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 After these skeletal monsters appeared, they instantly surrounded them from all directions. Some of them even rushed out of the surrounding giant skeletal mountains and pounced on the Light Universe's martial artists amidst the scattered skeletons. A great battle broke out in an instant. The roar of origin power resounded in the skeletal ruins, and the aftermath swept across, overturning the giant skeletal mountains. However, more skeletal monsters appeared among the scattered skeletons. This time, Wang Ting saw clearly that these skeletal monsters were simply the random combination of the scattered skeletons. No wonder they looked so strange. Boom! He held a battle sword in his hand and swung it casually, slashing several skeletal monsters into pieces. Under the purification of the power of light, they completely melted and not even ashes were left. These skeletal monsters were also a kind of dark creation, and the power of light could also restrain them. However, it wasn't so easy for the others to deal with these skeletal monsters. Ordinary origin power could only be said to be an ordinary threat to these skeletal monsters. Unless one could completely destroy them like Wang Ting, these skeletal monsters could still reassemble. Even if only a part of them was left, they could still reassemble with other scattered skeletons. This characteristic was similar to the blood beasts formed by the blood breeds in the past. However, in comparison, the skeletal monsters in the skeletal ruins seemed to be even more terrifying because the skeletons here didn't need any origin blood at all. They seemed to have a consciousness and could continuously reassemble and appear in an endless stream. There's no way to kill all of these skeletal monsters. Wang Ting looked around with an extremely serious expression. If this continues, we'll only be exhausted to death. His eyes flickered, and he immediately transmitted his voice to Venerable Xingyun. Senior, can you delay these skeletal monsters for a while? What are you going to do? Venerable Xingyun knew that Wang Ting wouldn't speak easily. However, every time he spoke, he would definitely take action. This time, could it be that Wang Ting had a solution? End of chapter. I have some ideas, but I have to go deeper to take a look. Wang Ting did not beat around the bush and directly replied through voice transmission. Deeper? This place is very dangerous, and there are unknown dangers in the depths, Venerable Xingyun reminded. I will be careful, Wang Ting said. Go ahead then. We will try our best to stall for time. Venerable Xingyun took a deep breath in his heart and quickly made a decision. Now, it was completely a Hail Mary effort. The departed bone ruins had been completely isolated from the void. The sky baseball could not absorb the magnetic force and light force at all and could no longer be used. The Star Mechanic King and the other machinery race beings were completely unable to fight after the previous outbreak. They could no longer count on them. The only person they could count on was Wang Ting, the weirdo. Wang Ting did not hesitate. His eyes flashed, and he immediately used his space technique to hide in the space. Then, the shadow force swept out from his body and enveloped him. In front of so many dark demon masters, he did not dare to use the dark force to hide himself, so he could only use the space force and shadow force. Demon Master Gula was staring at Wang Ting. Suddenly, he saw him disappear on the spot, and his eyes narrowed. Trying to run. He thought Wang Ting wanted to escape, so he could not help but sneer. He immediately released his mind power to sense the other party's location. In this departed bone ruins, his mind power could spread further, and his senses would be clearer. For a mere domain lord level cultivator to want to escape from its grasp, it was simply wishful thinking. However, when his mind power swept around, he could not sense Wang Ting's existence at all. It was as if the other party had completely disappeared. How is this possible? Demon Master Gula's eyes were gloomy, and there was a trace of disbelief in them. A domain lord level martial artist had actually disappeared right in front of its eyes. Moreover, it was in the territory of the bone spirit race. Was this the river? Guru did not give up and continued to scan the surroundings with his power of will. He knew that Wang Ting had the talent of space, so he might have used some space technique to escape to a faraway place. That was why Guru could not find him immediately. Found you. Devil Reverend Gu La's eyes flashed with a trace of mockery. He felt a trace of spatial fluctuation. Just as it had expected, there was no way the other party could escape from its grasp. Boom, the skeletal bird flapped its wings and sped off into the distance with Gu La on its back. Sage Xinyan's eyes flickered, and he immediately launched an attack at Overlord Gu La. He had promised Wang Ting that he would hold back the dark apparition. How could he let Demon Venerable Gu La escape so easily? Boom! 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 Streaks of spear radiance crisscrossed the void and bombarded the body of the huge flying skeletal bird. Immediately, its body shattered, especially one of its wings, which had a big hole blasted open. The skeletal bird immediately lost its balance and tilted in the air, almost falling to the ground. Evidently, that skeletal bird was not as powerful as the undead bone dragon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been struck by exalted Xingyun right away. Bastard! Demon Venerable Gu La was furious. His figure flashed and disappeared from the skeletal bird. However, it did not pay any attention to Venerable Xingyun. Instead, it continued its pursuit. Whoosh, unfortunately, exalted Xingyun had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already before Demon Exalted Gu La. Then, he thrust forth his spear. Boom, Guru's eyes were cold. He had no choice but to fight. He raised his bone spear to meet the attack. The two sides instantly collided in the void. It was as if two balls of light, one golden and one black, were colliding in the air above this world of bones. The aftershocks of origin power swept out in all directions, shattering many of the bones. However, the bones underground seemed to be endless. No matter how many were shattered, there were still piles of bones below. Venerable Xingyun did not use his full strength. He only needed to delay Devil Venerable Gu La as much as possible. Time was of the essence. Scram! Overlord Gura shouted coldly when he sensed supremacy Xingyun's intention. Venerable Xingyun did not say a word as he continued to attack. It's impossible for you to stop me here. Devil Venerable Gu La's eyes flickered. He stood where he was without any intention of dodging the attack. Boom! Boom! It was at this moment that two violent booms suddenly rang out from behind Venerable Starfall and above him. Venerable Xingyan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately dodged. Rumble! In the next moment, two rays of black light shot out and collided where he was standing. A violent explosion immediately occurred, and the terrifying dark star origin power swept out. Mountains of bones were flattened one after another. Venerable Xingyan immediately looked in the two directions. His face turned solemn. He saw that the skeletal bird that he had hit earlier had already recovered. Black light was condensing in its mouth, and it was ready to launch its second attack. In another direction, a skeletal monster with a spine that was dozens of meters long also opened its mouth to an exaggerated extent. Dense black light extended from its spine to its mouth. Venerable Xingyan's expression changed, and he felt helpless. He had long expected Devil Venerable Gu La to use these skeletal monsters. It seemed like he could only delay it until now. He, let them play with you. Devil Venerable Gu La sneered and ignored Venerable Xingyan. In a flash, he went in the direction where he had sensed the spatial fluctuation. But soon, it stopped and looked around in bewilderment. It had disappeared, the spatial fluctuation had disappeared here. Devil Venerable Gu La's eyes were gloomy. He swept out his mental strength without reservation, hoping to find another spatial fluctuation. Unfortunately, he still found nothing. Wang Ting's figure had disappeared from his range of perception. Damn it! Devil Venerable Gu La was flustered and exasperated. He suddenly burst out with extreme speed and whizzed into the distance, trying to find Wang Ting's trace. He searched the area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, but in the end, he returned without finding anything. All traces had disappeared. This was unbelievable. How could a territorial master martial artist do this? How could he not leave any aura or trace in the Deathbone ruins? This was simply illogical. It should be known that the Deathbone ruins was completely dark and silent. Any living being that entered would be incompatible with this world, let alone a living being from the radiant universe. Their vitality and even the aura of the radiant universe were like bright lamps in the Deathbone ruins. They were too eye-catching and bright. Even if they tried their best to hide, there would still be traces left. However, the supreme talent from the radiant universe did not leave any trace. Even the spatial fluctuation at the beginning had disappeared without a trace, as if it had been erased. How could Devil Venerable Gu La not be in disbelief? Boom! Devil Venerable Gu La was furious. He slapped out and turned a huge mountain of skeletons into dust. There were many skeletons in the Deathbone ruins, so he did not feel the pinch at all. I didn't expect him to succeed. It seems that among so many people, that little guy is the most likely to survive until the end. Venerable Xingyan's eyes flashed with a strange light and he felt gratified. Rank 3 shadow talent is still a little low. If I can reach rank 6, I might be able to completely avoid Devil Venerable Gu La's detection. It's a pity that the shadow talent is not so easy to improve. Fortunately, I have the demonic bone talent. This top talent of the Bone Spirit clan is indeed useful. I only emitted a wisp of aura and it completely assimilated with the aura of the Deathbone ruins. Wang Ting hid his figure and thought to himself as he sped through the Deathbone ruins. The benefits of having so many different types of innate talents were evident. If it was other territorial lord-level martial artists, they would not be able to avoid Devil Venerable Gu La's detection. It was no wonder that Venerable Xingyan repeatedly sighed with emotion. Wang Ting had just thought of using the demonic bone talent to assimilate the aura of the Deathbone ruins. When he saw Devil Venerable Gu La chasing in his direction, he knew that he could not completely hide his aura from Devil Venerable Gu La, so he thought of ways to hide his aura. As a result, he naturally set his sights on the demonic bone talent. He hadn't really used this talent before. Usually, he just treated it as a physical talent to strengthen his body so that he wouldn't get injured easily in battle. However, this was a potential benefit. Usually, he did not display this talent. Now that he was in the Deathbone ruins, this demonic bone talent could be put to use. After all, in the territory of the Bone Spirit clan, there was nothing more useful than their own talent. Who would have thought that Wang Ting actually had the top talent of the Bone Spirit clan? This was simply cheating. Wang Ting glanced behind him. When he could no longer sense Devil Venerable Gu La's aura, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Sure enough, as he expected, even if Devil Venerable Gu La pulled all the martial artists of the light universe into the Deathbone ruins, it was impossible for him to mobilize all the skeletons in the Deathbone ruins. The Deathbone ruins was too vast. No matter how strong an upper-ranked demon venerable was, it was impossible to mobilize such a forbidden area without restrictions. Otherwise, he would just lie down and die. He did not even need to struggle. Now, let me see what the mystery of the Deathbone ruins is. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he became completely serious. In the next moment, a strange fluctuation spread out from his body. It was the power of darkness, which was also the power formed by the demonic bone talent. He stopped and landed on a huge mountain of white bones. After looking around, he slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his body seemed to have entered an extremely strange state. It was as if he had merged with the Deathbone ruins. It was illusory yet real. Deathbone ruins, Demon God 3500/50,000, proficient. On the attribute panel, a special column of attributes appeared. It was the Deathbone ruins attribute that Wang Ting had previously obtained. This god-level combat skill had reached the proficient level from the beginner level. It had crossed 2 levels. The difference in attributes was not small. Wang Ting had obtained these attributes before he was pulled into the Deathbone ruins. At that time, he had expected that he would not be able to stop the Deathbone ruins from descending. Therefore, he had taken the opportunity to obtain more attributes to strengthen his skills. Who knew, he might be able to use them in the end. Of course, after entering the Deathbone ruins, he had also obtained a lot of Deathbone ruins attribute bubbles. This was why he was able to raise this god-level combat skill to the proficient level. It wasn't easy to level up a divine rank battle skill. If Guru and the other Guru of the Bone Spirit clan hadn't used this battle skill at the same time and used it thoroughly, he probably wouldn't have been able to collect so many attribute points. If he wanted to pull the Deathbone ruins into the void where the light universe was and overlap with it, he would need to have a profound understanding of the Deathbone ruins. The proficient level was probably the minimum requirement. Wang Ting had raised this combat skill to the proficient level. Naturally, he knew that if it was only at the proficient level, he would not be able to achieve that. Fortunately, raising it to the proficient level will also help me find the exit of the Deathbone ruins, Wang Ting muttered to himself. Time slowly passed, and with the support of the demonic bone, talent and dead bone ruins, he seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. There seems to be some different fluctuations there. He suddenly got up and his figure instantly disappeared. He turned into a stream of light and sped into the distance. Wang Ting knew very well that the warriors of the light universe did not have much time. Even with Demon Venerable Xingyun and the other immortal level experts, it would be difficult to stop the attack of the Bone Spirit clan. There were too many skeletons here. They could all form skeletal monsters and could be said to be endless. Under such circumstances, the warriors of the light universe had no chance of winning at all. The only way was to find the exit of the Deathbone ruins as soon as possible or where the flaw was. It was very difficult to distinguish directions in the Deathbone ruins. There were only skeletons here, and there was nothing else at all. Moreover, along the way, some skeletons would collapse on their own and turn into flat ground. The next time they came, the terrain would have changed a lot. Therefore, it was not advisable to use some special landmarks to identify directions. Wang Ting frowned. In the end, he could only use the demon bone talent to leave some marks on some skeletons so that he could find the way back. He was not afraid of being discovered by the Bone Spirit clan because this ore mark could be seen everywhere in the Deathbone ruins. It might have been left by the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. This method was like throwing a grain of sand into a pile of sand. How could the Bone Spirit clan find the grain of sand that belonged to Wang Ting? Only Wang Ting could identify his aura and find the aura mark that belonged to him among the countless aura marks. Of course, if someone was very familiar with Wang Ting's demon bone talent aura, they would naturally be able to identify it. Unfortunately, such a person did not exist. Where did the Bone Spirit clan get so many skeletons? It's like an entire world. The deeper Wang Ting went into the Deathbone ruins, the more serious his heart became. He could not help but have all kinds of doubts. There were too many skeletons. There were too many skeletons here. It was as if they had slaughtered an entire world and then piled up all the skeletons here. It was obvious how terrifying the number was. More importantly, there were many skeletons here. Wang Ting could not identify what kind of creature they belonged to. Yuan Gun, can you completely identify what kind of creature these skeletons belong to? Wang Ting couldn't help but ask in his heart. I just scanned them, but I can't completely identify them, Yuan Gun said solemnly. You can't even do it with your current intelligence library? I remember that you recently received a lot of information about the intelligence library of the machinery race. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Yes, but it's of no use, Yuan Gun said. Okay. Wang Ting shook his head and said, it seems that the Death Bone Ruins is indeed very mysterious. Oh right, remember to record those unknown skeletons. His eyes flashed and he ordered again. I don't need you to remind me. Yuan Gun rolled his eyes. Then, he thought of something and asked in a serious voice, the situation seems very serious this time. Are you sure you'll be fine? There's still a little hope. Wang Ting did not explain much and just said so. Yuan Gun's eyes were filled with surprise. He nodded and did not ask any more questions. He fell silent and did not disturb Wang Ting. End of chapter. In the vast world of white bones. Boom, a huge roar suddenly sounded, the white bones on the ground broke open, and a white bone hand reached out, grabbing Wang Ting in midair. Get lost. Wang Ting's face was cold, his eyes calmly sweeping over, and he punched out. The power of light bloomed on his fist, instantly condensing into a white fist, and blasted out from top to bottom, crushing down like a mountain. Boom, the bone hand exploded, turning into nothingness in the dazzling white light, and was directly purified. However, Wang Ting didn't heave a sigh of relief because of this. He activated his Eye of Truth and looked down at the ground filled with white bones. Roar, an earth-shaking roar suddenly came from the ground, and countless white bones soared into the sky, fluttering in all directions, and then a huge figure rose from the ground. This was also a skeleton monster, a huge beast with 4 hooves on the ground, but there were several strange arms on its back, and its whole body was covered with bony barbs, looking extremely ferocious. Its head was like a huge wolf's head, but it had 3 huge horns, like sharp blades pointing to the sky. After the skeleton monster crawled out of the ground, it immediately locked onto Wang Ting, and the arms on its back suddenly grabbed at him. Kill! Wang Ting shouted. He didn't dodge at all. Instead, he held his battle sword and charged into the arms. Judging from its aura, this skeleton monster was probably equivalent to the early stage of the Upper Demon Emperor rank. With his current strength, he could deal with it. Boom! Boom! Boom, the light sword light slashed out, collided with the white bone arms, and shattered them. Light Sector Lord rank combat skill, Holy Light Sword technique, those white bone arms could not stop Wang Ting at all. He just flashed, came above the skeleton monster's head, and stomped down. Boom, a terrifying power erupted. Wang Ting's current physical strength was comparable to that of a Sector Lord rank warrior, and this skeleton monster was equivalent to an early stage Upper Demon Emperor rank warrior. Naturally, it could not resist. With a cracking sound, the sharp horn on top of its head was directly shattered. Bang, then, another series of cracking sounds were heard, and the skull of the skeletal monster burst open. In the end, the huge skeletal monster was left with only a body. It was on the verge of collapse, but it stood firm and did not fall. Wisps of black light burst out from its body, turning into countless black threads that wrapped around the white bones like tentacles, pulling them into its body. As the black light flickered, the skeletal monster's body quickly recovered. Even its head was once again fitted with a leopard-type skull. How casual. Wang Ting was not in a hurry to make a move. Seeing this scene, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. It could be said that these skeletal monsters had no race to speak of. They were completely pieced together from bones. If one were to insist on what race they belonged to, they could only be regarded as the vassals of the bone spirit race. You've seen enough. Time to send you on your way. Then, Wang Ting didn't hesitate anymore. His body landed on the ground like a cannonball. He smashed into the skeleton monster's body ruthlessly. Boom, the skeleton monster, which had not fully recovered, collapsed, and countless broken bones scattered in all directions. Wang Ting stood in a pile of bones. His eyes flashed slightly. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, and a black light flew out from the pile of bones and landed in his palm. It was a black bone covered with strange patterns and symbols, exuding a dark and evil power. Wang Ting, this bone seems to be a little special, Yuan Gungun said in surprise. Yes. Wang Ting nodded slightly. This black bone was the core of the skeletal monster. At first, he felt that it was a little strange. Without the control of the Bone Spirit clan, how could the skeletal monster move freely? Now it seemed that the problem lay with this black bone. There were many dangers in the undead ruins, and these skeleton monsters that could move freely were obviously one of them. I wonder where this black bone came from? Wang Ting's body flashed, and he continued to speed forward. At the same time, he carefully observed the black bone in front of him with the eye of truth, trying to pry into its secrets. Multitasking was not a difficult task for him. It looks a little like the demonic bone of the Bone Spirit race, but it seems a little different. The patterns and symbols on it are more complicated. Wang Ting frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Even with his attainment in the ancient dark patterns, he could not fully understand the patterns and symbols on the black bone. He stopped thinking about it and put the black bone into his spatial ring. He would study it in the future. Then, he focused on the attribute bubbles that he had just picked up. After the skeleton monster was killed, it dropped many attribute bubbles. He did not forget to pick them up before leaving. Dark Star Origin Power * 6000 Dark Star Origin Power * 8000 Dark Star Origin Power * 5000 Origin of Soul * 1200 Origin of Soul * 1500 Origin of Soul * 2000. The dark star force merged into Wang Ting's body and flowed through his limbs and bones. Then, it flowed into his chaotic star field. Wang Ting only glanced at it and did not pay any more attention to it. He looked at another attribute. Soul Origin, the skeletal monster had actually dropped a Soul Origin. He could not help but be surprised. However, after thinking about it carefully, there seemed to be a weak soul flame in the skeleton monster's body. It was normal for it to drop some soul origin after being killed by him. Wang Ting was quite happy. The more soul origin, the better. Whether it was life origin or soul origin, they would be of great use to him. This skeleton monster can give birth to soul origin. I'm afraid it has something to do with the black bone. Wang Ting's eyes flickered as he guessed in his heart. In that case, the uniqueness of the black bone would increase by a lot. Wang Ting did not think too much about it and continued to rush in the direction he had sensed earlier. Along the way, he encountered 2 more waves of attacks. They were all monsters condensed from skeletons. One was equivalent to a middle-level demon emperor, and the other was equivalent to a high-level demon emperor. Wang Ting still killed them easily and obtained 2 black bones. Of course, attribute bubbles were indispensable. They were also the attributes of the Dark Star Origin and Soul Origin. There was nothing unexpected. At this time, Wang Ting was standing on a pile of white bones. 3 black bones of different sizes floated in front of him. The patterns and symbols on the surface of the 3 black bones flickered, blooming with a faint black light. Black threads stretched out from them and entangled with each other. Under the pull of the black threads, the 3 black bones began to approach each other as if they were about to merge. Just now, after Wang Ting threw the 3 black bones into the space ring, he suddenly felt a trace of abnormality. So, he took them out, which led to the scene in front of him. These black bones can actually merge, Yuan Gungun said in surprise. Wang Ting did not say anything. He quietly looked at the 3 black bones in front of him. Soon, they came into contact with each other. Black light flickered at the joints. When the black light disappeared, the 3 black bones had completely merged into one. There was no gap at all. Wang Ting's eyes were a little surprised. He had carefully observed the 3 black bones just now. The shape of the edges of the 3 black bones were different. They could not fit perfectly. But now, they could merge together so perfectly. It was a little strange. Could it be that these black bones came from the same existence? Wang Ting guessed. It's not impossible. Perhaps there are still many black bones scattered all over the Deathbone ruins, Yuan Gungun said. Eh? At this time, Wang Ting suddenly exclaimed softly. He seemed to have found something strange. What's wrong? Yuan Gungun quickly asked curiously. Look around, Wang Ting reminded him. Those white bones are moving. Yuan Gungun was very surprised. He immediately thought of something and said in surprise, they are affected by the black bones? Should be. Wang Ting nodded slightly. After thinking for a while, he put the black bones into the space ring. The white bones that were about to move suddenly quieted down and returned to their silent state. These black bones should be able to reassemble into skeletal monsters. Now that the black bones have merged, the skeletal monsters that can be created should be stronger than before, Yuan Gungun analyzed. Wang Ting nodded. He didn't hesitate any longer and disappeared on the spot. He flew into the distance. As he got closer and closer, he sensed that the special wave was getting stronger and stronger. He was now sure that it was a spatial wave. Since there was a spatial wave, the Deathbone ruins was not an impenetrable place. It was very likely that there were flaws or loopholes. No matter what, he had to take a look. About half an hour passed quickly. Wang Ting suddenly stopped. He immediately escaped into the spatial crack and shrouded himself with shadow power. A moment later, a few black lights came from another direction. It's actually a dark apparition from the bone spirit race. When Wang Ting saw the black lights, he was slightly surprised. He was not afraid of these bone spirit dark apparitions. Judging from their aura, they were only at the upper demon emperor level. The strongest one should be at the middle demon emperor level. None of them had reached the late demon emperor level. It would not take too much time to deal with them. What really surprised him was that there were other dark apparitions of the bone spirit race in the undead ruins. Why are there other bone spirit dark apparitions here? Yuan Gungun was also very surprised and could not help but ask. If I'm not wrong, these bone spirit dark apparitions probably don't know that the area they are in has overlapped with the light universe, Wang Ting said with a glint in his eyes. You mean, they might be here to train? Yuan Gungun was not stupid. He immediately thought of something and asked. Yes. Since the Deathbone ruins is a forbidden area like the Blood Clan's Immortal Blood Sea, it is very likely that they are here to train, Wang Ting said. Should we get rid of them? Yuan Gungun made a throat-slitting gesture and asked. Forget it. Let's not complicate things. It is more important to find the flaw of the Deathbone ruins. Wang Ting shook his head. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze. They seem to be heading in the same direction as us, Yuan Gungun said. F***ck. A kind of plant, Wang Ting was speechless. What he did not want to happen just had to happen. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. What are you going to do now? Yuan Gungun blinked and asked. Let's follow them and take a look first, Wang Ting said helplessly. He hid his figure and followed behind the bone spirit dark apparitions from afar. Fortunately, the dark apparitions were not slow. Otherwise, he would be delayed again. Guka, are you sure you found a demon bone tree here? Among the few bone spirit dark apparitions, a rather tall bone spirit dark apparition with a single horn on its head suddenly broke the silence and asked. These bone spirits were not in the form of normal humans. Many of them were in the form of demi-human skeletons. This made Wang Ting wonder how these bone spirit dark apparitions were born. Could it be that these creatures were reborn with intelligence after death and were infected by the power of darkness, forming such a dark race? Unfortunately, he could not find the answer to this question. The bone spirit race was a very special dark race. Its history was not shorter than the Blood Clan and other dark races. It was very difficult to trace back to its origin. It was naturally even more difficult to know the origin of this race. You have asked this question no less than 7 times. If you really don't believe me, you can leave now. I won't stop you. The bone spirit dark apparition called Gu Ka had a very special appearance. Its body was not tall and even looked a little pocket-sized. In front of the tall dark apparition, it was like a child. However, no one dared to underestimate this bone spirit race dark apparition. Just its external appearance alone gave off an extremely strange and evil feeling. Even among the bone spirit dark apparitions, it was extremely special. This bone spirit dark apparition had 3 faces, the 3 faces corresponded to 3 different directions. Therefore, no matter from which angle, one could see its face. It was the same even if one was behind it. At this time, one of its faces was staring at the bone spirit dark apparition that had just spoken. The soul fire in its eye sockets was deep and cold, making the other party feel a chill in his heart. It was also an upper-level demon emperor, but in the face of the angry Gu Ka, the tall dark apparition of the bone spirit race was still a little afraid. Kiki, Gu Ka, don't blame Gu Shao. The demonic bone tree is really important. We have been looking for it for so long, but we still haven't found it. It is inevitable that we are a little anxious. Moreover, you know its temper. It is a little reckless, but it will never go against you. Another dark apparition quickly came out to smooth things over. This is the last time, Gu Ka said calmly. I will keep an eye on it. If it says another word, you don't have to do anything. I will kick it out directly, Gu Ka said. Gu Ka did not say anything else and sped forward. The tall dark apparition of the bone spirit race called Gu Shao touched its head as if it wanted to say something. However, after being glared at by Gu Ka, it did not dare to say anything more and could only shut its mouth embarrassedly. Shut up. If you offend Gu Ka, no one will be able to protect you. The fact that he brought you here is already because of your senior, Gu Ka said, then ignored him and chased after Gu Ka. I am just worried that it will lie to us, Gu Shao muttered in its heart, but in the end, it did not dare to say it out loud. It could only follow obediently. Demonic bone tree. What is that? Wang Ting looked at the bone spirit dark apparitions in the distance, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Demon bone tree. The dark apparitions of the bone spirit clan did not conceal their voices at all, so Wang Ting heard their words clearly. An extremely special and unfamiliar name appeared in his ears. Could it be a tree? Can plants grow in this world of bones? Wang Ting guessed in his heart, but he was astonished. At first glance, he couldn't believe that there were plants growing in this white world of bones. This was somewhat out of place. Moreover, what kind of plant could grow in such a desolate place? For a moment, he was very curious. Since they were heading in the same direction, he might as well follow them and take a look. Maybe that demon bone tree is related to the spatial fluctuations. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he suddenly thought of something. Wang Ting, I found it. Yuan Gungun suddenly shouted. What? Wang Ting was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He hurriedly asked, You found information about the demon bone tree? Yes. Yuan Gungun immediately said, I found it from the blood breeds information, but it's not much. It's just a few words. Tell me about it, Wang Ting said telepathically as he followed behind the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. The so-called demon bone tree is rumored to be a demonic tree that can absorb the power of death, darkness, life, and soul. It's very strange and terrifying, Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting immediately heard a trace of abnormality from Yuan Gungun's words and could not help but ask, not only can it absorb the power of death, but it can also absorb the power of life. That's what the blood breeds information described. Yuan Gungun also reacted. There was no doubt that these two powers conflicted with each other. It was indeed strange that the demon bone tree could absorb these two powers at the same time. No matter what, let's go and take a look first, Wang Ting said as his eyes flashed. He was even more curious about the demonic bone tree now. It could actually absorb the power of death and life at the same time. What kind of strange object was this demonic bone tree? A few dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan galloped at the front. They were very fast, and it didn't take them long to reach an area filled with black fog. There were actually many areas within the Deathbone ruins that were filled with black fog. Some of them were very wide, while others were not. At most, they only covered a radius of a few dozen meters. However, there was one similarity between them: the black fog more or less carried a sense of danger. Wang Ting felt that the black fog before him was even more dangerous. None of the black fog areas he had encountered along the way could compare to this one. Moreover, this was the first time he had seen such a vast area covered by the black mist. Could there be a threat at the level of a demon exalt in this black fog? Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed into the distance. The sense of threat that the black fog gave him was very similar to the sense of threat that the demon supreme level dark apparition gave him. In fact, it was even stronger. Since he did not go deep into it, he could not make a specific judgment. If he went deep into the black fog, perhaps the sense of threat would be even stronger. The spatial fluctuation is coming from this black fog. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. He used space embodiment to sense silently and finally determined the approximate location. The target of those dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan seems to be in the black fog as well. At this moment, the few dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan also stopped. They stood outside the black fog and whispered to each other. Gu Ka, is this where the demon bone tree is? Gu Ka looked at the black fog in front of him and asked. That's right. The demon bone tree can only be born in a place where the power of darkness and silence is so dense. Gu Ka nodded slightly. The other dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan also nodded. They believed Gu Ka's words a lot more. Although they didn't say anything at first, they still held a skeptical attitude. Now that they saw the thick black fog and felt the power of darkness and deathly stillness, the doubts in their hearts naturally dissipated by a lot. Of course, they were still vigilant and wary of Gu Ka. There were many open and covert fights between dark apparitions. This was an opportunity to become stronger. Who knew if the other party would trick them? When Gu Ka found them to work together, they were already somewhat wary. After all, it involved a huge opportunity like the demon bone tree. It was hard to guarantee that Gu Ka would not take it for himself. Before they obtained the opportunity, everything was fine. However, when they really obtained the opportunity, things would not be so easy. Let's go. Be careful. There are many dangers inside. Gu Ka reminded them and led the way into the black fog. Gu Ka, Gu Ao, and the other dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan looked at each other quietly and quickly followed. It seems that the demon bone tree is indeed here. Wang Ting concealed his aura completely and followed the black fog silently. Suddenly, he had an idea. He thought to himself, from the looks of it, the bone demon tree is probably related to the space ripple I'm looking for. If not, how can there be such a coincidence? Maybe the demon bone tree caused a crack in the space here? He thought to himself as he followed closely behind the dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan. This time, he followed a little closer. He had to admit that the black fog around him could be considered as a cover for him. This black fog could block perception. Even if the dark apparitions were in it, it would be difficult for them to sense far away. As for why he knew, of course, it was because he had just tried. Even his spiritual power could not detect far away, not to mention the dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan. Unless their spiritual power was stronger than his. But was that possible? It was not that he was conceited, but there were not many of such existences. Swoosh, suddenly, an extremely soft sound came from the black fog. If Wang Ting's spiritual power was not strong enough, he would not have heard it. However, he did not panic. Now that he had concealed himself, the threat in the black fog would not be able to discover him. As expected, the target of the existence in the black fog was not Wang Ting but the dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan in front of him. What's that? As the danger approached, the dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan finally noticed the abnormality, especially the three-faced dark apparition named Gu Ka. He was the first to shout. A bone sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he slashed toward the black fog. Clang, the sound of metal colliding was suddenly heard. The other dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan immediately reacted. They looked toward the direction of the sound and saw a long black shadow flashing in the black fog. Gu Ka, what is that? A huge bone sword appeared in Gu Ho's hand. He was ready for battle. At the same time, he asked the three-faced dark apparition. It's a bone python, Gu Ka said calmly. Bone python. Gu Ho's eyes lit up. He was not surprised but delighted. Does that mean there will be demon origin bones or demon origin crystals? Whoever can take it will own it, Gu Ka said calmly. The dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan were tempted. They scanned their surroundings and weapons appeared in their hands. This place was indeed a treasure trove. They had not found the demon bone tree yet, but there was already an opportunity. Demon origin bone. Is it that kind of black bone? Wang Ting's heart jumped. And what's that demon origin crystal? It seems that there is not only a treasure in the skeleton monsters, but it also seems to be very attractive to the Bone Spirit clan. Swoosh! 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 The slight sound of something breaking through the air was heard again. However, it was not just one sound this time. There were 3 sounds at the same time. Wang Ting's lips curved into a smile. He looked like he was waiting for a good show. Although time was tight, he knew that he could not be anxious now. He had to stay calm. The more anxious he was, the easier it would be for problems to arise. It was not a bad thing for these 3 dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan to take the lead. It's coming! Guka shouted softly and shot an arrow. Instantly, 6 black streams of light burst out from the longbow in his hand and rushed into the black fog. Swoosh! 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 The surrounding black fog suddenly rolled up and formed 6 long tracks. Gu-ho, Gu-ka, and the other dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan also attacked at the same time. Instantly, a large area of black fog was washed away, revealing the situation inside. 3 huge bone pythons burst out from the black fog. They opened their mouths and were about to swallow the dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan. However, they obviously did not expect the dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan to react so quickly. Moreover, they were all skilled. Facing the attack of the dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan, the 3-headed bone pythons obviously felt threatened. They roared, and black light condensed in their mouths and instantly shot out. Boom! 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 Their attack immediately collided with the attack of the dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan. There was a violent roar, and the aftermath of the force swept away the surrounding black fog. However, the black fog was still thick in the distance. One could not see the end of it. This showed how vast the black fog area was. After all, the 3-headed bone pythons were outnumbered. Moreover, the attacks of the dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan were not much weaker than theirs. Some of their attacks were even stronger. Under such circumstances, they were naturally no match for the dark apparitions. With just one collision, their skeletons were shattered and fell to the ground. Some of the skeletons could not withstand the powerful attack and directly turned into powder. Gu-ka, Gu-ho, and the other dark apparitions' eyes lit up. In a flash, they rushed toward the 3-headed bone pythons. Why isn't there any? That's not right. Why doesn't this 3-headed bone pythons have any demonic origin bones or crystals? Could it be too small? Let's search again. The dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan searched a few more times but still found nothing. Their eyes suddenly turned gloomy, and they were a little surprised and doubtful. What's going on? They could not figure it out. There was a string of black question marks above their skulls. How could the bone pythons not have any demonic origin bones or crystals? This was not King scientific. Gu-ka, what do you think? Gu-ka asked. Gu-ka shook his head slowly. On his 3 faces, 6 empty eye sockets stared at the surrounding black fog. The soul fire in his eyes flickered faintly as if he wanted to see something. After a moment, he said in a cold voice, I don't see any other existence. Could it be underground? Gu-ka suddenly said. The dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan stared at their feet. Then, they looked at each other and flew into the air together. Boom! 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 The next moment, they attacked at the same time. Like cannonballs plowing the ground, they blasted the surrounding white bones into the air. A few large pits immediately appeared on the ground. Unfortunately, they did not find any trace of demonic origin bones or crystals in the end. Let's go. Maybe the 3-headed bone pythons don't have any demonic origin bones or crystals. Gu-ka shook his head. He only wanted to find the demon bone tree. It was fine if he did not find any demonic origin bones or crystals. He must not let it affect his ultimate goal. How is that possible? I have never heard of any skeletal monsters in the undead ruins not having any demonic origin bones or crystals in their bodies, Gu-ka said unwillingly. This is the birthplace of the demon bone tree. There might be some special situations here. Guka glanced at Guka and pondered for a moment. Then, he said, listen to Guka. Let's go. The demon bone tree is more important. As long as we find the demon bone tree, this loss is nothing. The other dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan heard this. No matter how unwilling they were, they did not say anything and nodded. Then, under Guka's lead, they once again explored the black fog. However, after this incident, the dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan were a little unhappy. Ha ha ha, Wang Ting, you are too mean. You actually stole the treasure that they worked so hard to obtain. Yuan Gunggun's laughter suddenly sounded in Wang Ting's mind. It was obvious that Wang Ting was the one who did it. This should be the demonic origin crystal that they were talking about. Wang Ting smiled slightly and a black crystal appeared in his hand. Just now, when the two sides' attacks collided, he made a prompt decision. He used the force of the Force to cover up and used the power of space to steal the demonic origin bones and crystals from the three-headed bone python. That was why the situation after that happened. There were 2 demonic origin bones and 1 demonic origin crystal in the three-headed bone python. However, they were not big in size. They were only the size of a fingernail, much smaller than the ones he obtained before. After he threw the 2 demonic origin bones into the space ring, they merged with the black bone he obtained before. Obviously, the black bone was the demonic origin bone that the dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan were talking about. The so-called demonic origin crystal was the one in Wang Ting's hand. Wang Ting suddenly sensed something. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he said in surprise, it actually contains soul origin. It contains soul origin? Yuan Gungun was also very surprised. Is this a soul origin crystal? It is still somewhat different from a soul origin crystal. It is not as pure. Moreover, it contains the power of darkness and even the power of death. Martial artists from the light universe can't absorb it at all. Wang Ting carefully sensed it again and shook his head. Then it is useless. Yuan Gungun shook his head regretfully. Who said so? It is useless to others, but not to me, Wang Ting said as he put it away with a smile. This thing was a small surprise. That's true. Yuan Gungun immediately thought of Wang Ting's uniqueness. This guy had even mastered the Dark Star Force. Naturally, he would not be afraid of the power of darkness in the demonic origin crystal. Let's continue to follow. Who knows, we might be able to harvest another wave. Wang Ting chuckled and disappeared on the spot. These dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan are unlucky to have encountered you. Yuan Gungun began to mourn for the few dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan. Following that, the few dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan encountered a few more skeletal monsters along the way. Under their joint efforts, they managed to kill them without any mishaps. However, what made them depressed was that no matter how many skeletal monsters they killed, they could not obtain any demonic origin bones or crystals. It seems that the skeletons here really do not contain demonic origin bones or crystals. Guka said regretfully. Now, he also believed what he said at the beginning. After all, they had killed a few skeletal monsters along the way, but they did not see any trace of demonic origin bones or crystals. In the beginning, they naturally felt that something was amiss. However, no matter how careful they were and how many of them secretly formed a mental seal, they still could not detect any clues. Therefore, not only Guka, but even Guka and the other dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan also accepted Guka's previous explanation. Otherwise, what else could they do? They could not admit that they were too useless and that there might be an existence hidden in the surroundings that could steal the demonic origin bones and crystals, right? For the rest of the journey, the dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan were silent and more cautious. They could feel that as they went deeper into the black fog, the skeletal monsters that appeared were getting stronger and stronger. They could easily kill the three-headed bone python at the beginning. However, they needed to work together to deal with the skeletal monsters that appeared later, and it would take them a lot of time. However, the skeletal monsters that they spent so much effort to kill did not have any demonic origin bones or demonic origin crystals. This made them a little depressed. Although Guka, Guao, and the other dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan did not say much, Guka could feel that they were getting anxious. This was very disadvantageous for their next move. After all, they had not found their real target, the demonic bone tree. If they were already anxious, how were they going to cooperate next? The demonic bone tree was much more difficult to deal with than the skeletal monsters they had encountered before. If they weren't careful, even high-ranked demon emperors like them would lose their lives here and become nutrients for the bone demon tree, not to mention any opportunities. Boom! At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. Boom! 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 It was as if footsteps were approaching from the distance, making the earth tremble. Small mountains of white bones collapsed one after another, white bones scattering all over the ground with walala sounds. What's going on? Yuan Gungun asked. It sounds like the footsteps of something. It seems like it's a huge monster. Wang Ting looked at the black fog, and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "These dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan are in trouble." Guka, and the other dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan seemed to have guessed something. They focused their eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. In this black fog, they were undoubtedly very passive. It was difficult to determine the location of the other party. They did not dare to run around and split up easily. If they were not careful and scattered, it was very likely that they would be defeated one by one. Suddenly, in the black fog in the distance, a huge black shadow slowly emerged. It was hundreds of feet tall, like a towering mountain, and it was slowly moving toward them. This Guka, Guao, and the other dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan were inexplicably horrified. They looked at the huge monster in horror. There was a consensus in the undead ruins that the bigger the skeletal monster, the stronger it was. This was because these skeletal monsters were actually monsters that used demonic origin bones or demonic origin crystals as their cores to contain the surrounding white bones. Theoretically speaking, the more bones one could absorb, the more powerful their core energy would be, and the stronger the skeletal monster would be. The skeletal monster in front of them was so huge that its strength was probably far greater than the skeletal monsters they had encountered before. The aura of this black shadow seems to be comparable to that of a demon sovereign. As the black shadow approached, Wang Ting made a judgment of its strength, and his heart slightly tensed up. There was indeed a skeletal monster comparable to a demon lord within the black fog. The threat he faintly felt outside the black fog was not an illusion. Gu Jia, what should we do now? On the other side, Gu Ka's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but look at Gu Ka and ask via voice transmission. Retreat. Gu Ka gritted his teeth as he stared fixedly at the huge black figure and sent a voice transmission to him. It was obvious that even it did not have the slightest confidence in facing such a gigantic skeleton monster. The few dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan immediately retreated slowly. They did not even dare to use their own strength as they were afraid of being detected by the black shadow. What, they're actually running away? How can this be? Wang Ting felt that as a martial artist from the light universe, he had the obligation to not let these dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan escape easily. He suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot and directly moved toward the black shadow. It had to be said that Wang Ting was really skilled and daring. The few dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan tried to avoid them, but he took the initiative to approach them. If he could not defeat them, he would be dead meat. Taking advantage of the fact that the few dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan had not gone far, Wang Ting immediately approached the black shadow and was ready to give it a hard blow. However, at this moment, he seemed to have suddenly discovered something, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Something's not right. He was already very close, but why did this black shadow still feel like a shadow? What the hell? He hesitated for a moment and moved forward again. He was very confident in his concealment ability. Even a demon lord might not be able to detect him, let alone the skeletal monsters in the undead ruins. Even if those skeletal monsters had the strength of a demon lord, they could not be compared to a real demon lord. A demon lord had many means and even hidden trump cards that no one knew about. They had a deep foundation, and it was extremely difficult to kill them. On the other hand, it was much easier to kill a skeletal monster. From this point, one could see the difference between the two. In fact, not to mention a demon lord, these skeletal monsters could not even be compared to a venerable level star beast. After observing along the way, Wang Ting found that the skeletal monsters were indeed powerful, but their attack methods were very simple. Moreover, they did not seem to have much spiritual intelligence. They were slightly dull and only knew how to kill. If such an existence could see through his concealment, then he might as well go back to his hometown on Earthstar and lie down. Soon, Wang Ting was within a few hundred meters of the black shadow. The other party was also moving forward, causing the ground to tremble and rumble. With the other party's size, this distance was already very close. As long as it took a step, it would be able to come face to face with Wang Ting. At this point, Wang Ting finally saw the true face of the black shadow in front of him. F***ck, it's just an illusion. He could not help but curse in his heart. If it were not for the fact that the situation did not allow him to, he would have cursed directly. A mere phantom had actually managed to intimidate everyone. If this were to spread, he did not know how much of a joke he would be. After all, he was someone who had fought a demon lord head-on. It was ridiculous that he would be scared by an illusion. If it were not for the surrounding black fog blocking his perception and the prying of the eye of truth, he would not have been fooled so badly. However, to be able to cast such a lifelike illusion and even release the aura of a demon lord, the existence behind this is probably not simple. Wang Ting cursed in his heart, and his expression became serious. He was not making excuses for himself, but it was the truth. With his mental perception and the prying ability of the eye of truth, ordinary demon lords could not easily deceive him. The existence behind the black shadow in front of him was naturally not to be underestimated. Moreover, it was not as simple as an illusion. At the same time, the other party had also deceived him and the few dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. Vibration, without a doubt, the vibration of the ground was also fake. Illusion. It's all an illusion. I didn't expect to meet an expert who can cast illusions today. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he was a little interested. In fact, his illusions were not bad. He had already reached the small success level for the ordinary mental illusion technique, and he had even reached the great success level for the immortal level phantom technique. When he was in the Blood Breed's ancestral land, he had used the great success level phantom technique to deceive the guardian of the Blood Breed's treasury, Bloodner Demon Lord. However, I don't need to fight it head-on. I'll let the few dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan check it out for me. Wang Ting chuckled and immediately had a plan in his heart. He looked at the few dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan in the distance. Boom! Boom! The next moment, he immediately mobilized his Dark Star Force and condensed 2 energy balls. He threw one at the huge black shadow and the other at the few dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. Don't you want to hide? I won't let you hide. A cold smile appeared at the edge of Wang Ting's lips. The moment he threw out the 2 dark energy balls, he hid himself once again. He didn't leave any traces behind. At the same time, he also used the phantom technique that he had mastered to create an illusion around him. The illusion was very simple. It was the same black fog illusion as the surrounding black fog. The illusion and the black fog merged, and no one could sense his existence. Even the existence that was also proficient in illusion might not be able to discover him. In addition, Wang Ting's hiding ability was foolproof. There was no possibility of him being discovered. Oh no, we've been discovered. Gu Ka, and the other dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan did not know that Wang Ting was hiding in the dark and causing trouble. When they saw the dark energy ball coming, they thought that the black shadow had discovered them and attacked them. For a moment, the few dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan narrowed their eyes. Then, they used their combat skills to attack the black shadow. Boom! 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 One attack after another landed on the shadow, and a terrifying origin power shockwave swept out and dispersed the black mist. The true appearance of the black shadow also appeared in the eyes of the few dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. It was a humongous skeleton monster. It did not have a fixed shape. Its body was completely formed by bones of various sizes. However, the shape of its head could not be seen because it was too tall. Its head was completely hidden in the black fog. Only 2 rays of black light were faintly shining, making people not dare to look directly at it. At this moment, the humongous skeleton monster seemed to have lowered its head and looked down at Gu Ka and the other dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. It was cold and indifferent. The few dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan suddenly felt their hearts tighten. Before they had time to think, a powerful aura came crushing over. Boom, cold. Dead silence. Darkness. Evil. Indescribable, the aura contained an unimaginable willpower. Not only was it filled with darkness and evil, but it also contained a cold and lifeless silence as if it came from the land of death. Even the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan were shocked and terrified when they felt the willpower. Crack, 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 the few dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan suddenly emitted cracking sounds from their bones. Their bodies showed signs of collapsing under the pressure of the aura. The existence behind this black shadow can actually erupt with the willpower of a demon lord. Wang Ting watched this scene from the dark and could not help but be surprised. Kill. At this moment, the soul fire in Gu Ka's eye sockets flickered violently. An extraordinary aura also erupted from his body and soared into the sky. However, in front of the majestic willpower, his aura was like a child in front of an adult. The difference was huge, and he could not resist at all. What are you waiting for? Gu Ka gritted his teeth and insisted. He almost squeezed out a cold shout from the gaps between his teeth. Gu Ka, Gu Ao, and the other dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan finally reacted. They also unleashed their auras to contend with the majestic willpower of the Black Shadow. Under the joint efforts of the few dark apparitions, they finally managed to resist the majestic willpower of the Black Shadow. However, at this moment, a ray of black light suddenly shot out from the black fog and blasted toward Gu Ao. Get lost. The soul fire in Gu Ao's eye sockets flickered violently. He raised the huge bone sword in his hand with difficulty. The dark star force erupted from it and turned into a huge sword ray. Boom, although it was suppressed by the willpower, it still managed to unleash the sword ray at the last moment. In an instant, the sword ray collided with the black ball of light. A violent roar was heard, and the aftermath of the violent force swept out in all directions. Then, a figure flew out and fell heavily into the black fog. Gu Ao. Gu Ka's eyes narrowed as he could not help but shout. Boom, without the Bone Spirit clan dark apparition named Gu Ao, the aura of the few dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan was once again suppressed. They felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on their heads, and their bones almost fell apart. Damn it. You can't do anything right. Gu Ka could not help but curse. Boom. Boom. Boom, at this moment, a few more rays of black light shot out from the black fog and blasted toward Gu Ka and the other dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. Gu Ka's eyes changed. He could not be bothered to curse anymore as he quickly unleashed all the dark star force in his body. Boom, suddenly, a small world filled with dense black light appeared above his head. The void trembled for a moment, and then a white bone hand suddenly reached out from the small world. Boom. Boom. Boom, the black lights were caught in the palm of the white skeletal hand and exploded. Something's not right. Gu Ka suddenly seemed to have discovered something. His eyes lit up as he said coldly, "These attacks are not very strong. They are not at the level of a demon lord." Gu Ka and the other dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan were not stupid. When they saw Gu Ka block the few rays of black light at the same time, they immediately realized something was wrong. The black light attacks just now did not seem to be very strong. At most, they were about the same as the attacks of the skeleton monsters that they had encountered before. Did this mean that the Black Shadow was not very strong? At least, it was not at the level of a demon lord. The dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan looked at each other and unleashed their own small world phantoms, causing them to hover above their heads. Then, they unleashed their attacks toward the huge Black Shadow. Boom. Boom. Boom, black arrow light, saber light, sword light, and so on all landed on the huge Black Shadow. Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted, and dense black light flooded the area. The huge Black Shadow was directly torn apart by these attacks as if it was a piece of paper. F***CK. It's fake. It's just a phantom. We've been fooled. Bastard. The dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan were flustered and exasperated. How could they not understand that the huge black shadow was not the real body at all? It was only used to fool them. No wonder its attack was so weak despite its huge body. As the demon emperors of the Bone Spirit clan, they were highly respected in the Bone Spirit clan. They were actually fooled by a skeleton monster that they had always looked down upon. In the eyes of the Bone Spirit clan, those skeleton monsters were just lowly existences that they could order around and kill at will. It was just like how the Blood clan had always looked down on the blood-type creatures in the immortal Blood Sea and regarded them as vassals and prey. If people knew that they were fooled by these skeleton monsters, they would probably become the laughingstock of the entire Bone Spirit clan. Find it. I want to smash it into powder. Gu Ka said coldly. The dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan had the same thought. At this moment, their eyes were cold as they immediately surrounded the area where the huge black shadow was. The thick black fog in the surroundings could not stop the angry dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. At this moment, a black shadow flashed out of the black fog and fled into the depths of the black fog. Chase! Gu Ka shouted coldly. End of chapter. Dark Star Force * 3200, Demonic Bull Bone Knife * 2200, Dark Star Force * 4500, Three-Sided Bone Sword Technique * 3000, Dark Star Force * 4000, Demonic Bone Arrow * 600, Dark Star Force * 6000, Demonic Bone Will, Stage 5, * 8500, Phantom Shadow * 6500. Wang Ting quietly picked up the scattered attribute bubbles around, and his eyes lit up slightly. Needless to say, the Dark Star Force was quite impressive when added up by the few Bone Spirit clan dark apparitions. Next were the 3 Bone Spirit clan combat skills. He had already picked up a lot of attribute bubbles for these 3 combat skills on the way. Now, the attribute values had increased by a small margin. Demonic Bull Bone Knife, Upper Demon Emperor 1-800/5000, Proficient, Wink with a Frown. Three-Sided Bone Sword Technique, Upper Demon Emperor 2-500/5000, Proficient, Wink with a Frown. Demonic Bone Arrow, Upper Demon Emperor 5000/10,000, Small Mastery. The harvest was quite considerable. The 3 combat skills were all Upper Demon Emperor, especially the Demonic Bull Bone Knife and Three-Sided Bone Sword Technique, which were new combat skills that he had just obtained. The attribute bubbles that he had picked up previously only upgraded these 2 combat skills to the proficient level. Now that he had picked up the attributes again, he finally upgraded the mastery level to the proficient level. The proficient level of the Upper Demon Emperor combat skills could already exert great power. As for the Demonic Bone Arrow, Wang Ting had obtained this archery combat skill a long time ago, and it had already reached the small mastery level. The attribute values that he picked up this time were not many, only 600 points, but it was enough to surprise him. After all, the other Bone Spirit Dark Apparitions combat skills might only be at the proficient level, but the owner of the Demonic Bone Arrow must have upgraded the combat skill to the small mastery level. Although it was only a difference of 1 level, the gap was huge. The difference between the proficient level and the small mastery level was at least 3 times. That Bone Spirit Dark Apparition named Bone Ka should have hidden its strength. Wang Ting secretly thought in his heart, and the corner of his mouth could not help but reveal a strange arc. Now that was fun. In this Bone Spirit team, the Bone Spirit Dark Apparition named Gu Ka should be the strongest on the surface, but since Gu Ka's mastery of combat skills had reached the level of small success, its strength might not be much weaker than Gu Ka. In other words, they might be able to see a good show of dogs biting each other. Of course, the above was not the main point. The main point was the next 2 attributes. Demon Bone Will, a property bubble fused into Wang Ting's body and turned into comprehension. A shocking scene appeared in his mind. A terrifying will descended, and a huge demonic shadow condensed. This demonic figure had no flesh or blood. Its entire body was a skeleton, and it had many arms that formed a strange seal in front of its body. Countless runes were branded on its body, and a thick black fog curled around its body, emitting an extremely evil and dark aura. Rank 5, Wang Ting's Devil Bone Will had reached the 5th order at this moment. His eyes flashed with a black light, and the majestic Devil Bone Will was about to burst out of his body. Fortunately, it was immediately suppressed by him. This devil bone will only flashed in his body for a moment, and then it went silent. It was just a mere rank 5 will. It was not like he had not obtained it before. He was not afraid that he could not suppress it. Devil Bone Will, 8500/50,000, rank 5, it was upgraded from the original rank 4 to rank 5. It could be considered a qualitative leap. After all, many dark apparitions could not cross this threshold at all. For example, those Upper Demon Emperor dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. For Wang Teng, it was much simpler. It was just a matter of picking up a few property bubbles. It was done easily. It seems that the existence hidden behind the black shadow also has this kind of devil bone will. Wang Ting was deep in thought. This rank 5, devil bone will, obviously did not come from those bone spirit dark apparitions, but from the existence behind the black shadow. Although he did not know what it was for the time being, to be able to drop the rank 5, devil bone will, property, it must be something extraordinary. If those bone spirit dark apparitions could capture it, he could also fish in troubled waters. After absorbing the comprehension of devil bone will, the comprehension of another property bubble appeared in his mind. This comprehension was extremely special. As it poured into Wang Ting's mind, strange phantoms emerged. They were distorted and illusory, like shadows hidden in the darkness. They did not have any fixed shape and could change at will. Wang Ting could not help but reveal a strange look in his eyes. Phantom shadow. This is the special illusion that the existence behind the black shadow has mastered. Although compared to phantom heart technique, both were combat skills of illusion, this phantom shadow was undoubtedly inclined to the strange dark side. This was its characteristic and also its limitation. For example, the phantom heart technique, mastered by Wang Ting, did not have similar limitations. The illusion he cast could completely imitate dark things or combat skills, as long as it was supplemented by the power of darkness. In this aspect, other martial artists in the light universe might not be able to do it, but Wang Ting had no problem. Phantom Shadow, Lower Demon Lord 1500/10,000, Proficient, Lower Demon Lord Combat Skill. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. Although he had expected it after receiving the comprehension, he was still surprised to see that this combat skill could reach the threshold of the Demon Lord level. He did not have many illusion-type combat skills, let alone one at the Demon Lord level. Now that he had this combat skill, under the combination of Phantom Heart technique, his illusion attainment would definitely be able to rise to another level. It would be a lie to say that he was not surprised. Later, I might be able to exchange blows with the existence behind the black shadow. Wang Ting pondered as he followed the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. Boom! 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 These dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan kept chasing after the shadow. They launched attacks from time to time in an attempt to stop it. However, every time they hit the shadow, they could not hurt the real body at all. That fellow was undoubtedly very cunning. Even when it was running away, it used the phantom to confuse the Bone Spirit dark apparitions and did not expose its real body at all. Its phantom was so real that it was difficult to distinguish it. Gu Ka and the other Bone Spirit dark apparitions could not do anything about it. Along the way, the Bone Spirit dark apparition still could not catch up with it. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a sharp piercing sound suddenly came from the black fog in front of him. The speed was extremely fast. It pierced through the black fog in an instant and arrived in front of Gu Ka and the other dark apparitions. Not good. Gu Ka and the other dark apparitions suddenly narrowed their eyes, revealing a horrified expression. They subconsciously thought that the attack of the black shadow was not powerful and did not expect such a situation to occur. This sudden attack completely caught them off guard. These attacks are real. Gu Ka shouted coldly. The bone sword in his hand immediately burst out a bright black light and slashed forward. The other Bone Spirit dark apparitions did not dare to be negligent and launched their own attacks one after another to meet the attack. Clang! 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 A few vibrating sounds caused by the collision of metals suddenly echoed in the black fog. The invisible sound waves actually stirred up the black fog directly. It was not the aftermath of the force because the aftermath of the collision of the two attacks only spread out after the sound was heard. This formed a double impact, causing the surrounding black fog to be swept away in all directions like waves. However, no one paid attention to this at this moment. In just one exchange, the bone spirit dark apparitions were all sent flying and smashed into the black fog. At the same time, Wang Ting also saw the true appearance of the attacks. They were actually long roots. However, these roots were a little different. They were like white bones. They were white on the outside and had a strange bone-like texture. What is this? Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly. Whoosh! 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 Without waiting for him to think, the bone roots pierced into the black fog again. Boom! 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 A roar followed, accompanied by the shocked and angry voices of the bone spirit dark apparitions. The two sides had clearly collided again. These bone roots are very troublesome. Wang Ting's heart was heavy. Such a degree of hardness was almost comparable to the demon blood poisonous scale vine that he had mastered. This was somewhat unbelievable. This was because the devil blood poison scaled vine he possessed was formed from the fusion of the devil's vine, ghost's poison vine, blood-sucking vine, and dark scale tail. Its characteristics were complicated, and it was definitely not something an ordinary combat skill could compare to. Its hardness had increased again and again. Now, the bone roots that shot out from the black fog were comparable to it. It was indeed extremely terrifying. Moreover, these bone roots seemed to be able to attack autonomously. They actually chased after the bone spirit dark apparitions without letting go. What was behind the black fog? Wang Ting's eyes flickered. He had already activated the Eye of Truth and looked toward the black fog. At the same time, he quietly approached the area. Under the effect of the Eye of Truth, his range of vision was undoubtedly much longer. Through the black fog, he could finally see the situation in front of him. This. The next moment, Wang Ting's pupils shrank. He looked in front of him with some horror, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. He saw that in the thick black fog, there was a space that seemed to be isolated. There was no black fog inside, only a huge object standing in front of him. It was too tall, even with Wang Ting's eyesight, he couldn't see the highest point without the black fog blocking him. Compared to the huge black phantom that had appeared in the black fog before, it seemed even smaller. Wang Ting naturally suspected that the huge object in front of him was another phantom. However, when he saw the existence in front of him clearly, another thought suddenly appeared in his mind. This is... Yuan Gungun also opened his eyes wide and stared blankly ahead. He couldn't help but open his mouth slightly and couldn't close it. A tree, it was an incomparably huge bone tree. This tree was very strange, as if it was made up of layers upon layers of white bones. It was full of bone spikes that were incomparably sharp, like sharp blades. Countless bone whiskers hung down from high above. The bone whiskers that attacked the few bone spirit dark apparitions just now obviously came from this bone tree. Of course, there were only a dozen bone whiskers that attacked Gu Ka and the other bone spirit dark apparitions. Compared to the densely packed bone whiskers, it was nothing. If all the bone whiskers on this bone tree attacked the few bone spirit dark apparitions, they probably wouldn't be able to resist for even a moment. Terrifying, this demon tree was too terrifying, and this was only its external display of strength. No one knew what other hidden threats this demonic tree had. Wang Ting's expression was extremely solemn. He couldn't help but gasp in his heart. Demon bone tree, if he guessed correctly, this was the demon bone tree that the few bone spirit dark apparitions mentioned. At the same time, it was also the location of the spatial fluctuations that he was looking for. There were traces of spatial fluctuations lingering around this bone tree. However, he still needed to take a closer look at how it was produced. Moreover, the spatial fluctuations here were somewhat obscure. Even at such a close distance, he still couldn't see through it. Wang Ting, is this the demon bone tree that the few bone spirit dark apparitions mentioned? Yuan Gungun finally reacted and asked softly. It should be. Wang Ting nodded. The rumored demon bone tree is actually such an existence. This is too terrifying. Yuan Gungun swallowed his saliva and said. Yes, the threat I feel from this demon bone tree is much stronger than that of an upper demon venerable like demon venerable Gu La, Wang Ting said in a deep voice. This was not an exaggeration. It was his true feeling. A demon bone tree actually made him feel a threat that was far stronger than an upper demon venerable. It was simply incredible. Speaking of which, the few bone spirit dark apparitions wanted to find an opportunity from this demon bone tree. Aren't they overestimating themselves? Yuan Gungun hesitated for a moment and said. He was already being very polite. In the face of such a terrifying monster, let alone an upper demon emperor, even a lower demon venerable would not be enough. Wang Ting's eyes flickered and he nodded slightly. Obviously, he agreed with Yuan Gungun's statement. There was a qualitative difference between an upper demon emperor and a demon venerable. It was useless to rely on numbers. Therefore, even if the few bone spirit dark apparitions had a large number of people, he didn't think that they could get any opportunity from this demon bone tree. Unless they know the secret of the demon bone tree and have a way to deal with it. Wang Ting suddenly thought of something and said telepathically. You want to rely on them to spy on the secret of the demon bone tree? Yuan Gungun was stunned for a moment. He immediately understood his intention and said. Yes. Wang Ting nodded slightly and said nothing more. Just as the two were talking, the few bone spirit dark apparitions finally recognized the origin of the bone roots. This is the bone demon root. The demon bone tree is just in front. A surprised voice suddenly came from Guka's mouth. Demon bone tree. We found the demon bone tree. The other few bone spirit dark apparitions were also surprised and delighted. They were surprised because of the strength of the bone demon root and delighted because they had finally found the demon bone tree. Great, quickly take out the ancestral item. This bone demon root is too hard. We don't want to fight it head-on, Guka said quickly. Since they knew that the bone demon root was in front of them, they naturally had a way to deal with it. There was no need to continue fighting. As soon as he finished speaking, the few bone spirit dark apparitions each took out an item and let it float above their palms. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, rays of black light spread out from the items and shrouded them. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, the invading bone demon roots suddenly stopped and circled around the bone demon tree. Finally, they retracted and quietly fell around the bone demon tree. It was as if they had lost all signs of life. Not a single trace of their previous ferocity and frenzy could be seen. They really have a way to deal with it. A light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a trace of expectation rose in his heart. Come on, it's all up to you. End of chapter. The dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan held their ancestral items and advanced into the black fog. Although they had guessed that the demonic bone tree was in front of them, they had yet to see its true form. At this moment, they were a little nervous and excited. They carefully and impatiently passed through the thick black fog. After a while, the front suddenly opened up. Just like Wang Ting, the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan were all stunned. They had indeed heard rumors about the demonic bone tree and had also found a lot of relevant information from their respective clans. However, it was their first time seeing the true form of the demonic bone tree. The huge body, the ferocious and magnificent appearance, and the terrifying aura that faintly exuded shocked and terrified them. Those dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan seemed to have said that the things in their hands were ancestral items? Yuan Gungun asked suspiciously. Ancestral items? Wang Ting's gaze fell on the palms of the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan with a strange expression. The ancestral items of the Bone Spirit clan were all made of bones. Some were bone whips, some were bone mirrors, and some were like bone spurs. Their shapes were simple and strange. They were carved with skeletons and all kinds of grotesque bone warriors. They were full of strange styles. At first glance, one could tell that they were not serious treasures. However, Wang Ting had always liked things that were not serious. These ancestral items of the Bone Spirit clan seemed to be a good match for him. I have never seen any ancestral items in the Blood clan. Now, I see the ancestral items of the Bone Spirit clan first. Wang Ting touched his chin. He was very tempted. This is the demonic bone tree. Guka lowered his voice. He was both excited and frightened. His eyes were extremely complicated. He wanted to go forward, but he stopped and did not dare to rashly take another step forward. Not only him, but Gu Shao, Gu Ka, and the other dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan also did the same. At this moment, they all stopped. The ancestral items in their hands emitted a black light that enveloped their bodies. The demonic bone tree did not seem to have noticed their arrival and did not move at all. The densely packed roots of the Bone Spirit clan hung down from the sky as if they were still, as if they were dead objects. This scene inexplicably gave off a feeling of deathly stillness and terror. The demonic bone tree in front of them caused everyone to be on high alert. Even under the protection of their ancestral item, the few dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan were still very careful. They didn't dare to reveal their aura at all. "That shadow is gone," Guwu looked around and said in a low voice. These Bone Spirit dark apparitions subconsciously lowered their voices and didn't dare to speak loudly. This place was too dangerous and too quiet. Even the slightest sound would be amplified. It was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, and the ripples it caused were enough to cause the lake to no longer be calm. Furthermore, they didn't dare to use telepathy for fear that they would attract the demonic bone tree's attention. Hearing this, the Bone Spirit clan members looked around, trying to find the black shadow. It was obvious that the other party had also fled to this area. They might have even known about the existence of the Bone Demon Tree. Thus, they used the Bone Demon Tree's roots to kill them. It was not a good thing for them to have such a dangerous and unstable factor lurking in the dark. If it suddenly appeared at a critical moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. They were now very close to the demonic bone tree and would continue to approach it later. If the demonic bone tree was suddenly awakened, they would have to face more than just the Bone Demon Tree's roots. Unfortunately, no matter how hard these Bone Spirit dark apparitions searched, they couldn't find the shadow. Their eyes suddenly became gloomy. "Damn it, what the hell is that shadow?" Guwu couldn't help but curse in a low voice. They had several upper-level demon emperors, but they couldn't do anything to it. They couldn't even find its shadow. This was really a little strange. "We can only take one step at a time." Guka was also somewhat helpless. After a moment of silence, he could only say so. The other Bone Spirit dark apparitions couldn't think of a better way. Guka's innate ability was biased towards detection. Even he couldn't find the shadow, let alone them. This was indeed the only way now. Then, the Bone Spirit dark apparitions walked toward the demonic bone tree under Guka's lead. They were extremely careful and even activated the ancestral item in their hands to the extreme. Walala, at this moment, the roots of the Bone Demon Tree suddenly trembled slightly. It wasn't just a few roots or a dozen roots. Instead, it was a large number of roots. The dark apparitions of the Bone Demon Tree were so scared that they froze on the spot and didn't dare to move. They immediately activated the ancestral item in their hands even more vigorously, making the black light emitted by it even more intense. At the same time, black runes emerged from the ancestral items and surrounded them. The Bone Demon Tree's roots suddenly quieted down and returned to their silent state. The dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan heaved a sigh of relief. After exchanging glances with each other, they continued to move forward. Wang Tang, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. His footsteps also paused slightly. Although he was very confident in his concealment ability, he didn't dare to underestimate the demonic bone tree. Now that he saw that the Bone Spirit dark apparitions still alarmed the demonic bone tree even after activating their ancestral items, how could he let his guard down? If he got too close and alarmed the demonic bone tree, it would be over. However, when he saw the Bone Spirit dark apparitions continuing to move forward, he had an idea and immediately followed them. As long as he was close enough, it would be enough to confuse them. How would the Bone Spirit dark apparitions know that he was the one who alarmed the demonic bone tree? This was called infiltrating the enemy's territory. You have me, and I have you. As for whether he would be discovered, that was impossible. These Bone Spirit dark apparitions couldn't discover him at first. Now that he had mastered the phantom, it was even more impossible for them to discover him. In the end, the Bone Spirit dark apparitions had only walked a few meters when the demonic bone tree's roots were alarmed again. The roots were ready to move, and their extremely sharp heads were already pointing in the direction of the Bone Spirit dark apparitions. Guka and the other Bone Spirit dark apparitions paused again. Their pupils constricted, and a chill went straight to the top of their heads. They couldn't understand why the demonic bone tree was alarmed again when they had only walked a few meters. Could it be that the information they found was wrong? Was the ancestral item not that useful? Continue to activate the ancestral item's power. Guka gritted his teeth. There was no other way now. They could only rely on the ancestral item. If even the ancestral item didn't work, then they could only give up on this opportunity. The bone spirit dark apparitions didn't hesitate. Their eyes were solemn as they injected their power into the ancestral item again. Buzz. 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 The next moment, the ancestral item in their hands suddenly vibrated. More black runes spread out and intertwined with each other, turning into chains of runes. The black light emitted by the ancestral item spread to the area where Wang Ting was at. The demonic bone tree's roots that were ready to move immediately quietened down and dropped down naturally. All the dangerous aura instantly disappeared as if it had never appeared. It gave off an extremely unreal feeling. Guka and the other bone spirit dark apparitions couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. A glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes again. As expected, how could the ancestral item that they had painstakingly obtained be useless? They were scared to death, however, they still didn't know that they had become the scapegoat for a certain black-bellied fellow this time. That was close. On the other side, Wang Ting couldn't help but wipe the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead as he muttered in his heart. He had reason to believe that the demonic bone tree's roots had sensed his presence. That was why they reacted so violently. Well, no matter what, he was still very confident in the bone spirit race's ancestral item. The bone spirit dark apparitions definitely wouldn't be discovered so easily with the ancestral item in their hands. However, the bone spirit dark apparitions were definitely going to be the scapegoat for this. Wang Ting continued to follow behind the bone spirit dark apparitions quietly. This time, they walked a full 10 meters before they alerted the demonic bone tree's roots again. The bone spirit dark apparitions had no choice but to inject their power into the ancestral item again and again to strengthen the protective power. At this time, they were still 300 meters away from the demonic bone tree. Guka, Guho, Guka, and the other bone spirit dark apparitions looked at the distance in front of them and only felt that their skulls were a little numb. Their entire skeletons felt a little uncomfortable. A distance of 300 meters was obviously nothing to them, but at this moment, under the demonic bone tree, this distance was like a natural moat that separated them from the demonic bone tree. It made them flinch at the sight of it. No way, this is it? Before Wang Ting had time to rejoice, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty when he saw the bone spirit dark apparition's expressions. This distance of 300 meters seems to be a little difficult to walk, Yuan Gungun said faintly. Sigh, these bone spirit dark apparitions really disappointed me. Wang Ting couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Yuan Gungun was speechless. Is this what a human should say? If it weren't for you, this distance of 300 meters wouldn't be so difficult to walk. Don't you have any self-awareness? It was really full of complaints in its heart, but it didn't know how to express them. What do we do now? Yuan Gungun couldn't help but ask. It's okay. Their energy hasn't been completely drained. I guess they can still hold on for a while longer. Let's continue to follow them, Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he said confidently. That's too tragic. I'm starting to sympathize with them, Yuan Gungun said. The bone spirit dark apparitions didn't give up so easily. They braced themselves and continued to move forward. Wang Ting immediately followed. This time, perhaps the energy they had stimulated was strong enough. They walked for more than 100 meters before they alarmed the demonic bone tree again. Damn it! Why is this demonic bone tree so difficult to deal with? The bone spirit dark apparition's eyes were so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out of them. They cursed in their hearts. After walking for more than 100 meters, they originally thought that it wouldn't be so easy to alarm the demonic bone tree this time. In the end, they were immediately slapped in the face. Now, in order to stimulate the power of their ancestral item, they had consumed more than half of the energy in their bodies. If this continued, it would be strange if they weren't completely drained. Guka, what do we do now? Guka asked. You're asking me? How the F***ck would I know? Guka really wanted to curse back. What was wrong with Guka? Gu Ka's strength was clearly not much lower than his. Why did he have no opinions and ask him about everything? If Gu Ka could solve everything, then what was the point of having them? Gu Ka asked them to cooperate because he wanted to find someone to share the risk. At the same time, he also wanted to gather their strength to deal with the demonic bone tree. After all, they all came from different races and had different methods. Only by cooperating with each other could they exert more power. Apart from that, it was their respective ancestral items. This was also a very important part. Without their ancestral items, they couldn't get close to the demonic bone tree. But now, looking at it again, these guys were simply dragging it down. Thinking of this, it wanted to curse even more. Gu Ka glanced at the other guys and found that they were also staring at it, waiting for it to make a decision. It instantly felt tired. Why did it feel like it had found a bunch of useless teammates? Ha ha ha. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. Yuan Gun Gun, look at this three-faced bone spirit dark apparition. It looks like it's about to die from anger. Yuan Gun Gun also couldn't help but laugh. From a bystander's point of view, the dark apparition's sullen and helpless look was a little funny. Of all the teammates, he found a bunch of useless teammates. However, if the dark apparition knew that it was Wang Ting who was behind this, how would it feel? Let's work together. The strength of this demonic bone tree is beyond our imagination. Only by fusing with the power of our ancestral artifacts and shielding the demonic bone tree will we be able to complete the last 100 meters, said Gu Ka coldly. Gu Ka, Gu Ao, and the other dark apparition's eyes flashed. They couldn't help but look at each other and nodded. Okay. Gu Ka glanced at them and didn't say anything else. He directly raised the ancestral item in his hand. It was a three-faced bone sculpture. It only had a skull and no torso. It was only the size of a palm. Gu Ka's figure was already very pocket-sized, but this three-faced bone sculpture seemed to be much smaller than its head. Buzz, in an instant, a dazzling black ball of light lit up within the three-faced bone sculpture. It was like the soul fire of the bone spirit race. Seeing this, Gu Ka, Gu Ao, and the other dark apparitions immediately raised the ancestral items in their hands. Instantly, a dazzling black ball of light lit up within the ancestral items of the bone spirit race. It was exactly the same as Gu Ka's ancestral item. Then, the black ball of light emitted by these ancestral items rose from the ancestral items and finally merged on top of their heads. It turned into a head-sized black ball of light. It was filled with densely packed black runes, forming rings that intertwined with each other. Buzz, another slight buzzing sound was heard. Rays of light suddenly spread out from the fused black ball of light, forming a black light shield that enveloped Gu Ka and the other dark apparitions. Wang Ting, who was hiding in the space crevice outside the light shield, almost went numb. Was this really okay, leaving him alone outside the light barrier? Was there even a little bit of compassion left? Earlier, he could still bask in some of the remaining light. Now, all the black light was enveloped by the light shield. Not a single bit leaked out. What was he supposed to do? Please open the light shield. There's one person here. End of chapter. Without the bone spirit race's ancestral item, how could they shield the demonic bone tree? Waiting online, urgent. To be honest, Wang Ting was panicking now. The demonic bone tree was undoubtedly terrifying. Now, only the endless demonic bone roots were displayed. The other terrifying aspects were still unknown, but this made him feel uneasy. As the dark apparitions of the bone spirit race integrated with the power of the ancestral item, the demonic bone tree finally quieted down again. But the next moment, it moved again, and it was even more violent. Whoosh, the endless demonic bone roots were like white waves, floating around the demonic bone tree. It was very strange and terrifying. Gu Ka and the other dark apparitions of the bone spirit race were all stunned. What was going on? They had integrated with the power of the ancestral item. Logically speaking, they should be able to shield the demonic bone tree. But why was the demonic bone tree moving even more violently now? What kind of logic was this? They felt that something was wrong from the beginning, and this feeling was even stronger now. Not to mention what these dark apparitions of the bone spirit race were thinking, Wang Ting was already frightened. His mind was spinning rapidly, and his CPU almost exploded. How could he deal with this? His attention quickly scanned the attribute panel, trying to find a feasible way to deal with the current situation. Phantom shadow, suddenly, his gaze paused, and an idea flashed through his mind. He had used phantom shadow once before, but after getting close to the demonic bone tree, he did not use it again. He was afraid that the power of darkness would alarm the demonic bone tree. But now, he suddenly realized something. He was thinking too much. The power of phantom shadow might be the best way to deal with the current situation. He thought of the black shadow that used phantom shadow. Since the other party knew about the existence of the demonic bone tree and could even come and go freely here, there must be a way to shield the demonic bone tree. Then, the question was, what method did the other party use to shield the demonic bone tree? The only thing Wang Ting could think of was phantom shadow. Firstly, this was a demon lord level combat skill, and its power was needless to say. Secondly, if the black shadow used other combat skills, it would definitely drop attribute bubbles. However, he had searched the surroundings just now and did not find any corresponding attribute bubbles. Therefore, it was very likely that the other party had used the demonic phantom. Wang Ting made a decision in his heart. His spiritual power, dark force, and even death force surged out at the same time. He immediately executed the phantom demon shadow. This time, he wanted to imitate the aura of the demon bone tree. Yuan Gungun had mentioned that the demonic bone tree could absorb soul energy, life energy, darkness energy, and even death energy. Therefore, he used the same power to imitate it. Perhaps it would work. In an instant, under the influence of the phantom shadow combat skill, these forces fused in a strange way, and then covered Wang Ting's body like a layer of thin film. At the same time, the bone demon roots seemed to have lost their target and suddenly froze on the spot. Then, their heads turned in all directions, cruising in midair as if searching for something. The eyes of Gu Ka and the other dark apparitions from the bone spirit race flickered as they looked at the scene in front of them with uncertainty. Why did it feel like this demonic bone tree was convulsing? The situation in front of them was somewhat strange. The bone demon roots seemed to want to attack, but at the same time, it did not seem to want to attack. It was as if they were frantically testing them. Was this a joke? The few dark apparitions from the bone spirit race felt like they were being toyed with. They could not help but feel a little angry, but they did not dare to say anything. So what if they knew that the demonic bone tree was toying with them? They did not dare to act rashly. No matter how angry they were, they could only hold it in. Fortunately, in just a few breaths, the bone demon roots finally calmed down and hung beside the demonic bone tree without any movement. Phew! Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. That was close. That was close, he almost had to fight it head-on. Fortunately, he managed to hold his ground. Only by holding his ground could he save time. If they really fought, it would take more time, and he might not even be able to defeat the demonic bone tree. At that time, it would be even more troublesome. Is there something wrong with this demonic bone tree? Gu Ka saw that the demonic bone tree had calmed down again. After a moment of silence, he could not help but ask softly. I don't know if there's anything wrong with it, but it's a little abnormal, Gu Ka muttered. The group of dark apparitions from the bone spirit race was a little speechless. Although they felt that it was a little inappropriate to say that about the demonic bone tree, they felt that Gu Kao and Gu Ka's words were very reasonable. There was nothing wrong with it. The one with something wrong was the demonic bone tree. Is it possible that this demonic bone tree is a little slow? Since it calmed down, it means that the power of the ancestral item after the fusion is still useful. It's just that its reaction is a little slow, Gu Ka speculated thoughtfully. From the moment they fused with the power of the ancestral item to Wang Ting using the phantom, to the moment the demonic bone tree calmed down, only a few breaths had passed. Therefore, these dark apparitions from the bone spirit race did not suspect anything. They all felt that the demonic bone tree was targeting them. They did not think that there were other people here. Shut up, all of you, Gu Ka's heart twitched as he shouted in a low voice. What the hell is slow? Who heard that the demonic bone tree could be slow? They dared to say anything. Didn't they know that the demonic bone tree had consciousness? What if they were heard? The few dark apparitions from the bone spirit race heard this and looked at Gu Ka. They saw that he was staring at the demonic bone tree as if he was afraid that the tree would suddenly go berserk. they reacted and immediately shut their mouths. They could not afford to offend him. They could not afford to offend him. Since we have stopped, let's continue. Gu Ka took a deep breath in his heart. His eyes flashed, and he spoke again. The dark apparitions from the bone spirit race were silent for a while and nodded. Although the demonic bone tree's reaction surprised them, they were already here. They were only 100 meters away from entering the demonic bone tree. There was no reason for them to stop now. The next 100 meters of the journey were surprisingly smooth. The demonic bone tree did not move again. The dark apparitions from the bone spirit race reached the foot of the demonic bone tree safely. They looked at each other in disbelief. They felt that it was unreal. At this time, they were all looking at the demonic bone tree in front of them and suddenly did not dare to walk in. How spectacular! Wang Ting stood at the foot of the demonic bone tree and looked up from this angle. The feeling of shock in his heart was even more intense. It was as if he was standing at the foot of a towering mountain. The majesty of the mountain shocked his soul. This demonic bone tree was strange, but the most intuitive feeling it gave people was that unparalleled feeling of shock. He took a deep breath, retracted his gaze, and looked straight ahead. The demonic bone tree was made of countless white bones, especially at the roots. Those white bones were very thick and were inserted into the ground in a disorderly manner. They were like the roots of a real tree. Previously, Wang Ting could tell that the giant thing in front of him was a tree at a glance because its external shape was that of a real tree. Not only was its bark very similar to a real tree, but even its branches and roots were very similar to a real tree. At first glance, people would be able to confirm in their hearts that, yes, that's right. This is a tree. Other than the fact that it looks a little strange, there is no big problem with it. Ahem, I digress. Back to the topic at hand, there were many gaps between the roots of the demonic bone tree. They were like doors that welcomed everyone who came to seek opportunities. However, it was pitch black inside the gaps. Even with Wang Ting's eye of truth, the distance he could see was very limited. In the end, he could not see anything. This made Wang Ting a little depressed. He repeatedly reminded himself to remember to upgrade the level of the eye of truth in time. Otherwise, it would be as awkward as it was now. At the same time, Gu Ka and the other dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan also hesitated. Pairs of empty eye sockets stared straight at the gaps between the roots. Those who did not know would think that they were afraid of the dark. That was not right. Weren't they afraid of the darkness in the gaps? Who would have thought that a group of skeletons would be afraid of the dark? This was a sudden change in style. Are we going in or not? Gu Sui was tall, but at this moment, he carefully approached Gu Ka. Then, he used his elbow to poke Gu Ka and asked softly. Go in. Gu Ka gritted his teeth. He felt that he could not admit defeat in front of Gu Sui. He immediately said in a deep voice, we have the ancestral item. What are we afraid of? Gu Ka, what do you think? Gu Ka glanced at Gu Ka speechlessly. This guy was so brave. Why was he still looking at him? If he did not add the last sentence, he could still reluctantly treat him as a warrior. Go in. Gu Ka did not waste any time and led the way into the demonic bone tree. He did not hesitate at all. He just glanced around and chose a gap as if he had chosen it randomly. The other dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan did not say anything and directly followed him in. Wang Ting was surprised. After thinking about it, he still decided to follow behind them. He did not know anything about the demonic bone tree. He could not let these guides go no matter what. It was very quiet inside the demonic bone tree. It was so quiet that even though the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan had already lowered their footsteps to the minimum, the sound was still amplified. After entering the gap, they could see the situation inside the demonic bone tree more clearly. The surroundings were made of white bones. Coupled with the dark atmosphere, it made this place appear particularly eerie. Then, there were a few strange-looking skeletons walking stealthily. It was as if they had walked into the set of a horror movie. Ah! Suddenly, a low cry of surprise rang out. The dark apparition of the Bone Spirit clan named Gu Sui, for some reason, actually took a step back as if it was greatly frightened. Gu Sui, what's wrong with you? Gu Ka stared coldly at Gu Sui and shouted in a low voice. There were blue veins on his forehead. There's something. Gu Sui took another step back and pointed at the bone wall at the side. He was an upper-level demon emperor after all. If it was under normal circumstances, he would not be so frightened. However, they were inside the demonic bone tree. Their hearts were already in a state of tension. The slightest movement would naturally startle them. Moreover, that thing just now could penetrate the light shield formed by the ancestral item and touch him directly. Who wouldn't panic if they were in his shoes? Gu Ka, and the other dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan narrowed their eyes and looked in the direction Gu Sui was pointing at. However, they did not find anything. There was nothing there except for the white bone wall. Are you sure there's something there? Gu Ka asked. Yes, it touched me. I'm absolutely sure. Gu Sui nodded quickly. Gu Ka and the other dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan were a little surprised. They believed that Gu Sui would not lie to them about this kind of thing. Did you see what it was? Gu Ka asked again in a low voice. No, I just turned around and it disappeared. Gu Sui shook his head gloomily. You can't even see what it is. What's the use of having you? Gu Ka looked at him as if he was looking at a piece of trash and said coldly. You. Gu Sui was furious. He wanted to refute but was stopped by Gu Ka's gaze. Alright. After entering the demonic bone tree, we should work together. Let's not have conflicts at this time, Gu Ka said. Gu Ka snorted coldly and walked forward without saying a word. Although Gu Ao was furious, he seemed to have thought of something. In the end, he suppressed his anger and walked behind Gu Ka. He looked left and right, avoiding Gu Ka's face at the back. Speaking of which, the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan had a great advantage. As long as they avoided eye contact, no one could see their expressions. After all, they were only skeletons left. The soul fire in Gu Ka's three faces moved slightly as if it was switching between the three faces. It was extremely strange. No one knew what it was thinking. Wang Ting, did you see what it was? Yuan Gun asked. It looked like a skeletal hand. Wang Ting hesitated and said uncertainly. Skeletal hand? Yuan Gun was surprised. It came out from that bone wall? Yes, it looked like a skeletal hand. However, it disappeared very quickly. I didn't see it clearly, Wang Ting said. Yes. How did it come out? Yuan Gun was very curious. He stared at the bone wall but couldn't find any clues. There was no gap there. If there was a gap, he wouldn't be so curious and the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan wouldn't be so surprised. In this place, they didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, they could just randomly attack the bone wall. Even if there was something hidden there, they wouldn't be afraid that it wouldn't come out. It came out just like that, Wang Ting said. Then how did it come out? Yuan Gun was speechless. This guy must be deliberately teasing him. It was too evil. Wang Ting was just joking with Yuan Gun. His eyes flashed and he said faintly, that bone wall seemed to have melted just now. Melted? Yuan Gun was slightly stunned. He couldn't help but be shocked. This bone wall could actually melt. If that was true, then the surrounding bone walls were. In an instant, he felt a chill rise from the bottom of his heart. It went straight to the top of his head, making his scalp tingle. Is what you said true? You're not lying to me, right? Yuan Gun couldn't help but gulp and ask carefully. You'll know whether it's true or not later. Wang Ting followed the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. This place was getting more and more interesting. End of chapter. The interior of the demon bone tree was very large, as if it was located in another space. This was undoubtedly very strange. The black fog outside and the surroundings of the demon bone tree were like two different spaces, but the interior of the demon bone tree was like another space. The three formed a kind of spatial nesting. Wang Ting felt a sense of familiarity. When he entered the ancestral land of the Five Zong clan on Planet 5 Burial, he encountered the same spatial nesting technique in the body of the immortal origin beast. However, in comparison, the spatial nesting inside and outside of the demon bone tree seemed more mysterious. With Wang Ting's current attainments in space, the spatial nesting technique in front of him was no longer like before. It was as if he was looking at a peerless beauty from afar and could not touch her. If he could find the space ruins here, he could completely analyze it. There must be a way to leave the ruins of dead bones here, Wang Ting thought to himself as his eyes flickered. If the ruins of dead bones had not descended into the light universe and overlapped with the light universe, the spatial fluctuations here would have no effect. At most, it would be a special space. However, now that the ruins of dead bones had overlapped with the light universe, the space here became a flaw. A flaw that no one would have thought of. If one did not have a profound attainment in space, they would definitely not be able to connect the space here with the ruins of dead bones. In the eyes of ordinary martial artists, these two were completely unrelated existences. Swish swish swish, suddenly, there was a commotion in front of them, followed by a strange sound. Then, a black shadow suddenly emerged from the bone walls on both sides. It directly grabbed one of the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan and instantly dragged half of its body into the bone wall. Gu Zhua. Gu Ka and the other Bone Spirit dark apparitions' expressions changed, and they immediately reacted and shouted. This was the fourth Bone Spirit dark apparition. Previously, it had been unknown and did not seem to exist. Who would have thought that it would become the first soft persimmon to be attacked? Bastard! Gu Zhua was shocked and furious. Without caring about anything else, the power of darkness in his body exploded. He clenched his bony hand into a fist and punched the bone wall. Poochie, however, his punch seemed to have landed in a swamp. The power of darkness on his fist was swallowed and did not have any effect at all. What? Guao was shocked. He wanted to react, but it was too late. There seemed to be something frantically pulling at the bone wall, pulling the other half of its body in, leaving only half of its skull outside. That scene was as if the skull was embedded in the bone wall. It was rather strange. Save me! Guao's eyes finally showed a trace of fear as he shouted. Damn it! Gu Ka, and the other dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan couldn't care less now. They had been discovered, and it was useless for them to continue hiding. They simply attacked together, each unleashing their combat skills toward the bone wall. Boom! 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 The battle skills momentum was not small, but just as the rumbling sound came out, it was like a dud. It smashed into the bone wall, and only a muffled sound was heard before it completely disappeared. The attacks of the dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit race were also swallowed up. The remaining half of Gu Zhua's skull was completely pulled into the bone wall and disappeared in an instant. Gu Ka did not believe in heresy. Holding the bone sword in his hand, a black sword light burst out and slashed at the bone wall. Boom! This time, a long and narrow sword mark appeared on the bone wall. Gu Ka's attack was no longer like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to stir up much waves. The bones on the bone wall were directly shattered. These bones did not seem that hard. However, Gu Ka's expression was still extremely solemn. That was because he saw the bone wall in front of him squirming like water. Then, the bones that he had just slashed were restored to their original state, without any cracks. Gu Ka's eyes narrowed. He clearly felt that his attack had landed on something solid, but now, the bone wall in front of him was squirming like water, as if it could change at will. It was really unusual. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, and his gaze was extremely vigilant. Seeing this, Gu Ka, Gu Zhua, and the other dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan also stopped. They looked at the bone wall in front of them solemnly and fell into silence. I'm afraid the demonic bone tree has already sensed our presence, Gu Ka broke the silence and said solemnly. Guao's most likely dead, Gu Ka said. Now, even the ancestral item is useless. The inside of the demonic bone tree is even more dangerous than the outside, Gu Zhua muttered. There was still a trace of fear in his eyes. Gu Zhua's strength was about the same as him, but he was easily dragged into the bone wall. If it was him, he probably wouldn't be able to escape either. Now that we have one less ancestral item, I'm afraid the road ahead will be even more difficult, Gu Ka said in a deep voice. Put away the ancestral item first, Gu Ka suddenly said. Put away the ancestral item? the dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan were shocked. It could be said that the ancestral item was the only thing they could rely on. Inside the demonic bone tree, they had a trace of safety because they had the ancestral item. Now, Guka actually wanted them to put away the ancestral item. What was he thinking? Since we have already been discovered, the ancestral item won't be of much use anymore. The attack from the bone wall can appear at any time, and it's impossible to guard against it. Instead of waiting to be dragged in one by one, it's better to speed up and get to the core of the demonic bone tree. Guka knew what they were thinking and calmly explained. Finally, he said, it won't be too late to take out the ancestral item when we get there. Guka's words make sense. I agree. Guka's eyes flashed slightly. After pondering for a while, he nodded and put away the ancestral item in his hand. Guzhua and the other dark apparition from the Bone Spirit clan did not say anything else and put away their ancestral items. Let's go. Guka also put away his ancestral item. With a light shout, his figure turned into an afterimage and sped forward. Whoosh! 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 The dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan instantly turned into black afterimages and rushed straight into the depths of the demonic bone tree. Their speed was not much slower than when they were moving in the outside world. Obviously, they had completely let go of their worries and were ready to stake everything on this one throw. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he also sped up to follow them. He did not know if it was because he used the phantom illusion to imitate the aura of the demonic bone tree, so he was not attacked by the bone wall from the beginning to the end. On the contrary, the dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan were repeatedly attacked, and one of them was even dragged in. There were originally 5 dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan, but now there were only 4 left. Buzz buzz buzz, that strange sound was heard again, coming from the bone walls on both sides. Guka and the other dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan were very vigilant. When they heard this familiar sound, they immediately stopped and quickly scanned their surroundings. Swoosh! 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 However, they had obviously underestimated the attack from the bone wall. This time, 3 black shadows appeared at the same time and attacked from different directions. One shadow was above, one shadow was below, and the last one attacked from the right. This time, Guka and the others clearly saw the appearance of the black shadows. They were actually bony hands and claws. These bony hands and claws could extend very long and were extremely fast. They rushed out like afterimages and instantly grabbed the ankles of Guka and the other dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan. You want to catch me with mere bony claws? Guka's eyes narrowed slightly, but he snorted coldly. The bone sword in his hand immediately emitted a bright black sword light and slashed at the joints of the bony claws. Clang! In the next moment, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Guka's sword light landed on the joints of the bony claws. It was as if he had slashed an extremely hard iron claw, and a string of sparks burst out. How is this possible? Guka was shocked. He never expected the bony claws to be so hard. At this moment, he finally understood why Guzhua was pulled into the bone wall without any resistance. Such a hard bony claw caught them off guard. Even if he launched a hasty attack, it would not have much effect. However, Guka's reaction was also extremely fast. After the first attack failed, he immediately launched a second attack. Boom! It was also a black streak of light, but the streak of light was surrounded by strange black inscriptions. It radiated with extremely powerful pulses of origin laws. Crack! In an instant, a crisp cracking sound could be heard, and the bony claws finally shattered. Guka finally heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly looked at the other Bone Spirit clan dark apparitions. At the same time, Guka, Guao, and another Bone Spirit clan dark apparition were also caught by the bony hands and claws. They were extremely close to the bone wall and were only a few meters away from being pulled in. Especially Guao. The bony claws that caught him came from above his head. The palm was huge, and it directly grabbed his head. Guao's vision was completely blocked. The bone sword in his hand slashed wildly in the air, and a large number of sparks burst out. However, he still could not cut off the bony claws. Guka's reaction was rather fast. He had already used his origin source law to slash at the bony claws and shattered them. The other Bone Spirit clan dark apparition was not so lucky. After struggling for a while, half of its body was already pulled into the bone wall. This bone spirit clan dark apparition was also very unlucky. The bony claws that caught it came from below. It wanted to fly up, but it was too late. As a result, it was pulled down without much struggle. Real bring down. JPG use the origin source law. Gu Ka immediately rushed over and shouted at the same time. Hearing this, Gu Ao immediately unleashed his origin source law and attacked the bony claws above him. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless at all. He attacked with all his strength. A huge black sword light blasted toward the sky. Not only was the bony hand directly shattered, but a huge sword mark also appeared on the bone wall above him. However, this sword mark was cut in half because the center was where the bony hand reached out. It was like a swamp, and the sword light directly sank into it. The bone walls on both sides did not turn into a swamp. They were still hard bone walls, so the sword mark was cut in half. Boom! On the other side, the bone spirit clan dark apparition that was pulled into the ground also unleashed its origin source law. However, it only caused a slight ripple on the swamp-like bone wall below. Pull me up. It looked at Gu Ka, who was rushing toward it with fear in its eyes, and hurriedly roared. Gu Ka arrived in front of it in an instant. He leaped into the air, grabbed the dark apparition with one hand, and pulled it upward. Crack crack crack, sounds of bones cracking could be heard. Roar. The bone spirit clan dark apparition could not help but let out a painful roar. It was obviously in a lot of pain. Oh, even skeletons can feel pain, Wang Ting muttered in his heart in surprise. It's still a living being, okay? Yuan Gungun rolled his eyes. Who knows what their specific structure is? Wang Ting chuckled. Although he had the bone spirit clan's demon bone talent attribute, his situation was completely different from the bone spirit clan dark apparition. He had flesh and blood, but the bone spirit clan dark apparition was only a skeleton. Who knew if they could feel pain or not? Yuan Gungun was speechless. He suddenly felt that this twisted logic was very reasonable. What was Fatty C talking about? Just as the two of them were talking, Gu Ka and the demon bone tree began to pull at the extreme. Although it arrived in time and prevented the bone spirit clan dark apparition from being pulled into the bone wall below, a huge force kept coming from below, and the dark apparition was constantly being pulled down. Fortunately, Gu Ka and Gu Wu had already broken free from the bony claws and immediately rushed over to help. With their help, the bone spirit clan dark apparition was finally pulled down and did not sink any further. But strangely, the three demon emperors of the bone spirit clan dark apparition were still unable to pull it out completely. There's no other way. Gu Ka's eyes flickered, and he said, Gu Wu, there's only one way now. We have to cut off your lower body. Otherwise, you won't be able to break free. You make the decision yourself. Gu Wu only hesitated for a moment before making a decision. He gritted his teeth and said, let's do it. Gu Ka did not talk nonsense. His eyes were indifferent. With a twist of his wrist, a sword light swept out. Crack. Gu Wu's body was instantly cut into two. Gu Ka's swordsmanship was undoubtedly exquisite. The sword light directly landed on the joint between Gu Wu's body and the ground without any deviation. The cut surface is smooth. There's no extra cut. He nodded with satisfaction and said lightly, Gu Wu, I really hate you. He looked at the remaining half of his body and felt like crying. Even though he knew that Gu Ka's sword strike was indeed perfect, he really could not feel happy. All four of them were hit. Why was he the only one in such a miserable state? He was simply too unlucky. Let's continue forward. Gu Wu, hurry up and recover. Gu Ka said to the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. Then, he sped forward without any intention of stopping. According to the current situation, if they did not strive for time, they would probably face more obstacles later. Gu Wu nodded silently. While controlling the remaining half of his body to fly forward, he mobilized his own strength to let the bones all over his body emit a black light to restore his body. The body of the Bone Spirit clan could be restored. If it was an ordinary injury, they could instantly recover to their original state. However, this time, it was obviously more seriously injured. More than half of its body was gone, and at least half of its origin energy was consumed. It would definitely be impossible for it to fully recover in a short period of time. There are attribute bubbles. Wang Ting's eyes moved. He saw that there were many attribute bubbles at the place where the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan were fighting just now. He immediately used his psychic power to sweep them up and pick them up. Dark Star Force * 5600, Demon Bull Bone Knife * 1200, Dark Star Force * 4800, Three-Sided Bone Sword Technique * 800, Dark Star Force * 4300, Demon Bone Arrow * 100, Dark Star Force * 3600, Soul Origin * 4500, Life Origin * 4800, Bone Demon Claw * 6500, Blank Attribute * 35,000. Today, I have a toothache, and then I have a headache. The author is about to collapse from writing. It's too miserable. End of chapter. Wang Ting was overjoyed when he felt this series of attribute bubbles pouring into his body. The dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan had dropped a lot of attribute bubbles, which were just enough to replenish his Dark Star Force consumption. After using Phantom Shadow, his Dark Star Force was also constantly being consumed. At the same time, he had picked up a lot of attribute bubbles from the 3 Bone Spirit clan combat skills that he had previously obtained, which improved his comprehension. Demonic Ox Bone Blade, Upper Demon Emperor 3000/5000, Proficient, Three-Sided Bone Sword Technique, Upper Demon Emperor 3300/5000, Proficient, Demonic Bone Arrow, Upper Demon Emperor 5100/10,000, Small Mastery. The attributes of Demonic Ox Bone Blade and Three-Sided Bone Sword Technique had increased a lot, but they were still at the proficient level and had not broken through to the next level. The Demonic Bone Arrow had the least increase, with only 100 attribute points, but it was better than nothing. It seems that Gu Ho and Gu Ka can still be harvested, but Gu Ka is probably at its limit. It only dropped 100 attribute points. Wang Ting's eyes flashed slightly as he muttered to himself. Unfortunately, the 2 dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan named Gu Ho and Gu Ka did not have time to use any combat skills before they were directly pulled into the bone wall. They were really useless. They were simply trash fighters. Wang Ting curled his lips, feeling very disappointed. If Gu Ho and Gu Ka knew that they were underestimated by a domain lord of the light universe, how would they feel? However, the bone chi was not completely useless. At the very least, it had dropped 2 useful attribute bubbles. At this time, these 2 attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body and flowed through his limbs and bones. They were the Life Origin and Soul Origin. In the end, I still have to thank the Bone Demon Tree. Wang Ting muttered in his heart. He knew very well that Gu Ho could drop these 2 attributes because half of its body was swallowed by the Bone Demon Tree. In the end, Gu Ka had no choice but to cut off its body. In this regard, Wang Ting only wanted to say 4 words, "Well done," after the Bone Spirit race dark apparitions. Attribute bubbles were collected, the last 2 attributes were revealed. One of the attribute bubbles fused into his mind and turned into an extremely special comprehension. Then, a strange scene appeared. It was an incomparably huge bone demon tree, emitting a terrifying and evil aura. All of a sudden, the originally calm demon bone tree began to move. Its body, which was made of white bones, began to squirm as if it had melted. Boom, in an instant, black light flickered, and countless symbols appeared. Countless terrifying white bone claws stretched out from its body, as if it had millions of branches. They were densely packed together and were exceptionally terrifying. The bone claw covered the sky as it pounced forward. In the image, there were many dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan and skeletal monsters. At this moment, all of them were being grabbed by the bony claws from afar. Amidst the wails, screams, and unwilling roars, they were pulled into the demonic bone tree as if they were being devoured. Silence, the surroundings immediately fell into a dead silence. All of the creatures in the image disappeared, leaving only the demonic bone tree standing there. It had regained its tranquility as if it had never changed since ancient times. It was hard to imagine that the terrifying scene just now was caused by this demonic bone tree that stood there quietly. The image disappeared at this point. Wang Ting regained his senses and could not help but gasp. Terrifying, this was a little too terrifying. The real scene that he saw inside the demonic bone tree just now paled in comparison to the scene in which he was comprehending. No, the real scene that he saw was not even comparable to a junior magus. Those bony claws were at most 2 or 3 kittens. There was no comparison at all. At this moment, Wang Ting could not help but stop in his tracks. He had an urge to turn around and escape from this place. To be honest, he only saw 5 bony claws in the demonic bone tree just now. However, he saw millions of bony claws in the scene in which he was comprehending. If this demonic bone tree was completely alarmed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even with his ability and means, he did not dare to say that he could escape. Moreover, the bony claws that he saw in the scene just now came from the outside of the demonic bone tree. Now, he was inside the demonic bone tree. Wasn't this like catching a turtle in a jar? Wang Ting suddenly had a strong sense of déjà vu in his heart. It was as if the demonic bone tree in front of him did not take them seriously at all. He and the few dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan were like a few ants that had broken into the gaps of a big tree. They were completely insignificant. Looking at the situation around him, this feeling became stronger and stronger. It made Wang Ting feel a sense of trepidation. He did not feel humiliated at all when he was looked down upon or ignored by such a powerful existence. He only felt a little helpless. However, he still had a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the demonic bone tree did not notice him at all. It was still unknown how much intelligence this demonic bone tree had. If its intelligence was not high, his phantom might really be able to deceive it, and he still had a chance. Should I take a gamble? Wang Ting's eyes flashed rapidly. He was constantly weighing the gains and losses in his heart. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and immediately looked at the attribute panel. Demonic Bone Claw, Upper Demon Lord 6-500/8000, entry, it's actually an Upper Demon Lord combat skill. He was not that surprised. After seeing the demonic bone tree use the demonic bone claw, he had a very direct understanding of the combat skill's power. It was normal for it to reach the Upper Demon Lord level. This time, he had picked up 6,500 attribute points. It was barely at the entry level and not even at the proficiency level. It was not that easy to level up an Upper Demon Lord combat skill. Moreover, the demonic bone tree had only made a small move just now. Naturally, it would not drop many attribute bubbles. Wang Ting did not care about the combat skill's level at this time. What he needed was to find a way to break this combat skill. And this only required the combat skill to be complete. At this moment, all kinds of information about the demonic bone claw flashed through his mind. As an Upper Demon Lord combat skill, the amount of information it contained was indeed boundless. A combat skill might seem to be able to be used casually, but in fact, it required a variety of skills, mysteries, and so on. The more powerful the combat skill, the more information it contained. Because of this, if one did not have a strong enough realm, ordinary warriors would not be able to master some high-level combat skills. And now, this information was completely imprinted in Wang Ting's mind and had already merged with his memory. It could be said that he had mastered it through a comprehensive study. Just this alone made him stronger than many warriors. Now, he only needed to use his mind to mobilize this information. It was not difficult at all. In just an instant, a soft sound of surprise came from his mouth. This demonic bone claw is formed by the fusion of the power of darkness and the power of death. A paragraph of information appeared in Wang Ting's mind. He immediately grasped the key point. The power of death. This power was undoubtedly very special. Until now, Wang Ting had only seen it in the dark apparitions of the Underworld God clan, the Undead Bone Dragon, and the Undead Bone Ruins. Therefore, it was not easy for ordinary creatures to master this power. It was the same even for dark apparitions. Therefore, the power of death was much more special than the power of darkness. If he wanted to break the demonic bone claw, the power of death was obviously a breakthrough point. I'll give it a try if there's a chance. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He was quite confident in his speculation. It was not impossible to break the demonic bone claw with the power of death against the power of death. He did not need to completely break the demonic bone tree's combat skill. He only needed to be able to block it in a certain area or hide it from it. The difficulty would be much lower. At this moment, the last attribute bubble merged into Wang Ting's body. Blank attribute, 35,000 points, his eyes could not help but light up. He did not expect it to be a blank attribute. The demonic bone tree actually dropped a blank attribute. This was really a pleasant surprise. His blank attribute had not been upgraded for a long time. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice when he wanted to upgrade the Eye of Truth. It was really pitiful. He almost shed tears of poverty. At this moment, Wang Ting looked at the demonic bone tree as if he was looking at a huge treasure. Did he have to pluck its wool? No, how can I forget my business? I'm here to save the martial artists of the light universe. Wang Ting's expression turned serious. He felt that he had really put the cart before the horse. He should not have done this. Danger, blank attribute, all of it aside. No one could stop him from continuing to explore the mysteries of the demonic bone tree. Seeing that the auras of the few dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan were getting farther and farther away, Wang Ting once again burst out with speed and chased after them. Just now, Gu Ka and the other dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan had already run far away. Fortunately, their auras had not dissipated, and Wang Ting could clearly capture them. It was not difficult to catch up with them. Wang Ting's speed was not comparable to that of ordinary sector lords. If it were not for the fact that he could not fully unleash his speed, he would have caught up with the few dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan in minutes. After a while, he finally saw the figures of the few dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan again. They were entangled by more than a dozen bone claws and were exhausted from dealing with them. What surprised Wang Ting was that the dark apparition named Gu Shao had disappeared. He glanced around and indeed did not find any trace of it. He immediately guessed something in his heart. That dark apparition of the Bone Spirit clan had probably been pulled into the demonic bone tree. In the end, it did not manage to escape. Now, only Gu Ka, and Gu Shao were left. They also knew that the bone claws were difficult to deal with. At this moment, they did not dare to separate at all. They could only float in midair with their backs facing each other. Each of them performed their own combat skills and bombarded the bone claws around them. Boom! 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 After a while, the bone claws were finally completely shattered. The three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly rushed forward. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He picked up the attribute bubbles here and followed them again. Weren't these three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan his free tools? Fortunately, he did not leave. Otherwise, where could he find such good tools? He did not want to face the Bone Demon Claw of the demonic bone tree. This thing was still very difficult to deal with. He glanced at the attribute panel. The blank attributes had increased by tens of thousands again. The attribute value of the Bone Demon Claw had also increased. It would soon break through to the proficient level. Next, Gu Ka and the other two dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan worked hard and diligently to extract a lot of attribute bubbles for him. Blank attribute, 225000 wink with a frown Bone Demon Claw, Demon Lord level 5000/15,000, proficient. The blank attributes have finally returned to more than 100,000 points, and it has reached 225,000 points. This is really not easy. Wang Ting was very emotional. This was really not easy. At this moment, his eyes were almost emitting green light. He could not wait to give the demonic bone tree in front of him a good beating and extract a wave of attribute bubbles. Unfortunately, he could not do so for the time being. In addition, the Bone Demon Claw had finally reached the proficient level, which made his mastery of this combat skill much more profound. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent roar in front of him. Wang Ting immediately looked up, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. The three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan were being chased by even more bone claws. Those bone claws were densely stretched out from the surrounding bone walls. From afar, it was extremely horrifying. Imagine, what kind of experience would it be to suddenly have white bone claws stretching out from the surrounding walls? Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. However, Wang Ting's eyes lit up as he stared at the densely packed bone claws in front of him. These were all attribute bubbles. However, soon, his gaze was attracted by the black light in front of the bone claws. It turned out that right in front of the three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan, there was actually a thick black light. have we reached the place? There was a trace of surprise in Wang Ting's eyes. Since he and the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan had entered the Bone Demon Tree, there was finally a different change. It was not the same as before, and there were only white bones everywhere. He just did not know what was in front of him. He activated the Eye of Truth, but he still could not see the situation inside clearly. There was only a hazy black light. With the ability of the Eye of Truth, the thick black light seemed to have been peeled off many layers, leaving only a thin layer. However, it was this thin layer that he could not see through no matter how hard he tried. This made him feel very helpless. My Eye of Truth is still lagging behind. Wang Ting could not help but shake his head and look at the blank attribute that he had just accumulated. I have to use it again. For some reason, I suddenly have an urge to cry. What's going on? A touch of sadness, however, when he thought of the danger in this place, he gritted his teeth and added the blank attribute to the Eye of Truth. It was too slow to use the mystic light bright pupils to increase it step by step. It was indeed more reliable to rely on picking up attributes. With a thought from Wang Ting, the blank attribute decreased rapidly and was instantly cleared to 0. The attributes of the Eye of Truth finally increased. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change in Wang Ting's body. A strange force was abruptly triggered, and bits of it gathered toward his eyes. That was immortal matter. At this moment, Wang Ting's eyes began to transform and sublimate. End of chapter. As the undying substance entered his eyes, Wang Ting's eyes emitted a piercing purple-gold light. He could clearly feel that his eyes had changed quite a bit. Looking at the black light in front of him, the hazy feeling was gradually disappearing, and everything became clearer. This clarity was an intrinsic clarity, as though he could see through it. This was the ability of the Eye of Truth. However, just as Wang Ting thought he could see the situation within the black light, the changes of the Eye of Truth suddenly stopped. There was no chance to react at all. Wang Ting was frustrated. He couldn't help but look at his attributes panel. Eyes of Truth, 28,000/100000, Immortal, 28,000 points, not even a third of it. That means it didn't even break through the initial stage of the Undying rank. Wang Ting was helpless. He didn't expect that 225,000 points of blank stats couldn't even break through the initial stage of the Eye of Truth. Immortal rank, Eye of Truth, had a 10:1 exchange ratio to blank stats. Truth rank, Eye of Truth, also had the same exchange ratio, so it could be seen that the exchange ratio wasn't that high. At least with his current level, it wasn't high. The only difference was that to upgrade the Eye of Truth at the Undying level, other than the blank stats, it also needed the Undying substance. This meant that if Wang Ting only had blank stats, he still couldn't upgrade the Eye of Truth at the Undying level. To ordinary fighters below Sector Lord level, this was enough to make them shrink back in fear. Undying substance, it had far exceeded the level of energy that fighters below Sector Lord level could control. The two weren't even on the same level. Luckily Wang Ting had the Undying substance, and it had already reached the 4th level. It was more than enough to upgrade the Eye of Truth. Even if he upgraded it to the pinnacle of the Undying rank, it wouldn't be a problem. Very obviously, Wang Ting wasn't lacking the Undying substance that normal Domain Lord level fighters couldn't touch, but the blank stats. He couldn't help but look at his status panel. The blank stats that had just reached over 200k were now all gone. This made his eyes twitch. This kind of feeling was really uncomfortable. Fortunately, he still had a few free wool gatherers. He could only hope that they would be able to gather more wool. Wang Ting immediately looked at Gu Ka, and Gu Ao. He did not want them to be devoured by the demonic bone tree. Instead, he hoped that they could survive until the end. Come on, give it to me, he silently encouraged the 3 dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan in his heart, providing them with spiritual support. Wang Ting felt that he was too great. He was actually able to put aside the hatred between races and cheer for a few dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit race. This was all for the sake of saving the martial artists of the Radiant Universe. Why did he work so hard to improve the level of Eye of Truth? Wasn't it for everyone? Boom. 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 The 3 dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan exerted all their strength and attacked the skeletal claws around them. They did not dare to stop for even a moment as they were afraid of being caught. However, more and more skeletal claws emerged from the bone wall, seemingly preventing them from getting close to the black light in front of him. Guka's gaze was solemn. He glanced at the position where the black light was blooming in front of him and immediately made a decision. This could not go on any longer. Ever since they entered the demonic bone tree, this was the first time they had seen such a black light portal. Behind it might be the rumored core of the demonic bone tree. The skeletal claws that kept emerging from the surroundings seemed to confirm his thoughts. If the front was not an extremely important place, would the demonic bone tree have such an intense reaction? It was obviously impossible, therefore, he was even more certain of his guess. The opportunity was right in front of him, and he naturally could not let it go. Boom! The next moment, an extremely rich dark power erupted from Guka's body and rushed straight to the bone wall above. Thick black fog lingered around him, and then a tall skeleton shadow condensed behind him. This skeleton's virtual shadow was different from the ones that Wang Ting had seen before. It had 3 faces. Its empty eye sockets had black soul flames dancing in them. It was obviously a skull, but the 3 faces revealed a rather strange expression. An indescribable sense of darkness and evil was being emitted from it. Just looking at this skeleton shadow would make people feel extremely evil, and they could not help but feel uncomfortable. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes and sized up this skeleton. Shadow. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen a 3-faced dark apparition from the Bone Spirit clan. He had never seen it before, and this Guka could condense a corresponding powerful projection. It could be seen that this 3-faced dark apparition also had a corresponding inheritance. It seems that there are also different races in the Bone Spirit clan. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he guessed to himself. Roar! Suddenly, a deep roar came from the 3-faced skeleton shadow. It held a bone sword in its hand, and in sync with Guka's movements, a bright light suddenly burst out and swept in all directions. Crack! 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 Those bony claws were as fragile as dead branches, and they all broke under the sword light, turning into broken bones all over the ground. However, after these broken bones fell to the ground, they were all swallowed up by the ground and disappeared. Guka did not care about these things. After its successful attack, it looked around and saw that there were fewer bony claws around. It immediately rushed towards the black light in front of it. Guka and Gu Wu were secretly shocked. They did not expect Guka to be able to burst out with such a powerful attack. At this moment, when they saw it rushing forward, their eyes flashed, and they quickly followed. This Guka's strength is not bad. Wang Ting was a little surprised and evaluated in his heart. If Guka knew that it only received a not bad evaluation from a Radiant Universe's area master, how would it feel? Then, Wang Ting immediately picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around him. Dark Astral Force * 5200 3-faced bone domain, 6th rank melder, * 4500 blank attribute * 8000 blank attribute * 9500 blank attribute * 7000, 3-faced bone domain? Wang Ting was a little surprised. He did not expect to obtain a special domain attribute from Guka. Guka had only used the power of origin laws before and had not used this domain. This was the first time it had used it. A melder's domain could undoubtedly erupt with even more power when combined with the power of origin laws. If it had not been impossible, it probably would not have used it. This was why he had obtained these attribute bubbles. This domain was different from the usual, demonic bone domain. It did not necessarily mean that the 3-faced bone domain could be condensed into a 3-faced skeleton phantom. If it was just an outer appearance, the bone domain could also condense a similar projection. In order to display the essence of the domain, one had to obtain the corresponding comprehension. At this moment, the relevant comprehension was integrated into Wang Ting's mind, giving him a rather deep understanding of the 3-faced bone domain. A 6th rank melder. This was a 6th rank melder's domain, which directly surpassed the normal and corporeal realms to reach the level of a melder. Moreover, it was a 6th rank melder. One could only imagine how vast and detailed the comprehension was. A strange scene appeared in Wang Ting's mind. He did not know where he was, but there was a vast expanse of white bones everywhere, surrounded by a dense black fog. In the depths of the black fog, there was a huge skeleton. This skeleton was extremely strange. It sat cross-legged, and several bony hands extended from both sides of its body, forming strange and mysterious seals in 3 different directions. Its entire body exuded a jade-like luster, giving people a sense of holiness. If it weren't for the strange black patterns on its body, ordinary people would probably subconsciously think that it was the remains of a god. Its entire body exuded a jade-like luster, giving people a sense of holiness. If it weren't for the strange black patterns on its body, ordinary people would probably subconsciously think that it was the remains of a god. Fortunately, the appearance of this skeleton was different from the ordinary ones. It had 3 faces. In the black fog, the 3 faces were faintly discernible. They showed different expressions, but all of them were dark and evil, full of a strange feeling. This skeleton was too huge. It stood tall in that world as if it was the only existence in this world. As long as one saw it, nothing else could enter their eyes. Their eyes would be completely attracted to it. A faintly discernible dark and evil aura emanated from the huge skeleton, pervading the entire area. Some of the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan came to this world. Some of them sat cross-legged in the distance, while others kept approaching the huge skeleton, but no matter what, these dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan had a common goal, which was to comprehend the aura emitted by the huge skeleton. These dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan also had one thing in common: they all had 3 faces. At this moment, Wang Ting felt as if he had transformed into one of the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. He was sitting cross-legged on a mountain of bones, comprehending the special aura between heaven and earth. He was neither too far nor too close to the huge skeleton, but there were not many dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan in front of him. They were scattered around the huge skeleton, and some of them were covered by the black fog, making it hard to see them clearly. From this point, it was not difficult to see that the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan that could come to this position to comprehend were considered rare. Not long after, Wang Ting broke free from this comprehension scene. He looked a little surprised and could not help but mutter to himself, "It is indeed the corresponding inheritance comprehension." From the comprehension, it could be seen that this 3-faced demon bone territory was obviously one of the corresponding inheritances. Ordinary dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan could not master it at all. Only the 3-faced dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan could comprehend it. This 3-faced demon bone territory can be regarded as a branch of the demon bone territory. However, it already has its own power, similar to the relationship between the blood clans, blood sea territory, and other blood-type territories. Wang Ting's eyes flickered, and he had his own understanding in his heart. After all, he had mastered a lot of territory comprehension. Although the 3-faced demon bone territory in front of him was strange, it was nothing to him. It's actually mental power. Suddenly, Wang Ting seemed to have received some information from the comprehension and was a little surprised. He did not expect this 3-faced demon bone territory to contain mental power. This was a special territory that was a fusion of dark power and mental power. Interesting. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he could not help but look at the bone carboxa that was rushing toward the black light in front of him. Since the 3-faced demon bone territory contained mental power, the mental power of this dark apparition of the Bone Spirit clan would not be weak. Anyone who could master this kind of special territory that was fused with mental power must have extraordinary talent in mental power. *CK, I made a mistake. I was almost fooled by this 3-faced dark apparition of the Bone Spirit clan. These dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan had at least 180 tricks up their sleeves. They were too cunning, and all of them were hiding their true abilities. Fortunately, in terms of tricks, he was no less cunning than the others. In addition, he had the ability to pick up attributes, so it was not easy for others to trick him. After all, he could judge the enemy's methods and strength from these clues. After knowing that this territory was fused with mental power, Wang Ting's love for it increased by another level. With his mental power, he would definitely be able to fully unleash the power of this territory. But then again, that huge skeleton looks a little different from the bone carboxa. Wang Ting thought of something again, and the huge skeleton's appearance appeared in his mind again. That skeleton also had 3 faces, but it had more bony hands. Moreover, its upper body also seemed to be a fusion of 3 bodies, corresponding to the 3 faces. That kind of feeling was indescribably strange. However, its lower body was still considered normal, and there was nothing special about it. However, if its lower body was a fusion of 3 bodies, wouldn't it have 6 legs? It might not even be able to walk steadily. Maybe that's the final form of the three-faced bone spirit clan, Wang Ting thought to himself. Three-faced bone domain, 4500/6000, Melder rank 6, finally, he glanced at the attribute panel. The three-faced bone domain had reached rank 6, and its attribute value was a full 4,500 points. It was only 1,500 points away from breaking through, which was not much. Huh? At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly exclaimed softly. He actually saw the words can be fused behind the three-faced devil bone territory and the devil bone territory. These 2 domains can be fused. He was a little surprised, but he quickly felt relieved. The Blood Clan's Blood Sea domain could include all kinds of blood domains, so the bone domain could naturally do the same. At the end of the day, the three-faced bone domain was also a type of bone domain. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I have a chance to create an incomparably powerful dark domain? Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and he was suddenly eager to try. Fuse, he did not hesitate and immediately chose to fuse. Was there even a need to think about it? He could just fuse them directly. Three-faced bone domain plus bone domain equals bone domain 8000/9000, Melder rank 9. As the 2 domains fused, the relevant insights appeared in Wang Ting's mind. This was not unexpected at all. This was because he had already grasped the insights of the 2 domains, and they were firmly imprinted in his memory. He understood them more thoroughly than any other dark apparition of the Bone Spirit clan. Now that the 2 domains were fused, it was just a clever way of fusing their insights. It did not exceed the original 2 insights. Therefore, it was not difficult for him. After the 2 domains fused, it was still called the bone domain, which was not beyond Wang Ting's expectations. The three-faced bone domain was also a type of bone domain, so there was nothing wrong with it. The attribute values were still dominated by the original bone domain, which had reached the level of a rank 9 melder. It was just that there was an additional change in the three-faced bone domain. Of course, the bone domain was also at the level of a rank 9, but the current bone domain was undoubtedly stronger. Wang Ting smiled slightly. He was quite happy, but he did not think too much about it. His gaze fell on the blank attribute. The bone carboxylic explosion just now had cut off many bone claws, and there were quite a number of blank attributes that had dropped. Blank attribute, 135000 inch. There are actually 135,000 points. Wang Ting could not help but be overjoyed. Without hesitation, he immediately said in his heart, add points. Whoosh, the blank attribute was reset to 0, and his eye of truth was upgraded again. The immortal substance fused into his eyes, causing them to transform and sublimate. Crack, in an instant, Wang Ting felt as if his eyes had broken through an invisible barrier. An invisible shattering sound rang out in his heart. He immediately looked forward, and his gaze penetrated the thick black light. A strange scene suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. End of chapter. Behind the black light, there was an extremely strange scene. There was a faintly discernible black fog lingering around, and countless shadows were distorted like a group of demons dancing wildly. It was bizarre, but it was hard to see clearly. Vaguely, there seemed to be a magnificent yet strange tree behind the black fog. Countless branches extended from the trunk of the tree, and it looked extremely ferocious and grotesque. Such a scene was filled with an indescribable sense of strangeness, as if there were countless indescribable things hidden within. A tree? Wang Ting was a little stunned. What was going on? Why was there a tree behind the black light? Moreover, from the appearance of the tree, it seemed to be somewhat similar to the demonic bone tree, but it was even more obscure and strange. What made him feel even weirder was, there was actually another tree inside a tree within a tree? What kind of weird structure was this, anyway? Wang Ting had never seen such a strange tree before. He originally thought that a tree made of white bones was enough to refresh his worldview, but he did not expect that there was something even more ridiculous waiting for him. Just as Wang Ting was puzzled and could not help but want to complain, the 3 dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan had already approached the location of the black light. Then, without hesitation, they rushed in instantly. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He wanted to follow them in, but he stopped in his tracks. These three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan undoubtedly knew more about the demonic bone tree than him, but who knew how many secrets they knew? What if they did not know that there was a strange tree inside the demonic bone tree? Wouldn't that be the end of him? It was better to wait and see. Now, even if he did not enter the black light, he could still use the Eye of Truth to spy on the situation inside. There was no need to rush. Blank attributes are really good stuff. Wang Ting could not help but sigh. If this demonic bone tree did not drop blank attributes, he would really be at a loss this time. He might have to risk following the three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan into the black light. In that case, isn't this bone demon tree equivalent to a type of star beast? At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly thought of this. He wasn't in the mood to pay attention to these things earlier, but now that he saw the tree within the tree in the black light, he couldn't help but feel a little curious about the nature of the demon bone tree. In the past, he had encountered some plant-type creatures that had gained sentience, and he had obtained many precious attributes from them. If it weren't for the fact that the demon bone tree was special, he wouldn't have been so curious about it. However, he didn't think too much about it. He glanced around. After the three Bone Spirit dark apparitions entered the black light, the surrounding bone claws couldn't find their targets and retreated back into the bone wall, never to appear again. The bone demon tree really didn't seem to have noticed his presence. Wang Ting withdrew his gaze and looked at the black light. After the three Bone Spirit clan dark apparitions entered, they obviously saw the situation inside. They were all stunned on the spot and hesitated, not daring to approach. They seemed to be discussing something, but with the black light obstructing them, Wang Ting couldn't hear them at all. He couldn't help but frown. With a slight movement in his heart, he swept out his mind power and carefully probed into the black light. Since the Bone Spirit dark apparitions could enter it, his mind power could naturally enter as well. Sure enough, his mind power didn't encounter any obstruction and easily entered the black light. He could clearly hear the voices of the three Bone Spirit dark apparitions. According to the ancient records, this should be the core of the bone demon tree, which is also its tree heart. Gu Ka said. It's really the tree heart of the bone demon tree. Gu Ka lowered his voice and said excitedly. Great, we finally found the tree heart of the bone demon tree. Gu Ka stared at the big tree in the black fog in front of him and said excitedly, quickly take out the ancestral item. We'll start extracting its core source now. What's the hurry? Gu Ka glanced at him and coldly interrupted him. It's not much safer here than outside. If you want to die, go ahead and extract it. Gu Ka's gaze froze, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. However, he didn't say anything in the face of Gu Ka's cold gaze. He couldn't defeat Gu Ka. Every time he was attacked, he could only swallow his anger bitterly. But soon, he would be able to make Gu Ka pay the price for his arrogance. He must let this bastard know that he, Gu Ka, wasn't a pushover. Haha, Gu Ka, you're too impatient. Gu Ka is right. This place is more dangerous than outside. We have to be more careful. Gu Ka smiled and tried to smooth things over. Then, he looked at Gu Ka and said respectfully, Gu Ka, you're still the most thoughtful. Fortunately, we followed you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to reach this place. It's a pity that Gu Ka and Gu Ka didn't make it to the end. However, this can't be blamed on others. After all, they were too weak. I've said it before. It's not that easy to get the opportunities in the demon bone tree, Gu Ka said calmly. Since they followed us, they had to be mentally prepared. It's just a pity that they lost their progenitor's items. If we could gather 5 progenitor's items, we would be able to extract the demon bone tree's core source faster and safer. Gu Ka's eyes glowed as he nodded and said, now, we only have 3 progenitor's items left. Indeed, we have to be more careful. Gu Ka glanced at Gu Ka and seemed to be satisfied with Gu Ka's tactfulness. He didn't say anything else and looked around. Whoosh, in the next moment, Gu Ka waved his hand. A medium-sized skeletal beast appeared in front of him. It was only 1 meter tall and had a streamlined body. It looked like the skeleton of a leopard-type star beast. When Gu Ka and Gu Ka saw this, their eyes glowed as if they had thought of something. Go. Gu Ka said calmly as he pointed forward. Wu, the skeletal beast seemed to be afraid of something. The soul fire in its hollow eye sockets danced. It let out a low whimper and didn't dare to get closer. However, Gu Ka didn't do anything. He only glanced at it indifferently. E. The skeletal beast quivered and roared fiercely. Then, it dashed forward as if it was facing death. Whoosh, it disappeared into the black fog in an instant. Its body was like a shadow, and its speed was very fast. However, at this moment, the surrounding shadows suddenly twisted violently as if forming a whirlpool. A strange situation followed. The skeletal beast's figure also twisted and then disappeared. Silence, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. The sound of the skeletal beast's movement completely disappeared. Gu Ka's eyes darkened as he stared at the shadows in front of him. Gu Ka and Gu Ka, the two dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan, couldn't help but look at each other. They saw a trace of uncertainty in each other's eyes. What happened? Why did the skeletal beast suddenly disappear? The scene just now was undoubtedly very strange. Even though the dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan were well versed in the Tao of Darkness, they couldn't see any clues. Wang Ting naturally saw this scene too. His pupils shrank slightly, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, that shadow is indeed a little strange. Fortunately, he didn't go in rashly. Otherwise, he didn't know what he would encounter. At this moment, he didn't rush to act rashly. Instead, he continued to observe the situation within the black light. He even activated the eyes of truth to the extreme and looked at the black fog and shadows, hoping to see the true appearance of the black fog and shadows. Eyes of Truth, 41500/100000, Immortal Level. Now, Wang Ting's Eyes of Truth attribute had increased to 41,500 points, which exceeded the upper limit of the Immortal Level by 1/3. It was equivalent to breaking through the early stage of the Immortal Level and was equivalent to the middle stage of the Immortal Level. Therefore, his talent was undoubtedly more powerful than before. He could see the essence of more things clearly. At this moment, he activated this talent to the extreme. His heart moved as if he thought of something. He immediately used the Mystic Light Bright Pupils technique. In an instant, there was an additional touch of faint white light in his eyes that were originally blooming with purple gold light. It exuded a sense of holiness and seemed particularly mystical. This additional light power that appeared out of nowhere seemed to be able to see through the darkness. It made Wang Ting's eyes seem to have the help of God. They actually saw through the black fog and directly pointed at the distorted shadow that was whipping towards him. This seems to be the power of shadows. Wang Ting's gaze paused, and he was suddenly a little surprised. He was no stranger to the power of shadows, however, the power in front of him was undoubtedly a little different. It wasn't just the power of shadows. Otherwise, he would be able to see it at first glance. It seems to be formed by the fusion of other powers. It's really strange that the Bone Demon Tree can use this kind of power. The more Wang Ting looked, the more surprised he became. He was naturally very interested in the power of shadows. Now, his shadow talent was only at the 3rd level, which wasn't too high. If he could improve it, it might not be a bad thing. This talent was too difficult to improve. The last time he improved it was because he obtained a stock of 18,000 years old congeal grass. Its value was even higher than a saint-level weapon. It was very precious. The most important thing was that it could only be found by chance. It wasn't something that could be bought with money. Therefore, as long as there was a chance to improve his shadow talent, he wouldn't easily let it go. He just didn't know if the Bone Demon Tree had such an attribute. In addition, the shadow distortion technique just now also made him a little envious. The shadow power that he had mastered couldn't reach that level. At most, he could use it to hide himself or use it to display the first combat skill he obtained. Shadow Blade, however, that combat skill was still at the beginner level. It wasn't that easy to display enough power. In the end, it was still because he didn't have enough blank attributes. In any case, Wang Ting's shadow skills were indeed lacking. If he could obtain a shadow ability this time, it would be a big gain. Just as Wang Ting was thinking, the Bone Demon Tree in the black light waved its hand again. A few bone beasts appeared in front of it again. They were of different shapes and sizes, some strong and some weak. Judging from the aura they emitted, the strongest one had reached the upper emperor level, which was equivalent to a domain lord level martial artist or a middle demon emperor level dark apparition. The bone demon tree has prepared a lot in order to obtain the opportunity here. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he watched this scene with interest. Woo-woo, roar, muffled whimpers and angry roars immediately resounded in the quiet space. Although these bone beasts did not have high intelligence, they still had an instinctive fear. In the face of the terrifying demon bone tree, they naturally did not dare to move. However, the bone demon tree didn't care about this. It had worked hard to tame these bone beasts and brought them here for this moment. In order to control these bone beasts, it had engraved a seal in their bodies so that they couldn't resist. Therefore, with just a look, these bone beasts couldn't resist and could only rush toward the big tree in front of them. The main purpose was to test it crazily. However, this time, they didn't rush over directly. Instead, they surrounded the big tree and approached it from different directions, trying to find a breakthrough point. Bone demon tree, bone demon tree, bone demon tree. The three dark apparitions of the bone spirit clan stared at the bone beasts and didn't look away for a moment. The bone beasts continued to approach the big tree. Soon, their bodies disappeared into the black fog, leaving only an afterimage. This time, Wang Ting's gaze also fell on the bone beasts. He wanted to see what the method of distorting the shadows was. It would be better if they dropped some attribute bubbles. Not long after, the shadows on the left side of the big tree suddenly distorted. A bone beast at the lower emperor level happened to step into that area and was instantly swallowed. Its body was distorted by the shadows and then disappeared. That's it? Wang Ting frowned. He felt like he had seen something, but it also felt like he hadn't seen anything. He naturally knew that the bone beast was swallowed by the shadows, but he still couldn't figure out how it was done. This method is a bit like the swallowing of the void beast, but it seems to be different. Wang Ting's mind flashed with the various insights he had mastered. He compared them with the image he had just seen. Roar. At this time, a roar was heard. Another bone beast was distorted and swallowed. However, the moment this bone beast was swallowed, it seemed to have erupted with its own strength and wanted to resist. In the end, it was not without results. At least some attribute bubbles dropped. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He immediately swept out his psychic power and quietly approached the area. In order to hide from the distorted shadows, he had a thought. He added a trace of shadow power to his psychic power in an attempt to fool it. As it turned out, this trick worked every time. The shadows did not discover his psychic power. In just a moment, he picked up the attribute bubbles. Bone Demon Devouring Shadow * 350, there was only one attribute bubble, but it was a real surprise for Wang Ting. Bone Demon Devouring Shadow. A dazzling light suddenly bloomed in his eyes. Insights appeared in his mind and turned into a strange image. Black light intersected and shadows appeared. Then, they distorted and swallowed all the living creatures around them. No, it was not swallowing. It was twisting and crushing all the living creatures around it and then absorbing them. It looked like it was swallowing, but it was not. End of chapter. It's good that it's not devouring. For some reason, Wang Ting was relieved when he saw that the power was not devouring. Logically speaking, he should be happier if it was devouring. After all, he could pick up the corresponding attribute bubbles. However, he subconsciously rejected this idea. Perhaps even Wang Ting didn't notice it, but in his heart, the devouring power had always been a unique force. It was above most of the other forces. It was absolutely impossible for ordinary creatures to have this kind of power. Even the ability of the Blood Clan's giant beast, the Blood Kraken, was inferior to the true devouring power. The Blood Kraken's ability was mainly to absorb blood, while the devouring power could devour everything. Just this point alone made the two of them not on the same level. But this kind of power is also very impressive. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he focused his attention on the comprehension in his mind. He guessed correctly. This bone demon tree could indeed use shadow power, but it also integrated the power of darkness, the power of hell, and even the power of space. This was not a simple shadow-type technique. Even from the Naga clan, Wang Ting could not obtain such a complicated and powerful shadow-type technique. This was a benefit, but there were also disadvantages. Because the power of darkness had been integrated, this method could not be used openly in the light universe unless he could find a way to strip the power of darkness from this combat skill and replace it with other powers. Bone Demon Devouring Shadow, Demon God Level 350/15,000, Beginner, Hiss. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel and could not help but gasp. Demon God Level, Bone Demon Devouring Shadow, was actually a Demon God Level combat skill. He originally thought that this combat skill was an upper Demon God Level combat skill like the Bone Demon Claw, but he did not expect it to be a Demon God Level combat skill. It was unbelievable. One had to know that he had obtained 5 God-level combat skills since the beginning of the Ironforge Fort's defensive line battle. This was a huge gain. At this time, the Demon God-level combat skill that Wang Ting had obtained was only at the beginner level, and its attribute value was only 350 points. At most, he could only grasp the surface. Even so, he already had an extremely detailed understanding of this combat skill. By fusing the power of space into the power of shadows, the distortion formed can shatter everything. The power of death and darkness is only secondary. Of course, that's only relatively speaking. Death energy and darkness energy are indispensable to this combat skill as well. These powers form a kind of chemical reaction. After fusing together, it will naturally become even more terrifying. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. At this moment, he completely understood how terrifying that shadow distortion was. The power of space. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly looked around the big tree shrouded in black fog. The Eye of Truth emitted a dazzling light. The black fog was stripped away, and strange and mysterious lines suddenly appeared in his eyes. It really is the ancient space runes. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a dazzling light. He had already guessed that there must be ancient spatial runes inside the Bone Demon tree. After all, spatial nesting was not something that could be done through ordinary means. Also, the scene of the bone walls melting along the way also involved the way of space. The few Bone Demon race dark apparitions might not be able to guess what kind of power was inside, but Wang Ting had the rank 5, body of space. How could he not know anything? At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly exclaimed softly. In the black fog, under the bone walls inscribed with strange runes, he saw attribute bubbles floating. As he was blocked by the black fog earlier, he did not see them immediately. As his gaze moved, those attribute bubbles entered his eyes. The Eye of Truth was not perfect. At least, it could not see things that Wang Ting's eyes could not see. In other words, only when Wang Ting focused his gaze on a certain spot could he see through the exterior and see the essence within. Pick them up. At this moment, he naturally did not hesitate. He immediately swept out his psychic power and picked up all the attribute bubbles. Ancient Space Runes *120, Ancient Space Runes *150, Ancient Space Runes *200, it's really the Ancient Space Runes. Wang Ting could not help but reveal a trace of joy. He did not expect to be able to pick up Ancient Space Runes inside the Bone Demon tree. These surprises really came one after another. It was simply too awesome. His Ancient Space Runes had already reached the initial level, and it was not so easy to improve it. Therefore, the attribute bubbles that he obtained at this moment were even more precious. These attribute bubbles were of great help to his attainments in the Ancient Space Runes. At this moment, the Ancient Space Runes around the tree were reflected in Wang Ting's eyes. They appeared in his mind one by one as if they had been completely copied. Then, these Ancient Space Runes seemed to be gently fiddled with by an invisible hand. They began to move and arrange themselves continuously, imprinting themselves in the void. The mysterious trajectory seemed to contain some kind of strange law. If one did not have profound attainments in the Ancient Space Runes, they would not be able to see the mystery. So that's how it is. There were countless strange runes flashing in Wang Ting's eyes, which looked particularly magical. A trace of understanding rose in his heart. The initial level of the Ancient Space Runes was indeed extraordinary. The mystery contained in it really amazed him. Just as he thought, there must be Ancient Space Runes that formed the spatial nesting inside the Bone Demon tree. Now, he had obtained an accurate answer from the attribute bubbles that he had just obtained. Originally, with his attainments in the ancient space runes, it was not impossible to crack the spatial nesting inside and outside the bone demon tree, but it would take a lot of time to comprehend and analyze. Now that he had directly obtained the attributes of the ancient space runes, he naturally did not need to go through so much trouble. He could instantly understand the mystery of the ancient space runes, and crack the spatial nesting in this place would be a piece of cake. Ancient space runes, 5600/10,000, initial level, not bad, it's more than half of the initial level's attribute limit. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and the joy in his heart grew stronger. Originally, his attribute points were only slightly over 3,000 points. This time it increased by more than 2,000 points, which was not a small amount. At this level, it was extremely difficult to level up the ancient space runes. Some Saint-level runemasters could be stuck at this level for decades or even centuries if they did not encounter any opportunities. Now that Wang Ting had mastered the ancient space runes to such an extent, it would be easier for him to level up the runemaster in the future. After all, to a runemaster, leveling up was nothing more than leveling up the runes that he had mastered. As he mastered more and more runes, his level would be higher. By then, he would only need to systematically summarize the knowledge of these runes to form his own system of runes. Naturally, he would be able to level up the runemaster. This situation was like a newbie who had just come into contact with martial arts, but his physical foundation had been strengthened in advance. Naturally, it would be much easier for him to level up in the future. However, these ancient space runes don't seem to be enough for me to break through the Deathbone ruins and let everyone leave this place. Wang Ting frowned again, and his mind was racing. Is there any loophole that I haven't found? His eyes constantly scanned the space behind the black light, trying to find a loophole in this space as soon as possible. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a few more skeletal beasts were swallowed by the shadows. They only had time to let out a roar before they disappeared on the spot. The attribute bubbles appeared again, and Wang Ting did not hesitate to pick them up. There was something wrong with one's head if one did not actively pick up attributes. Bone Devil Devouring Shadow *500, Bone Devil Devouring Shadow *650, Bone Devil Devouring Shadow *300. A few attribute bubbles surged into Wang Ting's mind, turning into a profound realization. They were all the attributes of the Bone Devil Devouring Shadow that he had obtained earlier. His mastery of this demon god level combat skill had increased by a lot. Bone Devil Devouring Shadow, Demon God level 2300/15,000, beginner level, although 2300 attribute points were nothing compared to the beginner level 15,000 attribute points, compared to the 350 attribute points that he had previously, it was a huge increase. Wang Ting did not pay too much attention to the changes in his attribute points. He only glanced at them. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the place where the skeletal beasts had disappeared, and he suddenly fell into deep thought. On the other side, Gu Ka's gaze was a little gloomy. The skeletal beasts it had brought were all used up. Even the upper-level Emperor skeletal beast had been swallowed by the shadows. Now, there was not a single one left. After all, it was only an upper-level demon emperor. Being able to control a few skeletal beasts was already its limit. If there were more, it would be too much of a burden on its mental strength, and it would definitely affect its combat strength. Searching for opportunities in the demon bone tree was an extremely dangerous task. Of course, it did not dare to let its combat strength suffer any problems. In order to control those skeletal beasts, it had paid a hefty price. It did not expect them to be gone just like that, and it did not even manage to find out anything. It was no wonder that it was in such a bad mood at this moment. Gu Ka and Gu Wu could not help but look at Gu Ka with a strange gaze. This seemed to be the first time it had been defeated since entering the demon bone tree. With Gu Ka's pride, it had hit a wall here. It was easy to imagine how depressed and aggrieved it was. Fortunately, Gu Ka and Gu Wu knew that the situation was not right, so they did not ridicule it. Especially Gu Wu, it was very obedient at this moment. It knew what it was capable of. If even Gu Ka could not do it, it would not be able to do it either. Therefore, it was better to shut up obediently. Gu Ka, what should we do now? Gu Ka hesitated for a moment and could not help but ask in a low voice. Gu Ka's gaze changed. In the end, it sighed in its heart, but it did not show it. It only said faintly, "Take out the ancestral items and see if we can directly extract the core of the demon bone tree." Guka and Guwu were a little surprised. They did not expect that even Guka had given up. In the end, they still had to use the ancestral items to directly extract the core of the demon bone tree. However, they had no other choice. They could only choose to agree. The three of them took out their respective ancestral items and injected their power into them. Hum. Hum. Hum, with a buzzing sound, black light bloomed from the three ancestral items. Strange black runes flew out from the ancestral items and surrounded the three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. Have they given up? They are finally going to fight head-on. Wang Ting's eyes lit up when he saw this. That's right. He had wasted too much time previously. He should have fought head-on with the demon bone tree long ago. Only by colliding with the demon bone tree would he be able to reveal more flaws. Only then could he find an opportunity to attack. At this moment, the three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan looked at each other and nodded slightly. Go. In the next moment, they pointed forward at the same time and spat out a word at the same time. As soon as they finished speaking, something strange happened. Whoosh! 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 The black runes around them turned into chains of runes and shot toward the direction of the big tree. In just an instant, they penetrated the black fog and quickly approached the big tree. The shadow in the black fog suddenly twisted wildly and blocked the path of the chains of runes. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and a trace of anticipation rose in his heart. He actually wanted to see the few dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan succeed. After all, dealing with the three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan was much easier than dealing with the demon bone tree. If they could succeed, he would naturally be able to snatch the so-called core from them. Seeing that the chains of runes were about to hit the shadow area, a black light flashed in the eyes of the three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. They stared at the chains of runes. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, the chains of runes changed directions and avoided the shadow area. They passed through the gaps between the shadows and rushed toward the big tree. However, the shadows surrounding the big tree did not remain unchanged. They seemed to have sensed the approach of the chains of runes. These shadows twisted wildly and covered a large area. The chains of runes shuttled through the shadows like agile snakes, trying to avoid all the shadows. Unfortunately, the shadow area was getting bigger and bigger. Many of the chains of runes were eventually covered by the shadows. Crack, crack. Crack, bursts of unbearable sounds could be heard, followed by the sound of shattering. On the chains of runes, a large number of runes began to collapse under the distortion of the shadows. They could not resist the distortion of the shadows and space at all. Damn it! The three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan were extremely embarrassed. They did not expect that they would still be unable to get close to the core of the demon bone tree even after activating their ancestral items. How could they break through this? For a moment, the three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan felt helpless. The core of the demon bone tree was right in front of them, but they could not do anything. They felt like they had entered a mountain of treasures but had to return empty-handed. Who could accept this? However, before they could think further, the shadow area started to spread toward them. Originally, they were very close to the entrance of the black light at the back. Hence, there was only black fog shrouding them and no shadow spreading toward them. However, the demon bone tree seemed to be angered now. The shadow kept spreading toward them at an extremely fast speed. What? The three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan were shocked. They subconsciously took a few steps back and almost reached the edge of the entrance of the black light. Bastard! Do you really think we're easy to bully? Detonate the power of the ancestral items. At most, we'll fight it to the death. Their eyes changed, and they immediately made a decision. They actually detonated the chains of runes in an instant. Boom! 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 Suddenly, strands of dense black light shot out from the front. The rune chains exploded with a bang, erupting with extremely great power. There was a very special dark energy within, filled with an indescribable sense of ancientness. Wang Ting was staring at this scene intently. At this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up as if he had seen something. Under the explosion of that power, the surrounding shadows suddenly distorted violently. this distortion was somewhat different from before. It seemed to have become messy and disorderly. Originally, the distortion of the shadows was formed according to a specific way of operating the power. However, at this moment, the distortion was extremely chaotic. It seemed to be disturbed by an external power. If it was an ordinary person, they might not be able to see anything. However, Wang Ting had mastered the bone demon devouring shadow. Naturally, he could see that something was wrong at a glance. I feel it. I feel it. Behind the shadow is clearly a thin space passage, and those space passages lead directly to the core of the demon bone tree. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He was extremely excited. End of chapter. At this moment, Wang Ting finally found a way to get close to the demonic bone tree directly. This was a huge gain. Previously, the 3 dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan only took 99 steps. However, they could not cross the last step no matter how hard they tried and were blocked outside. Under their sudden outburst, Wang Ting could finally cross the last step for them. Thank you. Wang Ting sniggered in his heart. He immediately activated his space force. Flash, in an instant, he directly disappeared on the spot, passing through the space, the black light in front of him, and the 3 dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan. Finally, he directly disappeared into the chaotic and distorted shadows. Although the connecting passage between the shadows and the core of the demonic bone tree was extremely small, Wang Ting did not intend to stay in it. He just wanted to pass through this passage and directly enter the core of the demonic bone tree. This was undoubtedly a bit risky. No one knew what would happen if he directly entered the core of the demonic bone tree. However, there was no other way now. The 3 dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan had probably reached their limit. He could only rely on himself for the rest. Moreover, he did not want to waste any more time. He had to find the space flaw here as soon as possible. The more time he wasted, the more warriors from the Radiant Universe would die. He knew this without guessing. Wang Ting entered the space passage and rushed forward with flash. He only felt a trance in front of him. There was an indescribable feeling of unreality. In the next moment, he appeared in a strange space. Wang Ting was very vigilant. As soon as he entered this space, he glanced around and was ready to use flash to leave this place at any time. He dared to enter this place, so naturally, he had a certain degree of confidence. Otherwise, he would be courting death. Although it seemed that he did not do anything before, in fact, he had almost grasped the means of the demonic bone tree. Whether it was the demonic bone claw, the demonic bone devouring shadow, or even the series of power characteristics of the demonic bone tree, he was very clear about them. If the situation was really bad, he could completely rely on his own strength to deal with it. However, when he saw the situation around him, he could not help but reveal a trace of surprise in his eyes. This was another extremely dark space, and the surroundings were also filled with black fog. Not far ahead, a hideous and frightening tree stood there quietly. This was the tree within a tree that Wang Ting saw outside the black light. It was also the core of the demon bone tree that Gu Ka and the other dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan had mentioned. However, within this space, Wang Ting could already clearly see the appearance of the tree. This tree was also made of white bones. It was very similar to the bone trees in the outside world. However, the trunk of this bone tree had many branches that extended in all directions. Previously, outside the black light, Wang Ting couldn't see the appearance of the tree clearly. Only now did he realize that the branches that extended out were connected to the surrounding space, like special pipes. These tubes might be used to absorb and devour other living beings. The bone puppets and bone puppets from before were probably brought here and turned into nutrients for the demonic bone tree, becoming the skeletons beneath his feet. TSK, what a miserable pair of skeletons. Wang Ting shook his head and revealed a sympathetic expression. Then, he looked around again. There was always a very strange feeling. It seemed that this space was not the space where the tree shadow was outside the black light. Behind the distorted shadows, it should be just a projection. If the 3 dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan didn't discover the space tunnel in the shadows, they wouldn't be able to get close to the core of the demonic bone tree. Wang Ting took a deep breath and couldn't help but mutter to himself. It was impossible to get close to the core of the demonic bone tree directly. This demonic bone tree was too cunning. It used the Tao of space to the extreme, layer by layer. She was simply a matryoshka doll. Who would have thought that behind the distorted shadows was not the core of the demonic bone tree at all? The hazy tree shadow was only used to deceive outsiders. The demonic bone tree had put in a lot of effort to deceive people with such means. What was this if not cunning? Wang Ting couldn't help but shake his head. Even he was almost deceived, let alone the 3 dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan. If they wanted to obtain the opportunity from the demonic bone tree, they would have to go home and dream about it. However, he didn't have the mood to pay attention to the 3 dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan. Time was of the essence. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly noticed something and looked down. The ground was littered with skeletons. At the same time, there were many weapons scattered all over the place. Some of them were held in broken skeletal hands, some were broken, some were rusty, and some were even stuck in the skeletons. Those who didn't know would think that this was a battlefield of death. Countless creatures had fallen here. However, Wang Ting knew that this was not a battlefield at all. It was a place where the demonic bone tree digested. These skeletons were probably left behind after the demonic bone tree swallowed them. Looking at the space in front of him, he couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. Although the demonic bone tree was quiet and seemed to be in a deep sleep and hadn't completely awakened, it was still terrifying. He couldn't let his guard down. Wang Ting carefully took a step forward. Crack, the skeletons under his feet had all their energy absorbed and were very weak. With one step, the skeletons nearby all shattered and turned into dust. At this time, Wang Ting suddenly noticed that there were many attribute bubbles scattered around. His eyes lit up. Good heavens, there are so many attribute bubbles here. He felt as if he had entered a treasure land. Not only were there various weapons left behind, but there were also so many attribute bubbles. If this wasn't a treasure land, then what was? Pick them up. Wang Ting didn't hesitate at all. With a sweep of his psychic power, he immediately picked up the attribute bubbles around him. He was surprised to find that his psychic power wasn't hindered at all in this place. Other than some dark force and death force, there didn't seem to be any danger. Dark Star Force *1300, Dark Star Force *1500, Dark Star Force *1600, Death Territory *600, Death Territory *500, Death Territory *900, Demon Bone Territory *200, Demon Bone Territory *300, Demon Bone Territory *500, Darkness Origin, Rank 9, *1000, Darkness Origin, Rank 9, *1300, Darkness Origin, Rank 9, *1500, Death Origin, Rank 9, *2000, Death Origin, Rank 9, *2300, Death Origin, Rank 9, *2500, Bone Origin, Rank 9, *1800, Bone Origin, Rank 9, *2000, Bone Origin, Rank 9, *2200, Bone Demon World, Rank 9, *800, Bone Demon World, Rank 9, *600, Bone Demon World, Rank 9, *500, Soul Origin *300, Soul Origin *200, Soul Origin *500, Life Origin *250, Life Origin *350, Life Origin *500, Space *700, Space *500, Space *800, Shadow Force, Rank 5, *300, Shadow Force, Rank 5, *200, Shadow Force, Rank 5, *150. One by one, the attribute bubbles flowed into Wang Ting's body. He was both surprised and delighted. He even felt that it was a little unbelievable. He thought that he would only pick up 1 or 2 attributes. In the end, there were so many types of attribute bubbles. It was really beyond his expectations. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: I've struck gold. I've struck gold. I've struck gold. Although he had not completely absorbed these attributes, Wang Ting was already a little excited. This was because he felt that there were many extraordinary attributes. He had definitely struck gold this time. There was no time to think too much. The first attribute bubble flowed into his body and turned into a large amount of dark star force that flowed through his limbs and bones. Wang Ting did not pay too much attention to it. After absorbing it, he focused on the second and third attribute bubbles. Territory. At this moment, the insights that appeared in his mind were two rather familiar territory insights. A strange power slowly spread out in his mind and turned into two huge territories. One of the territories was filled with a thick sense of deathly stillness. It was as if it was a land of death where no living creatures could exist. The other territory was filled with piles of white bones. It was very similar to the skeletal ruins. It was filled with a dark and evil aura and was exceptionally terrifying. Death territory, demonic bone territory, the latter didn't make Wang Ting feel anything, but the former gave him a real shock. He did not expect that the bone demon tree would really master this special territory that was exactly the same as the underworld god clans. Those who did not know might think that the bone demon tree was related to the underworld god clan. Death territory, 9000/9000, Melder rank 9, demonic bone territory, 9000/9000, Melder rank 9. Looking at the changes in the attributes of the two territories on the attribute panel, Wang Ting's eyes suddenly lit up. Complete rank 9. At this moment, the two territories that he had mastered had actually reached complete rank 9. This was really an unexpected surprise. Although these two territories were originally at rank 9, they were still a little short of complete rank 9. This was not easy to improve. After all, there were not many dark apparitions that could comprehend these two territories to complete rank 9. Not to mention the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan, even the Underworld God clan, who was famous for their outstanding talent, might not be able to do so. Otherwise, Wang Ting would have been able to extract the attributes of a rank 9 perfected stage from Ming Long from the Lord of the Underworld God clan. However, Wang Ting was now at the core of the Bone Demon Tree and had pushed these two attributes to complete rank 9. From this point alone, one could see some clues of how terrifying the Bone Demon Tree was. At this point, Wang Ting's fear of the Bone Demon Tree was growing stronger. From the beginning, he did not underestimate this Bone Demon Tree. The spatial fluctuations that it emitted could affect the undead ruins. This Bone Demon Tree could not be simple. Along the way, he had seen how terrifying and extraordinary the Bone Demon Tree was. Naturally, he did not dare to underestimate or belittle it. Next were the three origin source law attributes. In an instant, three completely different origin source law auras suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Darkness, evil, deathly silence, indescribable, the complex and terrifying auras lingered in his mind, then condensed into strange and mysterious runes. This was the manifestation of the origin source law power. All of a sudden, the three completely different runes burst out with dazzling light, like stars in the void. Boom! In the next moment, Wang Ting's consciousness seemed to be pulled out and kept floating upwards. It floated higher and higher, higher and higher. He did not know how long he floated. It could have been a long time, or it could have been just a moment. Wang Ting only felt his vision blur, then he came to an extremely special place. There were strange and mysterious runes all around him, and it was filled with an indescribable feeling. These runes were divided into three distinct regions. They seemed to be repelling each other, and no one could get close to each other. Although it was said that there were three regions, in reality, these three runes seemed to be boundless. There was no end in sight. It contained endless runes, and it gave off a feeling of boundless vastness. Wang Ting was in the region of these three runes. He suddenly felt as if his consciousness was going to be completely integrated and assimilated. However, the three runes seemed to want to divide his consciousness, and they began to pull at it to the extreme. F***CK. Because of his previous experience, Wang Ting's consciousness was still intact. At this moment, he felt the terrifying assimilation and pull, and he immediately cursed. This was too terrifying. The impact of absorbing three rank 9 origin source laws at the same time was truly terrifying. Wang Ting did not dare to be negligent at all. He immediately activated the backup plan that he had prepared beforehand. Boom! A dazzling golden light suddenly burst out in his mind. 9 Treasures Pagoda, the mystical pagoda appeared, and it emitted waves of strong spiritual fluctuations, instantly pulling Wang Ting's consciousness back. The Pagoda Sutra was one of the most mysterious spiritual secret techniques in the universe. It had a mysterious and unfathomable power. The 9 Treasures Pagoda condensed by it could not only intimidate one's mind, but it could also protect and stabilize one's soul. Otherwise, Wang Ting would not have attached so much importance to it, and repeatedly reforged the 9 treasures pagoda. At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly woke up. His consciousness fell rapidly, and when it returned, a majestic feeling suddenly exploded in his mind. Origin of Darkness, 16,000/90,000, Level 9, Origin of the Netherworld, 21,000/90,000, Grade 9, Origin of Bones, 25,000/90,000, Level 9, Rank 9, Rank 9, Rank 9. The 3 origin source laws had all reached the Rank 9 level. This was a qualitative leap, allowing Wang Ting's comprehension of origin source laws to reach an unprecedented height. This was something that he did not dare to imagine before. He was clearly only at the Domain Lord level, but he could actually comprehend origin source laws to the Rank 9 level. This was something that no one would dare to believe. At this moment, even Wang Ting himself found it hard to believe. However, the ecstasy in his heart was even more intense, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Too great, his darkness origin had just reached the Rank 8 level, and his underworld origin had only reached the Rank 7 level for a very short time. Needless to say, the bone origin was only at the Rank 5 level. Moreover, the bone origin had only been obtained recently. He had just plucked it from the undead bone dragon. Now, these 3 origins had all reached the Rank 9 level for the first time. It could be said that he had reached the heavens in a single step, surpassing countless powerful dark apparitions. The time needed to comprehend origin source laws to the Rank 9 level was undoubtedly extremely long enough to make a Sector Lord warrior feel despair. Many Sector Lord warriors who had reached the pinnacle of the Sector Lord level might not be able to comprehend origin source laws to the Rank 9 level. No, it should be said that it was extremely rare for them to comprehend origin source laws to the upper 3 levels. The 3 origin source laws were completely absorbed by Wang Ting, but the 3 runes that appeared did not disappear. At this moment, the 3 runes suddenly moved, flashing rapidly in his mind, finally connecting with each other in an extremely strange way. At the same time, other powers appeared, such as Domain Force, Life Force, Soul Force, etc. Not long later, a huge world suddenly appeared in his mind, emitting an extremely complicated and terrifying aura. Darkness, evil, deathly stillness, indescribable, the world was emitting an extremely special aura formed by the fusion of the 3 origin source laws. It was Wang Ting's first time seeing such a terrifying small world since he started cultivating. Bone Demon World, a title abruptly appeared in his mind. The small world in front of him was an exclusive small world controlled by the Bone Demon Tree. It was completely different from ordinary small worlds. Bone Demon World, 3600/90,000, Rank 9, Rank 9. This small world had also reached the Rank 9 level. Wang Ting could not help but be speechless. It was one thing for the 3 origin source laws to reach the Rank 9 level, but now, this small world formed by the fusion of the 3 origin source laws was also at the Rank 9 level. It was unbelievable. This was the first time he had obtained a Rank 9 small world's attributes. He had really profited greatly this time. After arriving here, he had not done anything, but he had already picked up so many valuable attributes. It was as if he had picked them up for free. It was really embarrassing. 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 In the end, the small world silhouette slowly dissipated in Wang Ting's mind. However, the comprehension was completely imprinted in his memory, becoming something that belonged to him. Next were the 2 attributes of soul origin and life origin. Wang Ting was not too surprised by this. After all, he already knew that the Bone Demon Tree could absorb life force and soul force. This was its digestive area, so it was not surprising that these 2 attributes existed. Of course, these 2 attributes were still very important to Wang Ting. Previously, when he used the power of time, his soul origin and life origin had been greatly depleted. Even though he had picked up many related attribute bubbles in the void, he still could not replenish his soul origin and life origin. These attribute bubbles came at the right time. His life origin and soul origin were once again replenished. Life origin, 500,000/500,000 soul origin, 500,000/500,000. Glancing at the attribute panel, Wang Ting felt that his vitality would be full again. Next was the space attribute. Wang Ting did not lack this attribute. During the previous battle, the space had been destroyed, and many space attributes had fallen. He had already replenished them. However, the more space attributes he absorbed, the more benefits it would bring to him. Naturally, he would not mind. The last attribute, Shadow Force. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling light. He had finally picked up the Shadow Force attribute. This bone demon tree did not disappoint him. An extremely special power appeared in his body out of thin air, causing his body to undergo some strange changes. Shadow Talent, 800/50,000, rank 5. Within a short period of time, Wang Ting's Shadow Talent rose from the 3rd level to the 5th level. It wasn't a lot of attributes, only 800 points, but it was enough for his Shadow Talent to undergo a huge change. End of chapter. Shadow Talent, level 5. Wang Ting immediately felt a huge change in his body. There was an extremely special power circulating in his body, and it was many times stronger than before. Level 5, his Shadow Talent had jumped by 2 levels, and the shadow energy it contained was naturally much more majestic. This time, Wang Ting obtained the shadow energy from the demon bone tree. This shadow energy could transform his body and improve his Shadow Talent. From there, he would be able to produce more shadow energy. It was equivalent to a form of reciprocation. This demon bone tree really didn't disappoint me. Wang Ting looked at the core of the demon bone tree in front of him with a burning gaze as if he was looking at a naked peerless beauty. If he guessed correctly, the level 5, Shadow Talent, was just the beginning. The shadow energy this demon bone tree possessed was definitely higher than level 5. Even 3 of its origin source laws had reached level 9. How could the shadow energy only be at level 5? This was not martial arts at all. Therefore, he did not believe it, he did not believe it at all. Even if the demon bone tree did not have shadow energy, he would still pluck it out. If it really fell into Wang Ting's hands, no matter what it was, he would definitely pluck it out. Wang Ting looked around and continued to move forward. At the same time, his spiritual force swept out and brought back a combat weapon nearby. He opened his palm, and a combat sword fell into his palm. It was a bone sword with many runes branded on it. The blade was extremely sharp, and there were no flaws. One could tell at a glance that it was not a low-grade weapon. From Wang Ting's perspective, this bone sword was at least a level 3 Grandmaster combat weapon. It was considered a rare treasure in the outside world, and it was enough to make domain lords scramble for it. However, it could be casually picked up here. It was no wonder that there were many opportunities here. Wasn't this the case? Unfortunately, those Bone Spirit Dark Apparitions couldn't enter at all. 2 Bone Spirit Dark Apparitions even lost their lives because of this. I can still use it. I'll keep it. Wang Ting put the weapon in his hand into his spatial ring and continued to pick up the weapons around him. After picking up all the attribute bubbles, he picked up the weapons. What a great feeling. 5th grade Grandmaster stage, not bad. That's right. Take it. 1st grade Supreme Power Realm. Not bad. I'll sell it in the Dark World. It's actually a level 8 Supreme Power Stage weapon. Good heavens, how many powerful creatures has this demonic bone tree devoured? Along the way, Wang Ting's horizons were broadened. These weapons ranged from the 1st level to the 8th level of the Supreme Power Realm. How was this the digestive area of the demon bone tree? It was more like an armory. Especially that 8th grade Grandmaster weapon. Even Sector Lord Pinnacle fighters would be envious of it. It was such a waste to just throw it into the pile of bones. However, these weapons now belonged to Wang Ting. In any case, no one wanted it, and the demon bone tree probably couldn't use weapons. Otherwise, it wouldn't have left it here so carelessly. Therefore, it would be a waste not to pick it up. Wang Ting didn't waste any time. While picking up the weapons, he approached the core of the demon bone tree. At the same time, he was also looking for the ancestral items brought by the 2 Bone Spirit Dark Apparitions. If he could get those 2 ancestral items, he might be able to study them. From the conversation of the Bone Spirit Dark Apparitions, it wasn't hard to tell that the ancestral items seemed to be quite useful to the demon bone tree. They could even absorb the core of the demon bone tree. As for the use of the core of the demon bone tree, he wasn't sure. However, since the dark apparitions of the bone spirit dark apparitions valued it so much, the core must have a very important use. If there was a chance, he naturally wanted to get some of it. Found it. Suddenly, a special weapon appeared in front of Wang Ting's eyes. At first, this weapon gave him a different feeling from other weapons. It contained a very ancient and dark power. Some ancient dark weapons would naturally contain this aura. However, the ancient aura on this weapon was very rich. That kind of rich aura was definitely not something that could be formed in millions of years. Without endless years, it would not be able to settle down. Wang Ting had seen antiques formed in millions of years, but the aura on those antiques couldn't be compared to this weapon in front of him. The gap was very obvious. At this time, Wang Ting immediately waved his hand and took the antique over. This was a bone mirror. The whole body should be made of the bones of some unknown creature. The surface of the mirror was extremely smooth and could clearly reflect anything. There were various strange and abstract patterns carved on the edge. Generally speaking, it could be seen that they were some skeletons. There were all kinds of strange patterns. However, because the carvings were very strange, it was impossible to tell what kind of creature it was. Between the gaps of the carvings, there were many bone spurs growing out and surrounding the edge of the bone mirror. On the back of the bone mirror, there was a skull face. Its empty eye sockets were pitch black, and the bottom could not be seen. It was as if there was another world within the bone mirror. Wang Ting frowned slightly and stared at the skull's eye sockets. He felt as if there was a gaze watching him. This bone mirror seemed to be very strange. At this time, Wang Ting had completely restrained the aura of the light universe. The demon bone talent was completely activated. A jade-like white bone mask condensed on his face and fit his face perfectly, as if it had grown out of his flesh. This white bone mask was very strange and ferocious. It was not inferior to the appearance of those dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. In fact, it was even more ferocious. What was even more shocking was that there were strange and mysterious black patterns on the white bone mask. They were like living creatures that were wriggling, but at the same time, they were motionless. If a dark apparition of the Bone Spirit clan saw this white bone mask, it would probably be shocked. Because this white bone mask was condensed from the demon bone of the Bone Spirit clan. It was not ordinary white bone. It should be known that the Bone Spirit clan had a skeleton body. There was no existence like Wang Ting who had flesh and blood. There was no existence other than the Bone Spirit clan that could use the power of the demon bone. Of course, an exception was the bone demon tree. However, there was a huge difference between Wang Ting and the bone demon tree. If the dark apparition of the Bone Spirit clan really saw Wang Ting at this moment, it might really treat him as a special kind of creature in this death bone ruins. In addition to the white bone mask on his face, Wang Ting's body was also covered with a layer of white bone armor, completely covering his body. His demon bone talent had reached the 5th level, so his control and use of his bones was naturally quite profound. It was not difficult to cover his whole body with bones and form an armor like the armor of the dark apparitions of the Armor Devil clan. Under the cover of this skeleton armor, Wang Ting seemed to have turned into a skeleton monster. It was difficult to see his true body from his appearance. It was because of this that he dared to appear in the core area of the bone demon tree unscrupulously. At the same time, he dared to look directly at the ancestral item of the Bone Spirit clan in front of him. In any case, it was better to be careful. After all, no one knew if this ancestral item was related to some old immortal of the Bone Spirit clan. If the other party could sense his existence through the ancestral item, wouldn't it expose some of his secrets? Now that his aura had changed, he was like a special skeleton monster. He believed that even an upper-level demon master of the Bone Spirit clan would find it difficult to see through his details. It was not the first time he did this kind of thing. Back in the Dark World, he used the armor of the Armor Devil clan to cover his whole body, and he did not know how many dark apparitions were fooled. Now that he used the armor of the Bone Spirit clan to cover his whole body, it was naturally the same principle. After using the demon bone talent, his aura was authentic dark aura, and it even had the unique demon bone aura of the Bone Spirit clan. The probability of discovering him could be said to be very small, almost impossible. At this time, Wang Ting did not study the back of the bone mirror in his hand anymore. Instead, he turned it over and let his appearance be reflected in the bone mirror. His ferocious appearance appeared, and it was hard to imagine that this was a mirror made of bones. I wonder what's so special about this bone mirror. Wang Ting couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Although he was extremely curious, he was not in a hurry to study this bone mirror. This place was not the place for research. It would be bad if he made any movements and alarmed the bone demon tree. Moreover, there was still one more ancestral item that had not been found. After finding both ancestral items, he would see if there was a chance to study it. Wang Ting continued to move closer to the bone demon tree and picked up all the weapons around him. He suddenly found that the closer he got to the core of the bone demon tree, the higher the level of the weapons around him. Starting from the first 8th grade Grandmaster level weapon just now, he had already picked up several 7th grade and 8th grade Grandmaster level weapons. There was even a 9th grade Grandmaster level weapon. None of them were lower than 7th grade Grandmaster level weapons. This is really a stock of goods. If Venerable Xingyun and the others knew that he was picking up treasures here, what would their expressions be? It would probably be very exciting. Peerless Grandmaster level weapon. Suddenly, a pitch-black spear attracted Wang Ting's attention. He immediately stretched out his hand and the spear that was inserted diagonally in the skeleton fell into his hand. It's really a Grandmaster level weapon. Wang Ting carefully looked at the spear in front of him, and his eyes flashed. Although the Peerless Grandmaster level weapon seemed to be 1 grade higher than the 9th grade Grandmaster level weapon, the Peerless Grandmaster level weapon was the limit of the Grandmaster level weapon. It was definitely the best of the best, and very few Grandmaster level blacksmiths could forge it. For example, there was a kind of elixir that Wang Ting had once refined, the Yin Yang Dragon Essence elixir. This elixir was a kind of Grandmaster level elixir. At that time, several Grandmaster level alchemists in the Starry Sky Academy were unable to refine it. It was only because of Wang Ting's help that they finally completed the refinement. One could imagine how difficult it was to refine a Grandmaster level elixir. It was the same for a Grandmaster level weapon. Some highly accomplished blacksmiths might be able to refine a Grandmaster level weapon to the extreme and make its power close to the sacred level. Wang Ting injected a wisp of dark force into the spear in his hand and felt it. He found that although it had not reached the sacred level, it was still a rare Grandmaster level weapon. Its power was much stronger than that of a 9th grade Grandmaster level weapon. Not bad. This is another great gain. Wang Ting sniggered as he kept it. At this moment, he felt a wisp of ancient and evil aura faintly coming from the pile of bones on the left. With a thought, he rolled out his mental power and took back an object. It was a bone spur. There was nothing special about its appearance, but a small skull was carved at the end of the handle, as if it was inlaid on it. The skull's mouth was slightly open, and its 2 eye sockets were empty. If one kept staring at it, they would have the same strange feeling as when they stared at the back of the bone mirror just now. It was as if a pair of eyes were looking at them. There was no mistake, this was another ancestral item of the Bone Spirit clan, Wang Ting complained in his heart. Even the feeling it gave was exactly the same. This ancestral item of the Bone Spirit clan was really not creative at all. Could it be that the dark apparition of the Bone Spirit clan directly used the same method to make the ancestral item in batches in order to save trouble? Then the value of this ancestral item was really not something to be complimented on. Hatue with 2 ancestral items in hand, Wang Ting thought about it and put them away first. Then, he continued to pick up the weapons around him. But not long after, Wang Ting stopped again. His eyes were fixed on a pile of bones, and his brows were slightly wrinkled. Why is there another ancestral aura? He was a little surprised. He had already picked up 2 ancestral items of the Bone Spirit clan, so why was there another one now? That feeling was not wrong. It was ancient and dark, exactly the same as the 2 ancestral items he had just picked up. He had observed the ancestral items of the Bone Spirit and the Bone Spirit before. They were the 2 items he had just picked up, a bone mirror and a bone spur. So what was going on now? Was there a 3rd ancestral item here? Wang Ting only hesitated for a moment, then rolled out his mental power and turned over a bone hand from the pile of bones. Then, his gaze fell on the fingers of the skeletal hand. On the index finger of the bone hand, a small bone ring was worn on it. Bone ring. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he took the bone ring over. After looking at it carefully, he was even more surprised. This small bone ring has an ancient and dark aura that is thicker than the previous two ancestral items. Also, this seems to be a space ring. He was very familiar with space runes. After looking at it for a while, he could tell that the runes on the bone ring in front of him had the function of storing space. Wang Ting thought for a moment, then used his mental power to explore the bone ring. Damn! The next moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in his eyes. There were many good things in this bone ring, just the dark source stones alone were piled up like a mountain. According to the number, there were at least 1,000,000 of them. Although these dark source stones were not of much use to him, they were hard currency in the dark world. Whether it was used to buy treasures or to reward dark apparitions, they were quite good things. He could give them to the blood god clone when he had the chance. Other than that, he also saw more than a dozen dark source bones and dark source crystals. They were the cores that he had obtained from killing the skeletal monsters. To Wang Ting, these two treasures were more precious than the 1,000,000 dark source stones. He directly threw the dozen or so demonic origin bones and demonic origin crystals into his interspatial ring. The demonic origin bones immediately fused together, while the demonic origin crystals lay quietly to the side. Speaking of which, why didn't the original owner of this bone ring fuse the dark source bones? Wang Ting suddenly thought of something. He touched his chin and secretly pondered. Could it be to sell them separately? Unfortunately, this was only his guess, and he could not be sure. However, he did not regret fusing the dark source bones. He felt that the dark source bones could be broken. Even if they were fused together, he could still use the demonic bone power to separate them. There were still some weapons in the bone ring, but he did not pay too much attention to them. He moved them all into his space ring, then looked back at the bone ring. It seems that not only the dark apparitions from the bone spirit race brought the ancestral items, but they also found this demonic bone tree. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He had already guessed something. It's a pity that they did not succeed. They were all buried here. If that's the case, there might be a fourth, fifth, or even more ancestral items here. His eyes gradually lit up. If 3 ancestral items were not enough, what about 4 ancestral items? What about 5 ancestral items? I wonder how many ancestral items there are here. Wang Ting searched excitedly. Ordinary weapons could no longer attract his attention. After all, they were all Grandmaster level weapons. No matter how good they were, they would only be Grandmaster level peerless level weapons. Until now, he had not even seen a single sacred weapon. Naturally, he was not interested in paying any more attention. At this moment, all his thoughts were focused on finding the ancestral items. Buzz, Wang Ting felt as if he had passed through an invisible barrier, and the black fog in front of him suddenly became thicker. At that moment, he was only about 500 meters away from the core of the demonic bone tree, and the power of darkness and deathly silence that permeated the surroundings suddenly became several times thicker. He could not help but stop and look back. This place was like a boundary point, and once he crossed the boundary line, the power of darkness and deathly silence would become extremely thick. Wang Ting knew that he was very close to the core of the demonic bone tree. A distance of 500 meters could be covered by a single step for a warrior. If it were not for the sake of being cautious, he would have directly flashed to the bottom of the demonic bone tree and started absorbing the core of the demonic bone tree instead of wasting time here. However, he did not delay and increased his speed of searching for the ancestral artifacts to the maximum. Not long after, he indeed sensed a familiar aura. Ancient and dark, it was not easy to find the aura of the ancestral artifacts in this area because the power of darkness and deathly silence that was emitted from the core of the demonic bone tree was too thick, and it had already covered the aura of other things. Wang Ting's mental strength was very sharp, and his mastery of the power of darkness and deathly silence was not low. Therefore, it was easy for him to sense the strange aura. Wang Ting's eyes moved slightly, and in a flash, he appeared at a location. He sensed that the aura was emanating from under his feet. This place was very flat, and the bones were casually spread out on the ground. Wang Ting was speechless as he wondered how many living beings the demonic bone tree had devoured. His spiritual force swept out again. Like an invisible hand, it pushed aside the bones under his feet, and an object appeared in front of him. Wang Ting could not help but exclaim softly when he saw the object. Bone bell. The object in front of him was actually a bone bell, which was a little rare. He rarely saw such a unique object. After all, warriors rarely used similar objects. However, it was quite beautiful. The bone bell in front of him could be said to be very delicate. It was much smaller than his palm, and its entire body was as smooth as jade. There were no strange carvings, only black lines. In fact, if it were not for these lines, this bone bell could be regarded as a beautiful work of art. If it was auctioned in an auction house in the Radiant Universe, many people would probably like it. He had long heard that many aristocrats liked to use the bones of some powerful star beasts to make art, and some warriors liked to show off their strength. After all, being able to hunt a powerful star beast was something that was worth bragging about. Of course, the dark aura on the bone bell was something that the martialists from the Radiant Universe would not dare touch. At first glance, it was not an ordinary object. Wang Ting sized it up. He could sense the ancient aura emanating from it, so he kept it. The fourth ancestral artifact. Next, he obtained several more 9th grade Grandmaster level combat weapons, which were mostly made of bones. However, it was normal. Only the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan could enter this place, and the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan often used weapons made of bones. It's probably a racial preference. Wang Ting muttered in his heart. Having said that, he also liked the weapons of the Bone Spirit clan. These weapons made of bones did indeed have a special beauty, which was different from ordinary weapons. If there's a chance, I'll get a special bone weapon for myself. What I want is to look cool. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and he began to ponder in his heart. Since he had picked up so many Grandmaster-level weapons today, it would not be too much to ask for a sacred weapon in the Dark World, right? Ahem, now is not the time to think about this. He quickly collected his scattered thoughts. Fortunately, he did not delay things. He had picked up all the weapons. There were fewer and fewer weapons around, and many of them were scattered under the demonic bone tree. He had to get close to it to pick them up. It was not that Wang Ting was being too careful. It was a little dangerous at that distance. At that moment, when Wang Ting was only 100 meters away from the core of the demonic bone tree, 3 wisps of ancient and dark aura suddenly appeared. It was very sudden. He did not feel it at first, but as soon as he got close to it, 3 wisps of ancient and dark aura appeared at the same time. Wang Ting suddenly quivered. He almost could not hold it in and directly rushed over. 3 wisps. Didn't this mean that there were 3 ancestral artifacts under the core of the demonic bone tree? Damn, I'm going to be rich. If I get those 3 ancestral artifacts, I'll have a total of 7 ancestral artifacts. The number of ancestral artifacts I have now surpassed those of the Bone Spirit clan's dark apparitions. I should be more confident in dealing with the demonic bone tree, right? Wang Ting did not know how to describe his feelings. In short, it was wonderful. At first, he was a little confused as he did not know how to deal with the core of the demonic bone tree. However, when he came to this space, he found that there were ancestral artifacts of the Bone Spirit clan that he could pick up. This seemed to be the ancient saying that there was often an antidote near a poison. Although the demonic bone tree was not a poisonous tree, its degree of terror was not inferior to some immortal rank poisonous trees. It might even be more terrifying. Hence, this analogy was appropriate. However, the demonic bone tree obtained these ancestral artifacts by itself. It probably did not expect anyone to be able to enter this space, right? Or maybe it did not take these so-called ancestral artifacts seriously at all. However, this time, Wang Ting must go to the foot of the demonic bone tree's core. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then, he decided to go all the way. He crossed the last 100 meters and arrived at the foot of the demonic bone tree's core. Of course, he still did not let down his guard. At this moment, he was already prepared. If anything went wrong, he would immediately use Flash to retreat. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. He stood at the foot of the demonic bone tree's core and looked at the core in front of him vigilantly. His eyes could not help but reveal a look of surprise. Although he had seen the appearance of the demonic bone tree's core from afar, he was still shocked and puzzled when he came close to it. He was shocked because the tree in front of him was too mystical. The body of the tree, which was made of white bones, was covered with densely packed black veins. They were like strange tree veins, and they seemed to be alive, squirming all the time. Compared to the outer shell of the demonic bone tree that Wang Ting saw in the outside world, this tree was naturally not as huge. However, it was more real and mystical. Mystical plus mystical equals mystical. There was nothing wrong with it. As for the puzzlement, it was because the core of the demonic bone tree was like a real tree. It did not seem to be made of energy. Originally, Wang Ting thought that since it was the core of the demonic bone tree, it would definitely be different from its outer appearance. It was most likely made of energy. However, looking at it now, wasn't it just a pile of bones? Why do I feel like something is wrong? Wang Ting touched his chin and stared at the tree in front of him without blinking. He seemed to be trying to find some clues. In the next moment, a purplish gold light flashed in his eyes. The Eye of Truth was activated again. In order to reduce the consumption, he had already closed the Eye of Truth earlier. However, he had no choice but to open it again. It was a pity that his Eye of Truth did not work again this time. There was a black light in front of him. He could not see anything at all. It was so bright that he almost blinded his eyes. F***K. Wang Ting cursed and closed his eyes abruptly. This demonic bone tree's level was definitely above the supreme level, F***CK. I only took a peek at its core and almost lost my eyes. That was close. Fortunately, he was more careful. He had already guessed that this demonic bone tree was not simple. He did not dare to look at it too much. He only glanced at it slightly. He was familiar with this operation. At that moment, he rested for a while before opening his eyes again. However, there were many blood vessels in his eyes. Obviously, he was not completely unaffected. No, this is really an energy body. At that moment, he suddenly thought of the scene just now. Although he only saw a thick black light, the entire tree was covered in thick black light. This was not right. Without a doubt, the black light was the essence of energy. What did this mean? It meant that the tree in front of him was indeed an energy body and not an ordinary skeleton. Previously, he had used the Eye of Truth to observe the outer shell of the demonic bone tree. What he saw then was completely different from what he saw just now. The outer shell of the demonic bone tree was indeed made of bones. Although there was some energy in it, the essence was still bones. It was completely different from the black light he saw just now. This was the difference in essence. Although Wang Ting could not see what was in the black light, it was already good enough that he could see the essence. If he had not upgraded the Eye of Truth to the middle immortal level, he would not have seen anything. It seems that the outer shell is only covered with a thin layer of bones. Wang Ting looked at the core of the demonic bone tree in front of him. His eyes flickered. He suddenly reached out his hand and touched the surface. It had a jade-like luster with a hint of coldness. It felt pretty good to the touch. He walked around the core of the demonic bone tree in front of him. As he observed, he approached the location where he sensed the ancestral artifact's aura. After walking for about 10 steps, he squatted down and started digging in the pile of bones. Dig, dig, dig. Soon, an item appeared before his eyes. It was actually a bone claw, but the aura on it was clearly different from an ordinary bone claw. Strange black veins wrapped around the bone claw, making it look particularly ferocious and terrifying. The 5th ancestral artifact was in his hands. He then continued to approach the location of the other 2 auras and dug them out one after another. The 6th ancestral artifact was a bone token. There were strange patterns carved on it. It was as strange as the bone mirror and bone spur. The 7th ancestral artifact was a little strange. It was actually a bone bottle. The bottle was round and full, and the neck was thin and long. It was unknown what kind of creature's bone it was made of. After all, ordinary bones could not make such a thing. Wang Ting sized up the last 2 ancestral artifacts in front of him in surprise. The bone token wasn't special. Besides some special patterns on it, there was nothing special about it. However, the bone bottle gave him a different feeling. He faintly felt that the inside of the bone bottle seemed to contain an extremely rich ancient power of darkness. It made his heart palpitate. This feeling was not present in the previous ancestral artifacts. The runes on this bone bottle are quite mysterious. Wang Ting frowned slightly. Even with his attainments in the ancient dark pattern, he could not see through the dark runes on the bone bottle. However, he understood most of the ancient space runes. This bone bottle also had the function of storing space. In other words, there was a space inside it. There might be something inside. Wang Ting thought about it and hesitated. He did not know if he should take the risk to explore it. However, on second thought, this thing fell into his hands. If he did not explore it, he would not dare to use it casually. He had to explore it. At worst, he would be more careful. Wang Ting immediately made a decision. He immediately separated a strand of his spiritual power and probed into the bone bottle. However, to his surprise, there was nothing substantial in the bone bottle. There were only wisps of black fog. The black fog was filled with an ancient and dark aura. Obviously, this black fog was the source of Wang Ting's palpitations. Something's wrong. He suddenly realized and immediately cut off that strand of spiritual power. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A black light rushed out of the thick black fog of the bone bottle. Then, it rushed out of the bone bottle and rushed toward Wang Ting's glabella. You're courting death. Wang Ting's eyes were cold. Suddenly, a golden light shone from his glabella. A golden arrow suddenly condensed and shot out to meet the attack. Whoosh, an ear-piercing sound pierced through the air. As soon as the black light rushed out of the bottle, the golden arrow shot out from Wang Ting's glabella almost at the same time. Soul-devouring arrow. What? A shocked, angry, and even panicked voice came from the black light. However, it was all too late. No one expected Wang Ting to be prepared and have a way to deal with soul attacks. The next moment, the golden arrow pierced through the black light. A strange devouring power suddenly erupted from the golden arrow. Damn it, what kind of combat skill is this? It can absorb my soul origin power. A furious roar came from the black light. How long has it been? Someone still dares to possess me. Wang Ting sneered. Throughout his cultivation journey, there were many people who wanted to possess him. Each and every one of them was much stronger than him. There were even mysterious and powerful cosmic beasts like the void-devouring beast. However, none of them had succeeded. Whether it was the void-devouring beast or the blood ancestor in the dark world, none of them had succeeded and were killed by him. The black light in front of him seemed powerful, but it was only the soul of a sector lord. Wang Ting was naturally not afraid. Arrogant. Do you think you can stop me like this? The voice suddenly became ferocious. Then, the black light suddenly exploded with a bang, instantly turning into smaller black lights that continued to rush toward Wang Ting's glabella like black needles. Get lost. Wang Ting squinted his eyes and shouted in a low voice. Boom, in an instant, an even more dazzling golden light erupted from his glabella. A 9-story pagoda appeared in the light and pressed down. 9 Treasures Pagoda. This was the 9 Treasures Pagoda that Wang Ting had hidden in the chaotic star realm. The moment the 9 Treasures Pagoda appeared, the thunder and flame runes on the pagoda suddenly lit up. Boom, lightning flashed, and a brilliant heavenly might filled the space. 3 types of heavenly flames swept out, releasing an incomparably scorching temperature. Chi. Before the black needles touched the 9-story pagoda, they had just touched the heavenly flames on the pagoda when they emitted sizzling sounds. At the same time, miserable screams sounded. Heavenly flames? You actually have 3 types of heavenly flames. Furious roars kept erupting from the black light. They were filled with disbelief. It was obvious that they had never expected Wang Ting to possess 3 heavenly flames. It had thought that the golden arrow was already extremely special, and being able to master it was already impressive. In the end, there was something even more ruthless waiting for it. At this moment, the existence in the black light was about to shut itself off. End of chapter. The lightning and flames completely engulfed the tiny black lights, and waves of black smoke emerged. Under these 2 forces, a large number of tiny black lights couldn't resist at all. They instantly turned into nothingness, forcing them to gather again and make a final struggle. No. Stop. Stop. Shrill screams could be heard from the black light. It tried to rush out of the encirclement of thunder and heavenly flame and return to the bone bottle. The existence in the black light was actually very weak. All these years, it had been relying entirely on the ancient power of darkness in the bone bottle to barely survive until now. It originally thought that it had just encountered an ordinary middle-rank demon Emperor Jr., although it didn't know how the other party came to the core of the demon bone tree. It didn't think that a middle-rank demon Emperor Jr. could threaten it. So when it sensed the other party's existence, it immediately wanted to seize the other party's body. It had been silent in the bone bottle for too long. It had waited for such an opportunity with great difficulty, and it didn't know when the next time would be. At least since it fell into the core of the demon bone tree, it had never seen a living creature come here. Now that one had finally appeared, it naturally couldn't let it go. But it didn't expect to encounter a tough opponent this time. Now it could be said that it had sent itself into a desperate situation, and there was no way to escape. "You still want to go back?" Wang Ting sneered. He naturally wouldn't let the other party return to the bone bottle as it wished. With a flip of his palm, he put the bone bottle into his space ring. Didn't the other party want to go back to the bone bottle? He directly put the bone bottle away to see how the other party would go back. What a simple operation. The existence in the black light was really shocked and angry. It could only roar in anger. "Bastard! What did you say?" Wang Ting picked his ear and waved his hand. The Nine Treasures Pagoda immediately suppressed it with an unparalleled momentum. Boom, even the void trembled for a moment. The next moment, the Nine Treasures Pagoda smashed on the black light like an extremely heavy mountain. Ah! The black light trembled as if it was struck by lightning. It was almost blown apart, and a scream was heard. "What did you say just now? I really didn't hear you clearly. Can you repeat it?" Wang Ting's expression was calm as he spoke calmly. He pointed his finger again, and the Nine Treasures Pagoda pressed down once more. Boom, the black light trembled violently, and the edges collapsed. It couldn't resist the power of the Nine Treasures Pagoda at all. Ah! Ah! Miserable screams rang out one after another. It was truly heart-wrenching. Wang Ting's Nine Treasures Pagoda was forged twice, so it was extraordinarily sturdy. Even the spiritual attacks of immortal-ranked martial artists couldn't break it easily. Using it to attack a Sector Lord-level spirit body, it would be strange if the spirit body could withstand it. All along, his Nine Treasures Pagoda had been protecting his soul. The soul was the foundation of a warrior's soul was the most important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forcefully endured the pain of tempering and insisted on cultivating this secret spiritual technique. In the past, many warriors had obtained the Pagoda Sutra below the Sector Lord level, but almost none of them cultivated it. Why? The pain of refining the Nine Treasures Pagoda was one of the biggest reasons. Unfortunately, Wang Ting didn't use the Nine Treasures Pagoda normally. After all, there weren't many people who could threaten him with spiritual power. Unless some old bastard shamelessly attacked him, he wouldn't use the Nine Treasures Pagoda. However, such situations were relatively rare. As such, the Nine Treasures Pagoda could only be placed in his chaotic star realm. It could also be used as a mascot. No matter what, the Nine Treasures Pagoda's appearance was still very intimidating. Not to mention in Wang Ting's chaotic star realm, even in the outside world, people would immediately treat it as an incredible treasure. Therefore, it was more than enough to be a mascot. Cough cough, he went astray. Wang Ting definitely wasn't willing to treat the Nine Treasures Pagoda as a mascot. Therefore, when he suddenly saw someone rush up to take over his body, he was actually a little excited. His hands were itching. This guy had come up to him, so he couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Boom. Ah. Boom. Wait. Boom. Don't smash anymore. Waves of explosions, screams, and pleas rang out in this quiet space. The voice in the black light gradually weakened. It wasn't as strong as before. Wang Ting saw that it was about time and regretfully stopped. With a wave of his hand, the Nine Treasures Pagoda automatically flew back to him. The lightning and the heavenly fire also rolled back and returned to the Nine Treasures Pagoda. Then, they disappeared into the space between his eyebrows. Only a small ball of black light was left. Its light was dim, like a candle flame that was about to be extinguished. It was extremely weak. Wang Ting smiled faintly. He didn't do anything. He just stretched out his hand. The holy flame appeared out of thin air and formed a cage. It trapped the ball of black light and flew to his palm. "You, who are you?" A weak voice immediately came from the black light. Its voice was filled with shock and uncertainty. It really couldn't understand. What was this guy in front of it? Judging from its appearance, it was clearly a skeleton that could not be any more ordinary. Its entire body was filled with the power of darkness. It could not be any more evil, and it could not be any more dark. The demonic aura was also overflowing from its bones. It couldn't hide from its senses at all. But why could it use the heavenly flames that were filled with the will of light? This didn't make sense at all, since when could creatures of darkness use the heavenly flames of light? Demon God, have the times changed? Unfortunately, no one answered its doubts. Wang Ting didn't have time to care about the ball of black light. He suddenly felt something. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly raised his head to look at the core of the bone demon tree. Boom, a terrifying change occurred again. The core of the bone demon tree suddenly burst out with a rich black light. It seemed to be shaking, and then the whole space shook. Countless skeletons were shaking, making clattering noises, as well as strange sounds of friction. Wang Ting stood among the skeletons and felt the vibration under his feet. His heart suddenly sank. Although he wasn't afraid of the ball of black light, its appearance was like a fuse that ignited the bone demon tree, a ticking time bomb that could explode at any time. The reason why he bombarded the ball of black light like that, besides being a little itchy, was more because the appearance of the other party had ruined his plan. He could have just stayed low, but when the black light appeared, he had no choice but to face the bone demon tree. How could he not take revenge? Not only did he have to take revenge, he had to take revenge ruthlessly. The black light had caused so much trouble for him. How could he let it go? So, he put everything aside and thought about it after the fight. Before the start of a fierce battle, it was important to maintain a good mood. And, beating people up equals good mood. As for the naive thought that it might not alarm the bone demon tree, he was too lazy to even think about it. Not only was it an insult to the bone demon tree's intelligence, but it was also an insult to his own. The moment he used the soul-devouring arrow, he guessed that the bone demon tree would definitely be alarmed. In the core of the bone demon tree, the other party would never allow anything that could threaten it to exist. The soul-devouring arrow he used would definitely be able to threaten the bone demon tree. Not to mention the 3 types of heavenly flame that he used later. Boom, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from the core of the bone demon tree. Many skeletons were instantly turned into dust. At this moment, not only was the core of the bone demon tree shaking, but the entire bone demon tree was also shaking. If someone were to stand outside the bone demon tree, they would see the densely packed bone demon roots moving together. It was as if countless white bone pythons were twisting their bodies, looking for their prey. What's going on? Outside the core of the bone demon tree, the 3 bone spirits, Gu Ka, and Gu Wu, looked around in shock. They were instantly alarmed. They had just been forced out of the core of the bone demon tree by the power of the shadow distortion, but they did not leave just like that. It was not easy for them to enter this place. They even lost 2 bone spirit dark apparitions along the way. How could they give up so easily? Therefore, they had been thinking of a way to break out of the situation at the entrance of the bone demon tree's core. The 3 bone spirit dark apparitions racked their brains and scratched their skulls anxiously. In the end, they did not come up with a solution. Instead, they waited for this unforeseen event. They felt as if they had been F***ed. They did not know why, but they felt that ever since they got close to the bone demon tree, everything was not going well for them. It felt as if an invisible hand was toying with them. The 3 bone spirit dark apparitions were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Unfortunately, they were somewhat helpless. They could only watch this scene with their own eyes. They were hesitant, helpless, and pitiful. What should we do now? Gu Wu's voice was trembling. The situation in front of it made it feel a little uneasy. The danger they encountered before could not be compared to the current situation at all. They could feel that the entire bone demon tree seemed to be shaking. An indescribable sense of danger permeated the internal space of the bone demon tree, making them feel terrified. What should we do? What should we do? Why do you only know how to ask? Gu Ka was so angry that it directly cursed. It could not be bothered with Gu Wu anymore. It turned around and ran away directly. What the f***ck? Gu Wu also wanted to curse, but in the blink of an eye, Gu Ka had already disappeared. It was instantly speechless. Run quickly. Gu Ka pulled it and hurriedly followed Gu Ka's figure. At this time, the calculations in their hearts were completely useless. They originally planned to snatch the core of the bone demon tree after obtaining it. What was there to snatch now? Staying together to save their lives was more important. However, just as Gu Ka and Gu Wu chased after it, they saw Gu Ka running back like the wind. From the soul fire in its eye sockets, it seemed to be frightened. It was as if something was chasing after it. Rumble, a series of violent roars were heard, and the bone demon tree shook even more violently. The next moment, Gu Ka and Gu Wu's eyes narrowed. To their surprise, they saw the bone devil roots rushing towards them from behind the bone carcass like giant white bone pythons. If it was only 1 or 2 roots, it would be fine. But looking at it, the entire passage was almost filled with the bone demon roots. Those bone demon roots were crazily squeezing over. f***ck. The 2 bone spirit dark apparitions, Gu Ka and Gu Wu, cursed directly. Their skulls almost exploded. Then, without thinking, they immediately turned around and ran back. Although they knew that there was no road ahead, they could not let them wait for death. Gu Ka was very fast and caught up with them immediately. Swoosh! 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 Immediately after, the 3 bone spirit dark apparitions looked at each other tacitly and rushed into the black light, entering the core of the bone demon tree once again. In the core, there were distorted shadows everywhere. There was nowhere to hide. The 3 bone spirit dark apparitions were extremely solemn. They immediately took out their respective ancestral artifacts, gritted their teeth, and injected their power of origin into them. In order to avoid these distorted shadows, they could only rely on the power of their ancestral artifacts. However, ordinary power was not enough. They had to stimulate the power of their ancestral artifacts on a deeper level. This required the use of their soul origin. But now that they had reached this stage, they had to make a choice no matter how reluctant they were. Boom! 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 As the 3 bone spirit dark apparitions injected their soul origin into their ancestral artifacts, the 3 ancestral artifacts suddenly burst out with dazzling black light. Dense runes erupted and wrapped around their bodies, forming 3 balls of runes. They actually blocked the distorted shadows. Bang bang bang. However, at this moment, the densely packed bone devil roots also directly charged into the core area. Like endless devil claws, they crazily twisted and swept across the area. The 3 bone spirit dark apparitions were not spared. All of them were attacked by the bone demon roots. Boom! 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 The sphere of runes around them began to shake violently, and the runes began to collapse one after another. Damn it! Gu Ka was furious and could not help but curse. At this moment, even with his temperament, he could no longer maintain his composure. He was panicking and could no longer care about maintaining his usual arrogant and reserved appearance. Gu Ka and Gu Wu were in a similar mood. They could not even take care of themselves, so naturally, they could not care about the other party. They could only frantically stimulate the power of their ancestral artifacts, hoping to hold on for a while longer and praying for a miracle in their hearts. Even though they knew it was unlikely. At this moment, Gu Ka suddenly discovered something and exclaimed, "Something's not right. Look at these bone demon roots. They seem to have entered the shadows." Huh? Gu Ka's eyes narrowed as he looked in the direction Gu Ka was pointing at. He immediately sensed a trace of space force. Perhaps the danger at this moment had stimulated his desire to live. His mind was spinning rapidly as an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. I know. This is not the core of the bone demon tree. It's in the shadows. Swish, as soon as he finished speaking, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He instantly turned into an afterimage and dashed directly toward the shadows. He would fight to rise from the brink of death. Waiting here for the bone devil roots to destroy the power formed by the ancestral artifact was simply a dead end. Instead of waiting for death here, why not take the risk and enter the true core of the Bone Devil tree? Who knows, there might be a chance of survival. Gu Ka and Gu Wu were slightly stunned, but they immediately reacted. After a moment of hesitation, they immediately followed and rushed into the shadows. As the bone demon roots rushed into the shadows, the space passage was opened. The three dark apparitions of the Bone Demon clan easily entered the core of the Bone Demon tree. Wang Ting was about to make a move, but before he could react, he saw a large number of Bone Demon roots suddenly rushing down from above and attacking him frantically. Boom! 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 The space here vibrated, and the roaring sound continued to resound. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He did not fight head-on. Instead, he immediately used his speed to avoid the Bone Demon roots and rushed toward the core of the Bone Demon tree. However, the Bone Demon tree was too terrifying. The Bone Demon roots completely sealed off the surroundings, forcing him to keep retreating. At this moment, the three dark apparitions of the Bone Demon clan rushed into the core of the Bone Demon tree. Coincidentally, they met Wang Ting face to face. Both parties stared at each other and fell into a strange silence. Hi. Wang Ting blinked and greeted them. He originally thought that these three dark apparitions of the Bone Demon clan would not be able to enter. He did not expect to meet them here. This was fate. Gu Ka, and Gu Wu, the three dark apparitions of the Bone Demon clan, were a little confused. Was this really the core of the Bone Demon tree? Why was there such a strange skeletal creature here, and it seemed to know them? Gu Ka, and Gu Xiao, the three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan, felt a little complicated. They were running for their lives when they suddenly met someone who greeted them. It was as if he was asking them if they were out for a stroll. Why did it feel like there was a sudden change in the atmosphere? However, before they could think further, the endless Bone Devil roots swept towards them. Boom! 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 The void surged, and the terrifying power of darkness and the power of death erupted from the Bone Demon roots, causing the entire space where the core of the Bone Demon tree was located to become unstable. If they were hit, even an upper-level Demon Emperor dark apparition would be seriously injured. These Bone Demon roots were undoubtedly very terrifying. Each root was enough to pose a threat to them. Coupled with their advantage in numbers, they were naturally more difficult to deal with. Gu Ka, and Gu Ka did not care about anything else and dodged one after another. Since entering this space, they felt that the Bone Demon roots around them seemed to have become more restless, and the attacks on them became more frenzied. If this continued, even if they stimulated the power of their ancestors' item, they would not be able to resist for long. Therefore, they did not dare to confront the Bone Demon roots head-on. Fortunately, this space was relatively large, and they still had room to dodge. If they were in the external space just now, they would have nowhere to hide and could only wait for death. Wang Ting naturally would not confront the Bone Demon roots head-on. He immediately dodged, and at the same time, his mind turned again. He originally thought that he would have to face the Bone Demon tree head-on, but he did not expect these three free tools to take the initiative to come over. If he did not make good use of them, he would be letting them down. At this time, he could not help but feel a little fortunate that he had disguised himself as a skeleton creature. These Bone Demon dark apparitions would definitely not recognize his true identity. Sure enough, there was room for maneuver only by leaving a card up his sleeve. In this way, he could cooperate with these three Bone Demon dark apparitions. Although he did not know if there was such a strange existence like him in the Bone Demon clan, at least he would not be killed by them as a light universe martial artist. The three Bone Demon dark apparitions looked dignified. They dodged the attacks of the Bone Demon roots, and at the same time, they quickly looked around. The core of the Bone Demon tree. Gu Ka's eyes lit up when he saw the tree in front of him. This is indeed the true core of the Bone Demon tree. We're finally here. When Gu Ka and Gu Ao saw the tree in front of them, they were overjoyed. They had thought that they were going to die for sure, but the core of the Demon Bone tree had turned into a dream. They had no fate with it. In the end, they accidentally entered the space where the core of the Bone Demon tree was located. This was truly a case of unintentionally planting a willow and growing a shade. However, the three Bone Spirit dark apparitions quickly recovered from their ecstasy. After all, the current situation was not optimistic. The demonic bone trees had already been alerted. Whether or not they could escape was still a big problem. In the next moment, they seemed to have thought of something and looked at Wang Ting in unison. This skeletal creature looked very strange. It was a little strange. They couldn't help but look at each other, as if they saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. Then they made eye contact again. Where did this guy come from? It looks like a skeletal creature, but it also looks like an existence of our bone spirit clan. Why is he in the core space of the bone demon tree? And he's earlier than us. Could it be the guy who used illusion to deceive us? It's very possible. The other party entered here earlier than us. Maybe he has some special means. We can cooperate with him. Cooperate? But we don't know him. Life and death are at hand. Who cares if we know him or not? The three bone spirit dark apparitions quickly reached a consensus. Under such circumstances, they could only seek cooperation. Otherwise, they would die. The three ancestral artifacts were constantly absorbing their soul essence power, and even high-ranked demon emperors like them couldn't bear it. This place is extremely dangerous. If you want to survive, you can only cooperate. Gu Ka didn't waste any time and immediately sent a voice transmission to Wang Ting. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He didn't expect the three bone spirit dark apparitions to eagerly send him a cooperation signal before he even spoke. This was just right. It saved him a lot of trouble. It seemed that their situation was worse than he thought. His heart moved slightly. He looked at the three bone spirit dark apparitions meaningfully and said, "How do we cooperate?" The three bone spirit dark apparitions were relieved when they saw that he was surprisingly easy to talk to. They looked at each other and asked again, "Are you from the bone spirit race?" Although Wang Ting had an extremely strong demon bone aura, his appearance was so unique that they couldn't be sure. "You can say so." Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he said lightly, "You can say so." The three bone spirit dark apparitions were speechless. If it weren't for the inappropriate situation, they couldn't help but complain. What did he mean by "you can say so"? Didn't he know what kind of race he was? The three bone spirit dark apparitions were a little surprised, but they quickly reacted. This guy in front of them probably didn't want to reveal all his details, so he said so. "Do you have any ancestral items on you?" Gu Ka's eyes flashed, and he quickly asked. Just as they were talking, the demon bone's roots had attacked even more crazily. This made them feel a little anxious. "Since I was able to enter this place, I naturally brought the ancestral items," Wang Ting said lightly with a strange and hoarse voice. Wasn't it just ancestral items? He had plenty of them. There were 7 of them, much more than these three bone spirit dark apparitions. If they knew that he had so many ancestral items on him, their eyes would probably turn red with jealousy. Gu Ka took a deep look at Wang Ting. At this moment, it somewhat believed that this skeleton creature in front of it was from the bone spirit race. Otherwise, where did he get the ancestral items from? It didn't even think that Wang Ting's ancestral items were all obtained from the space where the core of the demon bone tree was. Wang Ting had already plundered the space clean, and only some skeletons were left. Such a situation was very common in the undead ruins. In addition, the eruption of the demon bone's roots had completely disrupted the space. Most of the skeletons had turned into powder, and only thick black fog was left on the ground. Therefore, the three bone spirit dark apparitions didn't think too much about it. In their subconscious, any weapons or treasures that were taken away by the demon bone tree would be absorbed or destroyed. Since their ancestral items were a threat to the demon bone tree would definitely not leave them behind. This was normal thinking. Unfortunately, they would never have thought that Wang Ting would be in such a situation when he first entered this place. Who would have thought that this place was like a treasure trove? It was too ridiculous. "How do you want to cooperate?" Wang Ting suddenly asked. "Combine the power of the ancestral items, absorb the core of the demon bone tree, and break open this space," Gu Ka said immediately. "Including my ancestral items, there are only 4 ancestral items in total. Can they break open the space created by the demon bone tree?" Wang Ting asked hesitantly as he dodged the demon bone's roots. He really didn't understand the power of the ancestral items, but with his understanding of space, he knew that the space here couldn't be broken so easily. Otherwise, he would have taken action long ago. Gu Ka wasn't in a hurry to respond to Wang Ting. Instead, he looked at Gu Ka, who was not far away, and suddenly said, "Gu Ka, you and I don't have to hide anymore. Take out your ancestral items." Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but look at the bone spirit dark apparition named Gu Ka. He had long noticed that this bone spirit dark apparition wasn't honest. It had been hiding its strength. Now, it seemed that the bone spirit dark apparition named Gu Ka had long noticed something. It just pretended that it didn't know. These dark apparitions of the bone spirit clan were indeed cunning. None of them were simple. Oh, there was one more. Wang Ting looked at Gu Ka again and shook his head secretly. Forget about this. Looking at its eyes, there was a hint of stupidity in its stupidity. A skeleton monster was actually forced to give off the feeling of being simple-minded. It was quite strange. What do you mean? Gu Ka's gaze didn't move. He pretended that he didn't know. Is there any point in hiding it now? Gu Ka's eyes were filled with mockery. He didn't say anything else and took out another ancestral item. It was obvious that he had brought two ancestral items. It seemed to be a leg bone. It was covered with black patterns. It was actually another ancestral item. Looks like you brought more than one ancestral item, Wang Ting said. Of course. Gu Ka looked at him deeply and said, the demonic bone tree is undoubtedly terrifying. Since you dared to come inside, you naturally have to be prepared. Don't you think so? In that case, I won't hide it anymore. Actually, I also brought two ancestral items. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He took out two ancestral items from his space ring. However, these two ancestral items weren't left behind by the two bone spirit dark apparitions that were devoured earlier. They were left behind in the core space of the demonic bone tree. Bone Bell, Bone Claw, from Wang Ting's point of view, these two ancestral items weren't special. They were relatively normal. As for the other ancestral items, they were more or less special. For example, the bone ring, bone bottle, and bone token. The bone ring and bone bottle contained spatial storage abilities. This was something that the other ancestral items didn't have. Especially the bone bottle. He still hadn't figured out what the ancient power of darkness was. Only the bone bottle had a soul body. The other ancestral items couldn't contain a soul body. They were obviously very different. As for the bone token, who knew if it had any special meaning? Thus, it was better not to take it out for now. In that case, only the bone bell and bone claw were suitable. He wasn't afraid that the dark apparitions would see through his disguise. Now was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. He believed that even if the three dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan recognized the two ancestral artifacts, they wouldn't say anything. However, he seemed to be thinking too much. The three Bone Spirit dark apparitions didn't recognize the origins of these two ancestral items. Of course, it was also possible that they were pretending. However, with Wang Ting's spiritual power and, Eye of Truth, talent, if he still couldn't see the changes in their eyes, it could only mean that these three dark apparitions were too scheming. Bone Bell. Gu Ka's eyes lit up. He immediately said, "That's great. You actually brought a bone bell-like ancestral item." Huh? Wang Ting didn't show it on his face, but he was surprised in his heart. The reaction of this bone spirit dark apparition was a bit strange. Could it be that this bone bell had some special function? He remained calm and collected. He didn't ask anything and only nodded slightly, making it impossible for others to see through his thoughts. With this bone bell, our chances will be higher. Gu Ka's tone was a bit excited. Their situation was really terrible. Now, every increase in their chances was a great thing. They couldn't help but pay attention to it. F***CK. What's the use of this bone bell? You better make it clear. Wang Ting complained in his heart, but he could only pretend that he knew everything. It was very uncomfortable to hold it in. The two dark apparitions, Gu Ka and Gu Zhang, were also very excited. They obviously knew the use of the bone bell. This made him even more depressed. No, I have to ask the existence in the black light later. Wang Ting immediately thought of something and made a decision in his heart. That black light was probably the soul of a bone spirit dark apparition, and it had existed for a long time. It could be considered an elder of the bone spirit race. It definitely knew about this small problem. If it didn't know, he would kill it, he thought fiercely in his heart. At this moment, Gu Ka's gaze fell on Gu Ka again. It was still full of mockery. Gu Ka, Wang Ting's heart moved, and he also looked over. Gu Ka, pressure +1 its side and its heart. It knew that it couldn't hide anymore. It took out another ancestral item. Wang Ting and Gu Ka's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of surprise. It wasn't that they had any tacit understanding, but the shape of the ancestral item in front of them was indeed a little strange. It looked like a bone bowl, but it also looked a little like a bone puppet. There were strange patterns carved on the surface, revealing a sense of evil and darkness. Such an ancestral item, just like the bone ring and bone bottle, would more or less make people wonder if it had the ability to store space. Wang Ting thought of this, and Gu Ka naturally thought of this too. The way he looked at Gu Ka changed. He said, "You've really hidden yourself well. You actually brought a bone puppet. Are you trying to snatch more core sources?" Hee, if we can absorb more core sources, we can naturally get more. This is something that benefits everyone. Gu Ka coughed and laughed dryly. Wang Ting wanted to laugh. Who was this guy trying to fool? Only a fool would believe such nonsense. Am I the only one who brought an ancestral item? Gu Ka scratched its skull and suddenly felt a little awkward. Everyone else had 2 ancestral items, but it only brought 1. Did this mean that it wasn't very smart? End of chapter. Gu Ao's voice wasn't soft, and he had no intention of hiding anything. He was very frank. Gu Ka and Gu Ka were speechless. This guy only brought 1 ancestral item, and he still dared to say it out loud. He was indeed brainless. They didn't suspect that Gu Ao was deceiving them. If even a brainless guy like Gu Ao could deceive them, they might as well go home and eat sh*t. They didn't know how Gu Ao cultivated to the upper rank demon emperor level. Wang Ting was also a little speechless. This bone spirit dark apparition was really a weirdo. With such a low IQ, it still dared to seek the core source of the bone demon tree. It was really reckless. It was really lucky that it could live until now. Boom. 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 While they were talking, dozens of bone demon roots surrounded them. The thick roots were like huge white spears. They were covered with black veins and emitted a powerful dark aura as they pierced straight towards Yishuan. We were careless, the 3 bone spirit dark apparitions, and Wang Ting's expression changed. They were so focused on the cooperation that they didn't realize that they were completely surrounded by the bone demon roots. Moreover, there were more and more bone demon roots in this space, and they were densely hanging down from above. They didn't know how they got in. There was no time to think. The 3 bone spirit dark apparitions and Wang Ting unleashed their respective combat skills and went up to meet the roots. As they were surrounded by the bone demon roots, they had nowhere to hide at this time. They could only brace themselves and receive the attacks of the bone demon roots. Boom! Gu Ka held the bone sword in his hand and suddenly burst out a bright black sword light. It bombarded the front of the 3 bone demon roots and collided with them. A violent roar suddenly erupted, and the aftermath of the force swept out in all directions. Gu Ka's bone longbow was fully drawn. 6 black arrows condensed at the same time and shot forward. Boom! 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 Although its attack was more in number, it didn't seem to be that powerful. 3 arrows could only deal with 1 bone demon root, so it only blocked 2 bone demon roots. Seeing this scene, Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he sneered in his heart. Until now, this bone spirit dark apparition was still hiding its strength. On the other side, Gu Sui held a battle saber in his hand. Suddenly, a strange skeleton phantom condensed behind him. It had a human body and an ox head. It also held a bone saber in its hand and released a dazzling saber light. Boom! With a slash, the space in front of him fluctuated slightly. Then, the black blade light collided with the 2 bone devil roots. This bone spirit race dark apparition didn't look very smart, but its strength was still passable. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to make it this far. Under the attack of the 3 bone spirit dark apparitions, the bone devil's roots were deflected away, giving them a chance to breathe. They rushed out through the gaps between the bone devil's roots and looked at Wang Ting at the same time. This partner that he had just found wouldn't die so easily, right? However, the next moment, the three-bone spirit dark apparitions seemed to have seen something unbelievable. Their eyes narrowed slightly. Boom, a bone blade had appeared in Wang Ting's hand at some point in time. Judging from the aura emitted from the bone blade, it was at least a 9th-rank Grandmaster stage battle weapon. At this moment, a dazzling black light was emitting from the bone blade. The intense black light entwined around the blade, and runes appeared one after another. The saber light condensed, it was more than 100 feet long. With a slash, it instantly fell on the three bone devil's roots, and a huge roar sounded. The upper-rank Demon Emperor combat skill, Demon Ox Bone Saber. Wang Ting didn't master many combat skills of the Bone Spirit race. Several of them were newly acquired, and they were Demon Venerable combat skills. This was too advanced. The Demon Venerable combat skill consumed a lot of Dark Star force. To deal with the Bone Devil's roots in front of him, he didn't need such a powerful combat skill for the time being. Therefore, he could only use this upper-rank Demon Emperor combat skill, Demon Ox Bone Saber. Crack! 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 The next moment, a burst of cracking sounds came straight out. Cracks appeared on the three bone devil's roots, and then they immediately collapsed. They couldn't stop Wang Ting's saber. This Devil Ox Bone Blade battle technique had already reached the proficient level. In addition to Wang Ting's territory power and the power of the laws of origin, no matter how hard the bone devil's roots were, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, in the eyes of the three-bone spirit race dark apparitions, it was somewhat unbelievable. One slash, with just one slash, he shattered three bone devil's roots. This guy's strength is so strong? They were shocked, and their eyes were fixed on Wang Ting. They thought that he was just a middle-rank demon emperor. The reason why they were willing to cooperate with him was that they fancied the power of their ancestors' item. They never expected him to be so powerful. For a moment, the three-bone spirit race dark apparitions couldn't help but be wary of Wang Ting. Oh no, it seems that I've overdone it. Wang Ting rushed out of the bone devil's roots. When he saw the eyes of the three-bone spirit race dark apparitions, he immediately knew that the strength he displayed had made them afraid. In fact, he just casually made a move, and he didn't even use 1/3 of his full strength. Who knew that it actually made these three-bone spirit race dark apparitions afraid? This couldn't be blamed on him. During this period, the experts he faced were basically at the Demon Venerable level. Even the worst was at the peak of the upper-rank Demon Emperor level. Naturally, he didn't dare to show the slightest mercy when he made a move. As a result, he didn't control his strength this time. He had forgotten that the three-bone spirit race dark apparitions in front of him were only at the middle and late stage of the upper-rank Demon Emperor level. The gap was there. With his current strength, it was more or less like a dimensionality reduction. Although he didn't dare to say that he could kill these three-bone spirit race dark apparitions instantly, it was more than enough to defeat them. My strength seems to have improved a little too quickly recently. Wang Ting couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Although his martial arts realm didn't improve much, the realm force and origin law that he mastered had improved tremendously. Some had even reached the perfected rank 9 level. This was incredible. Whether it was a Melder's realm force or various origin law, it was very difficult to improve to such a high level. Even most upper-rank demon emperors might not necessarily be able to do it. Now, Wang Ting was only at the domain master level, but he had reached such a level. It could be said that his strength had long surpassed his own martial arts realm. That was why the situation just now happened. The bone devil roots might be a huge problem for the three-bone spirit race dark apparitions, but Wang Ting had plenty of ways to deal with it. As long as the bone devil roots of the entire bone devil tree didn't attack him together, he wouldn't be too passive. In fact, even if that kind of situation really happened, it wasn't that he didn't have a way to save his life. The previous series of preparations weren't in vain. These three-bone spirit race dark apparitions had no idea what kind of existence this strange skeleton creature in front of them was. Let's do it, there's no time. Gu Ka's gaze swept around. Seeing more and more bone devil roots attacking, his heart was incomparably solemn. He didn't have time to pay attention to Wang Ting's strength and immediately said in a deep voice. Gu Ka and Gu Sui nodded and didn't say anything else. Wang Ting also nodded and maintained his silent style. He only said one word and said, "Okay. Use the bone bell to interfere with the bone devil tree and buy us time and opportunity." Gu Ka looked at Wang Ting and said. Wang Ting was dumbfounded. What the hell? After all this time, they wanted him to make the first move. He wanted to wait for the 3 bone spirit race dark apparitions to make the first move before using the same method to activate the ancestral item's power. In the end, they actually wanted him to make the first move, and they wanted him to use the bone bell. He didn't even know how to use it. What should he do? Suddenly, Wang Ting was a little confused and dumbfounded. Gu Ka didn't notice the change in Wang Ting's eyes. It was no wonder. At this time, he was completely covered by the skeleton, and his eyes were also hidden deep under the skeleton. It was difficult for outsiders to see anything. He turned to look at Gu Ka and Gu Sui and said in a deep voice, "Gu Sui, use the ancestral item to block the bone devil roots." "Gu Ka, you should know what to do. I don't need to say more, right?" "Of course." Gu Ka's eyes flashed, and he said lightly. Just as Gu Ka was assigning tasks, Wang Ting's heart moved, and he immediately used his doppelganger technique. In the devour space, a figure suddenly condensed and turned into the appearance of the bone spirit race dark apparition. It was the bone spirit doppelganger condensed by Wang Ting with the power of darkness. With his current doppelganger technique, it was not difficult to condense a bone spirit doppelganger. Moreover, he also had the rank 5, demonic bone, talent, which meant that he had a good understanding of the bone spirit race dark apparition's body. It was naturally easy to condense a doppelganger. As the bone spirit doppelganger condensed, he didn't hesitate. He immediately controlled the doppelganger to reach out and grab something in front of him. A ball of black light wrapped in the holy light sacred fire fell into his hand. "Who exactly are you? What is this place? What do you want to do?" A series of questions suddenly erupted from the black light. This ball of black light was the existence that was previously hidden in the bone bottle and wanted to possess Wang Ting. Later on, Wang Ting placed it in the devour space. There was no place more suitable than the devour space to imprison all kinds of living beings. As long as one's soul power was not as strong as Wang Ting's, as long as one entered the devour space, almost no one would be able to escape. As for the other party being a dark creature, it didn't affect Wang Ting at all. If it was a void-devouring beast, perhaps it would hate this dark existence. However, Wang Ting was not afraid at all. He had completely made up for the flaw of the void-devouring beast. Seeing that the existence in the black light still didn't understand the situation, Wang Ting frowned and became impatient. He didn't have time to waste here, so he immediately controlled the holy light sacred fire to drown it. "Ah ah ah," a shrill scream suddenly sounded. However, he only taught it a lesson. He then withdrew the holy light sacred fire and said coldly, "Look into my eyes." Swoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, he didn't care if the other party looked over. 2 dark red lights suddenly bloomed from his eyes and pierced directly into the black light in front of him. Bewitch, bewitch, the 2 combat skills were activated at the same time. There was even a thick black fog that spread out from his bone spirit avatar and enveloped the black light. Bewitching fog, lazy demon fog. These 2 types of fog had a huge impact on the dark apparition. One came from the demonic seed, and the other came from the inert fog race. The bone spirit dark apparition had no power to resist at all. Unless the other party's soul power was very strong and could forcibly resist the influence of these 2 types of fog. The existence in the black light was shocked and angry. It immediately frantically operated its soul power, trying to resist the power of the 2 types of fog and the 2 combat skills. However, it was impossible for the other party to resist Wang Ting's simultaneous attacks. In just a moment, the dark apparition of the Bone Spirit clan immediately fell into confusion and revealed its true body. In the black light, a skeleton condensed by the soul fire emerged. However, it only had a skull and no body. A strange look flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. The appearance of this Bone Spirit dark apparition was a bit strange. There were 6 strange horns on its skull. No, that was not right. Those were not horns, but 6 bone pythons. Wang Ting did not see their appearance at first glance. However, these 6 bone pythons were not still. They were moving slightly. Therefore, he was able to quickly see their appearances. They were indeed not bone horns, but 6 bone pythons. Bone pythons on skulls. What kind of weird skull is this? Skull Medusa skull. JPG Wangting was speechless. However, he did not have the spare time to think about this. He immediately asked the question he wanted to know. How do I activate the power of the ancestral item? He quickly asked. You can activate it with your soul origin, the skeleton in the black light said dully. It actually uses the soul origin. No wonder. Wangting's eyes narrowed. Then, he understood. No wonder the bone spirit dark apparitions were so anxious. Their soul origin could not last for long. However, this was his advantage. What's so special about the bone bell-like ancestral item? Wangting immediately asked the second question. Activating the power of the bone bell has a soul attack. It can interfere with the spirit of the demonic bone tree and cause it to fall into chaos, the skeleton in the black light answered again. Soul attack. I see. I should have thought of it earlier. Wangting's eyes flashed. He immediately understood. The bone bell could form sound waves. It was not strange that it contained a soul attack. He himself had many sound wave soul attack combat skills. He just did not think of this just now. Now that the bone spirit in the black light reminded him, he naturally understood immediately. After asking these 2 questions, Wangting did not ask any more. He immediately focused on his body. What are you doing? Hurry up and do it. In the outside world, Gu Ka saw that Wangting did not immediately take action. He was a little anxious and could not help but urge him. These 3 bone spirit dark apparitions are really anxious. Wangting glanced at the 3 bone spirit dark apparitions and said calmly, what's the hurry? You. Gu Ka wanted to be angry, but he forced himself to hold it back. Now was not the time to quarrel. He could see that this guy in front of him seemed to be fearless. He was even more confident than them. End of chapter. Gu Ka was not stupid. They were cooperating with the living skeleton in front of them, but it was also a game. Both sides were pulling at each other to their limits. It all depended on who had more confidence. Obviously, they were not as confident as the other party. They did not have any more soul origin to use. Only by absorbing the demonic bone tree's core would they have a chance to escape. Why don't you 2 make the first move? Wangting spoke again. Gu Ka and Gu Wu were a little aggrieved. They wanted to say something, but Gu Ka had already made the first move. Boom, in an instant, it mobilized its soul origin and injected it into the 2 ancestral artifacts, causing them to emit a dazzling black light. Countless runes spread out from the ancestral artifacts and twined around them. This time, it was obviously not holding back. It was going to make a final move. It knew that they did not have any other chances. If they missed this opportunity, they would not be able to deal with the demonic bone tree even with 7 ancestral artifacts in hand when their soul origin was exhausted. It did this to let Wangting know that it had shown enough sincerity. Now, it would depend on his performance. It was also forcing Wangting to make the first move. Everyone knew that one needed soul origin to mobilize the power of the ancestral artifacts. Everyone's soul origin was limited. The weaker one was, the weaker their soul origin would be. Therefore, they did not have many chances. It had already unleashed its soul origin without holding back. If the other party did not keep up, they would see how he would deal with the demonic bone tree's attack. Unless he did not want to cooperate at all. However, the chances of that happening were very small. In such a dangerous situation, it did not believe that the other party could escape by himself. It was like a game of cards. If the other party kept up, everyone could win. If the other party did not, the chances of losing would be higher. Without a doubt, Gu Ka was betting. It was betting that Wangting would keep up and not drop the ball at this time. Do it. After unleashing its soul origin, Gu Ka looked at Gu Ka and Gu Wu and said coldly. Seeing this, Gu Ka and Gu Ao did not say anything else. They immediately mobilized their own soul origin energy and injected it into their respective ancestral artifacts, causing them to erupt. The ancestral artifacts floated above their heads, emitting an ancient and dark aura. Boom! Boom! Boom, the bone demon's roots bombarded the runes on the exterior of the ancestral artifact, causing a series of violent explosions. However, it was unable to break through the defense formed by the three dark apparitions. Unfortunately, the number of bone devil roots in this space was indeed increasing. Now, all of them had gathered, and it looked like they would not stop until they killed them. Gu Ka, and Gu Ao's hearts were heavy as they looked at Wang Ting. Wang Ting was sure that if he didn't make a move now, the three bone spirit dark apparitions would definitely charge at him and drag him down with them. That gaze was exceptionally terrifying. Fortunately, Wang Ting had no intention of trapping them for the time being. Or rather, he was on the way to trapping them, and it was not yet time to harvest them. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he smiled faintly in his heart. He did not continue to toy with the three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. They could not hold on for much longer. He immediately mobilized his soul origin and injected it into the two ancestral artifacts. An inexplicable feeling of depression suddenly surged in his heart. The soul origin that had just been replenished was going to be used again. Why did he feel that he had to use the power of the soul origin recently, whose soul origin wasn't a treasure? How come when it came to him, it became something that he could use casually? Why did he feel that something was wrong? Boom. Boom, with the injection of the soul origin, the bone bell and bone claw in his hand suddenly burst out with a rich black light. An extremely rich ancient power of darkness suddenly came into close contact with his soul. Wang Ting was shocked. When he obtained the ancestral artifact previously, although he could feel the ancient power of darkness in it, it was completely incomparable to the feeling he had now. It was somewhat similar to the feeling he had when he injected his mental strength into the bone bottle. It was as if he was being enveloped by the ancient power of darkness, to the extent that his soul felt like it was being assimilated, causing a trace of ancient power to appear in his soul. This ancient power was somewhat similar to the ancient will that Wang Ting had mastered. It was a kind of will that was integrated with the power of time. However, there seemed to be some differences between the two. This ancient power seemed to have an indescribable decaying and deathly stillness, making the originally pure ancient power of vicissitudes a little strange. Of course, its infectious power seemed to be more terrifying. If an ordinary soul came into contact with this ancient power for a long time, it was afraid that the decaying and deathly stillness would corrode it, and eventually cause the soul to decay and decay. This was very scary. The soul origin was the foundation of a living creature. If even the soul origin showed signs of decay and decay, it was almost impossible to save it. Not to mention that there was also the power of darkness in it. If an ordinary living creature of the light universe was contaminated by this power, it was estimated that it would not take long for it to become a dark creature. Wang Ting did not expect that such a situation would occur when he used the ancestral artifact of the Bone Spirit clan. The power of darkness was nothing to him, but the ancient power was not to be underestimated. This power was like an old man on the verge of decay injecting his power into an object, causing it to become the so-called ancestral artifact. Therefore, the power in this ancestral artifact was just like the decaying old man, full of decay and decay. Could it be that they are not afraid of this power? Wang Ting frowned, some doubts in his heart. It was not that the dark apparitions were not afraid of anything. Even if they were dark creatures, they should still be affected by this decaying and decaying power. No living creature's soul could withstand the erosion of time. Although the decaying and decaying power was not the real power of time, from a certain extent, it could be said that it was tainted with a trace of the power of time, and it was also difficult to resist. No matter what, I can't let this power affect my soul origin. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he immediately made a decision in his heart. He could not help but smile coldly. This so-called ancestral artifact of the Bone Spirit clan wanted to affect him, but it was still a lot weaker. I want to see if this ancestral artifact of the Bone Spirit clan can shake my will. Wang Ting secretly snorted, and suddenly shouted in his heart, Stage 5, Sovereign Darkness will, open for me. Boom, a majestic will power suddenly erupted from his body, suppressing everything in the chaotic star realm. An unparalleled sovereign will immediately rose from his spiritual body. It was filled with pure darkness and evil, so much so that it was indescribable. The unique and only supreme, this will was the sovereign darkness will, and it was above any other will of darkness. At this moment, the ancient dark force that spread out from the ancestral artifact seemed to have sensed something and automatically avoided it, not daring to approach Wang Ting's soul body. Do you think this is the end? Wang Ting sneered in his heart, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. This ancestral artifact seemed to be bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Before he released the sovereign darkness will, it wanted to touch his soul body. Now that it saw that he was not to be trifled with, it wanted to act as if nothing had happened and avoid him. Was there such a good thing in this world? Boom! Wang Ting's soul power gathered and formed a terrifying willpower in an instant. It pressed down on the ancestral artifact. Buzz! Buzz! Whether it was the bone bell or the bone claw, they both vibrated violently as if they had sensed some terrifying power. The ancient dark force actually showed signs of submitting. The power within the two ancestral artifacts became cautious and lingered around Wang Ting in a flattering manner. While protecting him, it did not dare to approach him. It felt like a goddess's lackey. That's more like it. Wang Ting smiled faintly, and his heart finally felt at ease. To think that he, a prodigy of the light universe, would be controlled by two ancestral artifacts. Wouldn't that be the biggest joke? Only he had the right to control these ancestral artifacts. After all, ancestral artifacts were inanimate objects. As long as one was stronger than the other party, they could be controlled. From the beginning, he did not think that a mere inanimate object could affect him. All this took place in an instant. Outsiders could not see what Wang Ting did to the two ancestral artifacts. The three bone spirit dark apparitions were relatively far away from him, so it was impossible for them to sense anything. Therefore, in their opinion, Wang Ting had stimulated the power of the two ancestral artifacts. This made them finally heave a sigh of relief. No matter what, the other party was willing to cooperate with them and did not fall out with them at this time. The worst-case scenario did not happen. At this moment, the ancestral artifacts of the three bone spirit dark apparitions and the ancestral artifacts taken out by Wang Ting added up to a total of 7 ancestral artifacts. The power of the 7 ancestral artifacts blocked all the bone demon roots that were attacking from all directions. Boom! 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 The roars continued to resound, and the defensive shield formed by the ancestral artifacts trembled. The runes on it trembled violently as if they would shatter at any time. It could be seen that even if the ancestral artifacts blocked the attack of the bone demon roots, it was only temporary. Wang Ting knew that he could not waste any more time. His eyes flashed, and his psychic power surged out. The ear-piercing sound of the bell suddenly rang, and it spread violently in this space that was no longer dead silent. The sound of the bell was extremely penetrating. It forcefully penetrated the loud noise caused by the bone demon roots and reverberated throughout the entire space. Gu Ka, and Gu Ho, the three bone spirit dark apparitions, were the closest to the bell. They immediately felt a strong spiritual impact, and the soul fire in their eye sockets trembled violently. Fortunately, with the power of the ancestral artifacts, they could barely resist the spiritual impact of the bone bell and were not really injured. The three bone spirit dark apparitions were shocked. Instead of being shocked, they were happy. They did not bring along an ancestral artifact with the ability of spiritual impact. Now that they had encountered one here, it was simply a blessing from the heavens. With this bone bell, they were more confident in dealing with the bone demon tree. For a moment, they were actually a little excited, as if they could already see the harvest. At the same time, the densely packed bone devil's roots paused for a moment. They stopped their attack and charged towards the three bone spirit dark apparitions and Wang Ting once again. Although it was only for a moment, the eyes of the three bone spirit dark apparitions lit up. Quick, get close to the core of the bone demon tree. Gu Ka shouted and rushed toward the core of the bone demon tree first. Gu Ka and Gu Ho quickly followed. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he immediately understood their intentions. He also controlled the ancestral artifact and rushed toward the core of the bone demon tree. The ear-piercing sound of the bell continued to ring, and he quietly increased the input of his psychic power. With his psychic power, it was enough to let the bone bell unleash a great power. Although it could not completely affect the core of the bone demon tree, it was more than enough to affect the surrounding bone demon roots. What happened next was an extremely strange scene. The bone devil roots seemed to be convulsing. Although they were attacking in a frenzy, they couldn't stop themselves from slowing down. It was as if a machine's core was stuck. This made the three bone spirit dark apparitions even more certain that the bone bell could affect the core of the bone demon tree. This was because it affected the core of the bone demon tree, which caused the bone demon roots to stop. As the bone demon roots continued to stop, the three bone spirit dark apparitions and Wanting smoothly approached the core of the bone demon tree. At this moment, they were only about 100 meters away from the core of the bone demon tree. They stopped and avoided the bone demon roots around them. Gu Ka. Gu Ka looked at Gu Ka, who was not far away, and shouted in a low voice. Gu Ka nodded. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly reached out a bony hand and grabbed the Gu Ho. Then, a thick black light suddenly flashed in its eyes, like two black stars, and a special kind of power flowed into the bone puppet. In the next moment, a large number of black runes suddenly shot out from the Gu Ho's mouth. Black light erupted from the Gu Ho and condensed into a huge Gu Ho shadow above Gu Ka's head. It looked exactly the same as the Gu Ho in Gu Ka's hand. Wanting's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. This Gu Ho was actually used like this. Would it be the same for his bone bottle and bone ring? At this moment, Gu Ka suddenly pointed the Gu Ho's mouth at the core of the bone demon tree. Roar! A strange roar came from the Gu's mouth. It sounded like the roar of some kind of star beast, but also like the roar of a dark apparition. It was very strange. Immediately after, black tentacles shot out from the Gu's mouth. The surface of these tentacles was covered with dense black runes, and they were not very thick. Compared to the bone devil's roots, these tentacles seemed a little small. However, these tiny black tentacles pierced straight into the core of the demon bone tree in front of them. Wanting couldn't help but feel a tinge of nervousness when he saw the scene. It seemed that these ancestral items could really target the bone demon tree. He made the right bet. The words of the three bone demon clan dark apparitions were somewhat credible. However, it was normal. They were upper demon emperors after all. They definitely knew more about the bone demon tree than he did. After the black tentacles pierced into the core of the bone demon tree, they wriggled quickly as if they were absorbing something. Gu Ka, have you absorbed the core source? Gu Ka's eyes were burning as he asked anxiously. Gu Ka's eyes moved slightly. Under the gaze of several people, he nodded and said, yes, I have. Good. Gu Ka was overjoyed. He quickly said, quick. Give us the core source quickly. We can't hold on for much longer. Gu Ka nodded again. Then, with a wave of his hand, black tentacles shot out from the mouth of the Gu Ho shadow again. However, this time, the black tentacles did not go toward the core of the bone demon tree. Instead, they rushed toward Gu Ka, Gu Ho, and even Wanting. Wanting's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as he was about to dodge, he suddenly saw that the two bone demon clan dark apparitions, Gu Ka and Gu Ho, were completely motionless. They even looked at the black tentacles with desire and passion in their eyes. What are they doing? Are they eager to be pricked by the black tentacles? What kind of weird fetish is this? Wanting didn't have a fetish for getting pricked. He immediately waved his hand, and a white bone pipe extended from his palm. It went towards the black tentacle that was charging towards him. Request for connection. The three bone demon clan dark apparitions could not help but look over. They were a little puzzled as if they did not understand why he did this. Well, I don't like being pricked, Wanting said lightly. The three bone demon clan dark apparitions were speechless. Why did this sound weird? The bone demon clan dark apparitions did not have such needs. Naturally, they did not react so quickly to Wanting's words. Wanting suddenly sympathized with these bone demon clan dark apparitions. If it were other dark races, they would at least have some normal physiological needs. What could these skeletons do? They could not do anything at all. Pfft! At this moment, the black tentacles had already connected with Wanting's white bone pipe. He immediately sensed a rich special energy spreading out from the white bone pipe. This is... Wanting's eyes lit up. Wanting was astounded when he sensed a strange power coming from the black tentacle. For safety's sake, he had not started to absorb this power. However, he could already feel the uniqueness of this power through the white bone channel. This white bone channel was an extension of his demonic bone talent, just like one of his limbs. When the power came from the black tentacle, he felt his soul origin and life origin tremble slightly. Clearly, this power was of great benefit to his soul origin and life origin. Not only that, he felt a different kind of throbbing in his body. This throbbing was very weak and unclear, so he was not sure where it came from. However, there was one thing that he was sure of: this power seems to be able to improve one of my talents. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he was a little surprised. Not only was it beneficial to his life origin and soul origin, but it could also improve one of his talents. This kind of power was a little too awesome. The core source: this was the core source of the demonic bone tree. If it were not for the 3 dark apparitions from the bone spirit clan, he would have already pounced on the core of the demonic bone tree. Who would be able to resist such a good thing? No wonder the 3 dark apparitions from the bone spirit clan were so obsessed with the core source of the demonic bone tree. Even if they were to take such a huge risk, they still wanted to stroke the tiger whiskers of the demonic bone tree. If it were him, he would probably take the risk too. Absorb. Wang Ting did not hesitate anymore. He immediately stopped resisting and began to absorb the special power from the black tentacle. Boom! In an instant, a majestic wave of energy exploded in Wang Ting's body. It flowed through his limbs and bones like a torrent, rolling endlessly. This kind of feeling was actually many times more violent than before it entered his body. It was completely different from before. The energy state that was flowing quietly like a stream just now was almost like an act. It was like a muscular woman wearing ancient clothes with a gentle and quiet appearance. Who was she trying to fool? Wang Ting's eyes widened. He suddenly felt a burst of pain in his entire body. The power seemed to not stop until his body exploded. F***ck. A plant, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. He didn't expect to be tricked by a wave of energy. What the hell was this? The 3 dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan, Gu Ka, and Gu Ben, also noticed that something was wrong with his condition. They all looked over with astonishment in their eyes. What was this guy doing? He actually absorbed the core of the demon bone tree. Was he that reckless? At that moment, the black tentacles had pierced into their bodies, but they did not immediately absorb them. Instead, they activated the ancestral item and let the black runes wrap around their bodies. Wang! 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 Those black runes flashed rapidly, and a powerful force suddenly descended upon the 3 dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. A thick black light then enveloped them. Although Wang Ting was cursing, the situation was actually not that bad. At this moment, he was still in the mood to pay attention to the 3 Bone Spirit dark apparitions. He quickly noticed their abnormality. The 3 dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan did not absorb the core of the demon bone tree immediately. Instead, they used the power of the ancestral item to refine it. Wang Ting clearly felt that something was being stripped out of the core. Then, through the connection of the black runes, it was absorbed by the ancestral items. What did the ancestral items absorb? His eyes narrowed, and his heart trembled. These ancestral items could refine the core of the demon bone tree and even absorb some kind of power from it. He felt that he had underestimated the power of these ancestral items. They were not as simple as they looked. There must be some mysteries that he did not know about. However, this was obviously not the time to think about these things. At this moment, the core in his body was becoming more and more violent, and it felt like it was about to go out of control. Humph. Wang Ting snorted coldly and immediately activated the Devour the Heavens and Earth divine ability. Boom! An incomparably powerful devouring power erupted in every part of his body. Whether it was his flesh, blood, bones, or even his soul, they all seemed to have transformed into void-devouring beasts and began to frantically absorb the core. Then, there was no more then, no matter how violent the core was, it could not resist Wang Ting's Devour the Heavens and Earth divine ability. Any power in front of it was nothing at all. At this moment, Wang Ting's body involuntarily showed some kind of reaction. Shadow talent, activate. Underworld God Constitution, activate. The 2 talents that had not been activated seemed to have been stimulated at this time, and they were activated at the same time. Then, these 2 talents and physiques showed a violent sublimation and transformation at this moment, as if they had been nourished by some invisible force and were about to leap from their current state to a higher level. Not only that, but the demonic bone talent that he had already activated also showed a sublimation and transformation at this time. The bones in Wang Ting's body became more and more lustrous. On the surface, countless black lines appeared, exuding a powerful dark and evil power with an indescribable demonic power. At the same time, the bones condensed on the surface of his body also changed. The bones on the surface of his body became more lustrous and crystal clear, like an exquisite and ferocious piece of art. The surface of the bones also had strange black lines spreading out, like black snakes slithering and crawling. It was enough to make one's scalp go numb. This. Wang Ting was shocked. It was no small matter. 3 talents transformed at the same time. Although he had long felt that the core of the demonic bone tree could enhance a certain talent, he did not expect that it could enhance 3 talents at the same time. Shadow talent, demonic bone talent, even the underworld god constitution of the underworld god tribe, this was simply unbelievable. The shadow talent and demonic bone talent were still acceptable. After all, Wang Ting had already obtained the corresponding attribute bubbles from the demonic bone tree, which had enhanced the shadow talent and demonic bone talent by a lot. However, this core could even enhance the underworld god constitution, which was really beyond his expectations. The underworld god constitution was a unique physique of the underworld god tribe's dark apparitions. Furthermore, the dark apparitions of the god of underworld clan were mysterious and powerful existences. This was something that everyone knew. How could their physique be improved so easily? Even the Bone Spirit tribe's dark apparitions would not dare to believe that the core of the demonic bone tree could enhance the underworld god constitution of the underworld god tribe's dark apparitions. This had already exceeded the boundaries of their tribe. How did this demonic bone tree form? Although it can indeed absorb the power of the underworld, its core can enhance the underworld god constitution. This is really unbelievable. Wang Ting still felt that this was unreal. He felt that this demonic bone tree was a little too awesome. He had only come to find a way to leave the departed bone ruins. Any random space crack would have been enough. How did he encounter such a terrifying existence? Wasn't the departed bone ruins giving him too much face? Of course, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. Absorb. Absorb as much as you can. Wang Ting's eyes were frighteningly bright. He activated the Swallow the Heavens, Devour the Earth to the extreme and frantically absorbed the core of the demonic bone tree that was sent over by the black tentacles. On the other side, Gu Ka was also absorbing the core of the demonic bone tree. However, he suddenly felt something. The soul fire in his eye socket suddenly jumped, and he looked at the bone puppet's shadow in shock. He felt that the core of the bone puppet was being forcefully sucked out by a force. How was this possible? Gu Ka's heart trembled. He felt that it was very unbelievable. Someone could actually suck out the core of the bone puppet. This was simply F**king absurd. He had never heard of such a thing. Was there someone who could compete with an ancestor for the core of the demonic bone tree? Did it have to be so ridiculous? Who is it? Gu Ka's heart was heavy. He sensed carefully, and his gaze instantly fixed on one of the black tentacles. He looked along the black tentacle. It was actually that skeleton creature. The soul fire in his eye socket suddenly shrunk. He stared at Wang Ting as if he wanted to see through him. Unfortunately, with his strength, how could he see through Wang Ting's disguise? No matter how he looked at it, it was a strange skeleton creature. It even looked a little ordinary. There was nothing special about it. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt something. He could not help but reveal a trace of disbelief in his eyes. What a powerful demonic bone aura. Is his demonic bone talent stronger than Gu Ka and me? Where did this guy come from? Thoughts flashed through Gu Ka's mind quickly. His eyes flashed rapidly, but he still could not see through Wang Ting. He could not help but feel aggrieved and helpless. This strange guy seemed to have appeared out of thin air, so they did not know anything about him. Moreover, he originally thought that the other party was only a middle-level demonic emperor. At first, he somewhat underestimated him. Who knew that he was so powerful? At this moment, his fear of Wang Ting grew stronger. When he saw Wang Ting make a move earlier, he did not dare to underestimate Wang Ting anymore. At this moment, needless to say, the demonic bone aura showed that the other party's talent was very powerful. He could not be underestimated. Boom! At this moment, the bone puppet's shadow above Gu Ka's head suddenly trembled and let out a roar. Damn it! The soul fire in Gu Ka's eye sockets trembled. He could not help but curse in his heart. The bone puppet's abnormality became more and more intense. This was because too much of its core source had been absorbed, causing the bone puppet to resist uncontrollably. This resistance made Gu Ka fall into a passive state. The little bit of soul origin that had just been replenished from the core source was absorbed by the ancestor's item again. It almost lost control of the ancestor's item. This can't go on. Break it. Gu Ka immediately reacted. In an instant, he unilaterally broke off the black tentacle that was connected to Wang Ting. He did not even hesitate to destroy the black tentacle forcefully instead of retrieving it. This caused his soul origin to be consumed even more. What's going on? Gu Ka and Gu Wu also felt something, but they did not know what was going on. They only thought that there was something wrong with the bone puppet. Their hearts instantly froze as they looked at Gu Ka. He's forcefully absorbing the core source within the bone puppet. This guy is strange. Gu Ka did not hide anything. His gaze was gloomy as he immediately transmitted his voice to Gu Ka and Gu Wu. What? Gu Ka and Gu Wu, the two dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan, were in disbelief. Someone could forcefully absorb the core source of the demonic bone tree from the ancestor's item, and the ancestor's item was not controlled by the other party. Why did this sound like something out of a fantasy? It was not that they did not believe it, but this matter was a little beyond their understanding. No one had ever been able to snatch the core source from the ancestor's item. Gu Ka looked at Wang Ting solemnly. Then, he looked at Gu Ka suspiciously and transmitted his voice to ask, "Is what you said true?" He could not help but suspect that this guy had taken the core source for himself and then framed the strange skeleton creature. Anyway, they did not know the other party, and they did not know how much core source the bone puppet had absorbed. So, whatever Gu Ka said was the truth. If the situation was not so critical now, they would never allow Gu Ka to control the bone puppet alone and absorb the core source of the demonic bone tree. Gu Ka was stunned for a moment. He immediately realized what Gu Ka was thinking. He felt so helpless and depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He had not even done anything yet, and he was almost made a scapegoat. What the hell was going on? No, he would never be made a scapegoat. Gu Ka took a deep breath and looked at Gu Ka coldly. There's no mistake. If you don't believe me, you can sense his aura yourself. If he did not absorb a large amount of core source, how could his aura have such a huge change? Gu Ka had naturally sensed Wang Ting's aura. However, he was shocked by the information in Gu Ka's words and did not react immediately. Now that Gu Ka reminded him, he quickly sensed the change in Wang Ting's aura. He could not help but be shocked again. This guy actually had such a strong demonic bone aura. This level of talent was likely to surpass it. For a moment, Gu Ka's gaze became a little complicated. There was a trace of envy in his fear, and a trace of jealousy in his shock. His heart was not calm at all. This guy's realm seemed to be lower than theirs. He was only a middle-rank demon emperor, but his talent was actually stronger than theirs. With such talent, it was impossible for him to be a nobody. However, they had never heard of this person's existence. Where the hell did he come from? You have absorbed too much core source. After a moment of silence, Gu Ka finally suppressed the restless emotions in his heart and suddenly said coldly. What do you mean? Wang Ting naturally knew what he had done. Under the gaze of the three dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan, he felt a little embarrassed. However, he could not admit defeat at this time. Hence, he looked at them without any fluctuation in his gaze and replied coldly. Wasn't it just absorbing a little more core source? What's the big deal? Don't make a fuss. End of chapter. The three Bone Spirit dark apparitions were also stunned by Wang Ting's self-righteous tone. How could he be so reasonable after absorbing so much of the core source? The three Bone Spirit dark apparitions stared at him coldly. Gu Ka spoke again. You cooperated with us, so the core source should be divided equally. But you absorbed so much of the core source. That's a little unreasonable. What are you talking about? You let me absorb the core source yourselves. I just absorbed it a little faster. Everyone relied on their own abilities. You can't do it, so blame me, Wang Ting sneered and said calmly. The three bone spirit dark apparitions didn't expect him to say that. They were stunned on the spot. The soul fire in their eye sockets enlarged several times, filling up their empty eye sockets. They stared at Wang Tang and didn't know what to say. They had never seen such a shameless person. Why, am I wrong? If you can absorb it, go ahead. I'm not stopping you. Wang Ting saw that the three bone spirit dark apparitions were stunned and continued to argue. You. The three bone spirit dark apparitions suddenly felt extremely aggrieved. If they could absorb the core source so recklessly, would they still need to be so careful? Would they still need to go through so many steps? This guy really knew how to talk. However, they were also very helpless. They were just mocking him in their hearts for being ignorant and directly absorbing the core source. He was simply courting death. In the end, they were the ignorant ones. What a slap in the face, a blatant slap in the face. The other party wasn't afraid of the violent energy form of the bone demon tree's core source at all and could directly absorb it. Although they didn't know how he did it, the truth was right in front of them. It was obvious that the clown had become them. We worked so hard to absorb the core source. Why should we let you take the lion's share? According to what you said, whoever absorbs more gets to keep it. Then what's the point of this cooperation? Gu Ka said coldly. It was extremely angry. From the beginning, it had been scheming to monopolize the core source. However, under such circumstances, it could only suppress the displeasure in its heart and wait for an opportunity to quietly devour a portion of the core. The bone puppet was his, so no one could tell how much core source it had absorbed. There was a lot of room for maneuverability. Therefore, when it saw that Wang Ting had absorbed a large amount of the core source, it was even more displeased than Gu Kai and Gu Wu. Its anger towards Wang Ting had reached an unconcealable level. These were all its core sources. How could it accept that this guy who came out of nowhere had taken advantage of it so easily? At this moment, it felt like it was stabbing Wang Ting's heart. Gu Ka looked at Gu Ka and felt a little strange. He kept feeling that this guy was angrier than him. Why? Then let's not cooperate. At this moment, Wang Ting's eyes were cold as he said faintly. The bone demon tree's core source was such a good thing. It would be a joke if he didn't absorb it. Anyway, he had roughly figured out the function of those ancestral items. Even if he didn't cooperate with these bone demon clan dark apparitions, he could still absorb the bone demon tree's core source. Even if he started to cheat them in advance, it wouldn't affect anything. At most, he would lose 3 tools. He was still confident that he could kill these 3 upper-level demon emperor dark apparitions. Now, he just didn't want to provoke the bone demon tree. Although the bone demon tree was already alarmed, he was sure that the bone demon tree had not fully awakened. Otherwise, how could it allow these 3 bone demon clan dark apparitions to wantonly absorb the core source with him? Perhaps in the eyes of the bone demon tree, they were really like ants. Now that these ants were lying on its body and absorbing its tree sap, although it wanted to chase them away, it didn't take it too seriously. The bone demon root attack that was terrifying to the 3 bone demon clan dark apparitions and Wang Ting was probably just a scratch to the bone demon tree's consciousness. However, if he fought with the 3 bone demon clan dark apparitions and caused the bone demon tree to fully awaken, the situation would be different. Of course, this was only a possibility. The bone demon tree might not fully awaken. However, Wang Ting had always adhered to the principle of being careful. Naturally, he didn't want to fall into a passive situation. Now, it was up to the 3 bone demon clan dark apparitions to choose. If they didn't know what was good for them, then they couldn't blame him. These thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind. He looked at the 3 bone spirit dark apparitions with a cold glint in his eyes. Stop pretending. I'm going to lay my cards on the table. I'm going to kill you. The look in his eyes when he wanted to stab someone couldn't be hidden. The 3 bone demon clan dark apparitions were stunned. Why didn't this guy play by the rules? In fact, they didn't want to fall out with him at this time. The reason why they brought up the matter just now was to make him restrain himself. Did they not care about their reputation? After so much core source was absorbed, if they just watched without saying a word, wouldn't they become mere decorations? However, they really didn't expect Wang Ting to refuse to cooperate. This guy knew how terrifying the bone demon tree was, yet he still dared to do this. Could it be that he had some kind of confidence, or was he just trying to trick them? For a moment, the three bone demon clan dark apparitions' eyes were a little bewildered, but they concealed it very well. They still stared coldly at Wan Ting, as if they wanted to use this method to put pressure on him and make him admit defeat. After all, they were Upper Demon Emperor dark apparitions. With the three of them together, how could they be afraid that they couldn't defeat a Middle Demon Emperor? Therefore, even if Wan Ting had shown extraordinary strength and talent, they still had a lot of confidence in their hearts. They weren't worried that Wan Ting could escape from their palms. Unfortunately, they were destined to think too much. If Wan Ting knew what they were thinking, he would probably laugh out loud at this moment. Little guys, you're quite confident. It seems that you don't want to cooperate either. Wan Ting's eyes were gloomy, and he was about to take back the two ancestral items. Especially the bone bell. As soon as his mind trick was cut off, the ear-piercing sound of the bell stopped instantly. The bone demon roots around immediately bombarded wildly. Boom! 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 The three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan couldn't dodge in time and were bombarded by the Bone Devil's roots on the defensive shield of the ancestor's artifact. Instantly, there was a continuous rumbling sound. The defensive shield trembled violently, and many of the black runes on it shattered. Under the tremendous force of the Bone Demon roots, the three Bone Demon clan dark apparitions, along with their ancestral items, were blasted dozens of meters away. Pa! 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 The bone puppet phantom above Bone Kaw's head was also blasted away. The black tentacles that extended from its mouth were broken and could no longer absorb the Bone Demon tree's core source. Whoosh! 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 The Bone Demon roots did not give up. They continued to chase after the three Bone Spirit race dark apparitions in a dense swarm. At this moment, the three Bone Demon clan dark apparitions were completely exhausted. Therefore, they didn't realize that the Bone Demon roots didn't attack Wan Ting. Of course, Wan Ting also put on an act. In a flash, he rushed toward the back of the Bone Demon tree. He couldn't be bothered with the three Bone Demon clan dark apparitions. He would let the Bone Demon roots play with them. The three Bone Demon clan dark apparitions had just dodged the attack of the Bone Demon roots. They wanted to say something to Wan Ting, but they had lost track of Wan Ting. They were shocked. He's gone. Where did that guy go? Damn it, we've been tricked. That bastard actually fell out with us just like that. Is he a dog? We're upper-level demon emperors. That bastard didn't give us any face at all. I don't know where he came from. He doesn't seem to know us at all. Although the three of us aren't well known in the clan, we're still reputable existences. Hasn't he heard of us before? Look at the situation now. You still have the time to think about this nonsense. Without his bone bell, we can't resist the attack of the Bone Demon roots at all. Bastard! The three Bone Demon clan dark apparitions quickly communicated with each other. Seeing that they couldn't resist the Bone Demon roots that were constantly attacking them, they were shocked and angry. They didn't expect Wan Ting to not be afraid of them at all. He broke the cooperation just now. Doesn't he want the core source anymore? The three Bone Demon clan dark apparitions couldn't figure it out. They were so aggrieved that they wanted to vomit blood. Gu Ka, didn't you say that you have a way to affect the consciousness of the Bone Demon tree? Gu Ka turned to look at Gu Ka and asked immediately. My method can only affect it for a moment. If we want to absorb more of the Bone Demon tree's core source, we still need the other party's bone bell. Gu Ka shook his head helplessly. Damn it, do we have to be led by the nose by him? Gu Ka punched out angrily and actually smashed a Bone Demon root away. Boom, however, he didn't feel good either. His entire body was sent flying backward. Whoosh! 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 Immediately, more Bone Demon roots attacked from behind, trying to entangle him. Gu Ka narrowed his eyes. A longbow appeared in his hand, and he shot out several black arrows in succession. Black runes wrapped around the arrows, emitting the aura of the origin source law. Boom! 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 The Bone Demon roots were blocked one after another. Some were broken, and some had cracks. However, they quickly rushed toward Gu Ka again. At this moment, he truly understood how difficult it was to deal with these bone demon roots. It was just some roots. With his strength, he couldn't completely destroy them. This was too ridiculous. Previously, he had also fought with these bone demon roots outside the bone demon tree. Although he also felt that it was very difficult to deal with them, he didn't use his full strength at that time. Therefore, he felt that he could deal with these bone demon roots. Until now, reality had taught them a harsh lesson. The bone demon roots were even more terrifying than the bone demon claws. They couldn't be destroyed by ordinary means. When he thought about how Wang Ting could easily destroy the bone demon roots, Gu Ka was even more shocked. Was there such a huge difference in strength between them, leaving the three bone demon dark apparitions in a difficult situation after being chased by the bone demon roots? Wang Ting had already circled to the back of the bone demon tree's core. He did this to teach the three bone demon dark apparitions a deep lesson. He wanted to let them know that it wasn't that he couldn't do without them, but that they couldn't do without him. Wasn't it just 7 ancestral items? He also had 7 ancestral items. It wasn't any less than them. Moreover, he also had a space-type ancestral item that could be used to absorb the bone demon tree's core. This meant that if Wang Ting wanted to absorb the bone demon tree's core, he could do it with his own strength. He didn't need the 3 bone demon dark apparitions at all. The reason why he cooperated with them previously was to let them take the lead so that he could take advantage of them from behind. Now that he had taken advantage of them and figured out how to absorb the bone demon tree's core, he naturally didn't need them anymore. They were just a few dark apparitions. Of course, he would throw them away after using them. Was he going to treat them like treasures? At this moment, Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curve. Demonic Bone, 425000/500000, Tier 5, God of the Underworld Constitution, 320000/500000, Stage 5, Shadow Talent, 28,000/50,000, Stage 5. Although these 3 talents were still at Stage 5 and hadn't broken through, their attributes had increased by a lot. Among them, the Demon Bone and the Nether Deity Body both increased his attributes by more than 100,000 points. It was very difficult to increase the attributes of these 2 talents. If he hadn't encountered a few Demon Lord dark apparitions during this period of time, he wouldn't have had the chance to increase them at all. Even so, the increase in attributes was very limited. It wasn't as much as the increase in attributes from absorbing the bone demon tree's core this time. That was very terrifying. After all, he had only absorbed some of the bone demon tree's core, and it had such a miraculous effect. Could it be that the bone demon tree's core was more valuable than the demon lord dark apparition's attributes? The shadow talent had also increased his attributes by a lot. It was more than 20,000 points. Shifeng had only managed to upgrade his basic attributes after obtaining the attribute bubbles from the bone tree. However, when he had been at Tier 5, his basic attributes had only been 800 points. Now that he had 28,000 points, his basic attributes had skyrocketed. Previously, he had guessed that the bone demon tree would be able to increase his shadow talent. Now, it was confirmed. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel excited. These 3 talents were very important to him. Now that he could increase them quickly, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. From the experience of absorbing the bone demon tree's core, he only needed to absorb another wave of energy to increase all 3 talents to Stage 6. Now, he was truly awesome. Such an opportunity could only be encountered by chance. Moreover, other than the increase in these 3 talents, he also felt that his soul origin and life origin had also improved by quite a bit. Although using the ancestral items would consume his soul origin, the bone demon tree's core could directly replenish it. It was a completely virtuous cycle. Wang Ting immediately hid himself in the space crevice. He then took out all the ancestral items and prepared to absorb the bone demon tree's core. End of chapter. Absorbing the core of the demonic bone tree naturally had to be done secretly and not be discovered by outsiders. If the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan saw him using the 7 ancestral artifacts, they would be green with envy. It would be troublesome if they were to cause trouble for him. Wang Ting did not want to waste time now. At this time, he was hiding in the space crevice and felt very safe. He had to admit that the demonic bone tree's attainments in the Tao of space were extraordinary. It had constructed such a space for itself to hide its core. If it were not for Wangting, ordinary people would not be able to enter at all. Even the dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan were able to enter because of Wangting. If it wasn't for the commotion caused by his battle with the Bone Spirit dark apparition hidden in the bone bottle, causing the demonic bone tree to sense his existence, the 3 Bone Spirit dark apparitions wouldn't have been able to sense the existence of this space with their abilities alone. Therefore, they should be grateful to Wangting. Otherwise, they would not have had the opportunity to see the core of the demonic bone tree. This could be considered as an eye-opener for them. Moreover, they had absorbed a lot of the demonic bone tree's core. It's fine if you don't thank me, but you actually have the nerve to be calculated with me about the core. You're too petty. You've walked a narrow path. Wangting could not help but mutter in his heart, but he immediately reacted. He had gone too far. The space here actually made it more convenient for him to use space concealment. Although the demonic bone tree's attainments in the Tao of space were extraordinary, it was naturally inferior to the radiant universe and the departed bone ruins. Needless to say, the radiant universe was a complete universe, and the Tao of space was extremely perfect. The departed bone ruins was also very extraordinary. It was probably constructed by a powerful person and was not something the demonic bone tree could compare to. Therefore, in Wangting's eyes, the space here was more suitable for him to use space concealment. At this moment, he no longer hesitated and immediately took out the 7 ancestral artifacts and activated them with his soul origin. He had just replenished a lot of soul origin and felt that he could do it again. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, the 7 ancestral items floated around him and circled around him. They trembled at the same time and emitted waves of black light. Black runes spread out from the ancestral item, and an ancient and dark power spread out in all directions. Even if Wangting was hiding in the crevice of space at this moment, he could not hide this kind of aura. However, it didn't matter. After the aura spread out, it covered a large area. It was impossible to pinpoint the exact location where it spread out. This was the profoundness of spatial concealment. If it was really so easy to find, it wouldn't be worthy of its name as a spatial combat skill. When he used this combat skill, the surrounding space would be affected, causing everything to be hidden. Even the location where the aura was emitted would be hidden. Unless someone's attainments in the Tao of space far surpassed Wangting's, it would be very difficult to find him. In the next moment, some special runes lit up on the surface of the bone ring and bone bottle. Then, a sudden change occurred. Boom! Boom, rich black light erupted from the 2 ancestral items. Under the convergence of the runes, it condensed into 2 huge phantoms. It was exactly the same as when Guka activated the bone puppet. Obviously, these 2 ancestral items could absorb the core source of the demonic bone tree. They were the same type of artifact as the bone puppet. When Guka activated the bone puppet earlier, Wangting secretly observed and memorized all the runes activated at that time. Then, after a little comparison, he found the corresponding runes on the bone ring and bone bottle. This was not difficult for Wangting at all. If it was an ordinary warrior, they might not be able to distinguish those runes. However, Wangting was a saint-level rune master. Moreover, his mastery of the dark runes was extremely profound. How could he remember them wrongly? As for whether it was true or not, he would know after trying. If he guessed wrong, he could just ask the dark apparition of the Bone Spirit clan that came out of the bone bottle. The dark apparition probably knew how to use the space-type ancestral item. At this time, as the 2 phantoms condensed, Wangting immediately activated a few of the runes. Whoosh! 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 The 2 ancestral items immediately reacted. The carvings on the phantoms of the bone ring suddenly moved and turned into black bone pythons. They roared and rushed to the core of the demonic bone tree. The reaction of the phantoms of the bone bottle was very similar to that of Guka's bone puppet. Suddenly, black tentacles burst out from the mouth of the bottle and rushed to the core of the demonic bone tree. Wangting's expression changed. His eyes flickered. He immediately used the power of space to hide the tentacles of the 2 ancestral items in the space crevice. Puff! 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 In the next moment, the black bone pythons that jumped out of the phantoms of the bone ring and the black tentacles that extended from the phantoms of the bone bottle pierced into the core of the demonic bone tree. The core of the demonic bone tree began to absorb. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He was already looking forward to it. Just now, he needed to borrow the power of Gu Ka's ancestral item, which made it a little difficult for him to absorb. Now that he was using his own ancestral item to absorb, he could absorb as much as he wanted. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. At this moment, the black bone pythons and black tentacles were wriggling crazily. After a while, Wang Ting felt a familiar energy surging from it. It's coming. He was suddenly overjoyed. He activated the Devour the Heavens and Earth ability again and frantically absorbed the core of the demonic bone tree. In an instant, Wang Ting immediately felt that his 3 talents began to sublimate and transform again. The 3 talents were activated at the same time, and each of them changed. At the same time, his life origin and soul origin also began to improve. Especially his soul origin, which was immediately replenished as if it had not been consumed at all. This feeling was simply too good, it was like a freeloader. If it were the 3 dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan, their speed of absorbing the core would definitely not be so fast. The speed of replenishing their soul origin would definitely not reach Wang Ting's level. Therefore, they needed a few people to work together and share the consumption of their soul origin. In this way, the core they absorbed would barely be able to cope with the current consumption. As for the core that could not be absorbed in time, it could be stored in the ancestral items. When they left this place, it would be distributed. Overall, there was still profit. But now that Wang Ting was gone, they were muddle-headed. Not only could they not absorb the core of the demonic bone tree, but they also had to be chased by the demonic bone roots. Moreover, the ancestral items had been consuming their soul origin. Even if the bone puppets had stored some core, they would not be able to last for long. It's indeed better to absorb it alone. If only I could snatch their ancestral items. Wang Ting touched his chin, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Although he already had 2 space-type ancestral items, who would complain about having too many ancestral items? Just as he was thinking about how to make a move, Wang Ting suddenly felt something. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the bone ring and bone bottle. A part of the core has been absorbed. His perception was extremely sharp, and he had the 3 corresponding talents of this core source. Therefore, he could sense any decrease in the energy of this core source. Not to mention that these 2 ancestral items were now under his control. This was tantamount to causing trouble under his nose. Previously, the ancestral items emitted ancient darkness intent to affect his soul, which already made him extremely unhappy. Now, these ancestral items dared to play tricks on him. Did they really think he was a pushover? Wang Ting's eyes suddenly turned, and he immediately made a decision. The various willpower he had mastered instantly erupted. Wasn't the ancient darkness intent afraid of his willpower? Presumably, the ancestral items themselves were the same. Now, he would give these 2 ancestral items a hard time. Ancient darkness intent, level 5, death intent, level 4, demonic bone intent, level 5, illusion intent, level 4, ancient blood intent, level 5, powerful wills instantly enveloped the 2 ancestral artifacts. None of the wills leaked out, and all of them went to greet them. With Wang Ting's control of his own willpower, it was possible for him to not let it leak out at all. Wing wing wing, in an instant, the bone ring and bone bottle trembled violently, and the black runes wrapped around them almost collapsed. The 2 ancestral items almost fell from the air to the ground. They looked like 2 delicate and weak beauties who thought they only had to serve a guest, but suddenly a dozen strong men came. How could they not feel dizzy? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The 2 ancestral items were dumbfounded, and they even forgot to absorb the core. Wang Ting had as many as 11 kinds of willpower on the side of darkness, which was even more terrifying than the sovereign darkness intent. This was because among the 11 kinds of willpower, there was the death intent, the ancient blood intent, and other special willpower, whose power was not inferior to the sovereign darkness intent. Therefore, even if Wang Ting only used the ancient darkness intent and some other darkness-type willpower, and did not use the sovereign darkness intent, it still caused a huge impact to the 2 ancestral items. Boom! Boom! Boom, Wang Ting did not immediately let these two ancestral items go. He still urged his willpower, constantly bombarding the two ancestral items, and even invaded the space they contained, wantonly sweeping through. The situation of these ancestral items was a little special. They looked like Grandmaster artifacts, but also like Saint artifacts, but they seemed to be lacking something. With his attainments as a Saint blacksmith and runemaster, it was difficult for him to see the grade of these ancestral items, which showed how special they were. Moreover, there were too many ancestral items. Just the number of ancestral items that had appeared now added up to 12. If they were all Saint artifacts, what would happen? Therefore, Wang Ting was also very suspicious. However, he guessed that even if these ancestral items did not give birth to immortal artifact souls, they must have some intelligence, otherwise, they would not have so many tricks. The more he used the ancestral items, the more vigilant Wang Ting was. At this time, he suppressed the two ancestral items in this way, not without the intention of forcing them. If there was really some dark and evil existence in these ancestral items, under his crazy probing, it would probably not be able to help but show up, right? Unfortunately, the situation that Wang Ting imagined did not happen. Under the bombardment of so many willpower, the two ancestral items were already unable to bear it. Wang Ting frowned slightly, withdrew his willpower, and continued to urge the ancestral items to absorb the core of the demonic bone tree. However, after a while, he found that the two ancestral items began to secretly absorb the core again. Wang Ting was speechless. What was this? Did they not learn from their mistakes? His face darkened. Naturally, he would not spoil these two ancestral items. He immediately burst out his willpower again and suppressed them. Monster, die, boom. Boom. Boom, waves of invisible willpower washed over the two ancestral items, causing them to tremble violently, and many runes collapsed. Obviously, this time Wang Ting was even more heavy-handed, wanting to teach these two ancestral items a lesson. After a while, when the two ancestral items were about to be unable to bear it, he withdrew his willpower again and began to absorb the core again. But, a similar situation occurred again. Wang Ting's frown deepened. He felt that something was wrong. Were these two ancestral items provoking him, or did they not have much intelligence at all, and were just instinctively stealing the core of the demonic bone tree? He did not believe it. Gritting his teeth, he continued to burst out his willpower and bombarded the two ancestral items. At the same time, he also unleashed the sovereign darkness will to suppress the two ancestral artifacts. At this time, Wang Ting clearly felt the bone ring and bone bottle suddenly stagnate, as if they had sensed something terrifying. The reaction was even stronger than before. Eh? Wang Ting could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise in his heart. 11 types of willpower were useless, but the sovereign darkness will had a different reaction when he used it. Could it be that the sovereign darkness will had a restraining effect on the ancestral items? He was bewildered. With a thought, he put away the other willpower of darkness and only used the sovereign darkness will. Previously, he had used the sovereign darkness will to suppress the ancient willpower of darkness emitted by the ancestral items, and the effect was very good. He did not use it just now because he wanted to test the effects of the other willpower of darkness. Now, he had no choice but to use it. Boom, the sovereign will of darkness came crashing down, and the two ancestral artifacts froze in midair, a sense of submission emanating from them. Wang Ting was stunned. Just this, he had not even used his full strength, and these two ancestral items had already admitted defeat. His eyes flashed, and he tried to continue absorbing the core. The bone ring and bone bottle really became obedient, no longer secretly absorbing the core, and looked like they were willing to work hard without complaint. Wang Ting looked at the two ancestral items in front of him, speechless, and fell into silence. So, the 11 types of willpower could not compare to the sovereign darkness will. Of course, this did not mean that the 11 types of willpower were inferior to the sovereign darkness will. It had already been said before that among the 11 types of willpower, the death will and the ancient blood will were comparable to the sovereign darkness will in terms of power. The fact that the sovereign darkness will could make the two ancestral items submit meant that it could be used against them. It seems that the sovereign darkness will is indeed quite special. Maybe it will have more unexpected uses in the future. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he valued the sovereign darkness will more and more. He decided to improve it in the future. If possible, it would be best to collect more willpower of darkness and integrate it into the sovereign darkness will to make it stronger. But then again, if I knew that the sovereign darkness will could be used against the ancestral items, I would have used it directly. Wang Ting did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had too many willpower, which made things a little complicated. If he had no other choice, he would have used the sovereign darkness will from the beginning. How could there be so many problems? Fortunately, it did not take too much time. His speed had always been fast. Suppressing 2 ancestral items was not a big deal. As the 2 ancestral items settled down, Wang Ting's absorption of the core source became smoother. He also obtained a lot more core source. All of the core sources surged into his body, and he absorbed them all, devouring them all without leaving a single trace behind. All of a sudden, his 3 talents rose rapidly. Boom! After a while, Wang Ting's body suddenly roared, as if something had shattered. The invisible barrier disappeared. He felt that one of his talents had stepped into a higher realm. At the same time, another power was activated in his body. It was the immortal substance. These undying substances fused into his bones bit by bit, causing the bones in his entire body to undergo a huge change. In the past, when Wang Ting absorbed the undying substance, a portion of it had also fused into his body. However, that was only on the surface. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the immortal substance had completely merged with his bones, causing his bones to change completely. This was not as simple as adding a trace of immortal power to his bones, but also making his bones stronger. Demon Bone, 5000/600000, 6th Order, Immortal. Wang Ting took a deep breath, and could not help but look at the attribute panel. The Demon Bone talent had risen from the 5th Order to the 6th Order. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the bones in his body had undergone some kind of qualitative change. They had unknowingly become harder and more resilient. Even the density of his bones had increased. With the increase in density, the weight of his bones also increased. The moment the Demon Bone talent was upgraded, Wang Ting immediately felt his body sink slightly, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. However, this mountain existed in his body, and it had merged perfectly with his body. It was a wonderful feeling. Although he felt his body sink at first, he did not feel any pressure or discomfort. Instead, he felt that his strength had increased a lot. This strength did not come from his muscles, but from his bones. With this punch, I'm afraid that even a high-level demon emperor would fall apart. Wang Ting clenched his fist, and a strong feeling arose spontaneously. End of chapter. The upgrade of the Demon Bone talent made Wang Ting feel super good. He didn't expect that when this talent was upgraded from the 5th level to the 6th level, it would merge with the immortal substance. This was a huge qualitative change that couldn't be compared at all. Wang Ting had several constitution talents that had already surpassed the 5th level. At that time, he had also merged with the immortal substance, but he didn't think much about it at that time. And at that time, it was completely a transition. The process was very simple and crude, different from this time. This time, the upgrade of the Demon Bone talent was pushed up bit by bit. After all, he didn't upgrade through the attribute bubbles, but by absorbing the core source to achieve this qualitative change. This was a gradual process. So Wang Ting felt it more clearly and finally realized that the constitution above the 5th level was completely different from the 5th level. The 5th level was a watershed. One had to say that the attribute bubbles were good, but the upgrade was a bit too simple and crude, to the point that it was easy to forget the process. With the result, who would care about the process? Only when he encountered a specific situation would Wang Ting deduce it the other way around. It looks like picking up attributes isn't perfect, Wang Ting muttered to himself in his heart like Versailles. If other people knew what he was thinking, who knew if they would want to beat him to death? Hatui at this moment, Wang Ting was even more excited. His eyes lit up, and he absorbed the core source with even more effort. Upgrade, he had just upgraded the Demon Bone talent, Shadow talent, and Underworld God Body hadn't been upgraded yet. He continued to absorb and upgrade. Fortunately, the attributes of these 2 constitution talents were about to reach a critical point. Just now, he had absorbed a lot of the core source, and a lot of it had been converted into the attributes of these 2 constitution talents. Gotcha, After a while, Wang Ting's body once again emitted a familiar feeling. Silently, it was as if something had shattered. A certain talent had reached a new level. Within Wang Ting's body, a special power suddenly surged out and spread throughout his body. At the same time, the immortal substance appeared again and merged with his body. Shadow talent. This time, it was the shadow talent that had been upgraded. Shadow talent could be considered a talent of his body, so this undying substance would fuse with his body, causing it to transform. In that instant, Wang Ting's body seemed to turn into a shadow, strangely twisting and disappearing. This was inconceivable. A person had mysteriously disappeared from where he stood. Those who didn't know might think that they had seen a ghost. Wang Ting looked at his body and immediately felt the difference. His body seemed to be more compatible with the power of shadows. It was as if his body could turn into shadows, and his hiding ability had become stronger. Even his body could be used as a weapon, directly using the power of distortion. If someone touched his body in battle, it was very likely that they would be distorted. That was a little impressive. Such a strange and powerful ability was enough to catch people off guard. Imagining that scene, the corners of Wang Ting's mouth involuntarily curled into a dangerous arc. This should be called the shadow body. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly flashed, and he suddenly thought secretly in his heart. In addition, the shadow power all over his body seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. It was even more bizarre and mysterious. It could turn everything it touched into shadows, and it could also distort anything it touched. There was no doubt that his shadow power had grown stronger. But in any case, this transformation actually happened mainly on Wang Ting's body. The transformation of the shadow power was inevitable. Every time it was upgraded, the shadow power would become more powerful. However, the transformation of one's body would not reach such a level every time. If it was in the past, he could only cover the outside of his body with the shadow power to achieve the effect of concealment. It was not so easy to transform into a shadow. If he rashly used the shadow power on himself, it was likely to cause irreversible effects and consequences. If he was not careful, his body would turn into a shadow, and it was very likely that he would not be able to transform back. Wouldn't that be a tragedy? With my current shadow talent, if I use it to conceal myself, even an immortal venerable would have a hard time discovering me. Wang Ting suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at the attribute panel again. Shadow talent, 1-200/60,000, stage 6. He was very happy that his shadow talent had successfully reached stage 6. He immediately used this talent to transform himself into a shadow, and it was even more concealed. Even the aura on his body had become distorted, seeming to be right but actually not, making it impossible for others to grasp. At this moment, even if someone saw through his space concealment, they might not be able to find him. The space crevice was originally a void of darkness. Now that he had transformed himself into a shadow, it could be said that he had almost perfectly blended in with the surrounding environment. The effect was even better when the two were stacked. Next, he no longer paid attention to this talent. Instead, he focused on the last talent that had not been upgraded. Nether God Body. This was an incredible talent. He had a feeling that if the Nether God Body was upgraded to stage 6, the benefits it would bring might be greater than the previous two talents. While Wang Ting was thinking, a strange throbbing feeling arose in his heart. This throbbing was as if something big was about to happen. He never doubted his sensing ability. After all, similar situations had happened too many times. Every time a similar throbbing occurred, it could not be underestimated. Sometimes, the danger represented by the throbbing could even threaten his life. This was obviously brought about by his powerful soul talent. It could not be underestimated. What's going on? Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. He could not help but be shocked. He did not understand why an upgrade of a physical talent would give him such a feeling. Is it the Nether God Body that's about to evolve? Or the demon bone tree? He was a little bewildered. Because he could not determine where the throbbing came from, it made him feel uneasy. He was vigilant of everything around him, especially the core of the demon bone tree. Who knew when the demon bone tree would suddenly go berserk? After all, he was absorbing its core source. This was no different from lying on its body and sucking its blood and marrow. However, the dangerous situation that he expected did not appear. The throbbing feeling lasted for a while, making him even more frightened. The special energy required for the evolution of the nether god body had also been absorbed for a while. It seemed that the energy required was much more than the previous two talents. This situation made Wang Ting very surprised. Could it be that the nether god body was really so special? He could not help but look at the attribute panel. His heart suddenly trembled. Nether god body, 500000/500000, 5th stage. The attribute value of this talent had clearly reached the peak of the 5th stage. It was completely complete. Why could it not break through? He did not understand. This situation did not occur with the previous two talents. Unfortunately, before he could think about it, a special change had already occurred in his body. Boom! A violent roar suddenly reverberated in Wang Ting's body, causing his whole body to tremble. Suddenly, a terrifying energy burst out, violently washing over his body. Damn it! Wang Ting's eyes widened as he cursed. Unexpected things always came so suddenly. Just a moment ago, he was still wondering when the transformation would happen, and now it had happened. Moreover, it had happened so fiercely that he was almost confused. At the same time, a strong death aura burst out from his body. Darkness, evil, dead silence, indescribable. At this moment, Wang Ting's entire temperament changed. The dark aura emitted by the demonic bone was completely covered. His whole body exuded the death aura, and his black hair turned purple. Countless purple runes appeared abruptly on his body, quickly crawling all over his body. His eyes were emitting a rich purple-black light. It was strange and majestic, and even revealed a sense of holiness. All of this made him look like a god of the underworld who had walked out of hell. Dead silence, terrifying, horrifying. If anyone saw his current appearance, they would be shocked speechless. Boom! In the next moment, the rich purple-black light burst out from Wang Ting's body uncontrollably and soared into the sky. Then, a terrifying purple shadow condensed above his head. The surrounding space could no longer hide Wang Ting's figure and aura. Even the shadow talent had lost its effect. The aura and fluctuations emitted by the god of the underworld physique were too powerful. In particular, the huge purple shadow had already broken through the restrictions of this space and directly appeared in the space where the core of the demonic bone tree was. Not only that, but even the space where the core of the demonic bone tree was located had ripples. It seemed to be somewhat unstable. This was a spatial fluctuation. The appearance of the huge purple shadow had affected the space in this place. Damn it! Wang Ting's expression was a little ugly. Everything happened too quickly, and he did not have time to react. Moreover, this change was particularly violent. It was not something he could control even if he wanted to. Similar situations had happened several times. Sometimes, the transformation was too violent, and he could only let nature take its course. There was a saying, if you can't resist, you might as well lie down and enjoy it. At this moment, he somewhat understood that the throbbing just now might have come from the transformation of the god of the underworld physique. With such a huge commotion, he naturally had to raise his attention to deal with it. After all, the current situation was quite dangerous. To be honest, Wang Ting felt like he was walking on a tightrope. His expression was solemn as he looked up at the huge god of the underworld physique and the core of the demonic bone tree in front of him. He only hoped that this transformation would end quickly. In the past, Wang Ting had never had such thoughts. It was a transformation, after all, and it felt good. He could take it slow. But now. You're the boss, okay? Hurry up and end it. Unfortunately, no matter how much Wang Ting prayed, the transformation of the god of the underworld physique was still the same. At this moment, he felt the immortal matter in his body being drawn out again and rushing to every part of his body. At first, he did not think much of it. He thought that the immortal matter in his body would be enough. After all, it was at the 4th level. Even an official immortal might not be able to reach that level. But after a while, he was almost slapped in the face. This god of the underworld physique was simply a huge demand for immortal matter. The immortal matter in his body was constantly being drawn out and merged with every part of his body. It made the purple runes on his body become more and more dazzling, emitting a powerful and terrifying aura. Why does this god of the underworld physique need so much immortal matter? Wang Ting gritted his teeth, feeling a bit incredulous. It was also from the 5th level to the 6th level, but the difference was too big. Even though he had already guessed that the god of the underworld physique would be more powerful than the other two talents, he did not expect it to require so much immortal matter. This was too terrifying. If his immortal matter was only at the 3rd level, it probably would not be enough. What would happen then? He did not dare to think about it. If it was a normal physique, it might just stop evolving. At most, he would have another chance to continue and complete the final transformation. But the god of the underworld physique was different. With such a powerful dark-type physique, if it suddenly stopped, would it affect his body? If it got stuck halfway and he became neither human nor ghost, wouldn't he be too ashamed to face others? Wang Ting could not help but shiver. He was a little scared just thinking about it. If that really happened, how could he appear in front of the martial artists of the light universe? He might as well find a corner in the dark world and hide. Immortal matter, you must hold on. Dad is counting on you. Wang Ting muttered silently in his heart. At this moment, a large amount of immortal matter spread out from the depths of Wang Ting's body, turning into thousands of stars and constantly converging into his body, making his god of the underworld physique continue to sublimate and transform. The shadow of the god of the underworld above his head grew larger and more solid, with a sense of reality. The deathly aura emitted from his body gradually became stronger, constantly spreading out and permeating the core of the demonic bone tree. It was as if a huge god of the underworld had crossed the river of time and appeared in this space. Wang Ting was really happy and surprised. Seeing that the god of the underworld physique at the 6th level was so powerful, he was naturally very happy. However, the aura it emitted also made him feel frightened and his heart was full of anxiety. Originally, the means he showed before had already alarmed the demonic bone tree. Now that the god of the underworld physique was emitting such a terrifying aura, the demonic bone tree would definitely go berserk. Wang Ting looked at the core of the demonic bone tree not far in front of him and suddenly felt that it seemed to have become a little scary. He did not know if it was an illusion or not. It was a pity that the level of his eye of truth was still not high enough. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to see the changes in the core of the demonic bone tree and deal with it. Even so, he did not let his guard down. Didn't he see that the demonic bone roots around him were becoming more restless? At this time, Wang Ting had already appeared, and the demonic bone roots immediately found their target and bombarded him. Boom! 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 The roars continued to resound in this space, deafening. Fortunately, with the protection of the god of the underworld physique, the demonic bone roots only bombarded the protective shield formed by the god of the underworld physique and did not hurt Wang Ting's body. Wang Ting's eyes were dignified. He had already made up his mind that once something went wrong, regardless of whether the god of the underworld physique was upgraded or not, the most important thing was to run away. He was still very clear about this. What's going on? Wang Ting was a little helpless. On the one hand, he had to be careful of not having enough immortal substance, and on the other hand, he had to guard against the demonic bone tree suddenly going berserk. It was really too difficult for him. What's going on? What a terrifying aura of death. How can such an aura suddenly appear? Could it be that the demonic bone tree has sensed us and wants to eliminate us completely? On the other side, the 3 dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan also sensed something. Feeling the aura of death that permeated the surroundings, the soul fire in their eye sockets jumped violently. At this time, they were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bough. They were already forced into a corner by the demonic bone roots, and when they felt the extremely strong aura of death, they were naturally even more horrified, and a trace of despair rose in their hearts. No, the aura of death seems to be coming from behind the core of the demonic bone tree. Let's go and take a look. Guka gritted his teeth and immediately said in a deep voice. Could it be that guy's movement? Guka said. Guka's eyes flashed, and he seemed to have thought of this, but at this time, he did not say anything. He directly turned around and rushed to the back of the core of the demonic bone tree while withstanding the bombardment of the demonic bone roots. End of this chapter. Now, the situation had become somewhat complicated. Originally, they only needed to face the bone demon roots, but now, such a terrifying aura of death had appeared. The 3 bone spirit dark apparitions were bewildered. If they wanted to figure out the situation here, they had to go and take a look. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how to deal with it. The unknown was the scariest. If the situation was really bad, they had to give up on absorbing the core of the bone demon tree and leave this place as soon as possible. Whoosh! 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 The three bone spirit dark apparitions shuttled between the densely packed bone demon roots. The defensive shield on the ancestral item blocked the attacks of the bone demon roots for them. However, in this way, the core of the bone demon tree that they had just absorbed was almost depleted. They couldn't store it at all. The three bone spirit dark apparitions were extremely depressed. If they had known, they would have let that guy absorb more of the core of the bone demon tree. In any case, they could still make a profit. Unlike now, it could be said that they had lost everything. They didn't get anything. If they ended up with nothing, the three of them would really become a huge joke. They worked so hard and took such a huge risk to enter the bone demon tree, but in the end they didn't get anything. Who could accept this? It's all that guy's fault. If he had cooperated with us honestly, there wouldn't have been so much trouble, Gusu muttered indignantly. Gusu and Gusu were speechless. What was the point of saying this at this time? Moreover, the other party wouldn't listen to their complaints. They had such thoughts before, which was why the other party didn't hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality. Although they were extremely indignant from their standpoint, they had to see the reality clearly. If they still held on to their previous thoughts, they were destined to return empty-handed. It was precisely because of this that Gusu and Gusu chose to compromise in their hearts. If God gave them another chance, they would definitely say to Wang Ting, "Don't go. We won't dare to do it again. You can absorb as much as you want." They had to admit defeat. Wouldn't it be better to get more of the core of the bone demon tree? Why aren't you talking? When we find that guy later, the three of us will work together to take him down and snatch the bone bell from his hand. In this way, we don't need to cooperate with him anymore. What do you think? Seeing that the two dark apparitions from the bone spirit clan didn't speak, Guho couldn't help but speak again. His eyes were full of wisdom, as if he was asking if he was very smart. The two dark apparitions of the bone spirit clan fell into silence again. They suddenly felt very tired and did not want to communicate with this idiot at all. That would lower their IQ. You go and tell him. Gu Ka suddenly looked at Gu Ka and transmitted. Speak. Gu Ka glanced at him and transmitted his voice. Speak. Gu Ka said. Speak. Gu Ka said. The two dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan actually shirked their responsibilities for such a small matter in such a dangerous situation. It really made one not know whether to laugh or cry. What's the matter with you two? Guho became impatient when he saw the two dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan remaining silent. It had finally made up its mind, but these two fellows were actually dragging it down. Shut up. Gu Ka and Gu Ka also became a little impatient. They couldn't be bothered to explain anything. They both turned around and glared at him as they coldly shouted. You. Gueo was stunned. There was only one word written in his eyes, stupefied. What was going on? Why did these two fellows suddenly go crazy? Why were they so mean to him? An inexplicable feeling of grievance welled up in his heart. He felt as if he was being despised, blatantly despised. He instantly saw the disgust in Gu Ka and Gu Ka's eyes. They did not hide it at all. They did not take him seriously at all. Did he not care about his reputation? The next moment, an indescribable anger rose from the bottom of his heart. His eyes were filled with anger, and he almost spat it out. However, Gu Ka and Gu Ka did not care about him at all. They directly rushed toward the back of the demon bone tree's core at an extremely fast speed. Guho had nowhere to vent his anger. He gritted his teeth and could only follow them. He wanted to see what these two fellows wanted to do. After a while, the three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan finally broke through the obstruction of a large number of Bone Spirit clan's roots and went around to the back of the demon bone tree's core. However, as soon as they saw the situation behind the demon bone tree's core, their bodies froze on the spot as if someone had cast a spell on them. Their eyes were filled with horror. What is that? The anger in Guho's heart instantly disappeared as if a basin of cold water had been poured over it. At that moment, his mind was blank, and he could only stare blankly at the scene in front of him. Gukha and Gukha were not any better. Their pupils contracted, and their hearts were filled with shock. Not far ahead, a huge purple shadow stood in midair. The terrifying dark aura of death emanated from its body. At that moment, no matter how stupid they were, they finally understood that the source of the dark aura of death was the huge purple shadow in front of them. This was obviously not the demon bone tree's method, not to mention that the aura of the purple shadow was different from the demon bone tree's. Just the distance between it and the demon bone tree's core was enough to show that the two were not related. The huge purple shadow and the demon bone tree's core were two completely different existences. They could not see any connection at all. However, what kind of existence could have such a terrifying method? Could it be that a demon lord level existence had entered this place? At the thought of this, the three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan were shocked. They quickly scanned the surroundings of the huge purple shadow. However, after scanning the area, they did not find any suspicious traces. "Look over there." At that moment, Gukha suddenly exclaimed. Gukha and Gukha's gazes froze. They quickly looked in the direction that Gukha was pointing at and saw a figure below the huge purple shadow. Compared to the huge purple shadow in the sky, the figure was naturally extremely small. It was like a giant compared to an ant. Therefore, they did not notice the existence of the figure immediately. It was a figure shrouded in purple light. They could not see his true appearance at all. They could only see a blurry shadow. At that moment, the three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan stared at the figure closely. It was as if they wanted to see his appearance from the dazzling purple light. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. With the strength of the three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan, they could not see through the dazzling purple light. That can't really be a demon lord level existence, right? Gukha's eyes flickered rapidly as he transmitted his voice in surprise. Judging from the aura emitted from his body, he does seem to be a demon lord level existence. Gukha hesitated for a moment and said suspiciously, "But when did he come in? We did not notice at all." This was too strange. There were actually so many people in the small core space of the demon bone tree. Previously, there was a strange skeleton creature. Now, there was a suspected demon lord level powerhouse. If it were not for their different auras, it would have thought that they were the same person. It had to admit that it had perfectly avoided the best answer. However, this was the thought process of a normal person. It could not be any more normal. Previously, when Wang Ting appeared in the form of a skeleton creature, he was emitting the aura of a demon bone. Now, the aura he was emitting had completely turned into the aura of death. The two were completely different, and the difference was huge. It would be strange if the three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan could see anything. Because of this, Gukha was filled with doubts. It had only found the existence of the demon bone tree by chance. Now, so many people had found the demon bone tree at the same time. What happened to the demon bone tree being hard to find? This was completely different from what it had imagined. Gukha felt that its worldview had been turned upside down. This was not the demon bone tree it knew. The other party is a demon lord level existence. How could we possibly find his tracks? Even if he passed by under our noses, we might not be able to find him. To put it bluntly, perhaps our every move has been under the other party's observation. Not to mention this demon lord level existence, didn't we also not find the guy from before? You guys really think that you know everything. I'm not like you guys. If I can't do it, I can't do it. I'll definitely not force myself. This is called having self-awareness. Do you understand? Gukha had not forgotten what had happened just now, and could not help but retort. These words were more or less like a slap in the face. They were only upper-level demon emperors. They did not seem weak, but in front of a demon lord level existence, they were nothing. Although everyone knew this, it was an indisputable fact. However, to say it so mercilessly in front of them was obviously not giving face to Gukha and Gukha. Naturally, they felt very embarrassed. Sure enough, Gukha and Gukha, the two dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan, could not help but have a trace of gloominess in their eyes. They looked at each other and immediately saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. If it were not for the fact that the situation did not allow them to, they would have already killed Gukha. For the first time, these two dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan reached a consensus. Too stupid, this Gu Ka was really too stupid. They could not bring it along at all. Even Gu Ka, who originally intended to cooperate with Gu Ka, was full of disgust and dissatisfaction at this moment. He made up his mind to throw it away after using it. He was afraid of being dragged into a ditch. Seeing that these two were speechless, Gu Ka could not help but feel a trace of pride in its heart. Look at how smart it was. It instantly saw through the essence of the problem. Unlike these two, who always boasted of being smart, it was easy to overcomplicate things and not see the essence of things. But it was different. It was a great wisdom that appeared to be stupidity. There was a ditch in its heart. Although Gu Ka and Gu Ka were very unhappy, they could not deny that Gu Ka's words were somewhat reasonable. If the figure shrouded in purple light was really a demon venerable level existence, it was normal that they did not discover it. But there was a premise. Was it really a demon venerable level existence? The eyes of the two dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan flickered. They were a little surprised and did not directly treat the figure as a demon venerable level existence like Gu Ka. Although judging from the aura emitted from the figure, it was indeed somewhat like a demon venerable level existence, they still felt that there was something missing. If you ask me, I reckon that guy just now has already been killed by this demon venerable. I think we should leave. If we offend this demon venerable, we won't be able to bear the consequences, Gu Ao said again. Gu Ka and Gu Ka were instantly speechless. Why was there such a stupid guy? Their misogyny was about to break out. In fact, there was nothing wrong with Gu Ka's idea. But in the eyes of Gu Ka and Gu Ka, who boasted of being smart, its idea was too simple and stupid. It was not easy for them to come to this place. How could they give up just like that? Before coming, did they not think of the danger in this demon bone tree? They knew it was dangerous, but they still came. Why was that? Wasn't it because of the simple logic of seeking riches in danger? But Gu Ka, this idiot, always sang a different tune. The two dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan were helpless. This guy was really naive with a hint of stupidity. At the end of the day, both sides were not on the same side. They each had their own views and ideas. It would probably be difficult to convince each other. If you don't leave, I'll leave by myself, Gu Ka said anxiously. You can't leave by yourself. Gu Ka did not want to pay attention to it, but seeing how dishonest it was, it could not help but say faintly. Gu Ka was stunned on the spot. That's right. With the current situation inside the demon bone tree, it was impossible for it to leave by itself. Gu Ka and Gu Ka still had two ancestral items. If they fought, they might have a chance to leave this place. But it only had one ancestral item. It would probably be swallowed by the demon bone tree as soon as it left this space. Gu Ka stood awkwardly on the spot. It did not know whether to leave or not. No, you really don't plan to leave? That's a demon venerable level existence. Gu Ka was extremely anxious and did not give up. If you want to leave, leave by yourself. Gu Ka looked at it coldly and snorted. Gu Ka. What happened to the promise of advancing and retreating together? You abandoned me just like that. Gu Ka's heart was filled with sorrow. Why did it suddenly feel like it was abandoned? Originally, it and Gu Ka were in a cooperative relationship. They had secretly agreed to advance and retreat together. To deal with Gu Ka. But now, it seemed that the other party wanted to cooperate with Gu Ka and completely threw it aside. What happened? Why did it become like this? It did not understand. Just as the three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan were secretly fighting, Wang Ting had already noticed their arrival. He could not help but frown slightly. He was not afraid of the three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan. It was just that the current situation was a little dangerous, and he did not want to be disturbed. The dark apparition of the Bone Spirit clan named Gu Ka was still fine, but he was sure that Gu Ka and Gu Ka were definitely not obedient. If they sensed something wrong with him, they would most likely attack him immediately. By then, there would be a lot of trouble. Wang Ting's eyes flickered, and he was a little anxious. Why is the transformation of the Nether God physique so slow? Can it be faster? Time passed slowly in this stalemate. The immortal substance in Wang Ting's body was getting lesser and lesser. Almost all of it was invested in the transformation of the Nether God physique. Previously, the transformation of the shadow talent and demon bone had consumed a part of the immortal substance. Otherwise, it could have lasted a little longer. What should I do? Is it really not enough? Damn it. Wang Ting wanted to cry but had no tears. It was too frustrating. There was no immortal substance to pick up in this place. Otherwise, he would not be so passive. He originally thought that the fourth order immortal substance was enough to deal with most situations. He did not expect to encounter such a strange situation today. The transformation of a physique talent required him to absorb so much immortal substance. Why didn't he go to heaven? Huh? Just as Wang Ting was feeling anxious, he suddenly felt something. He raised his head abruptly. Not good. His pupils contracted violently. He felt a strong threat in the darkness above, and he was inexplicably horrified. Boom, the next moment, an incomparably thick black shadow fell from the darkness. Almost without thinking, Wang Ting immediately activated his Nether God Physique talent. At the same time, he focused his mind and visualized a terrifying god image in his mind. Boom, Wang Ting's mind trembled. In his consciousness void, a terrifying purple figure slowly outlined itself. It was incomparably huge and sat cross-legged. Beneath it was a huge black altar, which was somewhat similar to the dark altar that Wang Ting had mastered. There were two sharp horns on its head, which were like two ancient spears, extremely sharp. On its body, there were 12 incomparably thick dark purple arms. Some hung by its side, some formed strange seals behind its back, and some rested on its knees, forming strange evil seals as well. The Nether God image. This was the attribute bubble that Wang Ting had obtained from the supreme master of the Nether God clan, Erebus. It could allow one to visualize a terrifying Nether God image in the sea of consciousness, which had unpredictable power. However, the Nether God image that Wang Ting had drawn was completely incomparable to the one that Erebus had drawn. The Nether God image that Wang Ting had drawn was somewhat rough and even a little blurry. However, the aura that it exuded was abnormally terrifying. In an instant, as the Nether God image was fully drawn, a vast and terrifying, cold and deathly pressure erupted from Wang Ting's body. Nether Prison Palm. A cold shout immediately sounded in Wang Ting's mind. In the next moment, whether it was the Nether God image in his sea of consciousness or the Nether God shadow above his head, they all moved simultaneously. Their movements were synchronized, they all raised an arm, turned it into a palm, and slammed it toward the sky. Boom, a terrifying sound was heard. The incomparably huge purple-black palm shot up into the sky. The surrounding space shook, and faintly, cracks appeared. The three dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan were inexplicably horrified when they saw this scene. Whether it was the huge black shadow that fell from the darkness above their heads or the terrifying palm that suddenly erupted from the Nether God shadow, they were all beyond their expectations. They could not react at all and could only watch the scene unfold in a daze. End of chapter. Unexpected situations always happened abruptly. The three dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan focused their attention on the huge purple shadow and almost forgot about everything else for a while. Even the demon bone tree was temporarily forgotten by them. The main reason was that the purple shadow was too terrifying. The dark and deathly aura it emitted was like the descent of the god of the underworld. It was terrifying. They even had a feeling that if they got too close, they would be instantly pulled into a hopeless land of death by the huge purple shadow and completely lose their lives. Even though they were dark apparitions and belonged to darkness, they still instinctively felt a strong sense of fear towards the purple shadow at this moment. Under such circumstances, a sudden change occurred. In the darkness above his head, an incomparably thick black shadow suddenly descended, like a heavenly pillar descending from the sky. Boom, it descended very quickly and became clearer in the eyes of everyone present at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. The three dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan finally saw the appearance of the thick black shadow clearly. It was actually formed by countless bone demon roots that were crazily rotating and intertwining, forming a huge spike. Countless black runes appeared on the surface of the huge spike. They intertwined and turned into chains of runes that wrapped around the huge spike. An indescribably powerful aura was emitted from the huge spike. As the huge spike fell, the surrounding space rippled and turned into ripples that spread out one after another. An incomparably violent aura swept in all directions. Wang Ting also saw this scene and his pupils shrank slightly. He was directly under the huge spike, so the pressure he felt was naturally immense. It was as if a towering mountain was pressing down on him, and it was hanging upside down. That sharp mountain peak was even emitting a cold white light in his eyes. He did not dare to imagine what would happen if he was pierced by the spike. Such a huge spike. With his small body, he would not be able to wear it. Thinking of this, he did not dare to underestimate it. The power of the law of the underworld in his body erupted and merged with the huge purple palm print. Purple runes appeared on the palm print, turning into chains of runes that wrapped around it. Rattling noises rang out, causing it to emit an extremely powerful aura. Rumble. The next moment, the two attacks finally collided, erupting with a violent rumble as terrifying origin power shockwaves spread out. The entire space began to tremble. The three dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan were shocked. They quickly retreated backward, but their eyes were still fixed on the area where the two attacks collided. I wonder who is stronger. If the huge purple palm print could block the huge spike, wouldn't it mean that the figure wrapped in purple light was really a demon lord level existence? At this point, they had already reacted. Those huge spikes must have been an attack from the demonic bone tree. In this place, the only thing that could unleash such a terrifying attack was the bone demon tree. Moreover, the spikes were clearly formed from the bone devil's roots, which could be seen at a glance. As for why they said it was a demon lord level existence, it was naturally because of the power emitted by the huge spike. They had only seen it on a demon lord level existence. They had seen the attack of a peak upper demon emperor level existence, but they had never seen such a terrifying power. Therefore, the huge spike must be a demon lord level attack. There was no doubt about it. You could doubt their strength, but please do not doubt their vision. At this time, the huge spike had already bombarded the purple palm print. The runes manifested by both sides flashed rapidly, then shattered and collapsed. However, the huge purple palm print was not shattered. Instead, it forcibly blocked the bombardment of the huge spike. Not only that, but the power of both sides was in a stalemate. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. The soul fire in the eyes of the three dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan could not help but enlarge a little. They were shocked. It was indeed a demon lord level existence. It was definitely a demon lord level existence. Gu Ka and Gu Ka both looked at Gu Ao, who was not far away from them. Although this guy's head was a little straight, he did not see wrongly this time. Gu Ao was slightly taken aback, then immediately reacted. He raised his head and snorted softly. He could not help but mutter in his heart, "Who asked you to look down on me? Now you know my vision. Next time, you better be careful." Gu Ka and Gu Ka did not know what he was thinking. If they knew, they would definitely not be nice to him. However, when they saw Gu Ao's smug gaze, they could not help but be speechless. This guy really opened a dye house just because he was given some paint. They could not be bothered to pay attention to him. Their eyes returned to the two attacks in front of them, and their hearts were extremely solemn. What should we do now? That seems to be a demon lord level existence. Gu Ka had a hint of retreating in his heart, but he was very unwilling to give up, so he could not help but ask. In front of a demon lord level existence, the three of them were really like ants. They could not even be pinched with a finger. In fact, they had overestimated Wang Ting. Although his battle strength was indeed very strong, compared to a real demon lord level existence, there was still a big gap. If he did not rely on external forces, it would be very difficult for him to kill a demon lord level existence. Gu Ka gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "That demon lord level existence is being held back by the bone demon tree. He might not be able to escape. Let's not be in a hurry to retreat." That makes sense. That demon lord level existence is probably being targeted by the bone demon tree now. Who knows, he might die here. Gu Sui stood up again. He felt that his opinion was very insightful, so he immediately spoke again. Gu Ka and Gu Ka glanced at him. This time, they did not refute him. Instead, they nodded and said, "You're right. There's a high chance that demon lord level existence will be killed by the bone demon tree." Everyone knew how terrifying the bone demon tree was. At this time, the demon lord level existence had obviously alarmed the bone demon tree. It would not be so easy for him to escape. But this will also put us in more danger, Gu Ka said again. Gu Sui and Gu Ka's hearts suddenly sank. They knew what Gu Ka meant. Now that the bone demon tree was alarmed, they would probably be affected as well. The situation would undoubtedly be more dangerous than before. Let's act according to the circumstances. If things don't work out, it's better for us to withdraw as soon as possible. Gu Ka's eyes flashed, and he finally said, but now, we can secretly absorb the core while the bone demon tree is distracted by the demon lord level existence. Gu Sui and Gu Ka's eyes lit up. They immediately activated their ancestral items and quietly approached the core of the bone demon tree. They used Gu Sui to absorb the core of the bone demon tree. This time, they really succeeded. The three bone spirit dark apparitions were overjoyed. They originally wanted to give up, but they did not expect to see a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Sure enough, waiting would bring results. Wasn't the opportunity here, not to mention the three bone spirit dark apparitions, Wang Ting's collision with the huge spike had also reached a critical moment. Boom, suddenly, he heard a violent roar coming from the huge spike. Then, he felt a powerful force erupting from it. Immortal energy. Wang Ting was shocked. He did not expect the bone demon tree to directly use immortal energy. But soon, he was overjoyed. The bone demon tree used immortal energy. Did this mean that he would soon be able to pick up the attribute bubbles of the immortal substance? He was just worried that he did not have enough immortal substance. He did not expect someone to deliver it to him immediately. No, I don't have enough immortal substance. How can I resist this attack? Wang Ting looked bitter. He wanted to cry but had no tears. This was simply a case of extreme joy turning into sorrow. Boom, before he had time to think, the huge spike unleashed a terrifying attack. Under the high-speed rotation, Wang Ting's purple palm print could not hold on anymore. The runes on the palm print that were manifested by the power of the origin law began to collapse. The Hell Prison palm that Wang Ting executed just now only contained the power of the level 7 origin law of death. He thought that it would be enough to deal with the current situation, but he didn't expect the bone demon tree to be so shameless and use the undying substance. At this moment, he finally understood the importance of immortal substance. To fight against a demon lord and above, without undying energy, one would not be able to do so. This was a higher level of power. It was basically impossible to fight against it with ordinary power. It seemed that he had to increase his immortal substance in the future. However, the situation this time was indeed a bit special. If it were not for the fact that the transformation of the underworld god body required a large amount of immortal substance, he would not have fallen into such a passive situation. That demon master can't hold on any longer. The three bone spirit dark apparitions were secretly absorbing the bone demon tree's core source in the distance. At this moment, when they saw this scene from afar, their eyes suddenly narrowed. Although they were focused on absorbing the core source, they did not forget to pay attention to the collision over there. After all, this was also related to their safety. If that demon master could not hold on, they would probably have to run away. Boom, the moment this thought appeared in the minds of the three bone spirit dark apparitions, Wang Ting's purple palm print finally couldn't hold on any longer. It exploded with a loud bang. Countless runes shattered. Terrifying energy waves swept in all directions, and the densely packed bone demon roots in the surroundings were immediately shaken away by the energy waves. The three dark apparitions from the Bone Spirit clan were also affected. Their location was neither close nor far. The core space of the bone demon tree was not large. In the face of such a powerful attack, no one could possibly escape from it. Therefore, the three bone spirit dark apparitions could only take it head-on. Fortunately, they had already absorbed a lot of the core source and could barely withstand this wave of energy impact. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the situation over there. They watched helplessly as the terrifying giant spike came crashing down and pierced the huge purple shadow directly below it. At this moment, they were even more nervous than Wang Ting. This was because they knew that this attack was not only related to the life and death of that demon master, but it was also related to whether they could continue to absorb the core source. Boom, in just an instant, the giant spike formed by countless bone demon roots had already pierced through the energy formed by the explosion of the purple palm print. It instantly arrived above the head of the god of the underworld's shadow and pierced down with a loud bang. With a chi sound, the huge god of the underworld's shadow was pierced through by the spike from the top of its head. This scene could be said to be extremely terrifying. Such a huge god of the underworld's shadow was pierced through by a spike from the top of its head. It was like a skewer. It was somewhat horrifying. If it was a body made of flesh and blood, its intestines would have been pierced through and its stomach would have been torn apart. The three bone spirit dark apparitions were shocked. They looked at the scene in the distance in horror. There was only one thought in their minds: a demon venerable died just like that? Wasn't this a little too sloppy? That was a dignified demon lord level existence. Yet, he had actually fallen here just like that. It really gave them a surreal feeling. However, at this moment, a strange scene appeared. The huge purple shadow was like an illusion and slowly dissipated on the spot. The three bone spirit dark apparitions were instantly stunned. What happened? Why did such a huge purple shadow suddenly disappear? Boom! Before they could think further, not far behind them, a terrifying yet familiar aura of darkness and death suddenly erupted as if it had appeared out of thin air. Crack, 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 the three bone spirit dark apparitions turned their necks stiffly. When they looked back, their entire bodies went numb. The purple shadow that had just disappeared suddenly reappeared behind them. What was it trying to do? What was it trying to do? This was such a big place. It could go anywhere, but it just had to appear behind them. They seriously suspected the other party's sinister intentions. For a moment, the three bone spirit dark apparitions felt a strong sense of malice. It was simply bullying. As for how the other party avoided the huge spike just now, they did not even have the time to think about it. They only wanted to stay away from the purple shadow. It was too damn dangerous. The attack of the huge spike just now was so terrifying. They were so close to it now. If it were to attack again, they would definitely be unimaginably affected. By then, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. This was, of course, Wang Ting's intention. He had long noticed the three bone spirit dark apparitions' little movements. How could he let them absorb the core so easily? He attracted the firepower of the demonic bone tree over there and let them absorb the core. Was there such a good thing? They thought too highly of Wang Ting. Therefore, when he was avoiding the attack of the huge spike just now, he directly teleported behind the three bone spirit dark apparitions and gave them a big surprise. At this moment, Wang Ting immediately looked around the huge spike in the distance. As he had used the Underworld God Clan's phantom body movement to avoid the attack, the huge spike lost its target and directly pierced into the black fog below. He could be considered to have dodged this attack. Around the huge spike, a large number of attribute bubbles fell out. So many! Wang Ting's eyes lit up. It was just one attack, and so many attribute bubbles fell. This demonic bone tree was really generous. Pick them up. Wang Ting naturally did not hesitate. He immediately swept out his mind power and picked up all the attribute bubbles around the huge spike. Dark Star Force * 3500, Dark Star Force * 4000, Dark Star Force * 3800, Bone Spirit Roots * 1200, Bone Spirit Roots * 1600, Bone Spirit Roots * 2000, Netherworld Origin, Level 9, * 2500, Netherworld Origin, Level 9, * 2000, Netherworld Origin, Level 9, * 2800, Bone Spirit, Level 9, * 1800, Bone Spirit, Level 9, * 2300, Bone Spirit, Level 9, * 2500, Darkness Origin, Level 9, * 3000, Darkness Origin, Level 9, * 2600, Darkness Origin, Level 9, * 3200, Bone Spirit World, Level 9, * 1300, Bone Spirit World, Level 9, * 1500, Bone Spirit World, Level 9, * 2000, Soul Origin * 200, Soul Origin * 350, Soul Origin * 400, Life Origin * 300, Life Origin * 500, Life Origin * 450, Space * 1100, Space * 1000, Space asterisk 800, immortal matter asterisk 4500, immortal matter asterisk 5000, immortal matter asterisk 5300. Feeling the large amount of attribute bubbles gathering, Wang Ting could not help but take a deep breath. His mood was somewhat agitated. Too many, really too many, absorbing so many attribute bubbles in one go reminded him of when he first entered this space. At that time, the number of attribute bubbles he picked up was just as plentiful. Wang Ting did not think too much and immediately absorbed them. The Dark Star Force was the most basic attribute. He had just used up a lot of Dark Star Force to use the Underworld God Clan's technique, and now he had completely replenished it. He suddenly felt that he could do it again. The next attribute bubble was a combat skill attribute. Bone Demon Roots. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. Previously, he had been guessing whether the Bone Demon Roots would be a combat skill, but he had not obtained the corresponding attribute bubble, so he temporarily put it at the bottom of his heart. Now, he finally obtained the corresponding attribute bubble. He immediately sank his spirit into his mind, and the corresponding enlightenment appeared. In Wang Ting's mind, a huge bone demon tree condensed. It was made of white bones, and countless white bone roots swayed around it. It was abnormally terrifying. Boom, in an instant, these white bone roots moved together and bombarded the front. Countless living beings were harvested, pierced through, entangled, or directly smashed into pieces. There was no end to all of them. In the end, these creatures were swept up by the white bone roots and were dragged back into the bone demon tree, completely disappearing. The surroundings suddenly fell into a dead silence. This scene was too terrifying. The countless white bone roots were like tentacles of death, dragging all the creatures in sight into the abyss of death. How terrifying was that? Wang Ting recovered from his enlightenment and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His heart was shaken. It could be said that this combat skill was much more terrifying than the Bone Demon Claw he had previously obtained. It was terrifying. Bone Demon Roots, Growth Type 4 800/10,000, Beginner, it's a Growth Type combat skill. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. A Growth-type combat skill meant that the upper limit of the Bone Demon Roots would be higher. It could continuously become stronger as his strength increased, and it would not easily drag him down. His guess was right. The Bone Demon Roots were much stronger than the Bone Demon Claw he had previously obtained. It was comparable to the demonic blood poisonous scale vine that he had fused. One had to know that his demonic blood poisonous scale vine was a fusion of 4 extremely rare combat skills. Its characteristics were complex, and it was enough to make the enemy helpless. The fact that the Bone Devil Roots were comparable to the Bone Devil Roots was a testament to its strength. However, this combat skill was only at the beginner level, and it was still lacking by quite a bit. He still needed to continue harvesting and could not slack off. Wang Ting quickly absorbed the comprehension of the Bone Demon Roots, and he liked this combat skill even more. Sometimes, it was inconvenient to use the Demon Blood Poisonous Scale Vine, and he could use this combat skill as a replacement. He had many identities, and it was a little complicated. Some methods were inconvenient to use after being used by one identity, or it would be easy to arouse suspicion. Therefore, the more powerful combat skills he had, the better. There would be a time when he could use them. Then, Wang Ting continued to absorb the attribute bubbles. In an instant, 3 extremely familiar origin source laws surged into his mind. Death source laws, bone source laws, darkness source laws, they were all the origin source laws that Wang Ting had obtained before, and they had all reached the 9th level, far surpassing the other origin source laws. At this moment, these 3 origin source laws surged into his mind, and his understanding of the 3 origin source laws increased by a level. This was not easy. After all, the 3 origin source laws had already reached the 9th level, and every increase was a big leap. The difficulty was no less than the difficulty of increasing a level when he was at a lower level. If others knew that Wang Ting could increase his comprehension of the 9th level origin source laws so easily, their eyes would probably pop out. Death source laws, 28300/90,000, 9th level, wink with a frown. Bone source laws, 31600/90,000, 9th level, wink with a frown. Darkness source laws, 24800/90,000, 9th level. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. With these 3 rank 9 source laws and the immortal substance, it was not impossible for him to wrestle with the bone demon tree. After absorbing the comprehensions of the 3 origin source laws, another special comprehension surged into his mind, turning into a strange world. This world was filled with skeletons, and all kinds of strange white bones were embedded in it. It was comparable to the death bone ruins, and there was a thick sense of darkness and silence that was terrifying. Bone Demon World, 8400/90,000, 9th level. This was naturally another kind of familiar attribute comprehension. Wang Ting had also obtained it before, and now he had improved it again. In the Bone Devil World, the unique world power of the Bone Spirit Clan's dark apparitions was quite unique. It was not comparable to the ordinary world power. This Bone Demon tree really thinks highly of me. Not only did I use the immortal substance and 3 types of rank 9 origin laws, it even added in the rank 9 world energy. How much do you want to kill me? Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could feel the importance of the demonic bone tree. Should he thank it? Or should I thank it? Or should I thank it? After all, if he didn't place so much importance on it, he wouldn't have dropped so many attribute bubbles. However, he was also a little glad. Fortunately, he had directly used the Underworld God statue and used the Underworld Prison Palm, a demon venerable level combat skill of the Underworld God clan. Otherwise, he would not have been able to block it. Wang Ting shook his head and stopped thinking about it. There was only one type of world attribute, which he quickly absorbed. Then, a few more attribute bubbles entered his body. It's actually the soul origin and life origin attributes. His eyes could not help but light up. It was not that it was rare. Since entering this space, he had already picked up many soul origin and life origin attributes. He had long been used to it. No matter how delicious the food was, it would not change after eating too much. It was just that he did not expect that the attack just now would drop these 2 attributes. This was what really surprised him. The reason why ordinary warriors or star beasts would drop the life origin and soul origin attributes was because they were severely injured. However, the demonic bone tree was not injured just now. It only used the demonic bone roots to form a huge spike. Wang Ting did not even destroy it. Just like that, it dropped the life origin and soul origin attributes. Was the demonic bone tree's life origin and soul origin so extravagant? Wang Ting was amazed. He looked at the core of the demonic bone tree in front of him as if he was looking at a fool. No matter what, this was a good thing for him. Absorbing the core allowed him to obtain origin energy. Being attacked by the demonic bone tree, he could even obtain 2 origin attributes. Such a good thing was like a pie falling from the sky. He wondered if the demonic bone tree would still attack him if it knew about this. When Wang Ting thought of this interesting situation, he could not help but chuckle in his heart. He felt that he had definitely profited from this. If he was attacked by the demonic bone tree, then so be it. It was not like he could not dodge it. He would not lose anything. Wang Ting suddenly felt a little excited. His eyes lit up as he stared at the core of the demonic bone tree. It was very creepy. The space origin attribute. At this moment, Wang Ting felt a special energy enter his body. He had picked up the space origin attribute again. This made his heart tremble. It seemed that when the demonic bone tree used some powerful techniques, it would cause turbulence in this space. That was why it dropped space origin attribute bubbles. Suddenly, a light bulb flashed in Wang Ting's mind. He seemed to have thought of something. He had not forgotten his true purpose, to find a way to leave the Deathbone ruins. However, he had not found the opportunity. Now that he had a deeper understanding of the demonic bone tree, he gradually found a clue. In particular, the space origin attribute that he had just absorbed made him think of a wonderful idea. It was just that it was slightly risky. His idea required the help of the demonic bone tree's core. With his strength alone, he was afraid that he would not be able to shake the space of the Deathbone ruins. Wang Ting's eyes flashed quickly. He had a plan in mind. He could not wait any longer. At this point, it was almost time to carry out his plan. Anyway, the demonic bone tree was probably completely alarmed. He did not care whether the demonic bone tree would affect him or not. However, before that, he had to complete the final transformation of the god of the underworld body. If the god of the underworld body did not complete the transformation, it would still be a small problem. Wang Ting's attention was immediately focused on the last attribute bubble. He immediately absorbed it. In an instant, a large amount of undying matter entered his body. It flowed through his limbs and bones. Before it could hide, it was immediately mobilized and merged with his body. I picked up quite a lot of undying matter this time. Wang Ting was overjoyed. In that instant, he felt that the amount of undying matter he had just absorbed was quite impressive. Although it could not replenish his level 4 undying matter in an instant, it solved his urgent problem and allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. In just a short while, the undying matter in his body had almost been completely depleted. If he had not picked up the undying matter attribute, the transformation of the god of the underworld body would have gone wrong. Phew! Wang Ting let out a sigh of relief and rejoiced in his heart. Luckily, the demonic bone tree gave me some benefits in time. Boom! As the 15,000 undying matter entered his body, the transformation of the god of the underworld body had finally reached the final crucial moment. A huge explosion sounded from within his body, as if something had exploded, following which a new world appeared in front of him. Wang Ting's heart shook, a trace of joy surging in his heart. Success, even he didn't think that the last 15,000 undying matter attribute would be the straw that broke the camel's back. Actually, it wasn't strange. Even though the god of the underworld body did require quite a bit of undying matter to go from level 5 to level 6, it wasn't too exaggerated. Wang Ting originally had enough level 4 undying matter. However, because of the shadow talent and demonic bone talent, he had used up quite a bit of undying matter. This resulted in him not having enough undying matter, otherwise such an awkward situation wouldn't have happened. No matter what, the level 4 undying matter was still quite impressive. At this moment, Wang Ting regained a bit of his confidence. He had thought that the level 4 undying matter was not enough. Of course, he still had to continue increasing it. Whoever didn't was an idiot. God of the underworld body, 100/600000, level 6, Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel. He wasn't surprised. The god of the underworld body had successfully completed the upgrade. Although there were some twists and turns, the result was good. That was enough. He let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to carry out the plan he had just thought of, a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Dark Burial, an extremely familiar name appeared in his mind. Wang Ting had obtained this battle skill from the Cancer Temple warrior on the North Sacred Mountain when he was on Earth Star. It had accompanied him until now. And this battle skill had given him quite a bit of help. If it wasn't for the help of this battle skill, he would have been dead when he faced the devouring of the void-devouring beast and the possession of the blood ancestor. From these two incidents, it could be seen that this nether burial battle skill was indeed unique and sufficiently powerful. After all, no matter what, this was a battle skill that targeted the soul body. It was even much more powerful than ordinary spiritual-type battle skills. In the past, Wang Ting was a little puzzled. How could the battle skill of the Cancer Temple, a mere North Sacred Mountain, reach such a level? One had to know that the highest combat power on Earth Star at that time was only at the 13-star general level. It wasn't that he looked down on his hometown on Earth Star. As his horizons broadened, he already understood that the foundation of Earth Star back then was indeed incomparable to the universe. This was an indisputable fact. But now, he finally understood. This dark burial was the battle skill of the god of the underworld clan, and it was a battle skill derived from the unique talent of the god of the underworld clan, the god of the underworld body. This was a little unbelievable. How did the god of the underworld clan's battle skill fall into the hands of the Cancer Temple warrior on the North Sacred Mountain? This was a little illogical. If it was the battle skill of an ordinary dark apparition, he could still understand. However, the god of the underworld clan was an extremely rare dark race in the universe. Even in the numerous battles with dark apparitions, the dark apparitions of the god of the underworld clan rarely appeared. And on an inconspicuous planet like Earth Star, a dark apparition of the god of the underworld clan had actually appeared before. Was this not unbelievable enough? As for whether it was a coincidence or not, Wang Ting didn't even think about it. If it was just the same name, it would be fine. However, through the information he had just received, Wang Ting already understood that the dark burial that he had obtained back then was the god of the underworld clan's dark burial. The two were basically the same battle skill, it was just that the battle skill he had obtained back then was incomplete. Now, it was complete, more comprehensive, and more mysterious and complicated. Speaking of which, the dark apparition that was captured on the Norse sacred mountain back then was also quite special. I haven't seen a second one until now. And it also mastered the dark fire. This is the heavenly flame that even demon lords can't master. Wang Ting frowned and suddenly thought of this. In fact, there were many strange things about Earth Star. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Could it be that Earth Star still had some secrets, but at this time, he didn't think too much about it. It was useless to think about it. He could only find out about these things when he had the time to return to Earth Star. With his current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to search the entire Earth Star carefully. At this moment, Wang Ting had completely absorbed all the information about dark burial. He had also completely mastered this battle skill. In addition, he had already mastered the incomplete dark burial to the perfect level previously. Now, it was naturally easier for him to use it. Hey! Activating the god of the underworld body and using the god of the underworld statue to drive this dark burial battle skill can shake existences at the demon lord and immortal level and above. And the stronger I am, the stronger the existences I can shake. Wang Ting made a soft sound of surprise, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. He was really surprised and delighted. To think that the completed nether burial combat skill could reach such a level, it was truly amazing. Moreover, this battle skill could obviously be used together with the god of the underworld body and the god of the underworld statue. Just this point alone made it incomparable to the previous incomplete battle skill. In the past, this dark burial battle skill had quite a few flaws. For example, it couldn't be used too often, or it would hurt the soul origin. Now, this flaw still existed. After all, it consumed the soul origin, and this couldn't be changed. Fortunately, Wang Ting could pick up the soul origin's attributes, so he didn't have to worry too much about this. Another flaw came from dark burial's restriction on strength. It could only be used against people who were weaker than him, and the greater the difference in strength, the higher the success rate. This wasn't actually a flaw, but a normal situation. It was very difficult for the weak to defeat the strong with any battle skill. This was especially true for soul battle skills. However, for Wang Ting now, this restriction had weakened a lot. Firstly, his soul was already strong enough, and he had broken through the restrictions of his realm. The strength of his soul power was far beyond his realm. In other words, he could actually defeat the strong with the weak. Secondly, with the support of the god of the underworld body and the god of the underworld statue, he could also defeat the strong with the weak. And this was the strength of the underworld god clan. I didn't expect there to be such a pleasant surprise. Wang Ting was even happier. He thought it was just a simple matter of upgrading the god of the underworld body from stage 5 to stage 6. He didn't expect to activate a battle skill unique to the underworld god clan. This was completely an additional benefit. No wonder it consumed so much immortal matter. This god of the underworld body is indeed extraordinary. It was worth it. Wang Ting touched his chin and laughed in his heart. Just as Wang Ting was absorbing the attribute bubbles, the three bone spirit dark apparitions were talking quickly not far away. Let's run quickly. It's too dangerous, Gu Ka said from the bottom of his heart. Is this really a demon lord? Why is it so vicious? Gu Ka said faintly. It didn't dare to say this out loud. It only dared to send a voice transmission. If the demon lord heard it, it would be skinned even if it didn't die. From the way the other party acted just now, it was obvious that this was a narrow-minded demon lord. It couldn't be provoked. It couldn't be provoked. Gu Ka was a little speechless. Was it easy for them to absorb a bit of the demon bone tree's core? They finally had a chance to take advantage of a loophole, but it was immediately disrupted. What was going on? Something's wrong. Gu Ka suddenly thought of something. It looked at the situation where the two attacks collided and said in a deep voice. What's wrong? Gu Ka asked in confusion. That purple figure didn't seem to use immortal power. Is it really a demon lord? Gu Ka's eyes flashed, and it sent a voice transmission. People who thought they were smart were like this. They had doubts about everything and wouldn't easily believe others. It seems like I didn't sense immortal power. Gu Ka immediately reacted after being reminded, but it still hesitated. But maybe the demon lord hasn't used it yet. This can't be used to deny that he's a demon lord. Moreover, he could easily dodge such a powerful attack. This means that his methods are very shocking. He definitely can't be underestimated. Yes. Gu Ka nodded. It was just doubtful. It wasn't stupid enough to rush up and fight head-on with the other party. With the strength that the other party displayed, it would only be courting death if it rushed over. It just wanted to find a chance to absorb a little more of the core. Was there anything wrong with that? Let's move in another direction, Gu Ka said immediately. Okay. Gu Ka and Gu Wu nodded immediately. They had tasted the sweetness and didn't want to give up so easily. Therefore, the three Bone Spirit Clan dark apparitions moved stealthily to the other side of the demon bone tree's core while being vigilant of Wang Ting's situation. Their cautious looks made Wang Ting feel a little funny. He glanced at them, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Hee, come, let's feel the demon bone tree's anger together. Stage 6, Nether God Body, activate. A loud roar suddenly sounded from Wang Ting's heart. The Nether God Body, that had just reached stage 6 was activated. Majestic death energy erupted from his body, and endless purple light soared into the sky. End of chapter 2195. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.